Hamas, whether it is the Hezbollah or it is in elements of Syria, in Iraq, they will also rise up. So I think we should be quite prepared for that. I'm sure Israel and the United States would have been quite prepared for that, and they will deal with it appropriately. These are sort of, just the changes that are taking place. Now, what Mr. Trump might have expected that his exhortation to the people in Iran to rise up. But they need a leader who they can, come behind. But there is no leader. So that is why, if you have no plan for the day after, the situation is bound to be messy. And this is what I had mentioned on your channel yesterday, that this is what we can expect. There is going to be very messy things happening in Iran. Rahul.
So viewers, we have a situation now where this is beginning to spread further afield. Now, we're also being told that there are air raid sirens as we speak being sounded in Tel Aviv, and clearly there is a pushback also happening. So we are not only seeing attacks in the UAE and in other geographies of the Gulf, specifically in Doha, etc., but we're also seeing a pushback by Iran over Tel Aviv. And air raid sirens, you can beginning to hear them. Friends, you can hear them in the background. Those are being sounded across Tel Aviv. And we just were speaking with George a few minutes back, whose daughters are in Tel Aviv, and they are still in the bunkers. They are right down there. Sanjay Suri, our man in Tel Aviv, is also in a bunker. We're going to be connecting with him very soon, in another 20 minutes or so, when things become a little calmer there. Right now, all communications cut off. But these are the pictures that we're getting from different parts of the Gulf. And Tom Cooper is here with us. Adrian Fontanellas is here with us. Both of them are military historians, experts. They know this game inside out. So, Tom, what are we seeing? Why are we seeing these geographies being struck? I mean, look at these. These are drone attacks, we're being told. They're causing a bit of damage. Is this psychological damage more than physical damage, or is it both? And why are these areas being targeted?
What we actually see is just a little bit of what is going on. We see perhaps one or two drones here and there, while actually there are dozens of drones. We see perhaps one or two missiles coming down, while actually there are dozens of missiles, but many are shot down before they reach their targets. So what Iran is doing is precisely what Iran was planning to do all the time, in the case that it finds itself at the end, at the receiving end of such an attack like these days. It means for Iranian leadership, all the red lines have been crossed, which is granting Iran the right to strike back with all means at its hands. And this is primarily missiles and UAVs. Therefore, it's now striking on all the countries housing US bases within its reach. It was working, for example, even on a missile to strike Diego Garcia. It hasn't got such a missile, therefore it's striking over shorter ranges. And what is easier to hit for Iran, but US bases or countries housing US military forces within the Persian Gulf, for example, and the Gulf of Oman.
So let's have a look at the map here. I'm not an expert at this, but just have a look at this. This is where Iran is, Adrian. Yes. And General Pandey, both have a look. This is the Gulf we're talking about. This is the Strait of Hormuz. At some points, it's only 20 miles wide. It's shallow also at some points. It's the mouth of the Strait of Hormuz. All of this has been, according to reports that have come in, blocked off by Iran. And over VHS, they announced VHF frequency. They announced to everybody to no ships are coming in and out. Yet Iran is being able to target some of these bases which are in these areas, the US bases. How can they be doing this when it is presumed that the US bases would be well guarded?
It is an excellent question. I can explain it very, very easily. Can we zoom in?
Yes, we can zoom in. I think I don't know how to operate this very well. I'm not somebody who
it's not happening. Okay, it doesn't matter. Let's do it this way.
Yeah.
If we pay attention at the Iranian geography, there are tall mountain chains, for example, along the coast, which means that the Iranians can hide their missiles behind these mountains from the view of the Americans or the Israelis, which means in order to find them, the Americans have to have to send UAVs over Iran, which are then shot down by Iranian air defenses. And there are already reports about shooting down several UAVs.
So you're saying that these guys here,
Yes.
the Americans will send UAVs
Yes.
across here
Yes.
to find out where some of the offensive capabilities
Yes.
of Iran are.
Exactly.
Right.
On the other hand, the Persian Gulf is so narrow that when you are flying along this side, let's say at 10 or 12,000 meters, you can see all of Iran on the other side and the other way around. So whoever is flying, there are also Iranian UAVs operating over the Persian Gulf, sees what is going on the other side. So it's easy to target each other for both of them. The question is, how long can Iranians hide their missiles or missile launchers and continue striking, continue firing them at targets of their preference?
So what we've done also, and we're going to pull out those maps and we're going to project them. And Adrian, I want your view on this. We're going to put out that map of where Iran has been targeting these Gulf nations. We're going to put that map out in just a few moments. The director is going to do that. These are the pictures now coming out of Bahrain and so on and so forth. And there it is. Adrian, what are we seeing here? Why are countries like Qatar, Kuwait, and of course Israel is back here, so it's obviously being hit, and this is, we're talking about Iraq and Syria, so these are geographies that are being crossed. How is all of this happening when you would expect the US fleet, which is somewhere off
Here.
the coast of,
Here,
there as well as
the Eastern Mediterranean.
and Eastern Mediterranean, not being able to intercept all of this?
Okay. So I would expect it to be, to me, a matter of size of salvos fired by the Iranian. Since yesterday, because it is important to make a distinction as Iranians have a limited stock of middle-range missiles which are able to reach Israel and Jordania. And this base used by the US Air Force in Jordania, and it's looking like since yesterday that the Iranians are firing continuous salvos or a limited number of ballistic missiles, but all the time, probably in order to force the Israeli and American to expand their long-range anti-ballistic missiles interceptors. And now we are seeing that some of the Iranian missiles are coming through, striking Israel, and there was some impact in this airbase in Jordania too. So this is for the long range. And for the short range attacks, that is against the US bases in the Bahrain, Qatar, the Emirates, then it is, I guess, my impression, it is quite important saturation attacks. The Emirati said that yesterday alone, at least 136 ballistic missiles as well as 200 UAVs targeted them. And they spoke only about the Emirates. So, so we had to have had Qatar, Kuwait, which were probably on the receiving hand of hundreds more of such
you wanted to make a point there. You wanted to add to what he was saying.
Pointed out 200 missiles just on United Arab Emirates.
Yeah.
So you have to count additional against Qatar, against Bahrain, against Kuwait. And these are short-range missiles. I said they are fired from southern Iran, from along the coast, probably from... It's relatively easy to dig a hole, hide the launcher inside that hole, inside the mountainside, pull it out, fire the missile and hide it into the hole, move it back into the hole again. This is what they are doing right now. The Americans, in turn, are trying, their primary strike yesterday was to hit the IGC bases, to command nodes, communication systems.
So we should open out the map
all
on
over the
Iran
country.
in just a few moments. We'll show you the locations
Yes.
where in Iran that have been struck, and you can talk a little bit about the significance of those locations. Viewers, we're talking at a time when the Iranians have launched a sixth wave of attacks. And they're saying that these attacks are beginning to target sites in this part of the Gulf, which is the UAE and Oman. And you have Trump coming out, who has said that, look, don't mess with us. This is going to get a whole lot worse for you. On the other side, the Iranians are saying we haven't even begun. we're going to take you down. So you have a battle of wills right now. We also know that Khamenei, the Ayatollah, has been eliminated. There's a decapitation strike. Now let's focus on this. Let's get close on this. Tom, these are some of the sites that have been attacked by the US and Israelis. So why would Tabriz and Qom be attacked? What is the idea?
Qom is a holy city. This is the center of the Iranian or Shia clergy. That is one of the reasons. The other reason is that there are also missile cities next to it, missile garrisons. Kermanshah is one of the major military bases in western Iran on the border to Iraq. Tabriz is the primary military base in northwestern Iran. So these are all centers of IGC's capabilities.
Base. Right.
That means they have their bases over there, they have nearby their missile garrisons, they have other stockpiles of their weaponry and so on and so on. And foremost, don't forget, command nodes and communication nodes. So the Americans are trying to disable the IGC capability to communicate. Why? Because if, for example, Tehran cannot communicate with Kermanshah, they cannot coordinate their operations. They do not know what is going on. They cannot redeploy their troops, for example, in the case that there is protesting. So the Americans are trying to disable this ability of the regime to react. The same is valid for Tabriz, for Esfahan, for Natanz. Natanz is also one of centers of Iranian nuclear program.
An enrichment facility.
Yes. And of course, a big concentration of air defense systems are in this area. So this is all, I said, again, the Americans are trying to disable the regime's capability to communicate with its nodes, with its local commands. Why? Because the better they communicate, the better coordinate they are. The better coordinate are their strikes against Israel and against US bases in the Persian Gulf.
What is here then? This area looks like it's not been targeted too much. What is here exactly?
Yeah, this is one of the biggest surprises actually. For example, Bandar Abbas here in the Straits of Hormuz is one of major military bases of Iran, but we don't hear anything about it. Shabaha here in the south is the biggest, well, incomplete, but one of the biggest ports in Iran.
Yeah, and that port is important for Indian strategic interests because just here is Gwadar, which is also, of course, hypothecated to China and Pakistan. So that Gwadar and Chabahar were very important strategically.
Yeah.
But here, unfortunately, we have not heard about much action.
Nothing at all. That is what is surprising me. Also, there are no reports about any kind of US or Israelis cannot reach this far.
You were talking about Kermanshah. I want to go straight across to footage that is just coming in. Military base in Kermanshah. Look at these pictures. What is happening? These massive clouds. I haven't seen this. This is obviously taken from a car.
This is black clouds. This means the fuel is burning.
Right.
Essentially. So that means that Israelis probably in this case have targeted the local fuel depots in order to immobilize the IGC.
So what kind of munitions would have been held here? This fuel is required for what?
Fuel is primarily required for the IGC mobility. It means they're striking the base of whether this is the IGC in Kermanshah or the Iranian army has a big army base, helicopter base. So they are striking, I don't...
Yeah, we can't make out because those pictures, as you can see on the screen, you can see the big pillars of black smoke. So clearly you're saying that it's a fuel dump. There are also other...
Behind that could be, for example, could be one of the military facilities and something else was hit. But primarily, the point is this is Western Iran. This is easy to reach for the Israelis. So here they are using, because you have asked about ammunitions, they are using free-fall GPS-guided bombs in this area.
Okay, so GPS-guided bombs. General sir.
Yeah, Rahul, when you showed that map and you looked at why there is no strike here, please understand the entire oil concentration is in the south-southwest of the region where no strike has taken place.
Khuzestan.
So when you are going for a military conflict, you don't start striking the oil refineries and oil, oil fields. You start first striking at the military establishments or military sites which are going to fight back and strike back at you. So right now the first step which the Americans and even Iranians will take is to take out the radar systems, command and control systems, the ballistic missile storage systems, the ordnance systems, the systems which are going to feed into the machine of this thing, not on the economic system, right? Bandar Abbas, Charbahar port will come much later when you actually want to alienate the population of Iran. Right now, you don't want to alienate the population of Iran. The first statement Trump said to the Iranian people, get away from the military bases and strikes. We don't want to hurt you. This is with the regime and the military and not with people of Iran. So he's created a distinction between the two. And therefore, all his strikes till now have been factored and based onto these areas.
You know, Rahul, just
Yeah.
1 minute.
Yeah.
That I see what happened is that whichever is helping the military capability of Iran, these are the targets which are hit first. IRGC, then the nuclear facility, Natanz, Fordo and Ifsan, they have been hit. Also the storing facility and the military headquarters. Now, as far as the economy is concerned, like southern portion and eastern portion has not been hit, they have got two things, oil they have got and they have got factories there. So they will hit possibly, if they hit now, what will impact? It will impact the oil prices of the whole world. So they don't want to hit, it is not going to add on to the military capability of Iran. As on today is to basically ensure that the paralysis take place as far as the military capability of Iran is there.
Big breaking news coming in, viewers. Indigo and Air India are cancelling flights. They're saying that crew and passenger safety is our top priority. We're also getting news from Qatar Airways. And I'm going to go into the newsroom for just a few moments because we're going to open this coverage up and we're going to bring in Aman Sharma in just 30 seconds. I'm going to come right out. What we're seeing, viewers, is the newsroom at the back as we work here. We're getting a lot of information coming in. And we're going to go and ask some of our colleagues about this information. There we have Siddhant coming in. Siddhant, you're speaking to someone on the phone. Yeah. This is very important. Yeah. Updates coming in. Air India, Indigo, everyone cancelling their flights. Tell us a little bit about here. You can use my mic. Tell us a little bit about what's going on.
Yes, that's right. So Rahul, I was speaking to a friend in Dubai.
Yes.
So I was just trying to understand, get a sense from what exactly is happening in Dubai. So what I was told is that interceptor actually fell at Dubai airport yesterday.
Wow.
So it was not a missile, Iranian missile, but air defense interceptor fell at the airport. So in a way, they did manage to stop the Iranian missile to hit the airport. Then as far as the Palm Jumeirah missile is concerned, that was the Iranian missile which could manage to penetrate into the skies of Dubai and could hit a hotel at Palm Jumeirah. But right now situation is normal. The Indians in Dubai are safe. They are following the advisories. In fact, the government of India is in touch with the government of UAE as far as evacuation, etc. is concerned. And hopefully, once situation will settle down, then the flights will reopen, and you know, those who are stranded at the airports and at various other places could travel back. So no need to panic. That's the message coming from Dubai.
No need to panic.
Is under control.
So let's go across to Aman. Aman, come across here. This is important because what we're also seeing is some protests happening now in India.
Yes, there is a lot of government is keeping a close watch on the not the protests. I would say these are more marches which are happening in Jammu and Kashmir. There's a big number of people who are collected in Srinagar. They've in fact gone to the UN office and put Khamenei's photo on the UN office there. So government is keeping a close watch. JNK Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, in fact, has put out a statement that let people grieve, don't stop them, because there's a huge Shia population, you know, which is feeling hurt over the killing of Khamenei. All peaceful so far, but government is keeping a close watch. But I think, Rahul, the bigger story which is emerging is also the complete shutdown of the airspace in the Middle East. So Dubai airport, Abu Dhabi airport, two of the busiest airports in the world are shut. Etihad is not running flights. Emirates is not running flights. Thousands of people are stranded on airports in the Middle East. In India also, we've sent out our reporters to Delhi, Bangalore, Mumbai airports, where many people have seen cancellation of their flights. So a lot of passenger inconvenience is happening. People are not able to board flights. People are either stuck at the transit airports in Abu Dhabi or Dubai. So that is also a big issue of concern which is emerging. But India keeping a close watch, and India, as Mr. Jaishankar has also been dialing the phone, the phones all night long, speaking to the foreign minister of other countries, asking these countries to ensure that the Indians in these countries remain safe.
So what are the conversations that Mr. Jaishankar is happening as we move? Come with me, because we can just we can show that part of the newsroom which is very busy. That's where a lot of viewers, the visuals that are coming in are being put and treated so that they can go on camera. So that's an operation that is going on here also. But Aman, you were talking about what the MEA has been doing, and I'm going to come across to Chetan also in just a few seconds. But yes, the MEA making a lot of calls, and the foreign minister putting out a lot of information.
See, Rahul, what is happening is that this is unprecedented, that civilian areas in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Doha are being targeted by the Iranian forces, and we have a huge Indian diaspora which lives in the Middle East. India is obviously very, very concerned about its safety of its people there, and that is why Mr. Jaishankar has called up his counterparts in Abu Dhabi. He's called up in UAE. He's spoken to them in Bahrain. He's called up every foreign minister in the Middle East, asking for one reassurance that Indians there should remain safe. It is not possible to evacuate anybody right now because the entire airspace is cut. But India's main priority is that Indian citizens should not get harmed in this conflict, and they should remain safe. All these countries have assured that, but of course, India is concerned about the safety of Indians abroad, especially in the Middle East.
Well, come with me. We're going to go up to the desk that looks at social media to see what is really trending as of now. Good morning. How are you?
Good.
How's it going?
It's very chaotic, but it's going great.
So what are the trends right now? What is social media talking about?
What we can see is US and Israel strike Iran, kill Khamenei in Operation Epic Fury. I think this has
And then I can see the Srinagar Shia Muslims mourn Khamenei's death in US-Israeli strikes. So there's all that happening also. It's very interesting. Yes.
Elon Musk has also tweeted that this has been the largest that people have used Twitter today. So it's been really chaotic.
So X is seeing the highest ever traffic today. That is what Elon Musk is tweeting, that X is seeing perhaps the highest ever traffic due to Khamenei's killing.
Does he ever waste an opportunity to blow his own trumpet in one sense? Always see the business side to things.
Absolutely. And very interesting that the Shia protest in JNK is also trending. So I think that is something that we were discussing earlier. The government keeping a close watch. No repercussion in India should happen. That's the government's top priority. People are grieving. But so far, a non-violent protest. People are just marching in Srinagar towards the UN office.
In the past, when it has happened, we have seen crackdowns. But this time, the government seems to adopt a hands-off approach.
Yes, exactly. The government is not doing any crackdown, and that is what JNK Chief Minister Omar Abdullah is also appealing to the police forces that don't act harshly with these people. They are just mourning with the Khamenei's photograph. They're walking to the UN office. So don't crack down on them. Let them vent out their grief, and maybe that is the approach the government would take to ensure that everything remains under control.
Let's go across to Chetan. Chetan, let's follow me. This is the newsroom. We're reporting constantly on the updates. This is the engine where things are taking shape right now. Chetan, what are you showing us here?
I was trying to show you what Aman was mentioning, that the entire airspace, you can see the entire airspace from West Asia, from this area to Iraq, Iran, everything is shut. There are no planes, zero, nothing is there. And the same I can show you from a tweet from this guy, the Strait of Hormuz. All of these ships, this area is closed, completely shut.
All shut, is it?
Yeah.
And you can see all those ships are blockaded, sort of in the
So
bottom.
everything is shut. You can see that this neck is closed. So everything, the busiest route, as they say, is shut.
And that's going to create a lot of problems for energy security. Aman, that's going to create problems, isn't it? And we're going to bring in Murli also, who's looking at putting out videos, and he's of course heads the entire output of CNN News 18, the man who's been here from 3 in the morning. That was some call, 3 in the morning. We had a conference call, Murli. You've been here from 3 in the morning, and that really was something that shook us all. The Khamenei incident, and at that time it was only Trump tweeting.
Yeah, it was kind of chaotic at that point of time. I think we got into a quick con call and huddle, and we spoke how to get things rolling. We wanted Aman. Aman was the first to respond, of course. At the screen, we had Suri from Israel, who was giving us the first respondent, who was also the first respondent from Ground Zero. He was giving us all the information regarding the, the elimination of Khamenei. But as it was all building up overnight, and we were just waiting for the confirmation, and eventually, when POTUS tweeted, all hell broke loose. So it was, and it has been quite hectic since morning, and then we've been trying to catch up with a lot of stuff. A lot of things happening on the YouTube front as well. So we are trying to put out everything.
Aman, of course, is the guy who feeds the entire back end. So all inputs come through Aman. He's the gatekeeper of news into the channel. Now, Aman, we got to ask you this question. Are you surprised that the Indian government hasn't taken a more assertive stand? And of course, we have with us Siddhant also, who looks after the MEA, so I'm going to bring him into this. But what do you make of the Indian government's posture?
I think Rahul, they're just trying to. Indian government is as always is trying to play a very delicate, fair line. You know, we stand for de-escalation. So we have told both. In fact, Mr. Jaishankar called up his counterparts both in Iran and Israel last night itself and has called for de-escalation. India has also expressed its concern over the situation right now. And I think India is the most concerned about the strikes on the civilian areas in the Middle East, because that is what really directly affects us. As I was saying earlier, there's a lot of diaspora population there. We don't want Indians to get hurt in these strikes which are happening by Iran. We all expected that Iran only will be attacking the defense installations, the US bases in the Middle East, but I think Iran has gone a bit further, a lot further. Is it the case that Iran is turning rogue because their top leader has been killed? I know nobody really is in control and they're attacking airports. So, Rahul, it's very surprising that they have attacked the Doha airport, they've attacked the Kuwait airport, they have attacked the Dubai airport. Dubai airport, in fact, saw the biggest explosion just a while back. So why is Iran attacking airports is a very, very perplexing thing. Do they want to cripple the aviation sector in this entire region? Because they will also, all the major players, be it Etihad, be it Emirates, all these major world players, if you shut down Dubai airport, Rahul, it's the busiest airport in the world, you're effectively shutting down aviation in nearly half of the globe, because that's a major transit airport. So I think these strikes, that aspect I think has taken us by surprise, because we never expected. Last evening we were talking about that, they will attack the US bases, but now I think that it's expanding even further, and God forbid if the NATO gets involved in this.
Breaking news coming in. Fresh explosions have been heard in Dubai, and that means, viewers, that this crisis is deepening and widening as we speak, because there is no let up. We were just showing you how the Strait of Hormuz, let's go back into the studio to look at the big visuals there. We're going to go back into the studio. This is the newsroom, viewers, and I'm going to go straight to Tom Cooper and get a sense really of what is happening. General Pandey is there with us. You can see them in the background there. General Sivach is there with us. Adrian Fontanellas is there with us. We're all trying to cover this. Let's go in very quickly. Big breaking news coming in now, viewers. Dubai hit once more. So this would be the 7th or 8th wave, and Dubai bearing the brunt. And we've shown you how Dubai is really just across from the Strait of Hormuz, from the coast there of Iran, and it's easy to target them. And they obviously are in the direct line of fire. Lots of Indians there. The airspace shut. We just showed you all of that. I want to go straight across to Tom Cooper and General Pandey to get a quick update from them on how this is going to play out. So Tom, this is looking a little more intense than we thought yesterday, because these Gulf nations are pounding, and they're small, they're tiny. This city was part of a big transformation to move away from the oil economy, to move away into the services economy, to move into the AI and technical economy. And if these engines, these were the tigers of the Gulf, the new tigers economies of the Gulf, if they're beginning to take a pounding, this is going to have a new implication, isn't it?
Oh, obviously, yes. It is an ironic situation that the US and Israeli government have had it easy to start a war, but have no idea how to end it now. And obviously, most of the local rulers didn't expect this to develop this way. Therefore, they have granted bases to US forces. And of course, now they are at the receiving end of Iranian retaliation. This is, from my point of view, absolutely logical and to expect. But apparently, nobody over there expected it. So the question is, how responsible are they for defense for their own states? Why ignoring what is obvious? Why not taking care to protect the people who are living and working there?
Sort of widen the theater, stretch the capacities of Israel and the US to try?
They do not care.
They do not care.
They do not care because they have their own aims. One of these was to start this war, and what happens after, they are going to blame somebody else.
So are you saying to me that the regime there is so pushed back to the wall that they are prepared to go the extra yard, even alienate?
They have always said so. They had always said so. This was never a secret. That if They have their own red lines, the Iranian regime. And they say, they have always clearly said, if you attack us in this fashion, like Israel and the United States have now done, then they are going to retaliate precisely in this fashion. That was never in any way a secret, because the IGC was always publishing
Okay, so we're just hearing that Iran's temporary leadership council is going to be formed today. So General Pandey, I have to ask you, and I'm going to bring in Adrian also, and General Sivach. General Pandey, we knew that the Iranians were not going to give up as easily as perhaps the Venezuelans or even the Pakistanis is, to be honest, during Operation Sindoor. So we knew that. Now, are you surprised that these individual Gulf states have been caught so flat-footed? This is damaging optics. This is also going to shake public resolve, and it could also turn public opinion. After all, there is, to some degree, a pan-Islamic brotherhood. And we've seen what is happening in Baghdad on the ground there, where the US assets are being overrun, the US embassy has been overrun.
Yeah, okay. I will not like to call it as overrun, but yes, they have been targeted. I think the Gulf countries had thought that in case they don't allow their airspace or bases to fire missiles or carry out operations against Iran, they will be left untouched. Unfortunately, I think, and I disagree with my fellow panelists on this, that this is a strategic biggest blunder which Iran has done. While they have an affinity in terms of Islam in the region, but larger number of people have understood that they can't continue to live off the oil economy, they cannot continue to live off the petrodollars, and there is a requirement to move away to a well integrated modern systems which was drawing the world towards these few countries like the Gulf countries like in Doha, in Dubai, and there was a transformation which was taking. While I am sure the leadership in these countries were well aware that the environment is not secure, but they have sold the pitch. And if you recall, even in India, the communities were saying that it's far safer to go to Dubai in terms of not only investment, but in terms of street violence, in terms of safety of women and
but
men.
now all of that is going to be sort of up in the air.
Absolutely.
People are going to be sort of looking over their shoulders, this unpredictability,
who was
instability.
not happy about what was happening in the Gulf country? There was only one element which was not happy, and that was Iran. Well, in that, the US is surely complicit by ensuring the sanctions, getting on to the economic, making them economically so down that Riyal has got just no value. But yet, if the strategic orientation of a country continues to remain into a Cold War era environment of destruction of Israel or US,
No, but
I
obviously
think
there is a
will be some
military
consequences.
objective at play here. Tom Cooper.
Military objective. It is a clash of ideologies, actually. You have in India here an ideology of dialogue, of meeting people, talking with each other, communicating. And somewhere else, people do not want to communicate, but they want to impress their own will upon everybody else. And this is the system over there. We have actually one dictatorship in Iran facing 6 or 7 dictatorships in Gulf Arab states, plus de facto dictatorships in the United States and Israel now. So nobody of them is particularly nice or friendly or some great guys or whatever.
So Shivani, what's the latest coming in?
Yes, of course, as far as the aftermath of these strikes is concerned, we are seeing large-scale disruptions in air travel. So not just in India, where a lot of flights to and from Middle East, and obviously those that go across the Middle East, all of those have been either disrupted, cancelled till tomorrow, till March 2 already. Disruptions and cancellations have come in. But you also have a lot of Indians, particularly in the Middle East, who are now stuck in those countries. Many of them were actually trying to fly out till before these strikes happened, and airports have been struck. So therefore, they just cannot fly out right now.
Think about the economic costs here. Now look at this footage that is coming on IANS. And Adrian, I'm going to come out to you. Listen, you're going to start hearing, viewers, sirens going off in Tel Aviv. So a ghoulish sound across the skyscraper. This is what you're hearing if you are on the ground in Tel Aviv And we were speaking to one of our panelists whose daughters are in a bunker right now. Our own reporter is in a bunker. This is not a one-way war at all. There is obviously a state of emergency in Israel also. How well is Israel prepared to weather this storm?
Because I've heard somewhere that
They are quite well prepared in the sense of they have a very dense anti-ballistic missiles umbrella with Arrow and David Sling systems. And what is more, last year they managed to have a very limited number of civilian casualties because almost every recent apartment flat has a protected safe house. So in that sense, they are well protected. However, what is extremely difficult to assess when Israel is on the receiving hand of ballistic missile strikes is that they are never communicating about hits on their military bases and installations or in unpopulated area. So we have to keep in mind that we have only a very limited view of the effect of the Iranian missile impacts in Israel. It is very difficult to know, for example, if any Israeli airbase were touched, especially those in the desert. And what I can say, because in our jargon, whilst targeting military installation, we speak about counterforce. And when you begin to target civilian infrastructures, it is counter value. So the indication that we can have is if we are seeing more and more impacts in downtown Tel Aviv, then the Iranians are switching to counter value strikes in the retaliations for Israeli strikes against Tehran.
Okay, so let me bring in Sajjanhar. Mr. Sajjanhar, we know that the Israeli government is not very popular. We also know that there have been protests against Netanyahu and the wars that he's prosecuting. Some people believe that he wants to entrench himself in power, Shivani. That's something that has been talked about, that he is doing all of this to keep himself in power. There's an election looming in the next few months in Israel, and he wants to consolidate, he wants to build public and rally the public opinion behind him. He's a war prime minister.
Since October 7, 2023, I think things have changed as far as Israel's mindset is concerned. And since then, we've heard about it for the last 2.5 years. Netanyahu has pockets of, dissatisfaction and opposition. We recently saw that play out when the Prime Minister was set to speak in their Knesset. So, that has not gone away. But I think in all of this, what we've noticed is, and our military experts can possibly point out to it more, that the resolve that this is not going to stop at Gaza, in Palestine alone, but they want to take care of the entire region, which they think is the problem.
Is that actually a fact, Mr. Sajjanhar? We're coming to you, and I'm really, really thankful to you for being so patient with us. We've got a lot of inputs and a lot of ground to constantly cover. Larijani says US-Israel seek to denigrate Iran, and we are not giving up. And just a short while back, we were being told by Trump that he softened up the Iranian leadership enough for them now to be amenable. It looks as if we can actually have a conversation. He's looking for an off-ramp. It's not coming. Mr. Sajjanhar.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rahul, for getting back to me. So let me make 2 points here. Number one, what you've been discussing in terms of the fact that Iran has been going out and hitting out at UAE, at Dubai, and all the other places. In my view, Iran is hitting, shooting itself in the foot by doing this. Because the understanding was earlier that when this conflict starts, and Iran had threatened that the American bases in the region are going to be hit. So it was not that, indiscriminate shooting, indiscriminate firing at even civilian populated places and marketplaces and hotels will be undertaken by Iran. So the fact that it has gone out, I think it is behaving really like a wounded animal. It has been hurt. It has been hurt so badly. There is no, in my view, there is no planning in what it is doing. It is lashing out indiscriminately wherever it can. But I think we also need to keep in mind, Rahul, that Iran has been really a pariah state as far as this region is concerned for much of the 47 years. It's only the last few years, 5, 6, 7 years that relations have started mellowing, relations have started improving between Iran and Saudi Arabia, Iran and the United Arab Emirates, etc. And by acting like this, it is again taking itself back out of the relationship that had come. The second point here is I don't think there is going to be any softening as far as the current regime, the question you asked, current regime in Iran is concerned, because they owe their existence to the infrastructure that has been created by the Islamic Republic. First Imam Khomeini and now Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. So I don't think that they will find any takers, unlike Venezuela, who are willing to work with them. The day after what Israel and US have done, they will have to look for a new leadership. Now, they don't seem to be very convinced that Reza Pahlavi, the son of the former Shah, that he fits the bill. But then they'll really have to come up with another leadership. This leadership is not going to cooperate with him. Having been in Iran in the earlier years of the establishment of the revolution in the early 80s and till recently, I know that those people are inveterately opposed to anything coming from Israel and the United States. Even today, you hear chants of Marg bar America, Marg bar Israel, that is death to America. And they call America Shaitane Buzurg, the big devil, and Shaitane Kuchek, that is Israel, that is the small devil. So, they are not going to compromise.
You don't think so? You don't think, Mr. Sajanhar, that you're going to see some pragmatists and realists coming now into power, seeing that, look, we could be the next Gaza. You could turn Tehran into Berlin of the World War, of the Second World War. It could be completely reduced to rubble. Do you not see these people sort of realizing that this is a one-way street to Armageddon?
No, they don't. You see, you must also understand, Rahul, in Shiaism, martyrdom is a very big objective. Being martyred to the cause is something that you aspire for. And that is why you will not find any one of them backing out. You have to look at the ideology also. They are not rational people so that, okay, fine, this is the end of the road and I can make a turn. No, as far as they are concerned, they will much rather prefer to be martyred to the cause rather than change their stance.
Okay, what are we seeing behind me, viewers? What are we seeing behind me? We are seeing CENTCOM releasing the first pictures of the 24 hours of Operation Epic Fury. This is what we're seeing. We're going to be speaking to Tom and we're going to be speaking to others to get a sense of what these pictures are, from where they could be taken. Tom, what do you think? These are pictures of batteries, launchers, a battleship, a warplane. What is all this? This is a lot of nice boys' toys, but can you put it in perspective for us? Yeah. You want to come out here? You want to come out here? This is a runway. Which one of these battleships are these? Where are these positioned, and so on and so forth?
For example, this is the HIMARS, this is Phalanx, and we can see a cruise missile launching. This is an F-15. This is a strike on Iranian. I guess it is a launcher. Landing of an F-35. These are guided missiles, and this is aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln. Helicopter, HIMARS again. This is also HIMARS. So they are also using ballistic missiles, tactical ballistic missiles, to strike precisely selected points in Iran. Strike on a Iranian.
And all this array of weaponry.
Yes.
And people were saying that this particular warship has been deployed for the longest period in American history. I think for the one operation continuously for months on months. What would be the morale on the deck? We've been getting pictures of malfunctioning toilets and so on and so forth. How do these soldiers prepare themselves for the long run? What must be the morale there? Are they wanting to get back home? Is that something that Iran could probably be factoring? Let's fatigue, let's stretch this out, siege battle mentality, let's keep them stewing there. What goes on?
In particular, US Navy sailors, so to say, they are trained to do the job, and they are going to do the job, whatever it takes, no matter how long it lasts. And the toilets, if necessary, they are going to sit, on the railings and do their stuff into the sea. So they are going to do their job and do their job. That is out of question, that they are going to be demoralized to the point where they wouldn't fight.
So what has the US deployed now in its offensive capacities? Take us through some of the weapon systems that the US is deploying to try and knock out Iran and degrade the defenses of Iran to the point where perhaps the Iranian regime surrenders.
Could I have a map of Middle East, please, show?
Yes, we're going to show a map of the Middle East right now. Can we just bring out that map and we're going to talk over that map. But these are the first pictures from CENTCOM viewers of the operation. So 24 hours of what the Americans have been doing. They've shown how all the panoply of weapons that they have deployed are being used. Here it is, the map.
So, for example, we have, here is Israel.
Yes.
And here is Jordan.
Yeah.
There is a huge base in Jordan.
Yeah.
Named Muwafaka Salti, where there are something like 50 US combat aircraft, US Air Force.
Right.
They are flying strikes together with the Israelis, usually via Syria, via Iraq, against targets in western, not western Iran. Then we have in Saudi Arabia one air base with B-52s and tankers. Tanker aircraft are flying up here to support incoming airstrikes from Israel and from Jordan and refuel them so they can accelerate and launch air-launched ballistic missiles deep into Iran to strike the Tehran area. Then we have other smaller bases, like for example in Qatar, in Bahrain and United Arab Emirates, where there are lighter tactical aircraft of the US Air Force. They are flying strikes against IGC command nodes and command and control centers in southern Iran. Then we have one aircraft carrier in the Gulf of Oman, which is flying its own airstrikes against targets also in the Persian Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz. We have another aircraft carrier in the eastern Mediterranean. It's probably going to pass the Suez Canal, Red Sea, and then move up here over the time.
So you don't see this staying there?
No, it's because the range is very long. And the longer the range, the more tanker aircraft they need. So if it moves down here, it's closer to Iran to strike. Eventually they are going to try to neutralize the Iranian air defenses and missile capabilities to the degree where they can move their ships really close to the coast. That's the point. And this is what they are trying right now. Destroy the command and communications, destroy the capability to coordinate, and weaken the air defenses to the degree where the aircraft would be free to operate over Iran. So claiming after only 24 hours that they have now control over Western Iran or something else, that is much too early. We have seen this last year in June, didn't happen.
General Pandey, what's your assessment of this CENTCOM video and the claim?
So
air dominance over Western Iran, they say.
Yeah, but the fact is that CENTCOM is the one which is controlling these operations in this region. That's they look after this geographical region as part of operations. And these video pictures which are being released, they may be very well pre-recorded videos which are part of the narrative warfare, which is, I don't see any videos of strikes on them or Israel which is being released by the Israelis, but that's all right. I think it's a part of it's part of our course. But the question which you asked about Ford having been out in the sea for about 240 odd days plus and having been towards Venezuelan waters and this thing. Please understand the machines are deployed till the time they require a long-term repair, right? The repairs which continue at sea are par for the course. Similarly, the soldiers, the sailors, I believe they got about 4,000 to 5,000 sailors and officers on board Ford, which is which is not exactly one of the largest, but which is a very important aircraft carrier. They also rotate. It is not that a sailor who is joined last 2 years has stayed only on sailing with a carrier strike force, remains at the sea. They carry out very frequent turnovers, but more importantly, I think they have a concept of a tour of duty. When they go out to operations, they remain for a pre-designed, pre-designated period of time. They are trained, they are organized, something like what we do. When we go for an operations, we are out for a year off and thereafter we get a break or something like that. I think it should not be a big issue for the sailors
no issue at all.
Okay, General Sivach.
Remember that, Rahul, once you are at sea, you are at war. In the sense, Indian Navy also, when it goes, it does not mean that they are working 24/7, 365 days. Their system. Now remember, the troops which are deployed on line of control, on line of actual control, on high altitude, that does not mean they remain throughout the year there. So there is a system in place. But what we are talking about, the larger picture here in this context is, now the way the Iran has gone about, which all countries has he hit? He has hit all the countries where there are bases. But then he had initially said that he will be only striking to the military bases of the countries where there are in the Middle East. But what they have done, they have also hit the civilian installation. So basically what they have done is they have really hit their own foot. And now what has happened is all the countries which are in Middle East, now they are feeling let off. In the sense, one thing should be who is the security responder in this area. Obviously it was US, because that's why these countries have given their bases there, and that's why they are there. And Bahrain and Qatar, if you see it, they have hit them. Bahrain is where there is a 5th fleet, and Qatar is where there is a central command headquarter, and also the airbase Al Udeid. So thing is, I suppose the philosophy and the strategy of Iran is faulty. They must have only restricted to the military installation of the US in Middle East rather than hitting the civilian target, wherein all these countries, in case they had a soft corner for Iran, as on today, it shifts.
Big pictures coming in. This is Doha. Remember, we were talking about this just a short while back, Tom and Shivani. This was the minaret. What we were seeing was something from this angle. Now what we're seeing is down the road. So this is a main artery. And as General Sivach was saying, they had said that they were restricting themselves to military targets, but they're actually hitting civilian installations. It could be, I don't know. What do you make of these?
I'm cautioning always against some kind of, the Iranians are just striking civilian targets, and we are, Americans in Israel are striking just military targets. Iranians are very much trying to strike military targets. It's the precision of their weaponry which is lacking. It's the fact that they're not always routing their UAVs in the best way, so they hit high-rise building in between.
Yes.
So I wouldn't bet always that it is intentional strike on civilian targets.
You're seeing this plume of smoke. It's pretty dark smoke. What do you think has caused this? This is a drone attack, would you say, or this is, do you think?
I don't know what was used, but looks like fuel burning.
Looks like fuel. Fuel
or
burning
something,
again.
some plastic or something like that, because it's dark.
It's dark. So maybe there was some sort of a storage facility, or it could have been even a factory making some materials.
Factory unlikely, but storage facility in the headquarters of the.
I want us to go straight across to Sanjay Suri, who joins me from Tel Aviv. Remember, viewers, this is the only network that have their own man in Tel Aviv. So we're going to go straight across to Sanjay. Thank you very much, Sanjay. I know it's been a long night for you and you took a cat nap, but you're standing there against what looks like bright skies. Is it really as tranquil as it looks in your background, or is it true that there are continuous air raid sound sirens that go off every so often?
Well, looks can be deceptive, particularly momentary looks. It's not calm here at all. There have been sirens going all night. We've been hearing a number of blasts, and a lot of these are certainly anti-missile launches, interceptor launches. And we have reports of one ballistic missile that has hit central Tel Aviv. It got past the defenses. A number of injuries have been reported. A residential block has been damaged. There are also reports coming in, unconfirmed yet, of one death in this ballistic missile attack. And these attacks are continuing as we speak. There are sirens going on here all the time. Clearly the Iranians are hitting. They're hitting with all they've got, and they've hit Israel at several places, Haifa, Jerusalem, and here in Tel Aviv. The question is how far they can continue to do so. And when we are thinking of that kind of scenario, it's a question of how quickly and how extensively the ballistic missile system in place in Iran can be neutralized by Israeli and US forces. Because as long as that is in place, and as long as you have at least some working remnant of authority in Tehran continuing from the Khamenei setup, these attacks are certain to continue. continue to hit Israel, continue to hit Tel Aviv, and also hit across the Arab world and causing the disruption we've already seen.
Stay on with me because we're doing what is known as a joint broadcast. So from I-24 News, we've got Natasha Kirchuk, who's joining us straight from Israel. And I want to go straight across to her. Natasha, if you can hear me, thank you very much for speaking to us. I know you must be very busy, just like we are, covering this war. It's so close to home. What exactly is happening right now on the ground in Israel? What is the information coming out from the government and IDF? What has been the impact of your offensive on Iran? And why, I'm sorry, I'm giving you a number of questions here. What really is happening in the larger Gulf region?
All right, well, a lot to uncover here. I think your correspondent spoke briefly about what took place in Tel Aviv last night. We have been seeing waves, over 300 ballistic missiles fired from the Islamic Republic of Iran towards the state of Israel. So Israelis across the country have essentially been running in and out of bomb shelters over the course of the last 24 hours since those strikes began just after 10:15 a.m. But I think the big news on everybody's minds here, and it's important to keep in mind that, you know, many Israelis have been saying they've been waiting for this moment. It's not that Israelis want to necessarily be sitting in bomb shelters and putting their lives at risk. But, you know, the idea here for Israelis is there's finally a chance to eliminate the so-called head of the snake, the axis of resistance that has been run by the Islamic Republic of Iran. And so, you know, one of the moments where history has really shifted in real time was that announcement last night of the killing of the Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. This is not just the death of a leader, it's a removal of a central pillar of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And, you know, for nearly 4 decades, this was a man who was the ultimate authority in Tehran. You know, the leader above the president, above parliament, above the generals. He had final say over military, over the nuclear program, over foreign policy that has impacted Israelis. And of course, crucially, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is not just a military force, it's an ideological and economic powerhouse that has ultimately been projecting Iranian influence far beyond the borders. So, you know, last night, what we understand from what took place is that there was a precise intelligence-driven strike by the Israelis. About 30 bombs were dropped on the Supreme Leader's compound in Tehran in the opening phase of this joint operation that Israel has been calling Operation Roaring Lion. And so we see the imagery that the compound was largely destroyed. Then President Donald Trump obviously announced Khamenei had been killed as well. And this is really not just a symbolic moment. It was really the decapitation, the strategic brain of the regime being attacked by Iran, and a major reason for Israelis to celebrate, because Israelis refer to Khamenei as the head of the snake. Under, you know, Khamenei, Iran developed the axis of resistance. They built a network of armed proxies across the Middle East that were designed to encircle the state of Israel and expand Iranian power and Sharia law without direct conventional war. So even if you haven't been seeing Israel and the IRGC directly in conflict, like we have been seeing over the course of the last 2 years, in Lebanon, Iran has been arming and financing the terror group Hezbollah, which has an arsenal of rockets and missiles that they've been firing into Israel since October 7th. Hezbollah has become stronger than the Lebanese state itself, so contributing to deep economic collapse in that country. So it's
Natasha,
not just
just
Israel
hold your
being
thoughts
affected.
for just a few seconds, because I want your comments on a couple of things.
Yes.
Another big breaking news development coming through. Major General Abdul Rahim Mousavi, who's the chief of staff of the IRGC, has been eliminated. That's what we are being told. Chief of staff killed. That's a big development there. It appears that the top leadership of the regime is taking massive hits. So the Israeli and the US action is proving to be extremely effective on the ground as far as creating some sort of hole or vacuum in the decision-making process in Iran. So I want to bring back Natasha and speak to her a little bit about this. We were told that this was going to be a preemptive strike, in the sense a strike that tells Iran, we're serious, you've still got time to reconsider, come to the table. But when you eliminate the Ayatollah, when you take out the top leadership pretty much effectively. You already have a transition. This appears to be not quite a preemptive strike. This was something a lot more, would you not say?
Absolutely. I mean, the Islamic Republic of Iran does not recognize the legitimacy of the State of Israel. For decades, Khamenei has openly called for Israel's destruction. This was not just fringe rhetoric that was coming from the Islamic Republic. It was official state doctrine. So, yes, you could say that Israel said this was a preemptive strike. In many ways, it was. We know that the Islamic Republic of Iran has an arsenal of ballistic missiles, has been working to develop a nuclear weapon. One of the main targets is the State of Israel. So yes, in that sense, any strike on Iran is preemptive to the Israelis, which is why you're seeing that very emotional reaction from Israelis about the death of Khamenei and other leadership within the Islamic Republic of Iran. It's fair to say, we understand the reports now that Israel and the United States have been working for months on a plan to essentially topple this regime. Trump said that out loud. The goal, at least from the Americans, has been to topple the regime. The Israelis will continue to say what is the truth and was always the truth, that they do not want Iran to pose a security threat to the Israeli public. And when the Islamic Republic of Iran has refused time after time to stop building up this arsenal of ballistic missiles, to stop working on a nuclear weapon while openly calling for Israel's destruction, then yes, it is a form of self-defense to be attacking the Islamic Republic of Iran. And that is the argument on the part of the Israeli government.
Okay, so stay on with me. I want to bring in Tom Cooper, who's the world's #1 military analyst, with Adrian Fontazella also here with us, another military analyst. Both of them are also part of this coverage. Tom Cooper, what do you make of this first strike? New news that the chief of the chief of staff of the military outed now, finished, decapitated.
It's a double-edged sword because on one side he was a military incompetent, or at least assessed as such. So it could easily happen that somebody far more capable is going to replace him. On the other, and far more hawkish, far more anti-Israel, anti-United States.
Maybe radical.
On the other hand, it could be that due to the loss of his influence, because he was politically influential, and therefore he had a say in lots of things that Iranian armed forces were doing. It could be that due to his demise, that there is going to be a sort of a mini power vacuum in regards of how the armed forces controlled and organized. But yes, it could be a double-edged sword as well.
Adrian, we've been going down now the list really of military leadership in Iran. And I think my colleague here, Shivani, has got the details of who has been eliminated. Yes. How does this work? If you are depleting the leadership, how do people step in, and how are they expected to perform at levels of their predecessors?
It's a pure matter of preparation and structure. So at first, if you build an organization which allows subordinate or regional commands, for example, to operate independently, just in case they are cut off from the higher command, it can still function. And then second, it is how well you organized your succession plans. It is well known that the IRGC organized itself in order to be resilient in the face of such decapitation strikes. It was expected from them since 2 decades. So, and militarily wise, you shall never underestimate an enemy, and always take the worst case scenario. And it is very plausible that actually these decapitation strikes are more like PR strikes, because you can claim that you had this head, and that head, and so you are winning. But at the end of the day, if you are facing an organization which is built, which has built-in redundancy, then it is not very efficient. And this is demonstrated by history, because it was the case with Hezbollah, with Al-Qaeda, with Hamas, And all these organizations managed to survive decapitation strikes.
Shivani, more news coming in.
Yes, so we've got a confirmation now, and I think these are confirmation coming in from the Iranians themselves, that Aziz Nasridzadeh, the Minister of Defense, has been eliminated in these strikes. So I'll just give you a list, Rahul, and for the benefit of our viewers just joining us, these are just the first set of strikes. 24 hours have elapsed since the first strikes began. So you've got Ali Khamenei, the Supreme Leader himself, taken out in those first set of strikes. Ali Shamkhani, Advisor for Security Affairs and Secretary of the Defense Council. Mohammad Pakpour, who was the commander of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. Mohammad Shirazi, head of the Military Bureau. Aziz Nasridzadeh, who was the Minister of Defense. And just we got a confirmation of the Chief of Armed Forces, the Chief of Armed Staff, Major General Abdul Rahim Mousavi. These have all been eliminated. So this is, of course, the top rung. And as our experts have been pointing out, Tom wants to come in, there will be possibly a secondary and a tertiary level of targets.
There's some
that
big
would have
breaking
been
news coming in.
Israel.
Locals protesting strikes on Iran have stormed, we're being told, the US consulate in Karachi.
Yes.
Now, this is Pakistan, viewers. And this is why I have been saying, because there are these protests happening in India now, especially in Delhi, in pockets of Lucknow, in Kargil, in Srinagar, that they need to be stopped because it's quite possible that they may go out of hand. Yes, you can allow for a little bit of what is known as the release of the pressure valve, but if it becomes too much, it could lead to this. Look at the outcomes. Now we have two consulates, one in Baghdad, one in Karachi. Both, as you can see, let's go full frame to these pictures. These are dramatic pictures coming out. You can see the American flag, so quite clearly this is not an abandoned premises. You can see it. You can see it's a low building with a single story. It's very well fortified, but somehow these protesters have got through, and they're not one or two, there are hundreds of them. These gates have been overrun. Tom Cooper, this is going to be something that might become, I don't know, might become part of what is the non-military play and could have a huge bearing on the way things play out in the Gulf and will begin to play on American minds. If you have a repeat of what happened in 1979, 1980, a hostage crisis, it could change the equation.
That the Americans very good at recalling the occupation of the embassy in Tehran in '79, but they do not recall the all-out attack by a mob in Islamabad on the US embassy there at the same time, in which at least 4 people were killed. So they are not recalling something they don't like to recall, and they are recalling something they do like to recall. Yes, it could get this could get very serious, especially because in Pakistan there is lots of anti-US sentiment, and that is not going to change anytime soon.
This is despite, of course, the leadership causing up to the American leadership.
Yes, this is not looking good, viewers, from an optics point of view. You can have very many different ways of exerting pressure. Let me bring back from I-24 News in Israel, Natasha, who was with us. Natasha, these pictures are coming through. It's quite clear what the Iranians are trying to do. They're trying to rouse sentiments amongst Muslims in the Gulf and in perhaps even the subcontinent. This could have other impacts on the way this entire crisis plays out, because if it begins to enter into the civilian domain and there are casualties, specifically American civilian casualties, that could have a bearing on the politics in DC, could bear pressure on Mr. Trump to recalibrate, and perhaps even Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We are now in a direct state-on-state missile exchange. That is what is happening. We've been seeing Iran try to fight these strikes from both the United States and Israel, both militarily and also through rhetoric. We've seen Iran fire over 300 ballistic missiles, but you have to remember, they've not only been firing at the state of Israel, they've also been firing at nearby Gulf states. We are talking about strikes in countries like Kuwait, in the United Arab Emirates, in Qatar. So while they may be trying to rouse the sentiments, and you could say try to get the goodwill of the wider Muslim Republic, the Gulf Arab nations are also seeing that Iran is striking them as well. So this is a very complicated picture. You know, obviously we know that in Iran, the picture is complicated. The state TV has declared these 40 days of mourning. But there are also reports of widespread celebration by Iranians. So the regime is dealing with a significant domestic unrest, along with this economic hardship, these strikes from the United States and Israel, and it's really just kind of pulling at the last straws to see if there's anybody who is left there to provide some support. But at this point, it seems like the IRGC is going to try to consolidate their power quickly. We know that there are succession mechanisms that the system has. The big question, of course, is whether this is a moment that is just going to totally fracture the regime or somehow harden it. And it seems, you know, for the broader Arab world, the implications are really just massive, because if Iran's ability to coordinate and finance Hezbollah and the Houthis and all these other militias is now disrupted, we could see major shifts in Lebanon, in Yemen, in Syria, in Iraq. Some governments in the region are definitely quietly welcoming the weakening of the network, even if they don't necessarily love that it's the United States and Israel that were the ones to initiate these strikes. So I think, you know, instability is definitely looking like the strongest possibility right now for the Islamic Republic of regime. I think everyone here is kind of just waiting to see how long this is going to last and what it's ultimately going to mean for those who end up succeeding Khamenei.
Well, as of now, the Iranians don't seem to be backing down. Of course, it's only been 24 hours, early days, and they're taking a lot of casualties. Thank you, Natasha, for joining us. I want to go straight across to Raj Shekhar, who's joining us live from Abu Dhabi. He's a resident there. Abu Dhabi saw some strikes yesterday. What's it like and what are you hearing? Because we're getting news that there are more and more strikes now in Dubai also. So what is the information that is coming to you, Raj Shekhar? How secure are you? How secure do you think you will be over the next few days? You're just across from Iran.
Hi, sir. Actually, like before launching any missiles, we are getting some alert messages in mobiles. They are telling us to not to leave our camps or workplaces. They are telling us to stay wherever we are instead of roaming in open areas. Because we, before getting alert messages, we can see missiles flying. US, we stay here near 2 kilometers away from Al Dafra US airbase. We see US airbase people are counter-attacking those missiles with their missiles. So those counter-attacks happening and debris is falling down. Because of the debris only, civilians are dying. Some civilians are dying and it's danger to roam outside. So it's better to stay in our camps or in our workplaces instead of roaming openly.
Raj Shekhar, stay on with me. Stay on with me, because you said that you are close to a US airbase. How far is the airbase from you and what's the activity around the airbase? I don't want you to reveal anything. I just want you to tell me if it looks like there has been preparation made to counter strikes.
Yes, we stay 2 kilometers away from US airbase. We can see here above the sky missiles roaming here and there before getting alerts. So after getting alerts, we can see missiles flying on the sky.
Wow.
But for civilians, it's not a problem if we stay in workplaces and also in our camps. But we should not roam here and there. If we roam here and there, it's very dangerous.
So we're going to come back to you and check back with you in just a few moments. Stay on with us. You can disconnect, go back into a safe shelter. We don't want you to expose yourself or people around you. So thank you very much. We'll come back to you in just a short while. But viewers, there's also news now coming out of both Baghdad and Karachi. And this news is of massive, and we just showed you that attack that has just taken place on Karachi. Let's go to those pictures, Director Saab. Let's go full frame to those pictures. There you can see those pictures. Those are coming straight out of... Just go to the picture to the right of your screens, Director. Let's have a look at the Karachi pictures only. Those are the pictures to the right of your screens. There are many more pictures coming in from Karachi. There you can see... Let's just only focus on the Karachi pictures. Can you hear me? Yeah. Let's open this up. There you can see it. This is now quite overwhelming, Tom Cooper. This is something that has happened. The security wall perimeter has been breached. Are you seeing this as part of a unorganized public reaction, or could there be an element of sabotage, military sabotage?
It is simply a prevalent public feeling, so to say, outburst of public feelings in Pakistan.
Okay. So you don't attribute bigger motives. Now I want to go across to Dr. Anand Ranganathan. We also have with us Abhijit Iyer Mitra. Dr. Ranganathan, this is happening even in India now. And I certainly have been saying over the last 3 hours, clamp down on this because it could lead to much more. And you know where we have been with this in the past. We've seen Srinagar overrun when Nasrallah was killed, because there are a bunch of people in this country who think that they can get away by eulogizing bloodthirsty patriarchs who have imprisoned half their population and committed war crimes and all sorts of other horrible crimes against the rest of humanity.
Good afternoon, Rahul, and good afternoon to my fellow panelists on a day with the incredibly fast-moving developments. I have very quickly 2 points to make before others come in. Number one, thank you for saying what you have said. You know, the irony is that the Iranians are celebrating the deaths of the despot on their streets, and the Indians are marching in support and crying. This is unbelievable. And as you said, this has to be stopped. I mean, let me give you a background. This guy who's been eliminated called India an oppressor state. He was the one who's killed tens of thousands of his own people. He's sponsored large-scale international terror operations like, funding Hezbollah and much worse. And here we have tens of thousands of Indians marching onto the streets in Kashmir, in Lucknow, and in other parts. This has to be stopped by the Indian government. And number two, very important point. The way this conflict moves forward is completely independent of what Iran does from here on. It is totally, overwhelmingly and wholly dependent on how America and Israel look at this, because please remember that a long drawn out war will not be acceptable to America, because America has traditionally lost any war that has been long drawn out. Vietnam comes to mind, Afghanistan comes to mind. So the fact is, Americans entered into this war very swiftly, knowing that they need a regime change as soon as possible, because Russia, on the other hand, does not care. It may be a decade before its conflict with Ukraine ends. It doesn't care how many body bags of Russians come back. America, on the other hand, is petrified of that scenario. So it is not going to be a long drawn out war as far as America is concerned. They want to end it as soon as possible, and the results were shown on the first day itself when they eliminated the supreme leader. From here on, it is not at all on what Iran does.
Oh, you think so? Let me bring in Zvika Klein, editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Post. Thank you very much for being patient and waiting for us. We're also joined by Adrian Fontanellas, and of course there's Tom Cooper. And we also have with us Dr. Mordecai. Dr. Mordecai, there is an impression gaining ground that, at least as of now in the first 24 hours, that the Iranians will cave in. Do you share that? Do you share that impression? Because they've just elevated, and we had reported this about 2 hours earlier, Murtaza Khamenei, who is the grandson of the founder of the Islamic Republic of Iran. There's also explosions happening. 11 explosions have been heard in Doha, according to some reports. So there's all sorts of expansion happening of this offensive that we're seeing in the Gulf.
Well, this is the result of the fact that Iran had many tentacles spreading all over the Middle East and beyond the Middle East. And now, after 47 years that the world is suffering from the Iranian expansionism, now when the octopus is being challenged, now all these tentacles are being folded, and therefore you see the ramifications in many places. Definitely, it is time already that the civilized world will say to the mullahs that they should leave the scene, because they brought only havoc and destruction and bloodshed and killing and suffering wherever they were. And it's time that the civilized world will unite in order to get rid of them and to return to the normalcy which Iran was under until 1978.
Okay, let's boost the gnat on those pictures. And Abhijit Iyer Mitra, I'm just going to come to you.
कराची को आग लगा दिया है अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह रहबर पर हमले का बदला लिया जा रहा है अमेरिकी कौंसल खाने को आग लगा दिया है अमेरिकी कौंसल खाने कराची को आग लगा दिया है अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह रहबर पर हमले का बदला लिया जा रहा है अमेरिकी कौंसल खाने को आग लगा दिया है अमेरिकी कौंसल खाने कराची को आग लगा दिया है अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह रहबर पर हमले का बदला लिया जा रहा है अमेरिकी कौंसल खाने को आग लगा दिया है
There you can hear it very clearly. They're invoking the name of the Lord and they're saying that they have avenged what has been going on in Iran. And this is happening, US consulate in Karachi. The flag, according to the person that is speaking, has also been set on fire, at least at the lower level. The consulate has also been set on fire. You can see the flames. I don't know if they've been able to breach and go into the consulate. Certainly they've been able to breach the perimeter fencing and gone into the compound. So Abhijit Iyer Mitra, what are we seeing here? There are also celebrations, of course, that are taking place. Videos coming through from Iran and the diaspora that are thrilled and ecstatic at the fact that the top leadership, so Khamenei, the defense minister and the chief of staff all eliminated. So there's also that happening. Which way is this going to go?
I'd also urge you to look at the massive protests for the regime mourning Ayatollah Khamenei that are happening in Iran as well. And there are people there who are not hijabis. They're modern secular Iranians also mourning. Let's remember that. This is number one. Number two, as far as Pakistan is concerned, you see every event. I've never seen a population more ready to come out and riot than the Pakistanis. Essentially, every international event is like putting bananas in front of a bunch of monkeys. They can't resist themselves, especially when it comes to embassies. This isn't the first time, like a fellow panelist pointed out. In 1979, they attacked the US embassy, burnt it down. And what I want to know is, where is the security around this consulate right now? The external security is meant to be provided by the host country, which is to say Pakistan. After an attack has happened, which you know can inflame tensions, where is the security around it? Where are the, the barricades and so on and so forth, the concentric layers of security that should have been provided? I don't know if you've gone past the American embassy in Delhi today. I'm not in Delhi, I'm in Madras. But my friends are telling me there is significantly ramped up security and barbed wire fencing and things like that that have come up outside there. Now, if Delhi is willing to take that precaution, sitting in Karachi, why are they not willing to take the precaution? These things happen in Pakistan when the Pakistan government wants to send a message. Now, what kind of message? I don't know what it is. On one hand, they should be aware.
Yeah. The Americans, this Trump regime has gone and once again warmed up and cozied up to Pakistan at the expense of offending India, and they've done it with complete and utter disregard for warnings that have come from every quarter about doing this. So, Abhijit, I'm glad that the Americans are getting a taste. I'm being very direct here.
Do you remember, Rahul, in your last program when the Americans flipped after Sindoor?
Yes.
I told you I wish the Pakistanis on the Americans and I wish the Americans on the Pakistanis.
You said that. I remember that. Now, is this going to change? Look, you're somebody who understands this. Is this going to change the mood? If there are casualties, American casualties, and we're very sensitive there. I mean, Trump is not the most popular leader either in his country, and neither is Benjamin Netanyahu. If there are civilian casualties, and if this is today the US embassy or the US consulate, what's to say that tomorrow the Israeli embassy and the Israeli consulate in another country is not targeted similarly? Or there might even be a hostage crisis. What happens then?
I'm sure there is going to be some kind of incident somewhere, because remember, not all security is equal around the world. This was bound to happen. I think both the Americans and the Israelis know that things like this are going to happen. I'm sure they've taken their own precautions within the compound as well. My real worry is with the external, out of compound security, which host countries provide. Now, you can be fairly certain that in countries like that are extremely developed and therefore have a good security force, like say the Emirates and things like that, or Bahrain, this won't happen. But in the less developed parts of the world, there is a high likelihood that some kind of situation like this will happen. I also want to point out, Rahul, if you noticed yesterday, when Iranian missiles were landing in Qatar, Pakistanis were sitting and cheering the attacks. They were saying, Inshallah miss ho jaye. Inshallah, may the interceptor, not the missile coming in, may the interceptor miss. In Bahrain, of course, there is, Bahrain is a Shia majority ruled by a Wahhabi monarchy. And they have a long history of antagonism with their ruling family out there. So in Bahrain, it is more understandable. But imagine Sunnis living in Qatar, supporting missiles attacking the place where they live, work, earn, send back money. This level of, self-sabotage is really, it's unique to Pakistan. You never find a country more adept at self-sabotage than Pakistan is. And of course, my greatest reassurance is the fact we can never do to Pakistan what the Pakistanis won't do to themselves.
Very good point. Dr. Ranganathan, let's open this up and go a little deeper, because what we saw was a recalibration. There was a period when America had dehyphenated relations between India and Pakistan, and now we're seeing a recalibration under Trump, and he calls that failed general of theirs the best and his favorite field marshal. The failed marshal has become his favorite field marshal. Does Trump understand foreign policy? Does he even understand the situation on the ground here? Does he even know what he's up against in Pakistan? And I just written a piece a few days ago cautioning Sergio Gore, the US ambassador, saying don't make the mistakes of the past. And I said I've written an open letter and it went viral. So I want you to comment on this, because this is something which I think the Americans deserve to know, discover for themselves.
A couple of points out here. When that rogue Kissinger said that to be America's enemy is dangerous, but to be America's friend is fatal, I think he can also include Pakistan in there. And I think Trump, there are two ways of looking at it. One, Trump was wholly ignorant about the history of Pakistan and the way Pakistan behaves. Or two, he knew exactly how Pakistan behaves. And I'm inclined to believe, I think the latter, because Pakistan, let's take it, is a vassal state, is at the beck and call of America. And any state that is in that situation, it is up to America to dictate what goes on internally inside Pakistan, because they know very well they control everything that Pakistan is going to do externally. So if this is happening, and if the security that at all times has to be more heightened than anywhere else, any other US consulate around the world, and they let the mob in, you have to accept the fact that this is all premeditated, that this has been done in consultation with the states. What could be the repercussions of this? Number one, America is trying to assuage the situation, maybe put pressure to, as I said, it is in America's complete interest to end this war as soon as possible. In their interest, they will go all out to do that. They are petrified of body bags, and then the entire insinuation of Epstein will, it's already bubbling in the American Washington circles, that all this has been done like what Clinton did, years ago in Somalia. So to kind of put that at bay, America is trying at least 3 or 4 things, yes, on the ground, but more so diplomatically as well, and also conniving this kind of thing to happen in Pakistan.
Now, let me tell you, viewers, the psychological optics and the impact of this on American diplomats and perhaps even Israeli diplomats in different capitals, especially in those Abhijit Iyer Mitra was telling us were not very developed. And Chief, I'll just come out to you in a few moments, and thank you for being so patient. But I'm also going to show you pictures now from Dubai, viewers. The streets are emptied out. It's a ghost town. This is the marina. This is overlooking where all the hotels are. This is the marina where you can see all the big billionaire boats. Not a soul. You can only hear the crows and a couple of birds chirping in the background. This is a psychological impact. This is a city that aspired towards a glitzy modernism, a reinvention away from the oil economy, brought to an absolute halt because of this particular conflict and Iran's very targeted and specific strikes on some of these Gulf states. They have the most to lose, of course, viewers, because they were counting on becoming like the new Londons of the world, for example, attracting the services sector, lowering taxes to get in business, and so on and so forth, to kickstart a evolution away from fossil fuel economy. And that is crumbling here, Tom Cooper. This is going to cost these economies a lot. People won't come in. There's going to be long-term instability, people looking over their shoulders. You know, we know this because Delhi went through that. India went through lots of terrorism by proxies. You couldn't see these enemies. They were in the shadows. Sanjay Suri is there with me also. And this is something that will have to be calibrated. This is the human cost.
Yes, we've seen last year during the Operation Sindhar, India lost in a matter of, what was that, not even 4 days, 80 billion or something on revenue, on income. So this is likely to go several times higher than that. And primarily because, well, certain people want to have it their own way and no other way.
Yes, Mr. Fintunez,
Speaking from the perspective of the Qatari, Emirati and Saudi also, I think it is a very important shift because they were allied to the US and they were relying to the US for protecting their best interest. And in a sense, with this operation, it's crystal clear for everyone involved that their protector does not care about them and does not care about the cost. They will have to pay for this combined Israeli and American military operation. And I think it is important because they might be inclined to find in the future other security guarantees, maybe by an alliance between themselves or perhaps even China.
Okay, let me just go straight across to Sanjay Suri. 1 second, Doctor. I'm just going to come back to you in 30 seconds. Sanjay Suri, a simple and straightforward question. I know that you will have restrictions upon you. You can't be speaking about, obviously, the security situation in Israel. I know there is a code, so I'm not even going to take you there. But I'm going to ask you a specific question or two. Why has Iran attacked everyone in the Gulf but Oman? What's happening there in the backdrop? And secondly, most importantly, and this is something that has struck me, what is the appetite really for what is known as a long contingency where war could extend more than 4 or 5 days in Israel?
Well, the first question, Rahul, it's very clear what Iran's tactics are. Iran sees these Arab countries as allies of the US and in fact hosts to the US military. So to an extent it will attack US military bases in these countries, but then it will attack these countries almost even symbolically. Half a dozen missiles that get through and cause damage, and you see the result already. To hit these countries economically, it cannot destroy everything within, it cannot destroy facilities seriously, but if it hurts the economy, as Iran has managed to do, then that is damage enough. Second, we speak of resilience in Israel. Oh yes, the tenacity is apparently endless. They are in it for as long as it takes, and they are a very hardened, tough lot. Consider simply one fact, Rahul, that will answer your question. The population of Israel is less than 10 million. The population above the age of 18 is about 6 million, and above the age of 18, every Jewish Israeli is not just military trained, has had military deployment. So this is a nation of soldiers. They can take it.
They can take it. So, you know, viewers, now you're having two different reactions coming through. You have the UAE that is on tenterhooks, viewers, on tenterhooks, because they don't know what's coming from across the ditch, so to speak, from across that strait. And you can see pictures on the right where Pakistan is erupting in fury. It's an irony. The Americans have called their Operation Fury, and the fury is erupting where? In Pakistan, viewers, where the Pakistanis, the great new friends of the United States, are turning on their benefactor, the man who gave them billions of dollars. These Pakistanis are shameless, viewers. They have no loyalty to anyone. They have no loyalty to their own people. They didn't show any loyalty to the Bangla friends across the subcontinent, viewers. They betrayed them. They betrayed the Iranians. They betrayed the Afghans. Now they're betraying their only benefactor. Remember, that state is held up by the three A's: Allah, America, and the army. One of them they have betrayed, viewers. Let's be honest about that. I never measure my words, because when it comes to Pakistan, you can't measure your words, viewers. But I want to go straight across very quickly, once again, back to Sanjay Suri and also to Anand Ranganathan. Anand Ranganathan, first to you. You were raising your hand. You wanted to make a point.
No, very quickly, look, I speak as a layman. I've already said you're amazing experts on your panel, and Tom is one, and I really latch on to every word he says. But may I slightly disagree with him when he talked about rightly that India lost billions during Operation Sindoor. Well, you know, those billions were lost and then, of course, subsequently recovered. But that's the way stock markets react to every war. You're going to see that tomorrow. I mean, stock markets are going to crash the world over. But the fact of the matter is, today we see after a couple of missile strikes, Dubai has emptied out. We never saw such scenes in Delhi. You know why? Because we have our own indigenous Akash defense system to thank for. And Dr. Ramarao, he constructed something on shoestring budget that intercepted 664 missiles and Pakistani drones in a neutralization rate of 99.4%. So, you know, this is happening in Dubai when you had an overarching ally, America, not able to protect it, whereas we withstood 884 Pakistani missiles and drones, and Indians were freely moving on the streets.
Well, Air Marshal is here with us, and Air Marshal is also going to give his little input. So, Air Marshal, you keep sitting there, please. I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions. How is this happening? How are all these Gulf states that thought that they were very secure under the American-Israeli umbrella getting reminders every so often, every couple or 3 hours, that they're not safe?
We don't look at this operation which began on 28th February. In my appreciation, the planning must have started after 7th October 23.
Right.
And if you go to 26th October 24, when the massive Israeli strikes took on the key air defense verticals in Iran. Top it up in June 2025, when the US and the Israeli forces struck, called the Operation Rising Lion, they took out the key elements, though they said that they will strike the nuclear facilities, but in short, they crippled. The Israelis and the Americans are threatened, in my appreciation, of the ballistic missiles which the Iranians now possess. The advanced missiles which the Chinese have given them can target even the America. The fissile material, as I was listening, has, you know, with the deal with Oman, the Iranians had agreed that they will, you know, put a stop to it. But that is not the whole aim. The whole aim of this present strike, in my opinion, is twofold. One is to checkmate China. If you see, the January action in Venezuela was related to oil, and this strike also is related to oil. The Chinese get their maximum oil from Venezuela and Iran. So with this strike, what happens now? The prices of oil will shoot up. The supply through Gulf of Hormuz.
Saw that picture we showed you, how the entire Gulf was actually completely log jammed there. That particular Strait of Hormuz, beyond a point, completely emptied out, and there's a warship there also. What you're seeing, viewers, the mob has entered the US consulate in Karachi. This is the same country that till yesterday was swearing allegiance to America, whose leaders were praising Trump, saying that you are a great man, that you are deserving of the Nobel Prize, that we are going to hypothecate our forces so that you can use our forces to go out there and maintain peace in Gaza. This is that same country, viewers, Pakistan. Look what they've done. There's shots ringing out. There's all sorts of disruption. There are flames. They've entered the entire compound. Is there going to be something dramatic unfolding on the ground there, viewers? This is a dramatic twist playing out. US citizens, I don't know if they're in that consulate building. I just hope they're not, because this is going to turn into something very, very serious if there is a hostage crisis. Tom Cooper, I'm going to come out to you, but I'm also going to walk out and talk a little bit to my colleague Zaka Jacob. Zaka, we've been doing this, of course, complete relay since very early. And what we're now seeing, of course, is something that we didn't expect. This is Pakistan turning its back, or the people of Pakistan turning their backs on America.
You remember all of those talk about, Pakistan being used as some kind of a staging ground for attacking Iran from the east. Clearly, that couldn't have been done because of this. The public sentiment in Pakistan has been in favor of the Ayatollah. But look, Rahul, this is a absolutely consequential moment in the politics of the Middle East. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, for almost 40 years, ruled that country with an iron fist. He's dead. His entire top leadership, his defense minister, the commander of the IRGC, all dead. Well, is it regime change? Well, if this doesn't look like regime change, then I don't know what does.
This was certainly not a preemptive strike. This was much more than that. They went straight in. There was a decapitation that happened. They funneled 40 bombs, JDAMs, whatever you call them. The leadership is wiped out. We don't know what's going to replace it. Trump thinks that this is something going to be more, perhaps more moderate, less radical, but they don't seem to be giving up here.
It could be the exact opposite. You could get an even more hardline regime. The successor for Ayatollah Ali Khamenei could be even more hardline. But Trump doesn't really care about that. He can now claim this as a big victory. Something that 4 or 5 presidents prior to him tried but failed. He can now rightfully turn around and say, I went in, I killed this man. The biggest threat to the United States and its interests in the Middle East is now eliminated. He's been decapitated. He did this with Gaddafi, they've done this with Saddam Hussein, but this is the biggest. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is far bigger than any of these regime change operations that we've seen being done at the behest of America in the Middle East. What replaces Khamenei? What comes next? I think that's going to take some time. That's not going to happen.
Well, what is coming next is something unanticipated, viewers. You're seeing visuals of a US consulate. Now, Zaka, this could be something that's replicated, because if this has the catalyzing effect of actually rousing Muslim world, you could see this happening in other capitals, and not necessarily against US interests. It could even happen against Israeli interests.
Yeah, and that is a concern. Look, the most immediate concern is all of these long-range and ballistic missile attacks that are happening. You're hearing explosions in, Dubai, Doha, in Bahrain. Look, these countries will have to try and bring some pressure to bear, both on America as well as Israel, because look, their civilians are being targeted, airports are being targeted, and that is a significant concern for these countries. Hopefully some pressure will come to bear, but also at the same time, there is absolutely no love lost for the Ayatollah. All of these countries, from Saudi Arabia to the UAE to Bahrain, Qatar, everyone is welcoming the man, because he was fundamentally the biggest destabilizing factor in the Middle East. All of these countries, they've been threatened because of the Ayatollah regime, so no tears are being shed there. Yes, some populations, some crowds will come out. We're seeing that in Pakistan, we're seeing that in some parts of Srinagar as well. But I suspect, Rahul, the principal players in this, Trump, Netanyahu, they're all playing the long game. And the long game means that they know that they have to, go on with this operation, ensure that, Iran exhausts its list of ballistic and long-range missiles, because there's a finite number. A conservative number is 2,000, a not-so-conservative number is close to 10,000. They will have to exhaust it at some point. There will have to be a new government or a new head, a new supreme leader in Iran. Trump just needs to play until that time, but he will now go down. Whether or not it will have consequences domestically in the US, I don't know. Clearly, he doesn't want to get entangled in a long-drawn war.
A quagmire would be.
He's not going to get stuck here for months or years. This is not going to be Iraq of 2003. He's looking for a quick exit. He's found a big victory, decapitated. Cut the head of the snake, as they say. He's cut the head of the snake. What replaces it, like I said, is going to be long-drawn, it's going to be hard, but that's not Trump's problem.
What's going to be the off-ramp in case, and I just wish this doesn't happen, in case there are reprisals, and there are reprisals against US citizens in other parts of the world, and this sort of goes sideways, as they say. Is there an appetite for Mr. Trump to continue? Because obviously there will be then expectations of him to retaliate, to teach the Iranians once again a lesson of their lives as he talks. There will be a lot of pressure if there is any inconsequential or even consequential damage to American lives.
Look, as long as American lives are not lost, I think Trump will be fine. His MAGA base itself is against these long-drawn wars. That's part of the appeal. That's part of why he came to office. You remember people like Charlie Kirk were against this war that's been going on in Gaza, almost never-ending war that's been going on in Gaza. And this is part of Trump's base. So Trump has no appetite for a long-drawn war. He's not going to get entangled. And you ask about the off-ramp. This is exactly the off-ramp. He's got the victory that he wanted. He can tomorrow morning address the country and the world, his new State of the Union, and say, I did what Obama could not, what Biden could not, what Clinton could not, what Bush could not. I went in there and I cut the head of the snake, and that's his victory.
Well, will he take that? Will he take that? We've been covering this, of course, viewers, and we're going to hand over to Zaka in just a few moments, but I'm just going to take you through the newsroom since the morning. Very, very active. Shivani, why don't you come out to me? And of course, Siddhant, who's been tracking the Ministry of External Affairs and the Indian reaction and all the politics. Shivani, this is turning out to be an end game that we didn't envisage. Now, it's 24 hours plus. The Iranians don't look as if they're softening. There are reprisals happening in other parts of the world. You can see what's happening in Doha. Can you see those pictures there on your screens?
Fresh visuals of strikes that have taken place in Doha. We're bringing you visuals from Karachi. But can I just say, the US and the Israeli army had already said at the start of this offensive that this is going to take at least a week. So they have a week-long plan. What happens beyond that, we don't know. But can I also tell you, even as we were keeping a watch on what happening in Karachi, we had a few visuals come in from the Iranian Culture Center at Tilak Mark in the national capital. We saw a few people arriving in autos and getting off there. Ladies with their headscarves, etc. Some Iranian cleric also seemed to be going inside. So I don't know whether we could see a repeat of some sort of a protest. If not what we are seeing in Karachi, but maybe some assembly outside the Iranian Culture Center in New Delhi to also voice their opposition.
Well, what you're seeing on your screens, viewers, are those pictures coming out of Doha. I'm telling you, the Middle East is looking over its shoulder. We just showed you pictures from Dubai, completely a ghost town. That's going to cost it economically, as I'm saying, at a period of transition. Siddhant, what's the response coming out now from the Indian government? We had one statement. This is sort of statements expressing serious concern about the situation. There has been a decapitation strike. We have historical ties, civilizational connect with Iran. We haven't got a comment really on that development.
Well, that's right, Rahul. In fact, there are more than 2,000 Indian medical students stranded in Iran. There are more than, if I'm not mistaken, 9 to 10,000 Indians in Iran at present. In fact, I have managed to speak to many Indian medical students there. They are sending me their sound bites, urging Indian government for evacuation, etc. They're saying that their passport is with the university. They cannot move out. They're writing letters. Even their association here in Kashmir has written to EMS Jaishankar for the evacuation. But right now, it looks like that it's going to be very difficult for the Indian government to evacuate students from Iran.
These visuals from Doha, I just want to give our viewers an update. These are visuals of thick smoke that are erupting from the Doha's industrial area. This is earlier today on Sunday. Multiple explosions rocking Doha for a second day. These are Iranian-launched missiles. Obviously, the target is the US's Al Udeid airbase in Qatar, but a lot of the industrial and civic spaces being targeted as well.
Well, Oman is the one country that hasn't seen any action, and there are lots of questions being asked as to why. Here is what is also another aspect of this. The airspace, Chetan, you've been showing us this.
I just want to show you that most of the traffic passes through this area.
Yes.
And now look at this airspace. This is completely wiped out, blank, nothing, zero plane in this area. Also,
So
I
they're
wanted
all
to
just flying over the Caspian and the Black Sea corridor.
Yes, and almost across India, around 440 flights were postponed. I also wanted to show you across this image from the Israeli commentary Twitter handle. This shows you the complex of Ayatollah Khamenei before and after.
This is the before and after. This is a dramatic picture. Just go back to the before.
This
there it
shows
is. That's what it looked like. Orchards in the middle, beautiful garden,
and
there,
this.
massive
This
hole,
is what
a crater.
The bunker
gone.
buster drones can do. So this,
Right.
as per them, this is what
The Mossad commentary is. Okay. Well, let me just hand you back to Zaka, because there is a pivotal moment now, as he was also saying, in this particular conflagration. Zaka.
All right, we're seeing heavy smoke that's billowing out from the Jebel Ali port in Dubai. It's one of the busiest ports in the world right now, and certainly one of the busiest in that part of the world. The Jebel Ali port, it's not a direct hit. What we're given to understand is one of the berths there caught fire because of debris that resulted from an aerial interception. So a lot of these attacks, these ballistic missile and long-range missile attacks by Iran, are also being intercepted by all of these countries, whether these countries are Qatar or the UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. A range of US allies in that region have been attacked by these long-range fire, these ballistic missiles. Look at these various visuals that have been coming in through the day, through the last 5 or 6 hours. These are retaliatory strikes by the Iranian IRGC and by the Iranian army. They are vowing to take revenge for the assassination, for the decapitation of the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. These are pictures that are being shared widely from Dubai, from Doha, from Qatar, from other parts of the Middle East, all of which have been attacked in the last 24 hours. And now Iran, like I said, is vowing an even bigger retaliation, both on Israel and American interests in the wider region. Whether or not these countries will bring pressure to bear on America and Israel to try and pipe down. They've got the victory that they wanted. They've removed the man at the top, who is the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Now, let's pipe down, let's try and de-escalate, let's try and salvage the situation. Whether or not America and Israel will, listen to that advice or take that bait, we don't know. But Trump is someone we know who doesn't like getting entangled in long-drawn wars. Part of the reason why his MAGA base loves him and why he came to power is because of the fact that he doesn't want to get entangled in these long-drawn foreign wars. So let's try and see if we can get some of our guests to talk about this. There are now attacks that are happening across the wider region. Much of it has been intercepted. Much of it has been stopped. There aren't much civilian fatalities, as it were, in Dubai or Doha or other places. I want to go across, though, to Sanjay Suri, who's joining us live from Tel Aviv, where, too, all through the last 24 hours or so, there have been air raid sirens that have been going off, shelter-in-place advisories that are going off, and, of course, you have a national app there, Sanjay. What's been happening over these last 3-4 hours since daybreak there in Tel Aviv? Are the streets deserted? Has economic activity come to a standstill? And what is the trajectory as the Israelis see it for this war that has now lasted a little over 24 hours?
Well, Tel Aviv has been hit. There was a missile attack on central Tel Aviv overnight. A residential block was hit. A very large number of people were injured, and we have reports, unconfirmed yet, that one person has been killed in that attack and a great deal of damage has been caused. So this is what Tel Aviv has begun to live with, and we all know that in the June war of last year, 28 people were killed in attacks on Tel Aviv by Iranian ballistic missiles that got through. So there is no foolproof defense, and the most sophisticated defense that we have in place from Israel and from the US. The Gerald Ford is here supporting protection of Israel is not foolproof at all. So there is rising concern here about where this will lead to. People, of course, are holding their nerve. They're all practically military trained. They're prepared for this. But the danger is not over. Tel Aviv is not out of it. Israel certainly is within range of the ballistic missiles and it's been hit already. The pattern last time was that as the war progressed, more and more missiles got through, so nobody is taking this lightly. And of course, as you were saying, it suits Trump that this should end quickly rather than last long. That is not certain. The killing of Khamenei is a dramatic and instant success for this attack. But that's not to say that he will not be replaced. It will all depend upon the tenacity of the regime within Iran. And we saw in October last year, Israel killed a number of military leaders from Iran. They were just replaced. So if these people who have been killed are all replaced and a council takes over in place of Khamenei and the same policies continue, this could drag on whether Trump likes that or not.
All right, Sanjay Suri, for the moment, thank you very much for joining us. There have been multiple hits across the wider Middle East region, from Qatar to the United Arab Emirates. Now the latest that we're getting, an Iranian drone has hit an industrial area in the UAE just this morning, and that's caused a major fire. This is in the UAE. There have been multiple explosions across the Emirates since the last 6 or 7 hours in retaliation to the killing of the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. We've heard explosions happen in Doha as well. So far, though, there is no reports of any fatalities. Some people have been injured. A couple of people in the UAE is what we're given to understand, even a couple of people in Doha. But so far, no fatalities. These are the latest pictures that you're seeing of a major fire at an industrial area after a drone, an Iranian drone, hit an industrial park in the United Arab Emirates. I want to bring in our guests as well on this, because this is how the story is going to sort of transverse over the next few days. There's going to be retaliatory strikes across the wider Middle East. Let me bring in here in our studios Tom Cooper, military analyst, Adrian Fontanes, military analyst and historian. We're also joined in a special broadcast by Mr. Joe Brown from I-24 News in Israel. I'll also bring in a moment Air Marshal retired Sanjeev Kapoor and Abhijit Iyer Mitra from the IPCS. But Tom Cooper, let me start with you. What do you make of how long these retaliatory strikes will continue? And the longer they continue, the less propensity there is in Doha and Dubai to continue with this war.
Well, I would expect this Iran to continue these operations for at least a week, if not longer, as long as it has enough missiles to continue them. Which means, in turn, well, depending on the rate of fire, it could probably go on for some 5 or 6 weeks. The question is rather how long can US allies and Israel hope to continue wasting their own interceptors to intercept incoming Iranian missiles. So from the Iranian point of view, they are preparing themselves for 25 years for this kind of a conflict, and now they are operating along well-prepared plans.
But isn't it also a fact that Iran has a limited arsenal? I mean, conservative estimates say there's about 2,000 to 3,000 long-range ballistic missiles. If you were not putting a conservative estimate, it would go up to 10,000. At some point, they will exhaust this.
Yes, that is sure, absolutely. But the point is this limited contingent of long-range or medium-range, actually, ballistic missiles is what they are using against Israel only. On the other hand, they have many more thousands of short-range missiles. And this is what they are using against to strike, for example, Gulf Arab states and even, Saudi Arabia not, but possibly also Jordan. So that means they can go on like this for quite long period of time. I'm estimating this at least some 5 or 6 weeks, because usual experience of the last 20 years is that such wars, such missile exchanges are lasting some 5 or 6 weeks. And correspondingly, this is what they were already trying to do with Hezbollah in Lebanon, to make them capable of fighting such a war for 5 or 6 weeks. And they are certainly trying to do the same with their own capability vis-a-vis Israel.
Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor is also here. I mean, everyone was expecting this. As President Trump put it, an armada was being moved to the Middle East. He had 2 aircraft carriers, dozens of, fighter jets, refuelers. So this was on expected lines. They've got a big victory with the elimination of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And given Trump's propensity for not getting entangled in long-drawn foreign wars, do you reckon he will take this as a victory, claim victory, and then say, we're now giving Iran an off-ramp to stop this retaliatory strikes?
Could easily happen, yes, that he declares...
Sorry, that was the Air Marshal, sorry. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
The airstrikes must have been planned well in advance. Yes. And like I just covered a little while ago, the major damage, in my opinion, was done in October 24 when Israelis struck Iranian targets. They took out the key air defense installations, their ballistic missile dumps. The softening blow came in June 2025 when the Rising Lion, the 3 nuclear facilities which the B-2 bomber struck along with Israeli targets. So they had weakened the air defense and generally the air fighting capabilities. But the threat now came when the Chinese started to supply long-range missiles to Iranians. Now these missiles were the whole talks in Oman between, as a mediator, along with the nuclear was on containment of these ballistic missiles which the Iranians have and have possessed now. So the Israeli targets and the American targets were under threat if the Iranians so decided, and if they decided to put a nuclear warhead, it would have been, a conflict of a different scale.
Okay.
So preempting this, the Israelis and the Americans have stuck. And most important factor, in my opinion, which very few people are talking, is about energy control.
Okay, we'll just get to that in 1 second. I want to show on a map of the region where all in Iran the Americans and the Israelis have struck and where the Iranians have retaliated. Yes, it's these ballistic missiles, these long-range missiles. A lot of them also happen to be these drone attacks. Like, for example, this attack in Doha, it was brought about by a drone attack. And remember, the Iranians have been supplying the high-intensity, low-cost Shahid drones to the Russians, for example, during the course of this last 4 years in the Ukraine war. But look at the number of US bases in the wider region which have all been a target in the last 24 hours. From the Ali Al Salem air base in Kuwait, the US 5th Fleet is stationed in Bahrain. It's the largest station that they have outside of the continental United States. That too, there was a hit by one of these low-cost drones. The Al Udeid air base in Qatar, which was struck back in June of last year as well. No damages in terms of personnel loss. Again, the Al Udeid air base was also struck. The Al Dhafra air base in the UAE, again a smaller base, but nonetheless an important one as far as the United States is concerned. We've been hearing reports of explosions as far as Riyadh as well, which is over 1,000 miles from Iran. So Iran has been targeting many of these places. Of course, Erbil, which has just recently been attacked, which is a US base in Iraq. So these are the wider sort of bases that they have. America has more than a dozen bases across the wider Middle East. And the important concern here is not just to protect the American assets, but also over the last 24 hours, we're seeing civilian targets, whether they are airports, industrial areas, all being targeted. And those countries now will have to bring some sort of pressure to bear on both Israel and the United States to wind this up quickly, because they wouldn't have bargained for retaliatory strikes by Iran on their civilian populations. I want to go across to Joe Brown of... All right, let's get one more graphic fired on who are the people, the top leadership of Iran that's been eliminated. The biggest, the head of the snake, as they put it, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, the man who's been ruling Iran with an iron fist for the last almost 40 years, eliminated. Ali Shamkhani, senior advisor for security affairs and the secretary of the Defense Council, he has been eliminated as well. Then you have the critical man, the commander of the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, Mahmoud Pakpour, he has been eliminated as well. In fact, he was having a meeting with the supreme leader. Both were eliminated in the same compound, is what we are given to understand. Mohammad Shirazi, who's the head of the military bureau, he has been eliminated as well. The defense minister, the former defense minister, Aziz Nazardai,
he has also been eliminated. So the entire top leadership, the security leadership, the political leadership, the spiritual leadership of Iran have been eliminated. Abdul Rahim Musavi, the chief of the Iranian army, he has been eliminated as well. So what we are basically looking at is a almost wholesale decapitation of the top security, political and religious leadership of Iran. And now it is up to the new leadership to decide who will take over the reins of the country, the Supreme Council, the Security Council, and of course, how will they lead the country into the future? One notable exception has been the president, Masoud Pezeshkian, but there are also reports that he's been sidelined. But I want to go across to Joe Brown from I-24 News from Israel. Joe, what is the situation in Israel right now? We were talking to our colleague Sanjay Suri, who's there in Tel Aviv as well. Multiple air raid warnings, shelters in place. What's going on in Israel? What is the mood out on the street? And what's the word you're picking in from the government and from the Israeli Defense Forces? How long do they want to keep this operation going?
Well, Sanjeev, probably like a lot of people in Israel, didn't get a lot of sleep last night. Over the last 24 hours or so, people have been going to the bomb shelters, I would say more than 10 times. There's been constant barrages coming from Iran, and often you get a first warning, that will give you 10 minutes until the first proper siren starts, after which you'll get 90 seconds in order to make it to the shelter. And for the one last night in which there was a missile that hit a building in Tel Aviv in which one person in their 40s was killed, this was around about 15 minutes away from where I live, so I heard the building shake, I heard a loud bang. I went over to see it, and I remember in the 12-day war last June, there was a similar strike in a residential area also in Tel Aviv, and in that case the Iranians used cluster munitions as well as the ballistic missiles. This means that the missile will kind of like separate and hit various different targets, and I believe that was what I saw today. I haven't got that confirmed, but just going around the area, everything within a 100-yard radius had some kind of damage. There was buildings in which there was glass on the floor. There were windows that had been completely shattered. I didn't go into like the part where it was a direct hit because there was still a recovery going underway from the Israeli police and ambulance services. But the people here, they are remaining resilient. They believe that they are going to last as long as it will take, according to the Israeli government, telling I-24 News. This will last anywhere between a couple of days and a week, but this can also last even longer. The 12-day war, people didn't think that would last as long as it did, but it lasted, as the name states, 12 days.
Yeah.
And people are preparing for any eventuality. From Israel's perspective, it's great so far. The leadership has been completely destroyed, as you were showing on the graphic before, especially Ali Khamenei. But on top of that, it's worth noting that the Iranians have been preparing for this for decades now. They know Israel's capabilities. They know how quickly Israel managed to get air superiority in the conflict last year. It took even quicker this time, and people are preparing that it will be a relatively long fight, and after the leadership gets taken out, there'll be someone to replace them, and that's not what Israel wants. Israel wants the entire...
Joe, just give me a moment. We're getting more breaking news, and this is again coming from Israel. The IDF has now released the latest footage of Air Force aircraft, the Israeli Air Force aircraft taking off for an attack. More than 1,200 munitions were dropped by the fighter jets of the IDF over the last 24 hours. You can see this footage that's been released by the IDF. Of course, the faces of the personnel have been blurred for their identity protection. You can see these pictures have been put out by the IDF. You can see them, engineers, technicians hard at work. And then, of course, in the final shots, you can see the pilot on board the fighter jet sort of taking off. Again, like I said, their identities are being blurred and hidden for security reasons. We also don't know the location of where these fighter jets have been taking off from, but at least 1,200 munitions have been dropped by the Israeli Air Force over the last 24 hours in various targets across the length and breadth of Iran. I also want to go across to Abhijit Iyer Mitra. Abhijit, just war game this for us over the next few days.
The biggest prize has already been got, which is the head of the snake that has been cut off. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead. Given that and Trump's sort of lack of interest in long-drawn wars, how do you see this playing out over the next few days?
Netanyahu has said that we should be patient. I take that as a sign that this is going to be, somewhat long drawn at any rate. The second statement we've heard from the Israelis is that they are eliminating the past, present, and future leadership. That's always been a problem. If you eliminate the upper echelons of the leadership, it goes down to the colonel and junior level people who are usually much younger and usually much more radicalized as well. Now, unless the Americans and Israelis have a plan where a deep mole is in the line of succession, I don't see Iran capitulating in any form or way. If anything, it will get even more regressive and revanchist. Number one. Number two, let us assume for a minute that the regime change plan is still on. I fail to see how it's actually going to happen without boots on the ground. There have been examples of, say, getting Serbia to change course over Kosovo purely through an air campaign. There has been Libya, where a government was changed by a Western air campaign, but Libyan ground rebels. I don't see how that's going to happen out here, given, and you know this very well, Zaka, that one AK-47 with say about 10 to 15 cartridges can kill hundreds of protesters when required. If you remember, the West imposed no-fly zones in northern Iraq and southern Iraq. There were limits on the number of tanks also that could be accumulated out there. And Saddam Hussein still managed to crush both the Kurdish rebellion in the north and the Shia rebellion in the south, and the Marsh Arab rebellion as well. So I'm not seeing how that plays out. My real worry is, with the civilian targeting that has happened.
Yeah.
Sure, a lot of it we can say was missiles gone wrong. But the strike on the Burj Al Arab, the Burj Khalifa, the Fairmont Palm Jumeirah, the high rise in Mamama and things like that, notice it's a pattern. High income group, high rise buildings being hit. It shows desperation at some level. It's a use it or lose it kind of a dilemma that they face. Now, what if somebody then decides that they're going to put they don't have a nuclear bomb, but say a dirty bomb, lots of dirty radioactive waste into a warhead and detonate it over the interception range, right? What happens then?
Yeah.
Are you going to push them to that level of desperation? I'm cautious. We've never seen the Iranians target civilians in the Gulf. They keep targeting Israeli civilians. Let's just say I'm not as optimistic as my American and Israeli friends are on
all right.
outcomes.
Okay, I want to go into the studio and I'd want to ask Tom Cooper to sort of walk out with us in terms of how this whole story plays out. Tom, if you could just join us here. One of the points that Abhijit was also making, we are not accustomed to civilians being attacked like this by Iran, whether it's in Bahrain, whether it is in Qatar, whether it is in the United Arab Emirates, and high-value targets are being attacked. The Burj Al Arab, the Burj Al Khalifa. This also has a lot of tourists, folks who go there. The Palm Jumeirah has been attacked. Clearly, does that show a sign of desperation by Iran, or is Iran trying to send out a signal to both America and Israel that you can't continue this forever? Your allies, your friends in the region will stop you from continuing this.
I don't think it's either. It's simply the operators of the weapons do not think about high-rise buildings, so they are trying to hit something behind them. Fail to take into account the high-rise tall buildings in between, and the weapon is simply flying into this obstacle on its way.
But civilians, you don't think are being deliberately targeted? These are all civilian targets.
No, because principal aim of Iranians is to disable the enemy military capability, not to terrorize civilians. I know that there are decades of indoctrination that the Iranians are always targeting civilians and they are terrorists and so on and so on. But this is actually quite a much more complex topic, to put it diplomatically.
So how do you see countries like the UAE or Bahrain or other countries reacting to this in a way that, look, their civilians are under threat. We're seeing multiple civilian areas being targeted in the last 24 hours. What are the conversations they are having with the Trump administration or with the Netanyahu administration right now?
Well, they are probably trying on one side to restrain Trump from continuing this operation. They're trying to prevent him from launching it in the first place without success. Otherwise, they cannot really join a US-Israeli aggression on Iran. They can't do that publicly because this would cost them a lot at home.
All right. Tom, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for joining us. I want to get Rahul Shivshankar also into this conversation. So, Rahul, one of the points that one of our previous speakers was making is that the entire top leadership of Iran has now been eliminated. If it goes to a second round, which it has to now, they could end up being far more hardened and far more radical.
So, this is a great spin-off point, because I was just looking at the New York Times, and they've done a fabulous sort of, I don't want to use the word family tree, but they've done a sort of a big tree here, graphic representation. So let me just talk you through some of this. Obviously, we have right on top Ali Khamenei, who is, of course, no more. He's been killed. Then you had this inner circle, and you've just had Ali Ralujani once again issuing démarche, really, of sorts, to the United States and to Israel. Ali Shamkhani, no one knows. He's the head of National Defense Council. We don't know if he's alive or dead. Israelis are claiming that he is no longer there. There's Masoud Pezeshkian, who is somebody who's playing a role in the shadows. Yeah. They've also set up this 3-person committee now that's going to look after the transition and the decision-making. There's Mohammad Pakpur and Amir Nasirazeh. He's gone. This is what we've been told. The commander-in-chief of the IRGC, we don't know where he is. But if you really look down here is a bunch of other people. And these are the people that one sort of now is obviously looking at closer. Because some of these individuals are obviously playing a role. Now, it's a very loosely created structure. And I think it's been devolved in a way that over time, if there are kills like this, there'll be redundancy. So you can see a huge number of others. And if you look at this, article, it's very interesting because it gives you a moment by moment how the CIA helped pinpoint a gathering of Iranian leaders when Israel struck. This is really something very, very interesting because we knew this offensive was going to take place. Why would the Ayatollah be holed up in a compound which is associated with him? No one quite knows the answer to that. Was there a tip-off? Yeah. So you don't really know what led to. Maybe they were all thinking that the talks were going smoothly, that Trump was, the phrase TACO, Trump always chickens out, this is bluster. But it's quite clear they were caught off guard, and this was not a preemptive strike. So obviously something changed in the calculation where they said, let's just go for the jugular. And the point that you were making, now he's got his off-ramp. Yeah. He's got this bragging right to say that, look, I've cut off, as you were saying, the head of the serpent. But I don't know if the Iranians are going to fold. And as I said, if there is, and look at these pictures. I mean, I'm astounded by these pictures. This is, these were the tiger economies, the new economies. They had transitioned. They were moving away from fossil fuels, oil. Lots of expats were coming in. They were moving into the services sector, the financial sector. They were trying to copy the Singapore and the London model. And this whole renaissance is premised on stability.
Exactly.
And we were told that, all of that sort of radicalism and all of that doesn't come into the equation here. But these people are now going to constantly look over their shoulder because the Iranian regime might disintegrate. But what does it disintegrate into? Does it become a shadow regime that is going to continue to export terror through proxies? And if that's the case, then we know the experience because India has been bled by Pakistan for now decades altogether. If that begins to happen, this Middle East pivot that these countries were hoping would sort of take them into the next century might be stalled. I'm not saying it'll be stopped, but it'll be stalled and it could be catastrophic. And I don't know how that's going to work into the larger calculus because then over a period of time, people are going to turn around and tell Israel and the Americans that, look, you were responsible for this instability which is now left out open to restive populations who want more once the oil begins to drop. So this is a long-term game. I think the Iranians are playing this with a view to try and embroil America and Israel into a quagmire.
Yeah, and that is, I think, exactly what Trump wants to avoid. He doesn't have propensity for getting stuck in long, endless wars. America was the main security guarantor in the Middle East, whether it's for Saudi Arabia, the UAE, tens of allies that America has, Jordan, Bahrain. America was underpinning and underwriting their security. Now, if their civilians are being targeted, unfortunately, there are no reports of any fatalities in any of these countries, but if their civilians are being targeted, you can be rest assured the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia is right now talking to Trump administration officials and saying, get the Iranians to stop doing this. Get the Iranians to stop targeting our civilians. You can be rest assured the president of the UAE is having those same conversations. India also has skin in the game, and I want to ask Siddhant, my colleague here, there are 9 million Indian expatriates who are living and working in the region. Siddhant, what are you picking up from the MEA? Is there any additional assistance that they're giving to Indian expats who are living and working there?
Well, that's right, Zaka. There are 9 million Indians living in the region, and the top priority for Indian government is safety and security of these Indians. In fact, Satish is joining us live from Kuwait right now. Satish जी, Zaka हैं यहाँ पर मेरे साथ. बताइए इस वक्त कुवैत में क्या स्थिति है? बताया जा रहा है कि कुवैत एयरपोर्ट, दोहा एयरपोर्ट सब बंद है और इंडियंस वहाँ पे फंसे हुए हैं. थोड़ा विस्तार से बताइए, हम लाइव हैं इस वक्त दर्शकों के लिए.
जी नमस्कार. जहाँ तक सूचना मिल रही है कि आज मॉर्निंग में 8 बजे एक सायरन बजे थे सालवी रेजिडेंशियल एरिया में, जिससे कि लोग बैठ के, जिससे कि लोगों में थोड़ा डर का माहौल था. इसके अलावा कल 10th क्लास के CBSE के एग्जाम्स भी हैं. बच्चों में थोड़ी चिंता का है कि एग्जाम्स होंगे या नहीं होंगे, क्योंकि ऑलमोस्ट जितने स्कूल से वो आज बंद हैं और सीनियर क्लास का ऑनलाइन का अरेंजमेंट किया गया है. और सुपरमार्केट और फूड में तो अभी इस प्रकार प्रॉपर इन्वेंट्री है. इस प्रकार का कोई ज्यादा चिंता की बात नहीं है. पर जैसा कि आपने बताया कि माइनर सा एयरपोर्ट को डैमेज हुआ था और इसके बाद सुबह मॉर्निंग में एक फ्लाइट को ऑपरेट किया था.
अच्छा, एक फ्लाइट ऑपरेट हुई है कुवैत एयरपोर्ट से?
जी, सुबह 5 बजे कुवैत के जो ऑपरेशनल है एयरपोर्ट के वो हो चुके हैं. और जो अटैक हुआ था वो कुवैत के जो टर्मिनल T2, जो एक नया अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन टर्मिनल था, उस पर ये माइनर सा अटैक हुआ है. बाकी कुवैत के ऑलमोस्ट जो प्रॉपर्टीज है वो सिक्योर थे. और जो बेस और जो आधार बनाया गया है जो US आर्मी कैंप को, रेजिडेंशियल एरिया अभी तक सुरक्षित है.
Okay. Thank you, Satish ji. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That was an Indian expat that you were hearing live on the air from Kuwait. There have been multiple explosions heard in Kuwait as well. So the fact that these civilian areas are being targeted in these Gulf Arab allies of the United States, how much pressure will they bring to bear on the Trump administration to quickly wrap this up, to get the Iranians to come back to the negotiating table, agree to a nuclear deal, and then put an end to this war? Those conversations are happening right now, even as we speak. It's also a sign of desperation by the Iranian regime. I think Abhijit Iyer Mitra was making that point. They are absolutely sending out desperate signals to the Americans and to the Israelis also to wrap this up quickly. The question is, will Trump take that big political victory, that big political moral victory of the elimination of a man who has threatened death to America for the last almost 40 years? Will he take that as an off-ramp and say, I'm claiming victory, it's now up to the people of Iran to decide who they want to get this to be led by for the next 20, 30, 40 years. So is that a political victory that Trump is going to take? We'll try and talk about all of that in a moment. We have our guest, Air Marshal, is here with us as well. Air Marshal, again, I come back to that point that Abhijit was making, which is a very valid one, that if Arab civilians in many of America's allied countries in the Middle East are being targeted, that is not something that, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia or the President of the UAE has too much propensity to defend or to continue, because we've not seen anything of this sort in the Gulf for these last many 30, 40, 50 years.
United Arab Emirates and the complete region has been marketed in the last few years, a few decades, as one of the safest places in the world. Be it investments, be it trade, be it commerce, be it all kind of tourism and hub and spoke concepts. Dubai and the adjacent areas have been transformed by the money that has come in. But now with the strikes at these areas in last 24 hours, they are waking up to a new reality, a reality which the locals had never anticipated. Iran, in its desperation, because the Arab nations have provided safe haven and the basis to the Americans for a very long time. On the sidelines, the Iranians have conveyed their displeasure for the same to all the Gulf countries, but to no avail. Now, this is an opportunity for Iran to convey through military means that we have been telling you for years together that we do not like your bases to be used against us.
Okay.
Under American pressure, the Gulf countries have provided all support, and that includes Pakistan. Now look at the irony which Abhijit was saying or Ranganathan was saying a few minutes before. The news that is coming out is that the Pakistani air bases and their support system was used by the drones for strikes last evening. And the same regime is propelling up the riots in Karachi against the consulate. So on one hand, the security that was being discussed to be provided around the vicinity of that consulate, which is a state responsibility, was missing. But on the other hand, you open the doors for the same oppressor and to say that, okay, please use my facilities.
To hit
and
at
to
your
a common
enemy.
man,
Okay.
they will say...
Just give me a moment, Marshall. Getting another piece of breaking news. There are strikes that have been continuing for the last 24 hours across the Middle East region. Dubai has been badly hit. One of the people who've been stranded there in Dubai is ace Indian shuttler PV Sindhu. She's been stuck in Dubai over the last 24 hours. She's in fact spoken exclusively to CNN News 18 and reacted on the story. Let's just listen in to what she had to say.
Firstly, thank you all who have been reaching out and checking on us. And well, I was transiting from Bangalore, where I train and live full time now, to Birmingham in the UK to compete the All England Championships. And once our flight landed in Dubai, events beyond our control began to unfold. And shortly after, the airspace also was shut down. And the last few hours have been extremely tense. We could hear the sounds of interceptions overhead, and a few hours later there was explosion very close to where we were holed up at Dubai airport. My coach was barely about 100 meters away where it happened, and had to quickly move out of the area. Experiencing something like this in such close quarters is truly, it truly shakes the very, foundation you're built on. And you never expect these things to happen to you or anyone close to you. But sometimes situations are beyond your control, what they do. So, I feel incredibly blessed to have such a strong and united team around me, and everyone had stayed calm, supported one another, and shown real strength during a very frightening situation. And currently we are safe now and have been moved to a more secure place. I'm deeply grateful to the Dubai authorities and the staff at Dubai airport also, who's been incredibly and tireless in ensuring everyone's safety. We're also truly grateful to Emirates and the airport staff for being incredibly kind and supportive with so many passengers stranded. Their hands were understandably tied, but they showed genuine empathy and care towards everyone going through this difficult experience. And I would also like to sincerely thank the Indian High Commission in Dubai for their extraordinary support. And when I reached out requesting assistance, the High Commissioner immediately responded and on high super priority notice deployed his team to help us. They have been incredibly supportive, not just to me but to everyone stranded here, ensuring safety, coordination and constant communication during a very difficult time. And anyone currently stuck or needing assistance is encouraged to reach out using the official helpline numbers shared by the High Commission. And of course, we are truly blessed to have such a sensitized and incredible team looking out for, Indian citizens here. And for now, we're trying to get some rest and remain hopeful as the situation continues to unfold. So thank you all for your prayers, messages and concern. Well, it truly means a lot to all of us, and stay safe.
I want to go across to Shivani, who's spoken to PV Sindhu. She's been stuck there for the last 24 hours en route to a tournament, as you heard her say a moment ago, in Birmingham. Shivani, what is the latest? Will she be able to make it for that tournament? Of course, we've been talking about the number of Indian expats who live and work in the Middle East. But specifically in the case of PV Sindhu, what are you hearing? Have there been conversations with the Indian government? Does the Indian government plan to evacuate some of these individuals from these areas, from these regions?
So what we know right now, Zaka, is that they are safe. As you could see in the video, they are in a hotel right now. And the current situation is that the team is safe. They have been helped by the Dubai airport authorities, the Dubai authorities, but also, of course, the consulate services there. Sindhu thanking them for the effort that has been made, because they were at the airport transiting to Birmingham for the All England Championship when actually their flight had landed first in Dubai. And I think they were going to take on a connecting one to later. And then that's when the airspace is closed. Initially, they could hear a lot of sounds above, but then there was very close to where they were at the Dubai airport, an explosion as well. And we have been bringing those visuals of the one strike that has taken place close to the airport or in the airport compound. So we, currently across the sports world, there is a lot of uncertainty. We don't know exactly when this airspace will open and when they can proceed further, or will they have to come back to India? Would the Indian government would have to be involved? I think tournaments will also look at maybe re-looking at some of their tournament dates. They might be pushed back a little bit, because this is not just a scenario for an Indian team traveling. There would have been teams from many countries traveling to this particular tournament, but also other tournaments that will start or are going on across the world. We do know, for example, that ICC, which is headquartered in Dubai, is also looking at what their staff is going to do, many of whom are in India currently for the World Cup, etc. So situation is very dynamic, but safety, priority is safety currently in Dubai while they are holed up in Dubai, and then we wait and see when the airspace opens up.
All right, Shivani, many thanks for that. Let's also go across to this other piece of breaking news. Now, lots of curiosity as to how the Americans were able to pinpoint the compound where the Supreme Leader Khamenei was holed up in and hit precisely and eliminate him and some of the other generals and top military leaders who he was holed up with in that building. Now, this is the other breaking story that we're reporting. The US media are reporting the CIA helped pinpoint a gathering of top Iranian leaders. This intel was then shared with the Israelis, and it's the Israelis who struck that particular compound where the Supreme Leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was having a meeting with his top military leadership. And that is when the Israelis pounced in and hit that particular compound. Let me go across to Aman, who has more details on this. Aman, so clearly the Iranian intel seemed to have been compromised. The Americans knew precisely down to which building the Supreme Leader was holed up inside.
Morning on his post on Truth Social had in fact pointed to this, said we had pinpointed intelligence and we had highly sophisticated tracking systems. That is what Donald Trump had said, but now the New York Times is putting out more details of how exactly this strike was carried out. It says that CIA had been doing this surveillance on Khamenei for months. They were tracking his movements, his pattern, where does he go, what time does he leave, which is the places he frequents. And based on this pinpointed intelligence, the New York Times is now saying that the months of CIA surveillance zeroed in on the exact location of Khamenei. High fidelity intelligence confirmed his presence at a top level meeting that morning, on the morning of Saturday. And that is why the original plan was to strike at night. But the New York Times is reporting, but that plan was changed to early morning because of this pinpointed intelligence. What they are saying, that the attack was rescheduled to Saturday morning to exploit this real-time intelligence window. So again, it's showing the hallmark of Zaka CIA, that they are able to zero in on exact location of such high-value targets. They also said that a decision, New York Times is saying, is taken jointly by Washington and Tel Aviv.
they had a joint operation and it was a joint decision to strike in the morning. What more are we being told is that the CIA had clear intelligence that the meeting included Iran's most powerful military leadership and that Khamenei will be present at this particular meeting. That is the intelligence that they had. Israeli fighter jets have taken off at 6 a.m. Israel time for this particular strike. That is what also NYT is reporting. And exactly at 9:40 a.m., this particular compound where the Supreme Leader of Iran was present was struck by long-range precision missiles. That is what the NYT is reporting, that 9:40 a.m. local time is the exact time when this strike was carried out after the Israeli jets took off at about 6 a.m. and took about a 2-hour journey to their ultimate target. Also, what this particular NYT report, Zaka, is saying that the strike killed multiple buildings respectively. So while Israel claimed it achieved complete surprise with this particular strike, they are also saying that this was real-time actionable intelligence passed off to Israel, and Israel carried out this strike with great precision. Also, this reflects the unprecedented, intelligence sharing between both the nations for over a dozen years now, and this particular operation has become a hallmark of that. Also, it raises big question marks on whether there was a big strategic slip-up by the Iranian leadership, because despite clear signals of an impending war, the leadership gathered at a central compound in Tehran and became a sitting duck target for America and Israel.
All right, Aman, we'll leave it at that. I also want to go across to Fleur Hassan Nahum, who's an Israeli Special Envoy for Trade and Innovation. We'll also be joined by Adrian Fontanelles and Tom Cooper. Sushant Sareen is also joining us. But let me go to the Israeli guest, Fleur Hassan Nahum. The big question now, ma'am, is how long does this continue? Of course, what has been happening in Israel over the last 24 hours in response to the killing of the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei? There have been multiple air raid sirens, shelters in place, people being asked to go to the bomb shelter at least about a dozen times in the last 24 hours or so. How long is their propensity to continue this war? Iranians are retaliating. We're seeing civilian targets being hit in Dubai, in Doha. How long, how much propensity is there in Israel to continue this beyond what we saw back in June, beyond the 12-day war? Is Israel, is America, is the rest of the region, the Gulf Arab allies of America ready for a long-drawn war?
Well, we hope it isn't a long-drawn war, and I think it's a very good sign. In the first 5 minutes of this war, we managed to get rid of the supreme leader who's caused so much suffering and pain and so many deaths in the region for decades. And so we will have to see if the Iranian military structure can hold. We'll have to see, and we pray that the people of Iran are strong enough to start taking over the government institutions, and perhaps the crown prince can be restored and brought back. It's all very volatile, but all I can tell you is that Israel is taking the hit for saving civilization from the Islamic regime in Iran, which has been the chief exporter of terrorism around the world, and especially in our region. When you talk about people in the Gulf running for their lives, this has been our lives for decades. We left Gaza in 2005 to get rockets from Gaza in the south of Israel. We've had rockets from the north, from Hezbollah, for decades. And then from October 7th, we had an intensity of rockets from both the north and the south, and twice in 24 attacks by Iran. So this is Israel's daily life. And this is because the Islamic Republic of Iran has been let loose and let to do whatever they wanted with the region and the world. And it's about time to bring them down. I don't think that going back to the negotiating table should be the aim here. The only aim that makes sense is regime change in Iran.
How concerned are you that, yes, the top leadership has been eliminated, the IRGC commander has been eliminated, the defense minister has been eliminated, in addition to the supreme leader, but if you were to completely eliminate the entire regime of the Ayatollahs, the Islamic Republic, which has held for the last 40 plus years, how confident are you that that will happen, or is it only going to be that the figurehead at the top has been changed and whoever is number 2 or number 3 then takes over and could perhaps be even more extreme and even more radicalized?
Well, that's always an issue, but look what happened with Hezbollah. Israel took out Hassan Nasrallah, and there has been no real credible leader that has come in his place. Hezbollah has been weakened to the point that they're not even responding. They are Iran's major proxy, and they have not entered this war because Israel has weakened them to the point that they are concerned for their own survival. And so, no, I don't believe that when you get rid of the top, somebody else can come in his place. Yes, it can. But when you've gotten rid of the head of the IRGC, when they've gotten rid of the defense minister, when you've gotten rid of the entire leadership of the IRGC, and at the same time, and this is crucial, you have people, millions of people on the streets of Iran begging and protesting to get their country back. This is the recipe for regime change.
Also, very quickly, the fact that civilian targets are being hit in Dubai, in Doha, in Mamama, these are all U.S. allies in the region. How concerned are you that they will now be, right now, having conversations with the Trump administration to try and quickly end this war?
Well, it's absolutely awful that there have been civilian attacks. There shouldn't be civilian attacks anywhere. In Israel, that's been the major focus. Look, I actually think that Iran has made a strategic mistake, because if they wouldn't have hit these other Gulf countries may have stayed out of the war, may have even prevented the United States from using the bases in order to attack the Islamic Republic of Iran. But now what they've done is they've made themselves the victims of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And in my mind, that means that they are now more intent than ever to make sure that there's regime change in Iran.
All right, Fleur Hassan Nahum, thank you very much, Israeli trade envoy. Thank you for joining us here on News 18. I also want to go on to more breaking news that's coming in. It's been an intense, absolutely intense 24 hours in the Gulf region after, of course, Israeli and American joint strikes eliminating the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Now, reprisal attacks that are being seen across the wider region. There are reports emerging that 10 plus people have been killed after soldiers opened fire on protesting people at the U.S. consulate in Karachi. Remember, this was an important story that came through just a few hours ago. There were mobs outside the U.S. consulate in Karachi. The police and the army had to open fire, and we're given to understand that at least 10 people have died after soldiers were forced to open fire because a mob was trying to ransack the U.S. embassy, the U.S. consulate building in Karachi. I want to go across to Siddhant with more details on this. Siddhant, so this is going to lead to further skirmishes, not just in Pakistan, as we are seeing outside the U.S. consulate in Karachi, but perhaps in the wider region as well, because the Iranian regime and the Shia connection, there is still some residual support in that region for Ayatollah Khamenei.
Well, that's right, Zaka. In fact, protests have broken out at various places in Pakistan. In fact, it's getting really challenging for the law enforcement authorities to manage these protests. In fact, just a short while back, Zaka, we reported that how protesters barged into the compound of U.S. consulate in Karachi. In fact, stones were pelted at the building. The sloganeering was done by the protesters. Anti-America slogans were raised by the protesters, and now we're getting to know that more than 10 people have been killed. 10 protesters have been killed in open fire outside the U.S. consulate in Karachi. So this is just one incident that we are aware of. We've been told that there are multiple such protests going on in Pakistan against the United States and also against Pakistan's friendship with the United States.
All right, Siddhant, we'll leave it at that. We're getting more breaking news. The Iranian state media is now reporting at least 148 people have been killed and 95 wounded in Shahjareh Taib Girls Primary School in Minab. Most of the victims, they claim, are between the ages of 7 and 12. Sushant Sareen is also there with us. Sushant, you know, I asked this to other guests as well. How do you expect this to play out over the next 3 or 4 days, perhaps the next week? Iran is clearly retaliating with its ballistic missiles, with its Shahid drones, etc. But how long can they continue doing this?
Zaka, it depends on how much stomach they have for continuing to do this, because clearly the skies are dominated by the Israelis and the Americans, and the kind of weaponry both Israel and America have, and the intelligence. Look, unless, you know, we are living in some kind of nursery class, moral science kind of a thing, to expect that in the midst of a war, the entire high command, the top generals and the supreme leader get together under one roof, and first getting them under one roof, which violates all sensible protocols in a war, and then somebody having that information with pinpoint accuracy, targeting them and taking them all out. Obviously, there is some inside information which has leaked. Obviously, the Americans and the Israelis have made major inroads into the Iranian system. And the question is that the inroads they have made, will that work to effect some kind of a regime change within the regime? If you expect that the entire institutional capture which the Islamic regime has can be overturned and some new bunch of people, earlier we were hearing the crown prince, you can make me the president or the crown prince of Iran and I will be as effective as that so-called crown prince. I will have probably more credibility than that so-called crown prince. He's worth nothing to nobody. He's a scamster, right? Now, he is what the Americans did in Iraq when they brought in that Ahmad Chalabi fellow. Okay? Yeah. He was a fly-by-night operator. So is the so-called crown prince. He is not going to war. Do you have any other alternate leadership that you can install? I have not seen any evidence of that. So your best bet is to go in for a regime change within the regime, get in a somewhat more pragmatic kind of leadership, and then pressure them to go in for transition into a much more liberal, progressive kind of a democratic order, which I would imagine a large population of Iran would desire. I think that would be a sellable proposition. Okay. But if you were to call a puppet like this so-called crown prince, then I'm sorry, you're probably going to end up with more trouble than you're going to be able to solve.
No, I think it's going to be similar in some senses what we saw in Venezuela. The man at the top, Nicolas Maduro, was ousted and his number two was made the new president, Delcy Rodriguez. It may not be comparable, but America and Israel will have to find someone within the next rung of the Iranian regime, the Iranian leadership, who might be slightly more palatable than Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was. But in response, Iran is now sending in these rockets, they're sending in these missiles, these drones across the Middle East. They're targeting civilian populations in Doha and in Dubai. CNN producer Bijan Hussaini is reporting from Doha, even as Iran has been launching these waves of strikes across the Middle East.
We witnessed the first round of strikes from this morning. That happened a little less than 2 hours ago. Loud bangs in the air, what we think were air defense missile systems, more dispersed than what we witnessed yesterday. Yesterday, we witnessed around a dozen rounds of strikes coming in. The Ministry of Interior coming out last night saying that they reported 65 missiles and 12 drone strikes from Iran, which they say they intercepted 63 of those and 11 of those drones. They've also confirmed that there are 16 injuries and they're citing limited material damage. I just want to take a moment that, this is the start of the working week here in Doha, and usually it would be packed right now. This road around me would be gridlocked, but it is very quiet for a Sunday morning. We received alerts on our phone from the National Emergency Alert System a little less than an hour ago, reminding people to shelter in place, to stay inside unless absolutely necessary. And I have to say, we're just now hearing that there is another wave on its way. We haven't seen or heard that yet, but we will be asked to shelter here shortly as another missile wave is being reported on its way here to Doha.
All right, new airstrikes on Tehran. We're given to understand that just this morning, which is morning local time in Tehran, there have been new airstrikes targeting various military and political leadership of Iran. There have been multiple airstrikes on Tehran. Sirens have been sounded off in Haifa as well, which is in the northern part of Israel. Of course, India is co-developing a portion of that port, and that is again of grave concern here in India as well. There have been the launch of reprisal attacks. Ballistic missiles have been fired from Iran. A short while ago, we're given to understand sirens were sounded in Tel Aviv and across central Israel. The IDF says it's working to intercept the projectiles. For the first time in Operation Roar of the Lion, the IDF is striking targets of the Iranian terror regime right in the heart of Tehran, including that building where Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was holed up inside. The Air Force, guided by the military intelligence, has now launched another broad wave of strikes across targets of the Iranian terror regime right in the heart of Tehran. Over the last 24 hours, the Israeli Air Force has conducted extensive strikes to achieve air superiority, and that opens the path to Tehran. We're getting more breaking news on this continuing and very fast-paced developments that are pouring in from across the Middle East. The head of the police intelligence organization of Iran has also been killed. It's been confirmed now by Iranian media. Remember, the police and the police intelligence had a very, very debilitating role to play in crushing the protests that we saw just in the last month in January. By the most conservative estimates, more than 6,000 Iranian protesters had been killed. By the not-so-conservative estimates, more than 10,000 Iranians had been killed in what was a brutal reprisal by the regime. I also want to bring you up to speed with what Tehran is doing. These are the latest pictures that we're getting. I believe this is the latest from this morning, just a couple of hours ago in Tehran, where there have been multiple airstrikes undertaken by the Israeli Air Force. And it's very, very clear Tehran is under fresh attack. These are the latest pictures that we're getting from the morning hours that are emerging from Tehran. So this Operation Lion's Roar and Operation Epic Fury are far from over. I want to go across to Sanjay Suri, who's joining us live from Tel Aviv. Sanjay, so the IDF now confirming that Operation Lion's Roar is going to continue because they're not stopping just yet. They are now going in for the kill after cutting off the head of the snake, as it were. That is the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. What next?
Well, they certainly are not going to stop. They've launched this, they've hit a number of targets, they've hit their prime target, and this is all within the first 24 hours of this operation. They're not going to stop. There are 3 targets in sight for the Israelis and the US forces. First, of course, the regime, and Khamenei has been killed, as have a lot of other leaders. Nuclear sites, they are being targeted, they are being bombed now. And then missile launch sites, because that is the immediate threat, not just to Israel but to the entire region. And we've seen what's been happening around the Arab world. And overnight, a missile got through to hit Tel Aviv here. A number of people were injured. One person was killed, and there was considerable damage caused. So Iran is hitting back, and the first aim at the military tactical level would be to try and blunt this capacity of Iran to launch missiles. That's not going to be easily done. There are a few thousand missiles that Iran has, and they're scattered all over the place. So if there are independent remnant units, even if there were to be a transformation at the center in Tehran, it's quite possible that these missile launches will continue. And as long as just the threat of these remain, this is going to affect air travel and sea travel through the Strait of Hormuz. Already we are seeing that coming to a near standstill, in fact, an entire standstill. So this is now what Iran is hitting back with, but Israel and the US, no way they're going to stop, not on the intervention of any government, no diplomatic efforts possible anymore, certainly not the United Nations that can stop this war, if it ever has stopped any.
All right, Sanjay, we'll leave it at that. We'll come back to you as and when there are fresh and further developments in Israel. Remember, there have been multiple air raid warnings that have gone through the night in Israel, multiple instances where people have been asked to rush to the nearest bomb shelter. By law in Israel, every building is mandated to have a bomb shelter. We'll leave it at that. I'm going to come back to Sanjay in just a second, but also try and get some of our guests. Adrian Fontanelles is here in our studios. I'm also joined by Sushant Sareen and Abhijit Iyer Mitra. Let me ask Adrian Fontanelles, in terms of how this story is likely to play out next, one thing we have not talked about is who could likely succeed Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. I believe, Adrian Fontanelles, that the Guardian Council will be meeting as soon as later this day, and they're going to appoint an interim leadership. Who are the front runners you reckon are in the race to replace Ayatollah Ali Khamenei? It won't be easy. He's ruled the country with an iron fist for nearly 40 years now. Adrian.
It's difficult to say at this stage because they perfectly know that as soon as they provide the name of the successor, then they are providing a target for the Israeli and the Americans. So I think it is in their best interest to let the worldwide opinion and foremost the enemy into as much uncertainty as they can about their chain of command. As they perfectly know that it is standard operational procedure for both the Israeli and the Americans to try to kill the leaders in charge. So,
all right, Adrian, which is getting more breaking news. Iran's Air Force is now claiming, it's a claim by the Iranian Air Force, that they've successfully bombed an American base in the Kurdistan region, which is in the northern part of Iraq. That they've hit an American base in the Kurdistan region as well as in other regional countries around the world. This is as per the IRGC-affiliated Tasnim news agency. We'll try and see if we can get some kind of pictures to confirm that, but this is a claim by the Iranian media that they have hit an American base in the Kurdistan region in northern Iraq. This is on expected lines, Adrian?
The Iranian Air Force is quite in a sorry state. So it has as best a few dozens combat aircraft operational, and these are obsolete. However, it is, this must be confirmed, but it is possible for the Iranian Air Force to dispatch, for example, a pair of F-4 Phantoms or F-5 Tiger II, and to use the mountains of Kurdistan to ingress at the bottom of valleys and to try to avoid detection. But I'm a bit, it must be confirmed because Iraq is covered by American Air Force combat air patrols all the times. And you have AWACS, that is radar aircraft, which are also monitoring the entire area. So if they did it, it was an extremely risky combat mission from the Iranian perspective. So
I want to go back to Sushant Sareen and to Abhijit Iyer Mitra as well, just in terms of the fact that, you know, these civilian targets, whether it's airports, ports, whether it is other places where civilians throng, and now all across the Middle East, I'm given to understand, Sushant, from Doha to Dubai, people are all inside. They're all inside their homes. They're all inside buildings. They've been asked not to come out. How do you see, whether it's the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, the President of the UAE, the President of Bahrain, what sort of conversations are they having now with the Trump administration? How long and how much propensity do they have to take these hits? Clearly, the Iranians seem to be sending a desperate signal by targeting some of these Gulf Arab countries.
Yeah, I think it's a strategic mistake for the Iranians to target the Arab states, the Gulf states. For a very simple reason that these were states who were taking a kind of hands-off approach. They may or may not have been sympathetic to Iran. They may be probably on the side of the Americans because they felt some kind of a long-term strategic threat from Iran. But they would have preferred to stay out of the fray. By attacking them and not just attacking American bases. You know, this is the normal Pakistani propaganda, these ISPR Havaldars who are spreading this propaganda on Pakistani television that the Iranians are only attacking American bases in, you know, these Gulf states. No, they are not. They are attacking civilian targets. The airports, hotels, all kinds of other places. Now, this is certainly going to incense the Gulf states. And for them, I very much doubt if they're going to turn around and tell the Americans that, listen, you guys need to stop it because we are being targeted. Because if you read the statements being issued by, for example, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, MBS, some of the other Gulf state leaders, their foreign ministries, it is very clear that they are furious with Iran for targeting them, targeting their economies, targeting their civilians, and destroying their brand images.
Okay, so, Sushant, give me a moment. We're joined by two students, Indian students who are in Iran. Muskan Shabir is joining us and Pathan is also joining us. आप कहाँ पे हो ईरान में और वहाँ पे क्या स्थिति है पिछले 24 घंटे से?
Okay, my name is Musarraf and I am joined here with Muskan Shabir.
And Aisha as well.
Yeah.
And we are currently in the city of Urmia.
Go on. Which city are you in? What is the situation there?
We are in the city of Urmia currently right now, and the situation here, at least, it has started to deteriorate as well. It has been quite one of the more isolated areas of the country, so we weren't really expecting much to be happening here. But unfortunately, as of this morning and last night, there have been quite multiple strikes that have hit the city of Urmia in the past 24 hours.
Can you also ask your
9
friends what they are hearing and feeling about what has been happening in the last 24 hours?
Hi, I'm Aisha Mir, and it's very disturbing situation here. We are just seeing bombing from our windows. It's very disturbing to see everything.
How many explosions have you heard in the last 24 hours, and what is the mechanism there? Are there bomb shelters? Where are you seeking refuge?
We are at our hostels, and it's not safe. We are living at 4th floor, 5th floor, so it's not safe at all.
Are your college or hostel authorities giving you any instructions?
They are not giving any instructions till now, but yeah, they are cooperating.
They have cooperated well enough. They have provided us the service of bus, given that we have proper evacuation measures, and we have contacted and communicated with the Indian embassy, which have told us that by tonight they will give us proper instructions as to what to do so far.
How many such Indian students are there in your university, in the college that you're studying?
9.
So far, 109 approximately.
109. And what's the word
Yes.
from the Indian embassy officials or anybody who you've contacted from the Indian government?
Indian embassy is totally cooperating with us. Like they are in contact. We are calling them. They are in contact with us. They are cooperating, but they are also helpless because all airspaces are closed. So we just want help from Indian government. We want to get evacuated. We want to go home.
Has there been any sort of nature of conversation about getting, some special flights to come there to evacuate you folks? I believe there are about 10,000 Indian students who are studying in Iran. Okay, so far there's no...
There is not any announcement like that we are getting nothing.
Okay, thank you very much to Muskan and to Musharraf for joining us, Indian students who are joining us from a place called Urmia, which is one of the more slightly remote places in Iran. They've been hearing multiple explosions in the last 24 hours. More breaking news coming in from Pakistan. We're given to understand that thousands have taken to the streets in Skardu in northern Pakistan. They're protesting against the killing of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. This is following joint US and Israeli strikes. There are a fair number of Shias in Pakistan as well. I suppose in Skardu, the people who are coming out and protesting against the killing are Shias. Anand Raghunathan is also joining us. Doctor, what do you make of all of this? Because earlier we saw, somebody trying to attack the US consulate in Karachi. Now in northern Pakistan in Skardu, you're seeing thousands of people coming out and supporting the Ayatollah Khamenei and his elimination. The point is, are these sporadic protests which will just continue and subside in a few days, or will this lead to a greater churn in the wider region and including in Pakistan?
Good afternoon, Zaka. Look, couple of points out here. One would expect this to happen in Pakistan and other states that sponsor terror at the killing of someone who sponsored terror. But it is profoundly disturbing that these scenes are happening and being repeated all across India, in Kashmir, in Lucknow. Please let me remind everyone that Khamenei called India an oppressor. He was sponsoring international terrorism from his soil to nations that were surrounding Iran, sometimes even thousands of kilometers away. And he actually perpetrated large-scale tyranny on his own people, killed tens of thousands of his own people. For someone to come out, pour onto the streets, to eulogize him, celebrate him, mourn him, is unacceptable in this country. And secondly, I like to ask the Indian students who were there, I don't know whether my voice can reach them, but is it not true that the Indian embassy and the Indian government had asked all Indians to vacate as soon as possible more than 8 days ago? They didn't do so. I would want to know what were the reasons why they didn't do so. So I think all in all, India has to resolutely stay away from either condemning the killing of Khamenei or in any way siding with this tyrannical regime. Please remember, even when we talk about real politics, this regime is over. America and Israel have actually have succeeded in what they started out to. The incoming regime, whichever way or manner or shape it will take, will be pro-American. That much is certain. So, and I can see from the tweets of the Iranian embassy in India that they're trying to goad a reaction out of Indians. We should absolutely not come out in support of either Khamenei or his regime.
All right, Doc, stay on with us because the exact opposite seems to be happening, because right now there's politics. Domestic political reactions coming in amidst this massive war, this massive confrontation that's happening in West Asia. Back home, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has put out this message on Twitter. She has said, and I quote, "The targeted assassination of the leadership of a sovereign nation by the so-called leaders of the democratic world and the killing of multitudes of innocent people is despicable and deserves strong condemnation, no matter what the proclaimed reason for it is. It is tragic that multiple nations have now been dragged into conflict. I do hope that, having genuflected before the Prime Minister of Israel and President Trump, our Prime Minister makes every effort to bring all Indian citizens in the affected countries back home to safety." It's not just Priyanka Gandhi. I believe also Asaduddin Owaisi of AIMIM has also condemned the attack, saying that Trump's and Israel's attacks on Iran are absolutely condemnable. Ayatollah Khamenei's assassination is an immoral and unlawful act. My sincere condolences. Anand has more on this. Anand, so you're having domestic political reactions, some people condemning the elimination of a man who was the fountainhead of terror, really. And then you have across the border in Pakistan people coming out in his support.
Well, this is also the largely not just support, because there's a huge Shia population in Pak-occupied Jammu Kashmir and also in Pakistan, just like there is a huge Shia population in Bharat, which is very, very upset, because for them the spiritual head, the clerical head, the religious head for the Shias, Qom being a very, very sacred place and the seat of the Ayatollah. So his death is going to cause a certain amount of angst, also perhaps in certain cases anger, and we are getting pictures at Skardu, where the UN headquarters have actually been committed to fire, and there is a lot of violence that's seen there, because this entire Skardu region is largely Shia dominated, and these Shia have been also persecuted by the Pakistani military and the Pakistani army. So they are upset and angry, but the anger is also directed towards the US embassy present there and the UN headquarters present there, because that's the focus. There's no US embassy or consulate in Skardu, but there is a UN headquarters, and because they are angry at the Gora and the foreign powers in the West, they brought out the anger at the UN headquarters. Similar attacks were seen in Karachi, where there are casualties because the troops guarding the UN headquarters had to fire back at this mob, which was getting very, very violent. But Zaka, we also have to game a situation where if any of these entities or any of the Hamas, Houthi, or Hezbollah cadre anywhere across the world are able to enter into a US embassy in any soil or in any land and then hold hostages, then what happens thereafter? Because that's another scenario which has happened in the past, and military historians would say that then perhaps will change the entire dynamics of this war and this entire conflict that we are seeing, the way it is brewing. So maybe that there are entities who will be on high alert even closer home in Bharat, with the US embassies, the UN headquarters in Delhi and in Mumbai, etc., and various other places being under very, very close watch. Even in Srinagar there were protests, but they were peaceful. But in POK or POJK, that is in Skardu, we see that it's turned violent, and the UN offices there have been set on fire.
Okay, Anand, thanks for that. Like I said, there's also political churn happening domestically in response to the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Both Priyanka Gandhi Vadra of the Congress Party and Asaduddin Owaisi of the AIMIM have come out and said and condemned the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei. This is what Mr. Owaisi has said. He has attacked Trump, and Israel's attacks on Iran are absolutely condemnable. Ayatollah Khamenei's assassination is an immoral and unlawful act, Mr. Owaisi says. He has put this out on social media, and so has Priyanka Gandhi Vadra of the Congress Party. She too has come out and said that this targeted killing by the so-called leaders of the democratic world, which includes President Trump of the United States and Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel, is condemnable and is absolutely illegal and immoral. Aman Sharma has more details on this. Do you expect this to have political legs, as it were? Aman, will this continue? Are they playing to what kind of domestic political constituency are both Priyanka Gandhi and Mr. Owaisi trying to appeal to by seemingly backing a man who was a brutal dictator? All right, we'll try and get Aman Sharma, our political editor, in just 1 second. But you can be rest assured you will see a domestic political reaction to what has happened in Iran, the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. You will hear more and more such voices. You've just heard from two prominent voices in the opposition, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra of the Congress Party and Asaduddin Owaisi of the MIM Party. Aman has more on this. Aman, do you expect more in the opposition to continue singing this tune, and what sort of constituency are they appealing to?
Well, clearly, Zaka, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Asaduddin Owaisi have both put out statements slamming Donald Trump as well as the Israel establishment. They are saying and they are condemning the assassination, what they say, of Khamenei. To quote Priyanka Gandhi, she has called it a targeted assassination. She is saying the targeted assassination of the leadership of a sovereign nation by the so-called leaders of the democratic world, and the killing of multitudes of innocent people is despicable and deserves strong condemnation no matter what the proclaimed reason is. So Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is very, very clearly saying that the world needs peace, not unnecessary wars. This was completely not required. She has condemned the assassination of Khamenei and also saying that it is tragic that multiple nations have now been dragged into this particular conflict. So that is the Congress MP now clearly saying that why is this happening, and also saying, also bringing in the Prime Minister of India, saying that the Prime Minister of Israel and the President Trump, I do hope that our Prime Minister makes every effort now to bring all Indian citizens home safely. So the Congress party is also now putting the onus on the BJP, on the Modi-led government to ensure the safety of Indian citizens in the Middle East and how they will be brought home. On the other hand, Asaduddin Owaisi is also condemned Trump and Israel's attacks on Iran. He's also, I said it's absolutely condemnable. He's also saying these attacks have happened while peace talks were ongoing, Iran-US talks were ongoing in Geneva. More than 200 people have been killed across Iran. He said this is an inhuman and unlawful act. That's what Asaduddin Owaisi is saying. He said that the attacks on Iran should stop at the earliest because this is putting the entire region into instability. He also says that this shows that Iran is a force, Israel's attack on Iran is an act of aggression which should not have happened. So both Asaduddin Owaisi and Priyanka Gandhi are slamming Israel as well as the US, trying to put the government in a tight spot here, and the government, Zaka, has been maintaining a very delicate line here. Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar has spoken to both the foreign ministers of Israel as well as Iran last night, and while he has called for de-escalation on both the sides, now the opposition in India is trying to put the BJP government in the corner and saying that Prime Minister Modi should exercise, his relationship that he has with Israel to bring this conflict to an immediate de-escalation level immediately.
All right, Aman, we'll leave it at that. I also want to go across to my colleague Anand Narasimhan, who has the various sites, and more than a dozen sites across Iran, from the north to the south, and of course Tehran, which is bang in the middle of the country, have all been hit, including the top political leadership, the top military leadership, and also the top spiritual leadership. We're also getting in visuals of protesting in Lahore. So in multiple places across Pakistan, we saw locals trying to ambush the US consulate in Karachi, massive protests in Skardu. Now we've got the latest pictures from Lahore as people there try to attempt to lay siege to the US consulate building there as well. So the US buildings, diplomatic compounds, wherever they are in Pakistan, seem to be coming under attack. Parts of the consulate were also, these folks tried to set on fire. Anand has more details on this. Anand, yes.
Well, sorry, Zaka, I missed you out there. What we're going to do to our viewers, bear with us. I've got Tom Cooper here with me. We've got the wall and we've got the map. Let's try and understand how this entire strikes. How did 200 Israeli aircraft fly over the Tehran airspace, drop those bombs and then come back? So let's game this and understand. Does Tehran have no air defense system? And that too, you had the Israeli aircrafts take off from here, Tom, correct? So tell us, and how did this happen? How does this work?
Yes. Thank you. It's like this. You have the Iranian air defense system is approximately here, around Tabriz, around Tehran, and you have Qom and Esfahan and Karaj. So this is the principal area that, sorry, I forgot further south here, another one. This is the principal areas that are covered by Iranian air defense system. The Israelis now come up from Israel, fly over Syria and Iraq.
Right.
Like this.
So that's how they cleared the airspaces in these regions so that these planes could fly.
Exactly. This is why no airliners are currently permitted to fly over Iraq and over Syria.
Right.
So over the border between Iraq and Syria, there are US and Israeli tankers waiting for them, and they are refueling them in the air.
In the air. So
Yes.
the on-air, mid-air tankers. Okay, because this is more than a 2,000-kilometer journey that they have to
It
fly.
is over 1,000 kilometers, 1,700 kilometers to the
1,700
border, so
kilometers.
1,500 kilometers. But the point is this, in order to release their missiles, they have to fly high and fast,
Okay.
which is spending lots of fuel. Therefore, here, either the Israeli or the US tankers from bases in Saudi Arabia come up here and they are waiting for them here in this area.
So that's where the on-air refueling happens over Syria and Iraq airspace.
air over Iraq.
About how many thousand feet high?
Well, 30,000 feet.
30,000 feet plus. Okay.
So more, that depends on the weather.
Right.
Generally, tanker aircraft is flying higher. It lowers its boom, and then comes the combat aircraft and refuels from that boom.
Right.
So they connect and they download the fuel.
Right.
So once this has happened, they accelerate, come up to, this is one of the principal launch zones, the other is up here, and they are shooting their air-launched ballistic missiles into Iran, like this, into central Iran. So actually, the Israelis barely need to enter the Iranian airspace in order to hit targets deep inside Iran,
Right.
approximately to the line Tehran, Esfahan, Bushehr. So that is this part of the story.
Okay. Now, so let's erase this. Do you want to erase this? Okay. So we're going to erase all of this. And we're going to dive deeper into what's happening in Tehran. Why is it that when they're seeing so many ballistic missiles coming into Tehran, and yesterday over the Tehran airspace, these aircrafts actually flew over the Iranian airspace. So what happens there? Let's deep dive first.
What happens when they are closer in? Just a second. Sorry. So here we have a zoom in to Iran. I said we have.
You got to draw. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. Yeah.
So, for example, let's say COM, air defense system of COM. You have short range, you have medium range, and you have long range. And they're defending themselves only with help of SAMs, of surface-to-air missiles.
Right.
So, now when the Israelis come, the Israelis do not get really into Iranian airspace. They approach from here, launch their missile. The missile travels like this. Zack. So, now, the Iranians first shoot long-range missiles at the missile, then the medium range, if they didn't shoot it down, and then the short range, yes. If it came through, boom, it hits the target or somewhere nearby. This is what is happening in this regard. One shouldn't forget, all this time, color, there are Israeli UAVs flying over Iran. And they are searching for targets all the time, together with satellites as well. So this is permanent monitoring of what is going on in Iran. Where are Iranian launchers? Where are Iranian SAMs? Where are Iranian potential targets? Where are the specific personalities they are after? So this is all the time going on, 24/7.
So it's real-time intelligence. And the other part you're saying, Tom, is that the Israeli UAVs were hovering around along with the satellites, watching. So if they are moving the Khamenei and the family anywhere out of to a particular location, if there is a bunker identified, they will have the intelligence.
They're tracking vehicles. They're tracking specific vehicles. They're tracking specific personalities. Even if it's some aid of, for example, Khamenei, okay, they recognize him by his car or whatever other reason, or because he came out of his flat in the morning or his home in the morning. They are following him. Okay, he's parking there. He's disappearing in some building or underground entrance or whatever else. The point is now the following. The Iranians are all the time shooting down the UAVs. So the Israelis are losing and the Americans are losing UAVs, but they are not losing them fast enough, which means there is always a replacement UAV.
Right.
Yep.
So that's the military might that's being employed by the Americans and the Israelis to try and pound Iran. Let's now erase this, and let me just ask you, if we look at the entire Gulf region, how is it that Iran is able to land these missiles, one, And the other part, let's just zoom this back in. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah. So now Iran is attacking all the neighboring regions, right, in this entire Gulf region.
Yes.
How are these bombs or their missiles, what Iran is firing, their ballistic missile technology is very strong. Why is it that civilian areas in Doha, civilian areas in Dubai, civilian areas at Abu Dhabi and have been affected? What is happening here? Okay. Are they doing it deliberately or is it because of interception?
I do not think that they are doing this deliberately. I think that the situation is simply such that there is a stress of combat.
Okay.
So now let's see the following. Let's zoom in. Let's say there is an Iranian missile brigade intending or tasked with targeting Mamama Air Base in Bahrain.
Right.
Okay, so let me show you. So this would be a problem.
Yeah, you just have to activate the pencil.
Yes,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
So we have Mamama Air Base. This is the headquarters of the 5th Fleet of the US Navy.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So now, the Iranian is sitting somewhere here behind the hill,
Right.
in an underground,
Right.
in an
Okay,
underground
yeah.
bunker. So he has the order to every so and so many hours, or on order from Tehran, launch his UAV or missile strike on Mamama. So he programs with missiles. It's relatively simple because they are flying ballistically. Boom.
Right. So it's a loop. They
Yes,
fly
in a loop. Yes.
Yeah.
But UAVs are flying straight. You know, directly over the ground.
Right.
So if there is in stress of combat, he's not thinking about, oh gosh, there are high-raised building in Mamama or in Bahrain or whatever. He's simply programming his missile or his UAV to strike at geographic coordinates.
Okay.
And if there is something in between, well, the UAV is flying into it. It's just an obstacle.
All right. The other question I wanted to ask, and viewers, just stay with me here for a bit. We'll try and understand this. Is that in the case of a ballistic missile, is it possible that its GPS gets corrupted, its GPS gets disturbed, or an interceptor hits it and there is debris that's falling in the civilian area?
Of course it is possible. It happens very often. And it is not only that. Okay, the missiles have their instrumental navigation system as well. So they have secondary navigation system. So they are still retaining some precision. But it happens time and again that both of these are disturbed, or at least the GPS, and then the missile misses, firstly. Secondly, if it is hit while re-entering the atmosphere, it falls into lots of pieces, some bigger, some smaller, and these are still going towards the general area that it was targeted.
Civilian area and also at a great speed.
And it very easily can happen that somebody is killed or hit or damaged or whatever.
Or whatever. How far is the American air base? From a civilian area, if you can just...
We can find it. It is, just a second. This is Dubai Airport. It is somewhere in between the...
Right.
So, just a second, I'm searching for it.
That's the Palm Jumeirah.
Yeah.
So this is the Palm Jumeirah where something, there was
it's whitened out.
Projectile that lighted.
So here you are. So, theoretically, when you are targeting this airbase in this area, just to mark it better, so these urban areas of Abu Dhabi, is this already, or is this still Dubai? Dubai, sorry. They are still threatened because if something gets hit while re-entering the atmosphere, the wreckage pieces can go all over this place.
Right. So if there is an interception, say, on this airspace,
yes,
the debris can, rather than following right at the target mark, can fall in the neighboring areas.
Exactly like
and
that.
That's what we have seen.
Yes, and that's what I'm quite sure we have seen a lot of this, because we shouldn't forget the Iranians have targeted Abu Dhabi alone, yesterday alone, with 200 missiles and UAVs. So there is much more than we see on videos.
Right.
On this video we see 1 or 2 missiles at most, or UAVs. But in reality there are dozens and dozens of them coming in, and there is correspondingly lots of outlooks for some kind of collateral damage to happen.
Right. So what Tom's assessment is that these explosions in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and some of the civilian areas outside of the air bases are not done deliberate targeting by the Iranians. It's because of debris or interception that's happened of a huge number of missiles that have been sent by Iran towards these spaces. And when they land in the neighboring civilian areas, that's when we have seen debris. See, the Palm Jumeirah is not so far away. It's actually in the flying trajectory of the airbase in Dubai. So you see, this is the Palm Jumeirah, and this is the trajectory of the missiles coming in towards this airbase. And that's the reason why you have had debris fall here and also somewhere around the Fairmount Hotel. That's not so far away. It's also in this region itself, in this arc.
One more point. Let's not forget, just a second, the missiles can come from all over, from several directions. The Iranians can target with missiles from here, so they can come from this direction, from here, from here, from here. That means that the debris can be thrown in all possible directions in Dubai. That is the point. So it is not that simple as to say, always from the same direction.
It's not always from the same direction. The same thing applies even for Qatar and Bahrain, that the missiles can approach from multiple locations in Iran. Next time when we are chatting with Tom Cooper here in the dugout, it's going to be about the Strait of Hormuz, and that's another interesting story there. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks for that, Anand. We're getting more breaking news. Now a latest video showing an Iranian Shahid-type drone falling from the sky. You can see the flames that have been completely engulfed around that area. These are pictures that we're getting from Kuwait. There you go. It's like a fireball in the sky that's falling after being intercepted in the skies over Kuwait. So clearly there is a lot of interception that's happening, as Tom Cooper was also explaining a moment ago. These are likely headed towards military installations, towards military targets, but they're being intercepted, whether in Dubai or in Doha or in Kuwait, and that's why it's landing likely very close to civilian areas. Adrian is also here. Adrian, you want to talk us through how and why this is so important? You can see a ball of fire in the sky falling off. Clearly, a drone there has been intercepted by a counter-strike.
Absolutely. It's looking like an Iranian Shahid 146 one-way attack unmanned aerial vehicle. What it is important to know is that it is extremely cheap to produce. It is between something like 20,000 to 50,000 US dollars, which means that Iranians probably had gigantic stocks of this kind of attack drones, and it's very much often much more costly to shoot them down than to produce them.
Yeah.
So it is really an attritional weapon. It is not so impressive because it is normal that you can expect that perhaps 90 to 95% to 98% of such drones are shot down, but you have a minimal number of them which are reaching their targets, and for most it is hugely expensive in terms of money, equipment, flight time, ammunition to intercept them.
I also want to go to more breaking news, and we're seeing this as a familiar pattern now. Earlier it was Karachi, now in Lahore. Pakistani protesters who are carrying the flags of Islamic State, of Hezbollah, were attempting to try and attack the US consulate building inside Lahore. We saw that happen in Karachi as well some time ago. So clearly, either the state is allowing this to happen, or there is genuine anger amongst people. Pakistan does have a significant Shia population as well. Is this orchestrated, or is this an outpouring of grief and anger coming out? US consulates have been targets both in Karachi as well as in Lahore. I want to get Sushant Sarin's view on this. Sushant, do you think the military is allowing this in an orchestrated way to try and vent off some of this support, or is this actually, people's anger spilling out onto the streets?
So, Zaka, genuine grief is easier to orchestrate than, manufactured grief. And let's face it, the Iranians have made significant investments in creating and carving out a Shia constituency in every country, including in India. Let's make no mistake about it. Anand was earlier talking about, Dr. Ranganathan was earlier talking about, protests in Srinagar, in Lucknow. But look, let's face it, the protests in India have so far been very, very peaceful. These are people who, and they have the right to protest. I don't deny that. But these are very peaceful kind of protests. They are not storming any buildings. They are not doing any kind of arson, looting, whatever. But Pakistan is a different case. So yes, there is a certain amount of mob license which is also given. And look, you have to understand how the Pakistani state operates. It's essentially a Sunni-dominated, Sunni majority state. It doesn't really have much use for the Shias. So this is riffraff on the streets protesting. Now this can be used to monetize these protests with the Americans and others. And the Europeans and the Americans suffer from an abused wife syndrome. The more the Pakistanis are treacherous with them, the more money they give to the Pakistanis so that the Pakistanis can keep doing what they are doing. And the Pakistanis have perfected this game. So yes, there will be these protests. Then they will go and shoot some of these people down and move on. One point, Zaka, I have to add. You know, you were talking about certain Indian political reactions. I can understand Mr. Owaisi, and to be fair to him, he has been fairly consistent in the positions he takes. My surprise, actually, I'm not surprised, but I find it ironical that Ms. Priyanka Gandhi is protesting, because not very long back, it was her brother who was going to these so-called democracies, as she calls them, and seeking their interference in India's internal affairs to bring democracy in India. And today she is cribbing about the fact that these so-called democracies, again her words, not mine, and these so-called leaders of these so-called democracies are attacking a sovereign country, when her own brother was going and lobbying against India and the government in India and seeking to destabilize and displace this government by interference in Indian affairs. So perhaps a little bit of consistency would not be such a bad idea for the principal opposition.
Dr. Ranganathan also wants to weigh in, and I'm going to other breaking news in just a moment. But Dr. Ranganathan, you wanted to weigh in on this.
Elaborate on one point that I was making. It's, as I said, I'm very disappointed by the Indian reaction outpouring on the streets. I think the messaging from the Indian government has to be very curt and very direct, because Shias, as opposed to Catholics in the world, don't have one single spiritual leader like the Pope. If at all there is one leader they look up to, the Shias of the world, it is actually Al-Sistani, who is based in Najaf in Iraq. And he is a very moderate, quote unquote, very affable gentleman who talks about peace around the world. Khamenei is the last leader anybody should be looking up to, especially the Shias. So the government has to come out and say, this is the wrong person you are eulogizing and celebrating. He's a tyrant for Iranians themselves. He's the one who's been spreading terror around the world. So if at all you want to look up to someone, let it be Al-Sistani, who's in Iraq.
I agree with that sentiment. I see, liberals on Twitter sort of shedding tears for Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. He's a man who's brutally repressed his own people. Forget about the terror he's unleashed around the region, but his own people with the iron fist of the state. Even as recently as last month, in January, when the Iranians came out to the streets and protested, like I said, as per conservative estimates, more than 6,000 people were crushed by the state. I don't think anybody should be shedding a tear for him. But I want to go across to some more breaking news that's coming through. Dubai has been targeted again, and this is of concern. Certainly to the Emirates, it's going to be of concern. To Saudi Arabia, it's going to be of concern. To Bahrain, Dubai has been targeted again. These are the latest visuals that are coming in. In this instant, we're given to understand that an American building, we're not sure what sort of building, was it a corporate building, was it a diplomatic building, but an American building has been the target of this particular attack. We're again awaiting details on whether these were Shahid drones or whether these were long-range ballistic missiles, but it was an American building which was the target of this attack in Dubai, is what we're given to understand. And from whatever we can see from the pictures, it seems to have happened in the middle of a very bustling neighborhood, certainly a populated neighborhood, so we'll keep an eye out on that as well. In response, a senior UAE official has now come out and warned Iran. It has said that Iran's fight is not with neighboring countries like the UAE or Saudi Arabia, saying that Tehran's missile strikes on Gulf countries could deepen further Iran's isolation. It could also damage long-term relations with its Gulf Arab neighbors. It has condemned these attacks and has called for a de-escalation. I want to go across to Sanjay Suri. Sanjay, this is an almost unprecedented pattern of attacks that we're seeing. Iran is not targeted other Gulf Arab countries, particularly civilian targets in Gulf Arab countries. There have been skirmishes that have happened in the past between Saudi Arabia and Iran. Ports have been targeted. Other, infrastructure facilities have been targeted. But civilians or civilian destinations like hotels being targeted, airports being targeted. How concerning is this for the region, and how concerned are these individual countries, whether it's Kuwait or the Emirates or Qatar for that matter?
Well, Zaka, this kind of targeting is quite focused. It's not haphazard. Iran, however wrongly, has a plan here. It sees these countries as hosting the US bases, And those are the bases from where attacks on Iran have been launched and are being launched now. So they are seeing these nations as complicit with what they see as their enemy. So what they are trying to do is try to hit some of these bases, but beyond that, hit civilian targets in order to hurt the economy. And the economy is the lifeblood. It's a very fragile system in Dubai. It relies upon absolute peace and ease. It's in fact sort of a continuing air-conditioned picnic in Dubai. And if there is this kind of shattering, even to a small extent, it upsets the calm, it upsets the faith in these as safe havens. So if the Iranians believe they can hit this economy and hurt this economy, as they see it, they are hitting the enemy, and they certainly are hitting where it hurts. And this will be something that will certainly provoke all sorts of consequences. And the one fallout of this is going to be quite favorable to the US. The US has long tried to nurse better relations with the Arab world. It's taken them a very long time to do this and to get as far as they have. This is now going to throw a lot of these countries, a lot of Arab countries, into the American embrace closer than ever before. So what the Iranians will succeed in doing is quite the opposite. They are not trying to make a split between the Arab countries and the US. They're actually driving these Arab countries into the embrace of the US.
All right, Sanjay, thanks for that. We'll come back to you as and when there are further developments. Now, Israel has posted, I believe the IDF has put this out on their Twitter handles. They're showing footage of the destruction of an Iranian regime headquarters. This has happened just moments ago. This is footage that has been taken by either a drone, a munition that's been unleashed, or it's been taken by an aircraft, a fighter jet in that region. But you can see the exact impact, the exact time and place of impact. You can see a huge cloud of smoke billowing up from that. You can see the fire going up, and then right above that, you can see the smoke coming up as well. We're given to understand regime headquarters. We don't know whether it's of the police, the Basaj, or whether it's the IRGC, or if it's a political compound, but this is what the Israeli Defense Forces have just released. I want to go across to Mr. Yossi as well. Mr. Yossi, so multiple targets hit over the last 24 hours. I believe a fresh round of airstrikes have been launched by the Israeli Defense Forces even this morning. What are you hearing in terms of the latest? What are the other intended targets of this joint American-Israeli airstrikes on Iran?
Well, good morning. The target of this operation is to bring about a regime change in Iran and encourage the people of Iran to go out to the streets and take over the regime. Obviously, one of the major targets groups going to be the regime targets, such as the regime itself and the security forces that support him. And what we see right now is that amongst the targets that were hit are the Broadcasting Corporation of Iran and some other elements that comprise the security forces that support the regime in Tehran, hoping that this will pave the road for the population of Iran to go out to the streets and take over. It's too early for them to do that. We need to do more activities in this respect before the time is right. But that's the direction. And then simultaneously, we try our best in order to minimize the capability of the Iranians to hit us and other countries in the Middle East that are affected by the Iranian missile launching.
Okay, this is on camera. You can see the IRGC headquarters. That's what we're given to understand. This is what the IDF has put out, the IRGC HQ being brought down to rubble in just a matter of seconds. I want to go to more breaking news. Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister and one of the principal protagonists behind this historic airstrike and elimination of Ayatollah Khamenei, he's now issued a direct address to the people of Iran. He has declared that Israel will continue to strike thousands of targets belonging to what he described as Iran's terrorist regime over the coming few days. In a strongly worded message, Netanyahu has said that the military campaign would help create the conditions that are required for Iranian people to free themselves from the chains of tyranny. Sanjay has more on this. Sanjay, just walk us through what Bibi Netanyahu has said, because from his message it seems clear that they're not ending this joint Israeli-American airstrikes anytime soon. In fact, they're going to pummel Iran for a number of days until, as he says, the conditions are met for the Iranian people to rise up against the regime.
Statement is both warning and an invitation. It's a call to people and revolt. And the reason is that the Israelis and the Americans do want to finish this in a hurry. They really cannot afford to drag this on and on. Israel certainly can. Israel is set up for that sort of thing. Politically, the US can't. Politically, Trump will suffer quite seriously were this to drag on. They want to finish this. And so they are sending a message. So the third weapon that they are seeking to use, apart from all the missiles, is the people themselves within Iran, that they weaponize their anger informally or in some way against the government or against the remnants of the regime in place and try and get rid of it. So this is trying to rope in people of Iran as allies of the US and Israel. That said, we know that Iran is a very divided society. We had this report some 2 or 3 years back that said that of about 75,000 mosques in Iran, 50,000 have been closed. So a lot of people have turned against Islamism of the kind that was enforced. But a lot of the people is still, not all of the people. There is a very large section, even though it may be a minority, that is quite Islamist in its leanings, that for that reason will be supportive of this government and this regime still in place. How the rest will now revolt against this lot, this would amount to a civil war then. Already we are seeing demonstrations in Tehran by supporters of the regime, and of course a lot of people came out to celebrate, and if that is any indication, we had a lot more people coming out to celebrate spontaneously than people speaking in support of the regime. Nevertheless, there is this split within society, and Netanyahu's call is to those who oppose it. Exactly how they will oppose it, exactly how those who are entrenched and armed will resist them, that is a tough call, and it's a tough call for people of Iran. It's easier for Trump and Netanyahu to order these airstrikes, and this is all from the air. The change will have to come on the ground, and it's going to be a difficult and messy change.
All right, Sanjay, thanks for that. Now, one of the countries in the Gulf that's not been targeted so far, now we're getting word, and this is again breaking news, an oil tanker that's been targeted by Iranian forces, Oman, which was acting as a mediator between Iran and the United States. Oman has now put out an official statement that an oil tanker was attacked off its port of Qasab, which is on the Strait of Hormuz. 4 mariners who were on board this oil tanker have been injured. This is the first known instance of Oman getting hit by these Iranian drones and missile strikes. Oman had been playing the role of a mediator between the United States and Iran. There were 3 rounds of talks that happened, 2 in Geneva, 1 in Muscat itself. But Oman has been calling on and urging the Iranian regime to stop firing these missiles and drones, particularly at civilian targets on Gulf Arab states. So clearly, this is seemingly the first attack on an Omani asset. Certainly, it's a vessel that's just off the coast of Oman. In fact, at the port of Qasba, just off the coast of Qasba, is where this particular ship, this oil tanker, has been hit. But you can see the pictures on the right, which is basically the IRGC headquarters, we're given to understand, that's been completely taken apart by an Israeli strike just in a matter of seconds. We're joined in our studios by Mr. Tom Cooper, military analyst, Adrian Fontanelles is a military analyst and historian, Yossi Koperwasser is an Israeli intelligence and security expert, Sushant Sareen, senior fellow from the Observer Research Foundation, Air Marshal retired Sanjeev Kapoor, former DG of Air Safety, and Anand Ranganathan, author, is also joining us. Group Captain retired MJ Vinod is also there with us. Group Captain, let me ask you, what do you make of these airstrikes? Largely, these have been strikes from the air, either through ballistic missiles or through drones. How long can Iran continue to keep up with this? Group Captain.
Yeah, Zaka, there is a very important base. We all are overlooking a base called Siri, It spells exactly like the iPhone Siri. Hey, Siri, Siri. So SIRI, 100 kilometers, mere 100 kilometers from Dubai. It has an adequately long runway to launch drones, not fighter aeroplanes. 109 kilometers to be precise. And I believe in my OSN assessment, this is the base that is being used to launch these low-cost, like Tom was mentioning, not such a long-range drones to attack all across Dubai, Abu Dhabi as well. And they probably will, in coming times hit Al Ain and probably Ras Al Khaimah too. So this is the base that I think Dubai has been taking it lightly for some time. And there were reports in the OSN community of a lot of movement from mainland into this small island, which is astride to Dubai. And these drones, I mean, like, we make it, these drones are extremely low cost to make. Less than 3 to 4 lakhs, you can make these drones, strap on 10, 20 kgs of TNT, and you will have, devastating result, if not at least a dent in the image. What it did to, the hotel or any other places is probably minimal to nothing. But what it did to the image is what is huge, especially when Dubai is looking to surge ahead in terms of, getting HNIs on board, opening its space for business. Those things will get affected. People will have to factor these things into consideration when they want to move in the future, move in Dubai, unless a favorable regime comes in Iran, which also is a possibility. Time will tell. Let's wait and see.
We'll see if there will be a favorable regime in Iran. But Iran has also now started trading fire through these missiles as well as Shahid drones that have been unleashed. And specifically, they're trying to target civilian populations in Dubai, in Doha, in Kuwait. It has started trading fire after the US and Israel launched multiple strikes, one of which killed the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. CNN's Nick Patton-Walsh reports on the big questions that now stare the Middle East in the face.
Killing Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is a simple solution to a very complex problem. And as the sun comes up here in southern Israel, I think the region, the United States and Israel, are going to have to urgently ask the question and find the answer: what really comes next? Now, clearly, the United States and Israel decided between themselves that removing the top level of Iran's regime would leave them ultimately in a better place. And President Trump has hinted that he thinks he knows who could potentially be a successor. He might be harking back to a Venezuela playbook where essentially they captured Nicolas Maduro and pointed towards his deputy as the person they'd like to see run the country. But Iran is nowhere near as simple as that. Its security forces are entrenched within society. They've got blood on their hands, just recently in January killing thousands. And so possibly the idea of some kind of moderate replacement in a box dragging the whole country towards the Western orbit is a little far-fetched perhaps. And still, the airstrikes and retaliations haven't even stopped yet. So it's a new dawn here, certainly, but one with very urgent questions as to how this very simple, brutal solution, the killing of Khamenei, suddenly fixes a problem that's beset the United States for decades.
All right, that was CNN's Nick Patton-Walsh. But now we have the first reaction from the Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, who many figured was a sidelined figure. He was merely a figurehead. He is the president. Yes, he's now reacted. He has vowed revenge after the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran. Tehran is viewing revenge as its duty, is what Masoud Pezeshkian has said. He was seen as a slightly more moderate, reformist president, but increasingly in the last few weeks and months, certainly after the attacks that we saw in June last year, the 12-day war, he was being sidelined as a almost like a figurehead there, and it was directly being taken. The most important political and military calls, security calls, were being taken by the supreme leader along with other folks like Ali Larijani. But now the Iranian president Masoud Pezeshkian has vowed revenge, saying that revenge is a legitimate right of the Iranian people. Group Captain, what do you make of this? I mean, there are ultimately, like you were saying, if we have to find a swift end to this, then Iran will have to be convinced that there is a candidate or a set of leaders who are acceptable to the Americans and to the Israelis, a moderate leadership, if you will, who then they can say, okay, Khamenei has been eliminated, the top leadership of Iran has been eliminated, now it's time to hand the baton over to someone slightly more moderate.
Even if that happens, Zaka, it is going to be a short-term peace for a simple reason. The hadith is very, very clear. Both Al-Bukhari as well as Al-Muslim. It very clearly says during the end of times, you find a Jew, even if he is hiding behind a tree or a stone, you need to finish him. Unless you do that, you cannot go to the judgment day. So if that is, kind of enshrined, then there is a problem that is always lurking in the background. A peace could be short-term. And when I say short-term, it could be even 100 years, 200 years short-term. So unless that somehow changes, the narrative changes, I do not know will there be a lasting peace. A. B, and most importantly, like Zaka, you correctly mentioned, people of Iran, their will needs to be put on the new government and not a hardliner's view that should come on the people. If the reverse happens, then the problem is always there on the ground. So many people have been killed, so many people will be killed in the future. So a lot of, other countries other than US and Israel need to measure up, come in support of people of Iran to get a regime which is pro-people, Zaka.
Okay, I also want to get Sushant Sareen if he's there to try. Okay, we'll try and go back to our other guests as well. If Mr. Yossi is there to weigh in. Okay, Daniel Benjamin Shapiro is former US diplomat to Israel. Thank you very much, Mr. Shapiro, for speaking with us. So now we have the first reaction from the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, who was seen as a slightly more moderate face. He has now come out and said he's vowing revenge against America and Israel for killing the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei. What do you make of that?
Well, I think as long as the regime survives, they will try to establish some revenge. I'm actually sitting in Tel Aviv, and there have been several barrages of missiles launched at Israel already today, and those might indeed already be part of revenge. They've continued to launch missiles into the Gulf against targets in GCC states. So it's certainly possible that they consider this revenge, and this is a very ideological regime. They've been driven by that ideology to try to destroy Israel, to sponsor various terrorist organizations and undermine Arab governments, to try to kick the United States out of the region. And their ideological leader has now been removed. So it would be logical that at least until more damage is done, they will try to establish some measure of revenge for his death.
So war game this for us. How does this play out over the next week, maybe 2 weeks? Does Trump immediately claim political victory and say that, look, I've cut off the head of the snake. This is a huge victory for me. Now I want the Iranians to stop. Or does he go in for the long haul? He just doesn't stop at just Khamenei alone. He goes for the entire top leadership of Iran, and then he wants the people of Iran. I don't know how this is going to happen, but at the end of that, whether it's 10 or 20 or 30 of the top leadership of Iran is eliminated, and then he expects the people to take back the regime. How is that going to work?
It's not a good practice to try to anticipate Donald Trump's decisions because he's very mercurial and probably he doesn't know what he'll decide. He, of course, established regime change as the strategic objective on his opening statement of the night the war began. Then immediately within the day, he said, well, he could do two things. He could either go all the way, as he said, fight for 3 or 4 weeks until the regime is totally destroyed and he controls everything. I don't really think he wants to be in control of Iran. Or he could take, after 2 or 3 days, the decision that sufficient damage has been done to their nuclear and missile programs, and then he will threaten the remaining regime figures with a resumption of fighting if they try to rebuild those programs. And you could add to that Khamenei's death as an additional trophy that allows him to claim victory. He, of course, his history is that he prefers short, sharp military actions, not long, extended wars. He's been a critic of long extended wars that the United States has been in the past, of regime change wars, in fact, in Iraq and Afghanistan. So it would certainly not be surprising, but very hard to predict, but not surprising if he would say sooner than later, after a few more days, yes, we've done enough damage, we've killed the leader, we have the next leadership tier in place, and they will be deterred from being as threatening and as destabilizing as Iran has been under this regime for so many decades. But that would be a way for him to get out of this before our air defenses are stretched and perhaps to claim a victory without getting pulled into a longer engagement than he wants to.
All right, Lieutenant General retired KJS Dhillon is also now joining us. Major General retired Rajan Kochhar here in our studios. Defense expert Tara Karta, former director with the National Security Council Secretariat, will also be joining us. Let me ask General Dhillon. General Dhillon, we were on the air last night as well. The fact that the supreme leader of Iran has been killed, how much of a political victory is this for Donald Trump? Will he use this as a victory and say, okay, this is the off-ramp I'm giving the Iranians, let them take it and exit this war quickly? Because he doesn't have, as our previous speaker was saying, he doesn't want to get America entangled in long wars. Or do you think he has the propensity to continue this for the next few weeks so that the entire top leadership of the regime is changed and then the people of Iran revolt and take back their government, take back their country, and then decide who might be palatable as a next leader of Iran?
Good afternoon, Zaka, and good afternoon to the fellow panelists and all your viewers. We have to understand one thing. When America went in for this war, if you can call that a war or a conflict or whatever, it had a very declared aim of regime change. And why did America go in for this war? Because America will accept everything and anything. The only thing which America will not accept is anyone having the capability to hit American homeland with missiles or with the nuclear weapons. So if Iran was becoming a threat which could hit the American homeland, that capability has to be destroyed. Now with that as a background, when America went in for this war, they very clearly laid out phases of war or campaign. They are very clearly mentioned what all actions will take in phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Some of the phases can even overlap. Now, in this particular way, the way we were talking yesterday also, the first and the foremost thing was to decapitate the political leadership, the religious leadership, the government top officials, and the military leadership, so that there is a vacuum at the top in the decision making, and that would result in confusion in the rank and file. Now that was the first and the foremost phase 1. Coupled with that was to suppress the air defense, to neutralize the missiles which are likely to hit the American interests in the region as well as the Israelis, and suppress the air defense so that American missiles and drones and aircrafts can fly with impunity. That was to happen simultaneously. Phase 2 would be to destroy America's military assets and most importantly, military industrial base, which was manufacturing these missiles, so that it does not have the replenishment or recouping capability while the war is going on. Coupled with all these things was to destroy America's economic assets so badly that for the next 2-3 decades, Iran's assets so badly that for the next 2-3 decades, they cannot get their act together and manufacture these weapons again. As also the nuclear weapons, nuclear material, all this would happen under an umbrella of a very solid psychological warfare or narrative building.
Okay.
Which has already started. We have seen the people coming on the street, the selective videos being leaked of women crying death to Khamenei and all that. So all this was to happen in a particular phased manner. One thing which Iran's oil refineries, because that they would need even after the regime change or after the war is over. Other than that, all the economic assets, the military assets, the political, military, government, top leadership will be decapitated. And in this whole game, internal uprising would be given a flip.
Okay.
And that would result in a civil war.
Let's see how that plays out, because on the face of it, it would seem that if you've eliminated someone who's been part of this country or the leadership of this country for the last 40 years, that gives people a reason to rally around the flag. how can you expect people to come out and you know, retake the government, as Trump said? But I'm getting another piece of breaking news as well. This is a CNN News 18 exclusive. On Khamenei's killing, Pakistani protesters have stormed the U.S. consulate in Karachi. They've entered the U.S. consulate building in Karachi. Multiple casualties, we are given to understand, are feared. Sources are also saying that it's being reported that there are more than 8 deaths and over 30 injured in this attack that happened on the U.S. consulate building in Karachi. Sources are also claiming that the U.S. base administration has seized the bodies of these individuals inside the consulate building. Protests continue across the country. In Skardu, we saw pictures from Lahore as well, and now in Karachi. I want to bring in Major General Rajiv Kochar here in our studios as well. Okay, let's go to Siddhant first. Siddhant, so again, in the case of Pakistan, there's always a question mark. Are these genuine protests? Is this genuine anger that's spilling out onto the streets on American diplomatic missions, etc., or is this being orchestrated by the military, political leadership, the sort of government there, the hybrid government there, in order to give vent to some of this anger?
That's right, Zaka. In fact, this input has been brought to us by Securities Editor Manoj Gupta. Now, Manoj is reporting that Pakistani Shia Muslim protesters have stormed the U.S. consulate in Karachi in response to recent U.S. IDF strikes against Iran. Pakistan's security forces successfully pushed back the angry protesters who attempted to attack the U.S. consulate in Karachi. Protesters in Karachi set fire to the U.S. consulate amid demonstrations following the reported martyrdom of Supreme Leader Khamenei. Protesters broke through the security barricades and entered the U.S. consulate in Karachi. The protest appeared to be part of a wave of anti-U.S. demonstrations in the region following heightened tensions over the assassination of Iran's Supreme Leader. Now tensions rise as the city witnesses intense unrest. Protests erupted after Khamenei's death in Pakistan. U.S. personnel stationed at the U.S. consulate opened fire on Pakistani protesters. It is being reported that there are more than 8 Zaka deaths and over 30 injured. Sources claim that the U.S. base administration has seized the bodies of the martyrs at the consulate. After Karachi, protests have started outside the U.S. consulate in Lahore. Protest continues across the country, including Gilgit-Baltistan. Karakoram highway has been closed to all types of traffic. Back to you.
Okay, Siddhant, we'll leave it at that. Thanks very much. Major General, here in our studios, just in terms of, you know, how this is likely to play out, one variable that's been added is Iran is now attacking these civilian targets in Dubai, in Doha, in Bahrain. And those countries don't necessarily have the propensity for war. They certainly don't have the propensity for their civilian population to be attacked. How may that change the equation, Major General?
Thank you, Zaga. Point to note here is that these are soft targets, because all these countries do not have that kind of a air defense umbrella which possibly Israel has. Because Iran has 2 options now, either to strike Israel, and we know that Gerald Ford is there, and it is an added umbrella for the air defense as far as Israel is concerned, because if you remember the last 12 days war, on the 9th day, Israel was not able to stop the missiles of Iran from coming in because interceptors had fallen short. But here what we are seeing is this is a pressure tactics on the part of Iran as far as the United States is concerned, because a message is being given to the United States as also to the Gulf nations that the United States cannot protect you any longer. Because if you remember, all these Gulf countries have US air and military bases here. And the premise why these bases were placed here was to give a protection to these countries against any outside interference in terms of any kind of a conflict. So I think a strong narrative or a strong strategic message is going from Iran as far as we are concerned, telling these Gulf countries that America can no longer protect you.
Okay.
It is not that these countries are enemies of Iran. You have to take that into account, because over a long period of time, Iran has enjoyed fairly good relations with these countries. It is basically a message which is going to the Americans and also to these countries that United States is not able to protect you any longer. And I think these attacks are going to intensify, because if you look at the arsenal of missiles Iran has, preponderance of these missiles are the short and the medium range missiles. So it is quite convenient for Iran to target these countries and put pressure on the US to stop this war.
Okay, just give me a moment. There's massive airspace restrictions all across the Middle East because of this ongoing war, and as a result of which we're given to understand that at least 60 departures and 40 arrivals, that's a total of 100 flights, have been cancelled at the Delhi airport so far. Again, I believe Siddhant has more details on this. So, massive disruption to flights, particularly those that are passing through airspace in the Middle East. What's the latest on that front, Siddhant?
Well, that's right, Zaka. So our colleagues have been reporting since morning from various airports in India, from Mumbai, Delhi, and in fact, there are a lot of passengers stranded. Their flight schedule has been changed. Many flights have got cancelled. Now, sources are telling us that due to airspace restrictions over Iran and parts of Middle East, Zaka, 60 departures and 40 arrivals, totaling 100 flights, have been cancelled at Delhi airport so far. In fact, Zaka, not just this, many airports in the region, in West Asia, have been shut after the strike by Iran, which includes Qatar airport, Kuwait airport, Dubai airport, and so definitely, people are stranded at these airports. Not only in Delhi and Mumbai, but at various airports in West Asia also. Many flights are getting cancelled, and so far 100 flights have got cancelled only from Delhi airport.
All right, thanks for that. I also want to go across to Joe Brown. He's an I-24 news correspondent with an Israeli channel, I-24. Thanks very much, Joe Brown, for speaking with us. What is the latest you're picking up? Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel has put out a statement a short while ago where he has vowed to continue with these airstrikes for the next few days. Israel is not relenting. America is not relenting. How far do you think this will go?
Well, for Israel, they want to make sure that this is sustainable. If you just get rid of the head of the snake, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, then there are still people in place, perhaps even younger people, more radical people, who'll be able to take over the reins, and that could cause even more issues for Israel further down the line. And that's why they are going to continue fighting. In fact, just within the last minute or so, the IDF has come out with a statement saying that within the first minute of attacks yesterday, 40 senior leaders were killed. It's likely that includes Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, but that just shows the level of their military arsenal, the fact that they have a specific goal in mind. It's not just to get rid of the leadership as they have done over the last day or so, but it's to go even further, to make sure that they are no longer a threat, to make sure that their proxies in Iraq, in Lebanon, in Syria, in Yemen, that they pose no further threats to Israel. We had a little bit of the action in the 12-day war in June last year, but that was just to, I guess, set the scene for what is happening right now. What happened in the 12-day war was a good step in the right direction. It set the Iranian nuclear program back around about 2.5 years, according to experts, but they need to go a lot further, and that's what Benjamin Netanyahu wants to do. That's why he's saying that he will not stop until he is fully satisfied. Israeli sources have told I-24 News that it will likely be a week-long war. Potentially, it could be even longer. The state of Israel is prepared and ready for it to be even longer than that. However, as I say, they will not rest until Iran no longer poses a threat to Israel.
All right, Joe, stay on with us. Dror Eidar is an author and a former Israeli ambassador. He's also joining us, and Tara Karta is also there with us. I'll go across to her in a second. But Mr. Eidar, you know, the stated objective, as has been said by both Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump, is total regime change in Iran. Yes, the head of the snake has been cut. That's Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader. But if they were to eliminate the entire leadership, what fills that vacuum? And there's hope that the Iranian people will rise and they will retake their government, as President Trump said. How realistic is that hope?
Well, I agree with the major part of the analysis in your studio, but one thing I want to correct. America, Trump especially, does not attack Iran because of the nuclear program. They attack Iran because we are speaking about an entity, political entity, which is the source of the all worldwide terror. Even in India, every place that you want to see some destabilization of the area, you can find the footprint of Iran. So you're right. I mean, cutting the head of the snake is not enough because the entity is still alive. We are speaking about a state which does not have economical sources, but dedicate what it does not have to kill people all over the region. And what happened in the Gulf states, America, the conclusion is not that America cannot defend them. They cannot flatter Iran. They cannot be like a mediator between Iran and other and think that in any crisis that would happen, Iran will pass over them. So first of all, we are speaking about a mission that does not stop with cutting the head of the snake. And second, I think that President Trump has a historical sense, and he understands more than other leaders in the world that if he wants to destabilize the world, if he wants to bring prosper to our region and to other regions, we need to change this political entity that kills its own people. They do not kill their enemies, they kill their own people. So we are speaking about many aspects, but let's focus in this moral mission. This is a moral mission like against Nazi Germany. Now, what taking place, the place of these old Nazis is this regime, which is a Nazi regime that its own goal, it's not only to exterminate Jews, it's to even to kill many Muslims as it likes in order to control the area.
Okay, Mr. Adar, stay with us because we're getting more breaking news and I want Tarakarta to weigh in on this. In the midst of all of this, Pakistan has also conducted fresh aerial strikes. We're given to understand multiple locations in Afghanistan have been targeted by Pakistani aerial strikes, including Kabul, Kandahar and the Bagram Air Base. Pakistani jets have targeted the Kabul airport, the Afghan Ministry of Interior. These explosions took place between the Ministry of Interior and the airport in Kabul. Let me get a quick word in on this from Tarakarta. Tarakarta, what do you make of this? This has been an ongoing situation between Pakistan and Afghanistan. There were massive attacks by the Afghan Taliban just a few days ago, and now Pakistan sort of retaliating for that. A, what do you make of this? And B, how concerned should India be? This is in our region, in our backyard.
Oh, we should be very concerned indeed. I will take off from what the previous speaker said about Iran being a sponsor of terrorism. Iran has sponsored terrorism, there's no doubt. I have no truck with it, let me make that very clear. But I would say in contrast, Pakistan is a far larger sponsor of terrorism than Iran has ever been. Because the Pakistani army and the state backs it 100%. And that blowback is what they're seeing now. Where the Afghans have got fed up of them and these people are now they've painted the entire picture so differently, saying that Afghanistan is the epicenter of terrorism. Afghanistan is trying to kill the Islamic State as a group, but that doesn't seem to have been reflected anywhere else. But in this, what I would really like to point out is that the attacks in Karachi against the US consulate, which is disgusting, the ones in Skardu, this could not happen. I mean, there is no sign. I was looking at those videos. Where is the famed Pakistan army and they are Pakistan Rangers. Where are these guys who are supposed to protect these people? They suddenly disappeared. So you can attack defenseless civilians in Afghanistan, but you can't protect a diplomatic embassy in your own country.
Yeah. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. I'll come back to Tarakarta in just a moment. Siddhant, very quickly on this. So 3 places in Afghanistan, in Kabul, in Kandahar and in Bagram have been attacked. What else are you picking up? Clearly, there will be retaliation by the Afghan Taliban as well to this.
That's right. So in fact, Manoj is reporting, Zaka, that the leftover US weapons at the Bagram Air Base, including depots, successfully destroyed. Local Afghan authorities are assessing the damages. Pakistan military operation Ghazab Lil Haq against Afghanistan Taliban regime and militants on day 3. Pakistan and Afghan Taliban fighters are engaged in fighting on Durand Line's multiple sectors. Afghan Taliban spokesperson said that strikes by Pakistan jet, has confirmed the strikes by Pakistani jet. In fact, anti-aircraft fire is being carried out in Kabul against Pakistani aircraft. Anti-Pakistani aircraft attacks, air defense operations are being carried out in Kabul. Fellow citizens, do not be worried. This is what the Afghan spokesperson is saying. So multiple damages reported on Pakistani side. Authorities are assessing and calculating the damage.
Okay, let's go back to what's unfolding in the Middle East between Iran on the one side and America and Israel on the other. Iran is now attacked a Palau flagged oil tanker. It's called Skylight. This was passing through the Strait of Hormuz right off the coast of Oman is what we're given to understand. 4 sailors have been wounded in the attack. The entire crew has been evacuated. In fact, this is the first known instance of an oil tanker being attacked that is just off the coast of Oman is what we're given to understand. 20% of the world's oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has shown in the past its ability to completely cut off the Strait of Hormuz, which would be debilitating for oil prices around the world, and the markets could go in a tailspin. These are the latest pictures of this Palau flagged oil tanker that's been attacked by Iran. What is Iran trying to achieve, Siddhant, by attacking civilian targets, by attacking oil tankers? And Oman is a country that was a mediator between America and Iran. Now an oil tanker being hit just off the coast of Oman.
Well, that's right, Zaka. So this Strait of Hormuz is very critical as far as oil trade is concerned. World's 20% oil trade passes through this route, and in fact, in the past also many times Iran threatened to close Strait of Hormuz. Now, yesterday, after US and Israeli forces conducting joint strikes in Iran, IRGC announced that they will be closing the Strait of Hormuz. Perhaps this is the ultimate escalation, perhaps which was announced by Iran yesterday, and now today we're getting to know that that this vessel, Palau flagged oil tanker Skylight, which was passing through Strait of Hormuz right off the coast of Oman, have been attacked by Iranian forces. 4 sailors have been wounded in the attack. The entire crew now has been evacuated. So it's a message which Iran is sending to other countries in the region, outside the region, that Strait of Hormuz is not operational. Don't take the route of Strait of Hormuz, otherwise they will also be meeting the same fate. Their vessels will also be meeting the same
Siddhant,
fate.
we'll leave it at that. We'll come back to you as and when there are further developments. Remember, this is having a huge fallout across the Middle East and in the wider Islamic world. In Pakistan, there have been attempts to try and storm the consulate in Karachi, the consulate in Lahore, in Skardu as well. Now the US Embassy in Islamabad has put out a statement. We are monitoring reports of the ongoing demonstrations at US consulates in Karachi and Lahore, as well as calls for additional demonstrations at the US Embassy in Islamabad and the Consulate General in Peshawar. This is again a concern as far as America is concerned. Remember, the same Pakistan, and Tarakarta was making that point, if we can go back to her, Tarakarta, they can't seem to guard diplomatic compounds in Karachi and Lahore, the biggest cities in Pakistan, but they're happy bombing and aerial striking, targets across the border in Afghanistan. Just what is going on with Pakistan? The concern and the suspicion has always been, let me get Tarakarta in on this, that much of this is orchestrated and it's being allowed by the Pakistani quasi-military, quasi-civilian state.
Oh yeah, so far you saw that when just before they, agreed to the Gaza deployment, for example, I'm just giving an instance, There were these, these huge, massive protests on Gaza. The moment the military said, okay, we're going to be part of this deal, no protests, nothing after that. So these are highly controlled ventures, one. Number two, I want to say much of this, I just feel so sad. Israel has got this. I'm happy that Israel has got the protection it does. I mean, that's great that people are doing that. Who protects Afghanistan? Who is there who will protect Afghanistan from these attacks? I mean, they have no aircraft. They've got nothing. Number three, the ones who are suffering the most are Pakistani Pashtuns themselves. 60,000 Pashtuns were evacuated because the military was preparing for operations. They were just told in the height of winter, they were told, okay, just move from here. So all this goes on, and despite all that, you still have the US supported Pakistan on the airstrikes. I mean, how strange is this policy? So I'm only assuming that they don't want to open another front, that's all.
Okay, just give me one more moment. I want to go to Joe Brown, but again, more breaking news that's coming through. The Israeli Air Force has just put out this video, as well as a statement that they've put out on social media. In the attack that they saw at the IRGC headquarters, as many as 40 commanders have been eliminated in 1 minute. This is the claim that's been put out by the Israeli Air Force. Iran's top security brass has been taken out within the opening strike itself. That's what they have put out. Joe, what more details do you have about these 40 plus commanders? Who are these commanders? What are the known confirmations that we have of the top Iranian military and IRGC commanders who've been eliminated? This video has also been shared by the Israeli Defense Forces. Yes, Joe.
So, as you say, 40 commanders were supposedly killed within that 1 minute. These are all people who are very close to the late Supreme Leader. It's likely that he was also included within that one. But these also include the leader of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, the defense minister, the leader of the nuclear program and close advisor to Khamenei, Ali Shahmani. And this shows the Israeli superiority over Iran militarily. The fact that they were able to wipe out an entire group within 1 minute. They say that they knew that they were going to be meeting at this specific time, and that's why they decided to attack right then. This is echoing what happened with the war with Hezbollah, where the strikes killed the leader of Hezbollah, and it was done so because they knew that they were going to be convening in a specific room at a specific time. And that shows the level of Israeli intelligence. The fact that they were also the first ones to announce that Khamenei was killed because they had picture proof. They have infiltrated Iran in such a deep level, people in the streets. I remember a while ago, Ahmadinejad said that they actually created a squad to try and weed out the Mossad agents within the Revolutionary Guard Corps. But the leader of that was actually a Mossad agent himself, and 20 other people within that unit were Mossad agents. That shows the level of which Israel has intelligence and superiority in Iran, and this is why they've been able to carry out these attacks. In order to change a regime, it's going to be very hard to do so without boots on the ground. The US definitely do not want to have boots on the ground. They have very bad memories of what's happened in the Middle East over the last couple of decades. Israel doesn't want to have boots on the ground there because there is a severe shortage of IDF reservists. They've been worn out, suffering from PTSD over the last couple of years. So they want to try and avoid this as best as possible. So in order to do that, yes, you need to have the drone attacks, the aerial raids, but you also need to have intelligence on the ground. And that's what's helped Israel find out that they were able to kill those 40 commanders within 1 minute. That's how they knew where they were, and that's how they will continue to fight this war. They say it will last maybe a couple days, maybe a week, but that is why Israel will fight until the very end and will be able to come away, at least in some sense, with a very strong military victory.
All right, thanks for that, Joe Brown. Let me bring in Major General Rajiv Kochar. General Deloy is there with us as well. Major General, you know, the arc of what has transpired over the last 2 years, it started with October 7th, and Israel has gone and consistently eliminated all of its major terror fountainheads, as it were. It eliminated Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah. It eliminated Mohammad Deif and Ismail Haniyeh of Hamas. And then, as I keep saying, the head of the snake, today, the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been eliminated. Do you see the whole security architecture of the Middle East changing as a result of this? Or will residual elements of Hamas, Hezbollah, and even in Iran continue with the same security threats that Israel faces?
You see, Zaka, I don't think we can eliminate this entire thing 100%, because nowhere, if you go back in history also, you will find that terror outfits tend to regrow. Because if you demolish a leadership, a new leadership is born. And till such time, terror funding will continue from state-sponsored terrorisms like Pakistan, Iran in particular. You will see these mushrooming under different names. We have seen it in our own neighborhood. The Lashkar-e-Toiba becomes the Resistance Front and things like that. The names keep on changing, but these people continue to sustain that kind of terrorism. And one important aspect here is the Palestinian cause. We need to understand one thing, that it was only Iran here which was a kind of a godfather to the Palestinians, and that is why the axis of resistance had been created. Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis, all these people. So it is very important for now Israel to ensure that there is no messiah available here in this region to support the Palestinian cause. Because if you have heard Netanyahu speaking, he never talks about a two-state solution. And look at what is happening in the West Bank. Last year, 144 settlements were there, and today they are 210. 7.8 lakhs Jews have been settled in the West Bank. So the prime objective of Israel is to finish this support of the Palestinians. Even the Gaza board doesn't have any of the Palestinians on the board itself. So the message is very, very clear. Both United States as well as Israel wants Israel to dominate West Asia and not Iran. And regime change is the only way it can be done.
Okay, so in retaliation to the attacks which took out the supreme leader as well as other top leadership, military and political leadership of Iran, Iran has been retaliating with drone strikes, with long-range missile strikes, and they're specifically also targeting civilian targets, civilian populations in Dubai, in Doha, in Mamama. CNN's Paula Hancock is reporting from Dubai after Iranian retaliatory strikes hit some of the commercial areas of Jebel Ali.
This is Jebel Ali on our left. We're just on the road between Abu Dhabi and Dubai. We have been seeing plumes of smoke rising from Jebel Ali. This is the commercial area of Dubai. We have heard from state-affiliated media quoting the IRGC saying that they have just carried out a sixth wave of attacks against US bases in the Middle East. Of course, it's unclear whether this is a direct hit, intentional, or whether this is falling debris from an interception. And this is the road from Abu Dhabi to Dubai. It is usually jam-packed. You can see how clear it is at this point. People are taking the remain in shelter warning very seriously.
All right. I want to go back to General Dhillon on this. General Dhillon, I also want to talk a little bit about the double game that Pakistan seems to be playing. On the one hand, they're allowing these orchestrated protests against US missions in Karachi, in Lahore, etc. But they have no qualms in sending airstrikes across the border, across the Durand line into Kabul, Kandahar and Bagram.
Absolutely, Yaka. There are two aspects to it. One is Pakistan military, which could not protect the houses of their own corps commanders. In May, a few years ago, the civilian protest. How do you expect them to do anything? And the second aspect of it is Pakistan military, if they want to do something in Pakistan, nobody can touch them, they will do it. Now, there is a background to what happened in Karachi US consulate. See, if you look at Iran's map, the whole air defense, I make this point again and again, whole of air defenses, and this has a link with the Afghanistan strikes also. The whole of air defense is facing southwards or southwestwards. That means towards Israel or towards American assets in the region. And their complete eastern flank, which is facing Pakistan and Afghanistan, is devoid of air defense, more or less. Now, if Israeli missiles have to hit Iranian targets without being intercepted by a formidable air defense, the air defense of Iran has to be divided. That means some assets of air defense of Iran, which are now facing south, have to face eastwards. Now, for that to happen, Pakistani airspace and Afghanistan airspace is to be used by the aerial platforms like aircrafts or the missiles to hit Iran from the east. Now, for that, Pakistan is the only country which can be bought with few dollars here and there. And Afghanistan still has some anti-aircraft weapons. Now, Pakistan is doing the dirty work for America in the meantime in Afghanistan. So that when this airspace is used from the eastern side, Afghanistan is not able to hit any of the air assets which are flying low. And this is what the whole game plan is. And now coming to US consulate in Karachi, how Pakistan Army orchestrated this attack on it. It is to show to the people of Pakistan that we are against America. We are allowing you to protest. And also telling America that our internal problem does not allow us to support you openly. So please give us more dollars. So that in spite of our internal issues, internal problems, we support you in your attack from the east or in your attacks on Iran. Now here, 8 Pakistanis killed or 10 Pakistanis killed have no meaning for Pakistan Army. Pakistan nationals' life is dispensable, is expendable. They will kill 100 of them to achieve the aim which military commanders or the military generals are wanting to achieve for themselves, not for Pakistan. Pakistan's national is the last thing on the priority. Pakistan's interest is last thing on the priority. The only priority is how to win confidence of America and earn some more dollars.
Okay,
and have those pizza
I want to go back to Tarakarta as well, coming back to the main war that is going on now between America and Israel. And of course, you have Iran and Iranian targets being taken out, whether it's the supreme leader, whether it's the defense minister, the head of the IRGC, all of them are now eliminated. We're also getting to understand that an interim leader, this is an interim leader, Ali Raza Arafi, will be appointed or has been appointed as the interim leader. He will, of course, have to oversee the process of choosing the next supreme leader, which will be decided by the Assembly of Experts and the Guardian Council. But how do you see this playing, ma'am? Because there are two conflicting factors here. One, that Trump does not want a long, drawn-out war, and yet you cannot change the entire regime unless there is a slightly longer horizon that is available. Yes, they've taken out Ali Khamenei, they've taken out some of the other top leadership, but the remnants of the regime still remain. And whatever the next generation of leadership will be, they'll only even more be ill-disposed to America, because America has just killed the man who's been leading and giving ideological leadership to this project for the last 40 years. Tarakarta, I think you're muted. I think you need to unmute yourself, please. Yes.
Yeah, sorry. See, I was from the beginning on your show, I've been very puzzled as to what is the US's ultimate objective, because you had Omani foreign minister. The Oman is now extremely reliable negotiator. They had said that the Iranians had agreed to zero enrichment. That was the last positioning, right? Now you have your guest who says, no, that's not enough. US wants to take out the missiles as well. It wants to take out everything. Having taken them out, they can just walk away. Because you can't stop terrorism with any number of missiles. Can you, unless there is a plan B, which says, I have this ready-made government which is willing to step in and take over things in a covert manner. Like I said, much like Bangladesh, what happened? They brought in this lot. Did it succeed? It didn't. Putting any kind of outside regime into a country is an extremely tricky business. And it requires a lot of patience and perhaps some boots on the ground as well.
Okay.
But they're not going to do that, right? So what is the option? I think from what I sense here is the idea is to weaken them. I mean, they've just appointed a new IRGC commander. So I don't think they're all that much in grief as we think. The leadership, the functions are still going on.
Okay.
I don't see any
just one word, ma'am. The Crown Plaza Hotel, and we're getting those visuals. This is again in Bahrain, in Mamama. The Crown Plaza Hotel has been damaged. This was shortly after explosions were heard in the Bahraini capital. Now, what is also interesting is they're targeting tourist centers, they're targeting hotels, they're targeting airports, they're targeting oil tankers and ports. These are all not just, sources of revenue or capital for these countries, but it is also potentially it could have, international tourists, international folks who are camped up in these hotels and of course in the airport and so on. Are they trying to send out a signal not just to these Gulf Arab countries but also to America and Israel that look, we're going to hit on these high value targets as they were in that sense, so that the message goes across both to Washington and to Tel Aviv, not just to Dubai or Doha or Manama?
See, one thing we've seen so far is, as far as I know, 2 people have died, right, in these random attacks. Number 2, what I have heard across is that there's the possibility of spoofing, that some of these things are being diverted. Number 3 is what you said, that it's deliberate. So far, Iran said right from the beginning that if we are attacked, we will target all US bases in self-defense. That's pure self-defense. That's legitimate. That's fine. What else is going on is inevitable because not all of these drones have that great a capability. And like I said, spoofing. But if this continues, there could also be, I'm not certain because we can't find who is making these decisions now. It's not clear. If it does seem that if they sort of spread these attacks around, more number of countries will start getting involved, and the crying out to say stop the war will increase because Iran is not going to win this type of war. It cannot.
Okay. On this question of who will now get to lead Iran, if we can take that breaking graphic as well. Ali Raza Arafi, he has now been appointed as the interim person who will lead Iran. He will take all the political calls as far as Iran is concerned. Remember, they have vowed all-out revenge. President Masoud Pezeshkian who's seen as a more moderate, more reformist sort of a figure. He had been sidelined as well over the last few months, certainly since last year's war, the 12-day war that happened in June. Now Ali Raza Arafi is supposed to be the person who will take on the role of the interim leader of Iran. Of course, ultimately the supreme leader will have to be chosen by the Assembly of Experts and by the Guardian Council. There are 88 members who will decide that. There are some front runners as to who will take over the reins after Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. But for now, Ali Raza Arafi will be the one who will be the head of the interim Iranian government or the Iranian regime. Major General, what do you make of that, and how is this expected to play out? As Tarakata was saying, the system is still in place. The system cannot be eliminated or overturned. Certainly can't be done in the matter of a few days or weeks. The system continues, but America and Israel can claim victory because the head of the system has been eliminated.
You see, Zaka, what has actually happened now is that Iran has a structured hierarchical system. And if you remember, Khamenei had already named his successor in the last 12 days war. He had already announced a name that who will take over, and Ali Narijani was the person whom he had actually nominated. But what happens is today, after 24 hours of battle, we see the top leadership has been liquidated, but the leadership vacuum is not there. Somebody has taken over. Decisions are going to be made, and especially the IRGC. If we are seeing what is happening in the Gulf countries, in all probability the junior leadership of the IRGC is taking the call, because the senior leadership has been wiped out. So the hierarchy actually falls on the junior leadership, and they are taking the calls. There is no lull in the battle. it is a continuous effort on the part of Iran to retaliate.
No, but towards what end? What will they finally achieve? At some point, they will run out of these munitions, they'll run out of these drones and these missiles. What is their objective? What is revenge as Iran sees it? It's not like they can take out Trump or Netanyahu.
No, yes, definitely not. But it is a kind of a message to their own people that the United States is not invincible. We can also cause harm to the United States, and we are doing it. So, if you remember in that 12 days war also, US allowed Iran to hit Qatar and then stop the war, because that was a kind of a saving grace given to Iran, that you can go back to your people and you can tell them that you have also struck us. So I think ultimately, see, a regime change cannot happen when you don't have boots on ground here.
Yeah.
Missile strikes will not ensure a regime change unless the people of Iran decide. So I think US is not going to fight a long battle here. Sufficient grounds are there today for Donald Trump to stop this campaign after a couple of days. I think he'll do so.
Okay, I just want to talk a little bit about Ali Raza Arafi. He's a senior Iranian Shia cleric. He's currently a member of the Guardian Council and the Assembly of Experts. He's the head of the Bache Kuni Basij, which is an internal police force, a law enforcement agency. He was also the former chairman of the Al Mustafa University in Qom. He has now been elevated as the interim leader of Iran. He was born in 1959 in Maybod in the province of Yazd. Before the Islamic Revolution, he used to be a preacher and an author, and then he has now been elevated since 2015. Since the Guardian Council and Assembly of Experts elections in 2015, he has been elevated to the Guardian Council and to the Assembly of Experts. It is this Assembly of Experts which will decide the next supreme leader. For now, he will be the interim leader of Iran. Ali Raza Arafi is his name. He has the unenviable task of taking revenge on America and its Gulf Arab partners, and also against Israel, to avenge the killing of the supreme leader. But at the same time, he also has to chart a course for the future supreme leader to take over, whoever he might be. That, of course, will be through a process after the Assembly of Experts decides and votes. But Ali Raza Arafi has been named as the new interim leader of Iran. And I just want General Dillo also to weigh in on this. This is an unenviable task. I mean, after Saddam Hussein was killed, then people, somebody from the outside was brought in, and the country has gone into a mess after that. Look at the case with Libya as well, after Muammar Gaddafi. Again, it's completely gone to the gutter. Will the same thing happen with Iran, or does Iran have a well-oiled succession plan, a well-oiled machine, that the head might be replaced or eliminated, but the system will continue, the regime will continue?
Zaka, the problem with the West is that they feel the whole world runs as per their way of living, which is unfortunately not true. Especially in this part of the world, the governments, the people, the affiliations, the tribal affiliations, the religious affiliations play a major role. So bringing someone from outside, imposing him as a leader, and then having sham elections just to say a democracy has returned is not going to work. In my opinion, how it's going to happen is, they will have a regime change. They will eliminate the complete top leadership. Most of it has already been eliminated. They will destroy their military assets. They will destroy their defense. They will destroy their nuclear capabilities. They will destroy the economic thing. And they will be pushed for an internal uprising. I don't think Americans will put the boots on ground, and unless the boots on ground are there, missiles alone do not bring in the regime change. They are not going to put the boots on ground. They will have a flip given to the internal uprising, which will result in a civil war. Because today we might say, just give me 10 more seconds. Today we might say there are enough people who will, rally around Ali Khamenei because of sentiments, emotions. But there are more than enough people in Iran who have been wronged, whose kith and kin have been killed by this regime. They are not saying anything,
All
or
right.
they're not speaking because they're not in a position to do so.
All right, General,
Come the
I'm
right
really
time,
sorry. We are compelled to take a break. But thank you very much to all our guests, Major General here in our studios, General Dillon joining us from his residence, and of course Tara Karta for joining us as well. Quick break, but continuing coverage here on CNN News 18.
We just had a bomb alert here in Tel Aviv a few minutes back. I don't know if you heard that, Arunima. I don't know if you heard that loud blast.
News coming in, locals protesting strikes on Iran have stormed, we are being told, the US consulate in Karachi.
Yes.
Now this is Pakistan, viewers, and this is why I have been saying, because there are these protests happening in India now, especially in Delhi, in pockets of Lucknow, in Kargil, in Srinagar, that they need to be stopped because it's quite possible that they may go out of hand. Yes, you can allow for a little bit of what is known as the release of the pressure valve, but if it becomes too much, it could lead to this. Look at the outcomes. Now we have two consulates, one in Baghdad, one in Karachi. Both, as you can see, let's go full frame to these pictures. These are dramatic pictures coming out. You can see the American flag, so quite clearly this is not an abandoned premises. You can see it. You can see it's a low building with a single story. It's very well fortified, but somehow these protesters have got through, and they're not one or two, there are hundreds of them. These gates have been overrun. Tom Cooper, this is going to be something that might become, I don't know, might become part of what is the non-military play and could have a huge bearing on the way things play out in the Gulf and will begin to play on American minds. If you have a repeat of what happened in 1979, 1980, a hostage crisis, it could change the equation.
That the Americans are very good at recalling the occupation of the embassy in Tehran in '79, but they do not recall the all-out attack by a mob in Islamabad on the US embassy there at the same time, in which at least 4 people were killed. So they are not recalling something they don't like to recall, and they are recalling something they do like to recall. Yes, it could get very serious, especially because in Pakistan there is lots of anti-US sentiment, and that is not going to change anytime soon.
This is despite, of course, the leadership causing up to the American leadership.
Yes, this is not looking good, viewers, from an optics point of view. You can have very many different ways of exerting pressure. Let me bring back from I-24 News in Israel, Natasha, who was with us. Natasha, these pictures are coming through. It's quite clear what the Iranians are trying to do. They're trying to rouse sentiments amongst Muslims in the Gulf and in perhaps even the subcontinent. This could have other impacts on the way this entire crisis plays out, because if it begins to enter into the civilian domain and there are casualties, specifically American civilian casualties, that could have a bearing on the politics in DC, could bear pressure on Mr. Trump to recalibrate, and perhaps even Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We are now in a direct state-on-state missile exchange. That is what is happening. We've been seeing Iran try to fight these strikes from both the United States and Israel, both militarily and also through rhetoric. We've seen Iran fire over 300 ballistic missiles, but you have to remember, they've not only been firing at the state of Israel, they've also been firing at nearby Gulf states. We are talking about strikes in countries like Kuwait, in the United Arab Emirates, in Qatar. So while they may be trying to
Viewers, the war is on. The war is on in the Middle East, and it is only widening by the minute. And it was expected that the Iranian regime would fold, but it hasn't. It has decided to dig its heels deep into the ground, and it is fighting with its back to the wall. Unprecedented visuals coming out from the Middle East, viewers, today. We will first begin with the most emblematic picture that we were expecting to see, or we would have expected to see, but perhaps not today, in the next few days. But viewers, unfortunately for Ayatollah Khamenei, the first visuals that are coming out from Iran are of his own decapitation. These, viewers, are the IRGC headquarters. This is where somehow, God knows how, Ayatollah was present in the most expected location. He was not supposed to be there, viewers. Anyone else would have decided not to be at the most obvious site, the site where perhaps the Americans and the Israelis would target first. Why he was there, we don't know. Did someone give him away? We don't know. But the fact is, viewers, in the first wave, in what was being called the preemptory attack by the United States and Israel, Ayatollah Khamenei's end came. For about 8 hours, Iran refused to confirm. It took President Trump on Truth Social to come out and say that Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, had been decapitated in a strike that had been conducted by Israeli and American forces. 40 bunker busters pummeled this headquarters. It's in the heart of Tehran. As I said, viewers, it was the most obvious site. Why the Ayatollah chose to be there, we don't know. But we do know that with him went a number of other senior leaders. And you can see these buildings basically being reduced to rubble within seconds. The impact was so devastating that for a mile around this building, viewers, you can see that road there. All those cars zipping past, but within minutes, seconds, entire area was covered in a pall of smoke. Nothing was left, viewers, of that site. And with him went Ayatollah Khamenei. 40 years he had been ruling Iran. His hold was a stranglehold. The people of Iran feared him. 50% of the population hated him. But he hung on there, viewers. He hung on only to be removed in this unseemly fashion by multiple strikes that were conducted in what was described as a preemptory strike, but it could turn out to be, viewers, the end strike. Because now Trump can legitimately go back to the people. He gets an off-ramp and he says, I've done what no other US president since Jimmy Carter could do, which is to eliminate and sever the head of the snake, the Ayatollah. Of course, viewers, Ayatollah Khamenei's predecessor was the founder of the Islamic Republic of Iran. He died a natural death, succession happens, and in that succession, it took 40 years, viewers. 40 years. Ayatollah Khamenei held on. No more, viewers. He's been reduced to ashes, dust to dust, ashes to ashes, as they say. That story, that chapter closes. We now know that others have begun to succeed him, viewers, and there is a whole succession plan. It's going to be run, the country is going to be run by an interim authority of 3 leaders, and over a period of time, these leaders are expected to either give shape to a more moderate turn in Iran, or, viewers, continue down the radical path and continue down the paths to war. Now, viewers, what we didn't expect were these scenes. Right after that attack, which took out the Iranian leadership, the Iranians, as I said, battened down the hatches and they hit back. And they have hit back, viewers, across the Gulf. And what you're seeing are pictures that have come from Dubai. Scenes of devastation. So overnight, I'm going to show you some pictures of the Burj Khalifa, that one beacon of progressivism, that one beacon of the Gulf, specifically Dubai's pivot to a new economy. It was a symbol of that new economy. Viewers, even that was attacked. Let's go and show those visuals from last night of the Burj Khalifa. And I want you to look at those pictures very closely as you see drones coming into the Burj Khalifa, viewers, and then pock-marking the Burj Khalifa. And there is a lot of flames coming out. We can bring those shots out. Can we do that, Director Saab? Can you bring out the Burj shot? Let's do that very quickly. These are other pictures from this morning. The Burj Khalifa shot, the defining moment was yesterday. Since then, Dubai is being harried, viewers. One after the other, wave after the wave of attacks have been hitting Dubai. There's another tower there. This is the airport. All of these have been struck all through the last 24 hours. We still don't have the Burj Khalifa shot. I'm really waiting for that, Director Saab, because that is really the defining image. Viewers, because Dubai had positioned itself as an area of stability. There it is. Those are the drones. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all moving towards the Burj Khalifa, and you'll see one of them striking, or maybe even two striking, and there are flames that erupt, and the Burj Khalifa feels the heat, and it has been now evacuated. We're also being told, viewers, that most of Dubai is today resembling a ghost town as people have completely disappeared. Let's show those pictures of Dubai airport. That was a devastation last night. So a moment after the Burj Khalifa was hit, this is what happened at Dubai airport. And I can tell you, viewers, that PV Sindhu and the Indian badminton team that was headed for a competition was stuck there. They were waiting to take a connecting flight. They got stuck there. They witnessed this. They were very lucky to escape. Some people have got injured. We don't quite know about any casualties beyond that, but scenes of utter devastation. The Dubai airport now locked down, shut. It's one of the world's busiest airports, completely moribund as we speak. No flights going in, no flights going out. The disruption is going to go into billions of dollars. Dubai, which was presenting itself to the world as this new Mecca, or let me not use that phrase, but say the new London and the new Singapore of the Middle East, viewers, today is looking over its shoulder, not quite knowing when the next wave of Iranian drones strike it, creating huge instability and anxiety. This is the Burj, which is, viewers, the Al Arab, which was the original building that was presented to the world. It looks like a mast, you can see. It looks like the mast of a ship. And that has also been struck. So all these buildings that were symbolic of the renaissance of Dubai have been hit. This is the industrial area. This is also an area which is very close to the port. That has also taken a hit. So an attempt is being made to tell the Gulf Emirates that if you are going to provide sanctuary to US troops, if you're going to give your countries and your soil as a base, you're going to pay for it. Henry Kissinger once said that to be America's friend is bad enough, but to be America's enemy is bad enough, but to be America's friend is lethal. It now appears that the Gulf countries are internalizing that lesson. And it's not just the UAE, it's not just the Dubai. There are others, Bahrain, within the UAE, also taking a hit. And beyond that, viewers, we're now beginning to see other, like Qatar, being attacked because this is Kuwait. Kuwait, another ally, host to a base, also targeted. Look at those, that's the remnant, the debris of a drone that had been struck, that falls to the ground. Kuwait also has seen damage to its airport. Those are many pictures from there also. Let's pull out those pictures of the damage to the Kuwaiti airport, Kuwaiti infrastructure. We're also being told that one of the key ports in Dubai, the Jebel Ali port, has also been hit. So there is widespread devastation all over. We're also being told that a large number of these videos that were surfacing yesterday and put out on social media are no longer making the rounds because heavy fines are being imposed. In fact, heavy fines are being imposed by the administration there to ensure that none of these videos emerge and the real story of what is happening on the ground emerges. But let's have a look at these pictures. These pictures are from Doha. There you can see, it goes right up there. This is Doha, and that is again the remnant of the debris of one of those missiles that have fallen to the ground. That's an ICBM or whatever it is. I'm not very good with my weaponry, but this is the remnant of at least something that was launched, a rocket that was launched from, in fact, a launcher in Iran, and that fell to the ground to intercept it, but somehow it retained its explosive core and exploded there. Not much damage there, but that was enough to rattle the cages. All of these pictures, this is again Doha, the skyline, you can see, viewers, devastation. Dubai, of course, has taken the brunt. And let's move further afield. What are we going to see next, viewers? We are going to see two pictures, and they're coming out of Pakistan. On the one side, viewers, in Pakistan is Lahore, and on the other side you're going to see Karachi. What is happening in Karachi and in Lahore? In Lahore, viewers, there is a consulate and there is a mad rush of people, a mob that is trying to get into the consulate. Here in Karachi, they've actually managed to enter the US consulate. You can see the flag on top of the consulate. It's a low-set building. It's a single-storied building. There you can see the flag. And they have breached the perimeter fencing. What, in fact, was the security doing there? We don't know. Clearly ineffectual. Once these mobsters get inside the consulate and begin to set fire to the buildings, that's when the security force reacts. That's when there is, viewers, some amount of pushback from the security force. And this, viewers, is a frontline state. The America calls its own as ally. Remember, in old parlance, before there was a pullback from America as far as Pakistan was concerned, the Pakistani state was said to be held up by three A's: Allah, the army, and America. America then moved away, but under Trump, America has come right back. It calls Pakistan its dependable ally, its great friend in the region. That was an attempt, viewers, to try and pressure New Delhi into a trade deal to use Pakistan and the relationship with Pakistan as leverage. And look at how Pakistan has paid back the Americans and the trust and the faith that Trump has now placed in Field Marshal, or Failed Marshal as he's called here in India, Munir, General Munir, and of course Prime Minister Sharif. That is the trust. They are attacking US assets, and if you hear these pictures, viewers, if I would boost the net, they're saying death to America. America Murdabad, America Murdabad, America Murdabad, death to America. And viewers, if I were to show you another visual, you'd be shocked to see that ISIS flags are being flown, Hezbollah flags are being flown. What are these organizations? These are hardline radical Islamist organizations that are founded on a Wahhabi, uncompromising Wahhabi ideology, Salafi ideology. All of those flags are being flown, viewers, by these Pakistanis, ungrateful Pakistanis. They do not want at any level to be part of the solution. They want to be part of the problem. And in this case, the problem, viewers, is Islamist fundamentalism, which is exported by Iran to destabilize the world. And then, viewers, of course, they have some ideological cousins here in our country, if you please. In India, viewers, here are all the sites where there are these protests that are taking place. In whose favor? In the favor of Hezbollah, in the favor of Ayatollah, Khamenei. These people call the Ayatollah their supreme leader, viewers. Nothing that the Ayatollah stands for is in any way complementary to India's constitutional approach to secularism or even democracy. Nothing. Yet these people, viewers, lionize the symbol of oppression and religious fundamentalism and a cruel patriarchy. This is a mindset prevailing in our own country, viewers. This is Srinagar. Masses of people out in the streets holding up various photographs, from Khomeini back there, the founder of the Islamic Republic, to Khamenei, to all sorts of other individuals who won't worthy a footnote in history. But viewers, there you have it. Russia has just responded. That's what I'm being told, that Russia has responded. President Putin has come out and said that the death violates the norm of international law. Iran strikes US base, uses hypersonic missile Fatah 2. That is also what we are being told, viewers. So big breaking news also coming in. Iran's president says US and Israeli attacks are open declarations of war against Muslims. That's also being reported. IDF began planning Operation Roaring Lion in June following the conclusion and military debrief of the 12-day war against Iran. So we're getting a lot of information coming in. Gulf nations, foreign ministers to hold video conference today because, viewers, of the scenes that I showed you all across the Gulf, which is the devastation that is being caused by Iranian reprisal attacks. In the middle of your screens, you can see those protest, viewers, breaking out. Protesters who are pro the Islamic regime in Tehran, in Iran, are out on the streets from Delhi to Lahore, in different parts of the country, Lucknow. Viewers, trying to suggest that the Americans and the Israelis are committing war crimes. Now, all of this means, viewers, all of this means that this particular area is in flux. And I'm going to show you a couple of maps which are going to sort of open your eyes further to the disruption that we are going to be seeing over the next few days. So when we look at these maps, you will understand that 30-40% of the world's oil no longer coming out of the Gulf because the Strait of Hormuz is completely sealed. And here it is, viewers. I want to show you. This is, of course, the Gulf. And here is the Strait of Hormuz. This area, I'm sorry, there is this strap going across that very point. We're going to try and move that and and get you something a little different. But here is why the Strait of Hormuz, why it is so significant. Here we are showing you, this is the area, this is Dubai, right there at the tip. This area is just about 20 meters wide and in some parts only 40 meters deep. The narrow sea passage between the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. And viewers, what is the significance? The significance is that it's located south of Iran, separates the Oman and the UAE, but also it's the funnel through which 40% of the world's oil, which is energy security, comes through. Most of it goes to China, a lot of it comes to India, viewers. Those numbers change, of course, from time to time. Between 20 to 30% of the world's oil comes out of these wells, which are in the UAE and, of course, at one time from Iran. But from Iraq, from Bahrain, from all these other Gulf nations, this oil comes out and, of course, fuels the foundries of the world and allows for the economic engines of big countries to rev up. That oil today, viewers, is lying stuck here because none of the ships are going past the Strait of Hormuz, which means, viewers, that we are staring at a potential shortage, deficiency of oil from this particular region, which means that over the next few days and weeks, oil prices will go up. Now, let's just have a few quick comments coming through from some of our guests. We're going to go across to Dr. Einat Wilf, former Israeli MP and co-author of The War of Return. Group Captain Vinod is here with us. Major General Rajan Kochar is here with us. Sushant Sareen is here with us. So I want to first begin with you, Sushant Sareen. You've been having a look now at the coverage over the last 12 hours. We were all up from 3 o'clock. Give me a sense of where we are moving. Where is the story moving? What are we to make of the events of the last 24 hours?
Rahul, I slept nicely in the night. I woke up in the morning to the news that the Iranian Supreme Leader had been taken out. But I think that was expected because after the last engagement in June last year, I think the calculation of Israel and the United States was that, look, if you have to effect regime change, you will have to do a decapitation strike and then probably move some other, make some other moves to make sure that if you cannot bring a regime from outside to take over, then at least you have a regime change within the regime, and you have a far more reasonable, progressive, moderate kind of a system which comes into Iran, and then a transition to something else. So I'm not at all surprised that that somebody like the supreme leader has been taken out. Frankly, I'm not going to shed any tears on that. I'm sure it has hurt a lot of people in India. Some people who considered him to be their spiritual leader, but that's just too bad. They need to learn to cope. Second, I think it's very clear what the trajectory of war is going to be. And I personally think that the Iranians have made a strategic blunder by targeting the Arab states around them. Because, look, most of these Arab states were taking a somewhat hands-off kind of an approach that they didn't want to get into the fray. But when you start attacking civilian targets and you start impacting on their economy in significant ways, then you are forcing their hands to, gang up against you. And I would imagine that that's a major strategic blunder that the Iranians have committed, because look, if you are somebody from the UAE or from Saudi Arabia or from any of these other countries which have been targeted, what is the one thing which goes into your mind? That look, Iran is now a significant threat to us. Iran can hit us anytime. Iran can have a devastating effect on our countries. And it is important to defang Iran. It is important to completely castrate Iran, not leave it with any capability to hit any of us. Look, if I was in a citizen of any of these Arab states, that's the feeling I would have. So I don't imagine that they would be thinking of it very differently. Also because historically they've had some beef with the Iranians, right? So what the Iranians have done is they have allowed everyone else to gang up against them. So I would imagine that we will see significant changes in the Iranian system going forward. I don't see this regime survive. I don't think it is in anyone's interest in the region to see this regime survive in the way it's currently constituted. Now, how long that takes, whether it happens in a matter of days or weeks, we'll wait and see. But the fact that, and Rahul, I think, maybe in some time we will get all the information of what exactly happened today.
Okay.
How the leader and the top generals and others were decapitated. Obviously, there was some inside information. Obviously, there is a certain section within the current regime which has given information, which orchestrated events to ensure that all of these guys collected in one place at the same time, and then the Israelis and the Americans had the information to take them out. It cannot be a coincidence. Nobody makes a blood. We have a general sitting with us. We, Air Commodore sitting with us. You ask them. It does not happen that everybody is collected under one roof. When you know that you are being targeted, when you know that there is going to be a decapitation strike, so I don't know what was told to these guys who orchestrate, but clearly something like that has happened.
Something like that has happened, but we're also hearing as we speak more visuals coming in, and you can see them on your screens. Let's pull them back up here on our screens behind me. Viewers, what we are being hearing is now that we have information coming out that massive clouds of smoke are rising above Tehran after the Israeli military said that it had begun striking targets deep inside the Iranian capital. So air raid sirens are blaring in various regions also of Jordan. As I'm saying, viewers, this is becoming bigger, it is spreading. I don't quite know if the Americans had thought this through. We're waiting, of course, for Iran to come back, pull back from what many people believe is the brink. We're going to take a very short break. When we return, viewers, we're going to return to some of our guests and we're going to get you a perspective. News coming in. Locals protesting strikes on Iran have stormed, we are being told, the US consulate in Karachi.
Yes.
Now this is Pakistan, viewers, and this is why I have been saying, because there are these protests happening in India now, especially in Delhi, in pockets of Lucknow, in Kargil, in Srinagar, that they need to be stopped because it's quite possible that they may go out of hand. Yes, you can allow for a little bit of what is known as the release of the pressure valve, but if it becomes too much, it could lead to this. Look at the outcomes. Now we have two consulates, one in Baghdad, one in Karachi. Both, as you can see, let's go full frame to these pictures. These are dramatic pictures coming out. You can see the American flag, so quite clearly this is not an abandoned premises. You can see it. You can see it's a low building with a single story. It's very well fortified, but somehow these protesters have got through, and they're not one or two, there are hundreds of them. These gates have been overrun. Tom Cooper, this is going to be something that might become, I don't know, might become part of what is the non-military play and could have a huge bearing on the way things play out in the Gulf and will begin to play on American minds. If you have a repeat of what happened in 1979, 1980, a hostage crisis, it could change the equation.
That the Americans are very good at recalling the occupation of the embassy in Tehran in '79, but they do not recall the all-out attack by a mob in Islamabad on the US embassy there at the same time, in which at least 4 people were killed. So they are not recalling something they don't like to recall, and they're recalling something they do like to recall. Yes, it could get this could get very serious, especially because in Pakistan there is lots of anti-US sentiment, and that is not going to change anytime soon.
This is despite, of course, the leadership causing up to the American leadership.
Yes, this is not looking good, viewers, from an optics point of view. You can have very many different ways of exerting pressure. Let me bring back from I24 News in Israel, Natasha, who was with us. Natasha, these pictures are coming through. It's quite clear what the Iranians are trying to do. They're trying to rouse sentiments amongst Muslims in the Gulf and in perhaps even the subcontinent. This could have other impacts on the way this entire crisis plays out, because if it begins to enter into the civilian domain and there are casualties, specifically American civilian casualties, that could have a bearing on the politics in DC, could bear pressure on Mr. Trump to recalibrate, and perhaps even Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We are now in a direct state-on-state missile exchange. That is what is happening. We've been seeing Iran try to fight these strikes from both the United States and Israel, both militarily and also through rhetoric. We've seen Iran fire over 300 ballistic missiles, but you have to remember, they've not only been firing at the state of Israel, they've also been firing at nearby Gulf states. We are talking about strikes in countries like Kuwait, in the United Arab Emirates, in Qatar. So while they may be trying to rouse the sentiments, and you could say try to get the goodwill of the wider Muslim Republic, the Gulf Arab nations are also seeing that Iran is striking them as well. So this is a very complicated picture. You know, obviously we know that in Iran, the picture is complicated. The state TV has declared these 40 days of mourning. But there are also reports of widespread celebration by Iranians. So the regime is dealing with a significant domestic unrest, along with this economic hardship, these strikes from the United States and Israel, and it's really just kind of pulling at the last straws to see if there's anybody who is left there to provide some level of support. But at this point, it seems like the IRGC is going to try to consolidate their power quickly. We know that there are succession mechanisms that the system has. The big question, of course, is whether this is a moment that is just going to totally fracture the regime or somehow harden it. And it seems, you know, for the broader Arab world, the implications are really just massive, because if Iran's ability to coordinate and finance Hezbollah and the Houthis and all these other militias is now disrupted, we could see major shifts in Lebanon, in Yemen, in Syria, in Iraq. Some governments in the region are definitely
And these are live visuals now coming of Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Madurai, and he is visiting the Thirupandrakundapuram Murugan temple in Madurai for the first time. This is a very, very important visit to Madurai by the Prime Minister, coming just ahead of a couple of months when the elections will be announced and elections will be held in the important state of Tamil Nadu. The Prime Minister is on a day-long visit today to Tamil Nadu, and he is visiting this famous Murugan temple in Madurai for the first time. You can see the Prime Minister's visuals there. He's entering the temple as I speak. On the red carpet inside the temple, the Prime Minister is there and visiting this historic and holy temple for the first time. I have my colleague Purnima Murli live with me from Madurai. Purnima, what is the significance of the Prime Minister's visit and how important is this particular visit, especially to this temple?
Well, you know, Thiruparukundram issue has been one of the narratives that the BJP has reiterated, especially in the run-up to the 2026 elections. This is where a petitioner had, in fact, requested for lighting of the Deepam at the Deepathoon, and the Madurai bench had directed the petitioner to light the lamp after the Tamil Nadu government had defied the order. But that did not happen, and the Tamil Nadu government did not allow the lamp to be lit at the Deepathoon. The BJP has so far maintained that the DMK is anti-Hindu and they do not want the Hindus to go ahead with their faith. That is something that the BJP had said. So Thiruparukundram visit by Prime Minister Narendra Modi is significant, and in the run-up to the 2026 elections, this is going to be significant. You can see scores of people gathering to get a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi here outside the Thiruparukundram temple. Back to you.
And Purnima, this visit coming at this particular time, you know, in a few days we could be having the Tamil Nadu elections being announced. Do you think this issue is going to dominate the elections, and Prime Minister's visit, is he throwing his weight behind the sentiments of those who want, the Deepathoon to be lit at this particular site?
Absolutely. We'll have to wait and see whether Prime Minister will speak about the Thiruparukundram issue. Remember, after the temple visit, Prime Minister will be participating in the NDA public meeting that's scheduled to take place at 5 p.m. in Madurai, after which he leaves Madurai. So 5 to 6 p.m. is when the NDA public meeting is scheduled. Prime Minister, we'll have to wait and see what Prime Minister has to say to the voters of Tamil Nadu and primarily to the voters of Thiruparukundram and Madurai. Remember, BJP so far has said this certainly is going to have an impact on the 2026 elections, and also have time and again alleged that the DMK is anti-Hindu. So how much of an impact this will have, and whether Prime Minister will also speak about the Thiruparukundram issue and how the devotees were not allowed to light the Deepam at the Deepathoon despite the Madurai bench giving a go-ahead for that, whether that will be highlighted by the Prime Minister in the speech in a short while from now, we will know. But you can see here people gathered here to get a glimpse of Prime Minister, and Prime Minister is leaving the temple here, which is why you can find scores of people who are residents of Madurai are here waiting to get a glimpse of the Prime Minister. So this is the situation outside the Thiruparukundram temple.
And Purnima, very interesting political developments have also been happening in Tamil Nadu. Just before this visit, you had the DMDK joining the DMK alliance. You also saw OPS joining the DMK alliance. So in a way, the DMK seems to be rallying various forces together. On the other hand, the BJP and the AIADMK do have an alliance, but who is really the face? Will BJP be a part of the government? There are a lot of ups and buts there. Also, Vijay being the X factor in this election. How do you see the politics being played out as the Prime Minister is making this visit to the very important center in Madurai?
Well, the sitting MLA in Thiruparukundram is the AIADMK MLA. The DMK is now trying to garner votes of the Devar community by inducting O. Pannirselvam, by also bringing in the DMDK. They are also trying to stitch together a grand alliance. DMDK initially was in talks with both the NDA as well as the DMK, but DMK managed to bring the DMDK on board. Prime Minister's speech will be significant because the NDA is also planning to make make inroads this time. And both the DMK and the NDA maintain that 2026 is a fight between the two Dravidian parties, and the NDA is confident that they will also be able to sweep elections. Prime Minister and other senior leaders of the BJP are going to aggressively campaign in Tamil Nadu, and this time around the BJP is hopeful that they will make inroads in Tamil Nadu elections. How much of an impact will Thiruparukundram issue have? All eyes on that, but you can see people here gathering to get a glimpse of Prime Minister while he's here in Madurai. But a lot of people have been gathering just to get a glimpse of Prime Minister. Yes, the NDA is planning to make inroads, and Thiruparukundram is certainly going to dominate the Tamil Nadu elections. How much of an impact will that have on the BJP and its alliance, the AIADMK? All eyes on that. By May, we will get answers to that.
And Purma, maybe you can speak to these supporters who have lined up to watch and see the Prime Minister. What do they have to say? Do you think this is the popularity of the Prime Minister also being reflected on the streets of Madurai today?
நீங்கலாம் வந்துட்டு பிரைம் மினிஸ்டர் பார்க்க வந்திருக்கீங்க. பிரைம் மினிஸ்டர்னால வந்துட்டு இங்க பிஜேபியால வின் பண்ண முடியுமா?
கண்டிப்பா வின் பண்ண முடியுங்க. அந்த அளவுக்கு மக்கள் இப்ப நிறைய பிஜேபி நம்புறாங்க. இந்தியாவிலே நம்பர் 1, வேர்ல்டிலே நம்பர் 1 லீடரா பாரத பிரதமர் மோடி ஐயா அவர்கள் இருக்காங்க. அவங்க இருக்கிற வரைக்கும் இந்தியாவுக்கு எந்த ஒரு அச்சுறுத்தலும் யாராலும் எதுவும் பண்ண முடியாது. மீண்டும் மீண்டும் அவர் தான் ஆட்சிக்கு வருவாரு. தமிழ்நாட்டிலையும் பிஜேபி ஆட்சி வரணும் என மனதார வேண்டுகிறோம். வெற்றிவேல் முருகனின் சார்பாக வேண்டிக் கொள்கிறோம். வரும் தேர்தலில் பிஜேபி தான் கண்டிப்பாக வெற்றி பெறும்.
So people here say that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is one of the top leaders across the world, and yes, the Modi factor will play an important role in the 2026 elections, and they are hopeful that this time around the BJP will definitely make inroads. And the chorus here is that the Deepam will be lit at the Deepatun. That's the chorus that you can hear from people, supporters of Prime Minister, supporters of BJP who've gathered here, saying that the Deepam will be lit at the Deepatun, and Prime Minister and the BJP will definitely make inroads in Tamil Nadu is the sentiment that's coming in from these supporters who gathered here at 12 noon to wait patiently to get a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Well, the supporters of Mr. Modi, they are saying that the Deepam will be lit at the Deepatun. That is what the supporters of the BJP there in Madurai are saying. Very, very excited over the Prime Minister's visit to this historic temple, which has been in the news for almost the last 6 to 8 months. Purnima, also, would you see, I saw EPS also at the rally earlier where the Prime Minister was inaugurating a number of projects for Tamil Nadu, for Madurai. How do you see the EPS equation with the BJP? Do you think there are no problems there? And do you think that Mr. Modi will be able to work his magic, though as a junior partner in this alliance, because EPS is the leading partner, but still do you feel that all is well between the BJP and the AIADMK, given that Mr. Annamalai is also an X factor in this election?
Well, all is well as far as the AIADMK BJP is concerned. Only the Congress and the DMK have issues. They are facing roadblocks. But as far as the NDA alliance is concerned, both the AIADMK and the BJP are together. The alliance is very much intact. You can see both Edappadi Palaniswamy and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. They are confident that this time around the AIADMK-led NDA front will make inroads, and that confidence comes from people here. They are all residents of Madurai. They are all residents of Thiruparukundram. All of them are excited that Prime Minister is here, and Prime Minister has come for the first time to their place, and all of them here confident that this time the BJP and the AIADMK together will definitely win elections. That's the sentiment that we can see here. And once again they are saying that the Deepam will be lit. In the Deepam வந்துட்டு தீபத்தூன்ல ஏத்தாம இருக்கிறது ஒரு பெரிய இஷ்யூவா இருக்குமா எலெக்ஷன்ல?
கண்டிப்பா இருக்கு மேடம், கண்டிப்பா இருக்கும். ஏன்னா அது பல நூற்றாண்டுகளாக தீபம் ஏத்தாம இருக்காங்க. இந்த தடவை இந்த எலெக்ஷன்ல வந்து கண்டிப்பா ஒரு மாற்றத்துக்காக மோடி வந்து பாரத பிரதமர் வர வந்திருக்காங்க. யாருமே இந்த மாதிரி பாரத பிரதமர் யாருமே வந்ததே கிடையாது. தடவை வந்தது எங்களுக்கு இந்த தொகுதி மக்களுக்கும் எங்கள் மதுரை மக்களுக்கும் எங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப மகிழ்ச்சியாக இருக்குது. கண்டிப்பாக தீபம் ஏற்றுறது.
So they are saying that they are excited that the Prime Minister has come here for the first time, and that now that the Prime Minister has come, they are confident that this year around the Deepam will be lit at the Deepathoon. But their only regret is that they were not able to get a closer glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. There are barricades here, heavy police presence, so that's what people here are telling us.
Okay, Purnima, now we have R. Rajagopalanji, the senior journalist, also joining us. Rajagopalanji, the big visit of the Prime Minister, this particular visit to Madurai and to the historic temple, what is the significance, and do you think what is the message that the Prime Minister is trying to send here?
Amanji, one thing important, Aman, it has given a political color. The DMK government, which did not implement the High Court order or the Supreme Court order, Prime Minister thought that he has to go there and worship that Lord, Murugan. Therefore, it's a significance. It is politically important. With the backdrop of Congress not getting closer to DMK, now Prime Minister has gone to Tamil Nadu 2 times. He went with EPS. So there is even for the perspective view, DMK is not aligning with Congress, but ADMK has dealt with ADMK and BJP. 2 times in Maduranthagam and in Thirupanakundram, Prime Minister visited. And moreover, Aman, for the first time, Murugan Temple, Vetrivel Veeravel, that is what the chanting of slokas, mantras, etc. And it's a very old temple, 1000-year-old temple. You can see the architecture of that. When Prime Minister laid, Sastang Namaskar kiya hai, that has been welcomed by everyone. Even in sitting in Tamil Nadu, DMK did not greet during the Deepavali or Vinayak Chaturthi or Kali Puja, etc. Navaratri. They don't have any, account about that. They are anti-Hindu. That is a feeling BJP is generating. To ensure Prime Minister's visit to Thirupanangundram politically significant, I am very sure around the Thirupanangundram, at least 5 to 6 assembly constituencies will have a major effect.
And Mr. Rajagopalan, also as you said, PM ने साष्टांग नमस्कार किया है. He has made it a point to visit the Murugan temple for the first time. And the chants there from the BJP worker is that the Deepam must be lit at the Deepotham. Do you think this is a sentiment that will travel far and wide now, because the Prime Minister effectively is throwing his weight behind these voices which say that the DMK government has violated court orders and not allowed people to exercise their religious right in a way?
Yeah, even the local Muslims, Aman Sharma, even the local Muslims in Thirupanakundram never wanted
infrastructure and civilian places are targeted. There could be heavy casualties, and that is what India is the most concerned about. But because I was saying earlier, India has a huge population in the Middle East. We have a lot of people working there, a lot of people living there, and that is why India is most concerned, and that is why Mr. S. Jaishankar has been working the phone all night, calling up his counterparts in Bahrain, in Kuwait, in UAE, in Saudi Arabia. Basically,
a massive operation against US and Israel. They have made this statement that they've in fact vowed revenge at the moment. Fit. He is now the president of Syria. Look at the case in Venezuela. You have Delcy Rodriguez. Again, she's trying to keep the US administration happy. So the US also trying to find a middle ground over here, because they know the kind of power that the Islamic clergy also is wielding. So even as far as Mustafa Khamenei is concerned, this is going to be somebody who will be able to sort of do that balancing act between the IRGC, between the Islamic Council in Iran, and perhaps also be able to ensure the return of democracy. Maybe if the US wants it, the youth would want that. As far as the cost of living crisis is concerned, that is addressed, but it is the transition council that is going to now play a very important role.
Where is it going to be based, viewers? Of course, that remains to be seen, but there are really 2 power centers. There is the one where obviously administrative power lies, which is Tehran, and then there is QOM, which is the spiritual center, and this is where those protests that we just showed you are taking place. This is where the pro-regime protesters are out in those mosques chanting deaths to America, deaths to Satan, deaths to Zion, deaths to Israel. So that's where that is happening, and that's, if you were to draw a line between QOM and Tehran, they're roughly on the same latitude, just that QOM is more west than Tehran. but it's in that northwest part where, of course, some of the attacks have been concentrated over the last few days. And you can see some of these attacks on Urmia and Kermanshah. Isfahan here is where one of the prime nuclear research facilities, this is right in the center really of Iran, is located. So this is really the geography, if you can see. This is Qom here, this is Tehran, and this is Isfahan. This triangle really at one level is where things are or manifest themselves in a way that keeps this regime in power. This is the grid. This is the grid. And let me just go straight across to George Birnbaum, who joins us. Good morning from India, Mr. Birnbaum. Thank you for joining us here. We're talking of now potential regime change. When does America and Israel decide this operation is over, that the objectives have been met? There's been a decapitation strike. It's been confirmed now by Iran. What do you think is that point?
So there are two objectives. One of your guests previously mentioned. There are military targets, missile launchers, warehouses of drones, those kinds of things. And then there are political targets. And regime change is not as simple as just cutting off the head of the snake, as your colleague said regarding Venezuela. We got rid of Maduro and Delcy Rodriguez is there, and you still have the head of the army. And in a country like Iran, you have the Republican Guard, you have the internal security forces, you have the military, the police forces, many of which at the higher levels of leadership have been a big part of the crackdown on the civilian population. So regime change is not just about removing the Ayatollah. It's also about removing enough of that next tier of leadership in such a way that when the people do try to take back the country, they have the ability to do so without the threat of violence and the crackdown. So it's a process, and that process is not as easy as dropping a bomb on a bunker of a leader. That requires a little more, let's call it human boots on the ground, if you will, and other means by which to decapitate that level of leadership such that you can have regime change. That's not a quick process. That takes time. Is that weeks? Is that months? Time will tell. But I am sure we'll see an effort over the coming days and weeks to remove that next level of leadership in Iran in order to allow for the regime change to take place.
George Birnbaum is former chief of staff of Prime Minister Netanyahu. And I do want to ask you, we've already seen some quick announcements from the Iranian regime. A new commander who was the deputy commander so far to be the new commander of the IRGC. A leadership council announced with the President Pezeshkian part of it. Till last evening, there were doubts about his safety and well-being as well. We don't really know. But the Iranian regime has announced he's part of this council. So they're suggesting he's well and alive and can take this forward. And now Mojtaba Khamenei to be taking over as the new supreme leader. He's the second eldest son of Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran. I want your thoughts on this because they're already announcing a lot of their leadership, the transitional leadership.
Yeah, well, your viewers might recall after October 7th happened, every time a leader of Hamas was removed and they announced a new leader within a day or two or three, that leader was also eliminated. I'm not suggesting necessarily there's going to be a series of ayatollahs, of spiritual leaders day after day, but I am suggesting that, as I think your colleague mentioned, depending on the tone and depending on the approach that the new spiritual leader takes towards the United States and Israel, we'll see whether or not they become targets or they become partners in moving Iran forward towards a more democratic process.
So you're suggesting that the US and Israel will kind of adopt a wait and watch approach to see where the leadership, what tone and tenor they're adopting. But George, the US has already announced that this entire operation would be at least a week-long operation. So I want to understand this timeline that they have set already. What all is still in store according to you?
Their primary, secondary, tertiary military targets, as I mentioned, they go a little deeper than just actual missile launchers or factories. I think that goes to command and control centers around the country. As your host had shown, there is home. There are other cities in which we have to focus attention where the Iranians have hid weapons, hidden capabilities. So the primary targets were really what you take out in the first 24, 48 hours. And then you get to your secondary and tertiary list of targets. Once you have air superiority, which has been established in the past 24 hours, the Americans, the Israelis can fly over the skies freely without the threat of surface-to-air missiles, without the threat of any other air-to-air combat. So now you can really focus on those harder-to-get targets and use your military might in ways that you couldn't in the first 24 to 48 hours.
So let's just very quickly open this up because there's a lot of news coming in. And Mr. Birnbaum, I have to ask you, and we also joined this morning by Bishambar Dayal. Thank you, sir, for making time on a Sunday morning. Look at what's happened. The world is changing very quickly as far as the Gulf is concerned. New equations coming into play. But George Birnbaum, look, I agree that the Ayatollah and those other horrific mass murderers needed to go. There's no doubt that they're a scourge on humanity, that they had committed untold crimes against their own people. Having said that, here, this is the Strait of Hormuz, which extends, and this is where all the oil comes out of. Now, this Strait of Hormuz, this is blocked, isn't it?
Yes, and it's very critical. 20 to 25% of all global oil supply passes through this strait. So there are going to be global consequences. Of course, India is part of this because India already imports 90% of its crude oil requirement. And there are 20 million barrels that are supposed to cross this very narrow part of 21 miles. That's it. And it's also a very shallow strait, which is why it makes it militarily very susceptible to, for example, naval mines, etc.
And look how close this is, this area, to the Gulf countries. So you have Dubai, etc., all of that here, the UAE, you have other Gulf states here. And all of this is within easy target range from Iran. And that's why you're seeing so many of those targets being hit in these Gulf nations. On this side, of course, is Israel.
Yeah.
And this is where some elements of the US fleet are. That's where they all are. This is Israel. And it is from here that this targeting is happening. So it is this expanse, which is Syria, Iraq, Syria, and then, of course, Israel, where all of this is happening. That's the airspace that is being used. It's over this airspace that there is all these projectiles that are going back and forth. Most of these targets that are being hit are now pretty much all across Iran because, and I want to bring in JJ Saab here. JJ Saab, the munitions that are being used by the US warships that are stationed here, I want you to tell us a little bit about them because they seem to have all that reach. They can go all the way across to almost this entire part of Iran, even eastern Iran. Could you talk us through this a little bit? Tell us a little bit about the munitions that the US is deploying.
Well, Rahul, you have displayed a very good map and this gives a very good perception to the viewers. You see, the Gazelle Ford and one of the carrier groups is in the Mediterranean and very close to the Israeli coastline. So the projectiles which are being used basically are Tomahawk missiles which can hit all the targets. Then they have the air-launched missiles from the F-35 and other air platforms. So they are using combination also. Don't forget, from the ships, lot of the missiles are being launched. But the airspace that is being used is the Iraqi and Syrian airspace. This is about 1600 kilometers. So therefore, whether you are using the air platforms or you are using the ship-based platforms, these missiles are able to hit most of the targets. And please remember, like missile like Tomahawk, they have a very close circular error of probability, means they can almost hit the target within meters. So this is exactly where the major effort is going on. And don't forget, on the other side, the carrier group Lincoln is also there. So they are complementing from the both sides. So it is the two-sided, missile warfare or the aerial warfare that is going on. One from the, from the Arabian Sea, and second, of course, from the Mediterranean, very close to the Israelis. This is where the pounding is going on. So
what
it
we're
is
being
two.
told, sir, and General Dayal, I want to come out to you. What we are being told is Pakistan has said that no one is going to use our airspace. So basically, there's not going to be an outflanking, so to speak, of Iran. Most of the, and if not all of, the munitions that are going to come into Iran are going to come over this airspace, which is Iraq, and of course Syria. And they're going to land into Iran and knock out some of these targets. We're going to, of course, discuss some of these targets and its importance. But why is the US fleet here? And why hasn't it moved, for example, here into the Arabian Sea so that there's a pincer? Why hasn't that happened? Why is it hiding behind Israeli defenses, so to speak?
See, I mean, in the naval concept, you know, Abraham Lincoln will move to Arabian Sea, right? But presently, it is all air warfare, right? It's a air and a missile warfare. So, in the air and missile warfare, Rahul, we must understand that America and Israel are not planning a major land offensive. They have not mobilized their airborne divisions. They have not mobilized, like in Iraq, they mobilized everything. So it's the CENTCOM operation which will take place. They do not need Pakistan actually. You know, they have got enough airspace available of Iraq, even the bases which are there. The Gulf countries, they have said we will not allow our bases to be used for operations against Iran. But since Iran has already violated that and started firing, I'm sure soon these bases will also start firing on Iran.
Okay, so give me a sense of why some of these areas have been struck. And right after that, we're going to pull out the other map. That is Iran's response and where they have been hitting. So that second map we're going to come to. But yes,
these are the important known places
what
in
is
Iran.
Kerman Shah about?
Why
is Kerman Shah being attacked?
Where the Revolutionary Guards, where the military headquarters establishment, where the missile forces, they have got a rocket and missile force, which these are located, and also where they feel that there is some uranium enrichment, whatever they've been calling till now. So these are those places, identified military objectives.
So I'm going to bring Shivani into this. Shivani, come up to the map.
Yes. So
let's talk about these
Rahul,
instances.
the IDF spokespersons have already told us that these are initially, in the first 1 day of strikes, these are predominantly military and political sites that have been attacked. So in Tehran itself, the presidential office was attacked, which is exactly the compound where Khamenei is believed to be killed. Now, of course, it has become a matter of great discussion why Khamenei was in his compound. We can come to that later. But this is also the Ministry of Intelligence in Tehran, and also a neighborhood where the former president Mahmoud Ahmadinejad lives is suspected to have been hit in Tehran itself.
Do we have any status updates on him?
Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, no.
But
on current President Pezeshkian, no, but he has been announced as part of the Leadership Transitional Council, so I believe the Iranians are suggesting he's much
And what about the family members of the Ayatollah?
Yes, so there are many family members of the Ayatollah in the presidential office. It's bizarre that they were all there, knowing that he was the target and he was the first target, but they have been killed, his daughter and a grandchild. At least these two we know that have perished as far as these strikes are concerned. Natanz is one of those strikes that was hit last year as well. Fordo, Natanz, etc. were the uranium or the nuclear sites.
So the enrichment.
The nuclear facilities.
Is that enrichment? Let's just bring in Mr. Dayal. Yeah, General Dayal. Yes.
See, Rahul, the problem is that last time also, about 6 months back on 22 June, you said B-2 bombers fired.
Yes.
You know, and you destroyed it.
Yeah.
But if still there are some elements, I think the foreign ministers of Iran only a few days back with the Vice President of America had very categorically confirmed that you are willing to visit. We are allowing you to visit, see everything, and we are compromising. So they may have some element. There's no doubt about it.
No, the people have been talking about a dirty bomb as well.
General Saab has spoken, but I also want to bring in JJ Saab in just a few seconds. I would just ask the Director Saab in the window on the corner at the bottom if you could put some visuals, because we're already showing the map in this window. So we can do that. Yes.
No, I'm saying that there were, the general can come in on this, he would know much more, but there were talks about a dirty bomb, right? You don't always need a very sophisticated nuclear weapon.
Right.
You can always have a very small, dirty weapon as well, which you can put to use not through even a missile. Right? There are talks that you can just put it in water, for example. You can put it in the sea, and many lives could be at stake.
You see, carrying a uranium, making into a weapon means you need a warhead, and then you need a carrier. Probably Iran does not have a warhead. It has carrier means it has got supersonic missiles. It has got the hypersonic missiles. Its missiles are really effective. It has got today drones. probably a small thing can be
But
dropped
does
by
it
drones
have the
also.
capacity right now to launch those missiles? You see, what happened in Operation Sindoor was that the Indian Air Force went out there and they knocked out the airfields. They knocked out, of course, some of the... here, this is the Strait of Hormuz, which extends, and this is where all the oil comes out of. Now, this Strait of Hormuz, this is blocked, isn't it?
Yes, and it's very critical. 20 to 25% of all global oil supply passes through this strait. So there are going to be global consequences. Of course, India is part of this because India already imports 90% of its crude oil requirement. And there are 20 million barrels that are supposed to cross this very narrow part of 21 miles. That's it. And it's also a very shallow strait, which is why it makes it militarily very susceptible to, for example, naval mines, etc.
And look how close this is, this area, to the Gulf countries. So you have Dubai, etc., all of that here, the UAE, you have other Gulf states here. And all of this is within easy target range from Iran. And that's why you're seeing so many of those targets being hit in these Gulf nations. On this side, of course, is Israel.
Yeah.
And this is where some elements of the US fleet are. That's where they all are. This is Israel. And it is from here that this targeting is happening. So it is this expanse, which is Syria, Iraq, Syria, and then, of course, Israel. Where all of this is happening. That's the airspace that is being used. It's over this airspace that there is all these projectiles that are going back and forth. Most of these targets that are being hit are now pretty much all across Iran because, and I want to bring in JJ Saab here. JJ Saab, the munitions that are being used by the US warships that are stationed here, I want you to tell us a little bit about them because they seem to have all that reach. They can go all the way across to almost this entire part of Iran, even eastern Iran. Could you talk us through this a little bit? Tell us a little bit about the munitions that the US is deploying.
Well, Rahul, you have displayed a very good map and this gives a very good perception to the viewers. You see, the Gazelle and one of the carrier groups is in the Mediterranean and very close to the Israeli coastline. So the projectiles which are being used basically are Tomahawk missiles which can hit all the targets. Then they have the air-launched missiles from the F-35 and other air platforms. So they are using combination also. Don't forget, from the ships, lot of the missiles are being launched. But the airspace that is being used is the Iraqi and Syrian airspace. This is about 1600 kilometers. So therefore, whether you are using the air platforms or you are using the ship-based platforms, these missiles are able to hit most of the targets. And please remember, like missile like Tomahawk, they have a very close circular error of probability, means they can almost hit the target within meters. So this is exactly where the major effort is going on. And don't forget, on the other side, the carrier group Lincoln is also there. So they are complementing from the both sides. So it is the two-sided, missile warfare or the aerial warfare that is going on. One from the, from the Arabian Sea, and second, of course, from the Mediterranean, very close to the Israelis. This is where the pounding is going on. So
what
it is
being told, sir, and General Dayal, I want to come out to you. What we are being told is Pakistan has said that no one is going to use our airspace. So basically, there's not going to be an outflanking, so to speak, of Iran. Most of the, and if not all of, the munitions that are going to come into Iran are going to come over this airspace, which is Iraq, and of course Syria. And they're going to land into Iran and knock out some of these targets. We're going to, of course, discuss some of these targets and its importance. But why is the US fleet here? And why hasn't it moved, for example, here into the Arabian Sea so that there's a pincer? Why hasn't that happened? Why is it hiding behind Israeli defenses, so to speak?
See, I mean, in the naval concept, Abraham Lincoln will move to Arabian Sea, right? But presently, it is all air warfare, right? It's a air and a missile warfare. So in the air and missile warfare, Rahul, we must understand that America and Israel are not planning a major land offensive. They have not mobilized their airborne divisions. They have not mobilized, like in Iraq, they mobilized everything. So it's the CENTCOM operation which will take place. They do not need Pakistan actually. You know, they have got enough airspace available of Iraq, even the bases which are there. The Gulf countries, they've said we will not allow our bases to be used for operations against Iran. But since Iran has already violated that and started firing, I'm sure soon these bases will also start firing on Iran.
Okay, so give me a sense of why some of these areas have been struck, and right after that we're going to pull out the other map, that is Iran's response and where they have been hitting. So that second map we're going to come to. But yes, sir.
These are the important known places
What
in
is
Iran.
Kermanshah about?
Why
is Kermanshah being attacked?
Where the Revolutionary Guards, where the military headquarters establishment, where the missile forces, they have got a rocket and missile force, which these are located, and also where they feel that there is some uranium enrichment, whatever they've been calling till now. So these are those places, identified military objectives.
So I'm going to bring Shivani into this. Shivani, come up to the map.
Yes. So
let's talk about these
Rahul, the IDF spokespersons have already told us that these are initially, in the first 1 day of strikes, these are predominantly military and political sites that have been attacked. So in Tehran itself, the presidential office was attacked, which is exactly the compound where Khamenei is believed to be killed. Now, of course, it has become a matter of great discussion why Khamenei was in his compound. We can come to that later. But this is also the Ministry of Intelligence in Tehran, and also a neighborhood where the former president Mahmoud Ahmadinejad lives is suspected to have been hit in Tehran itself.
Do we have any status updates on
On
him?
Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, no. On
know
current President Pezeshkian, no, but he has been announced as part of the Leadership Transitional Council, so I believe the Iranians are suggesting he's much
And what about the family members of the Ayatollah?
Yes, so there are many family members of the Ayatollah in the presidential office. It's bizarre that they were all there, knowing that he was the target and he was the first target, but they have been killed, his daughter and a grandchild. At least these two we know that have perished as far as these strikes are concerned. Natanz is one of those strikes that was hit last year as well. Fordo, Natanz, etc. were the uranium or the nuclear sites.
So the enrichment.
Is that or the nuclear facilities.
Is that enrichment? Let's just bring in Mr. Dayal. Yeah, General Dayal. Yes.
See, Rahul, the problem is that last time also, about 6 months back on 22 June, you said B-2 bombers fired.
Yes.
You know, and you destroyed it.
Yeah.
But if still there are some elements, I think the foreign ministers of Iran only few days back with the Vice President of America had very categorically confirmed that you are willing to visit. We are allowing you to visit, see everything, and we are compromising. So they may have some element. There's no doubt about it.
No, the people have been talking about a dirty bomb as well.
General Saab has spoken, but I also want to bring in JJ Saab in just a few seconds. I would just ask the Director Saab in the window on the corner at the bottom if you could put some visuals, because we're already showing the map in this window. So we can do that. Yes.
No, I'm saying that there were, the general can come in on this, he would know much more, but there were talks about a dirty bomb, right? You don't always need a very sophisticated nuclear weapon.
Right.
You can always have a very small, dirty weapon as well, which you can put to use not through even a missile. Right? There are talks that you can just put it in water, for example. You can put it in the sea, and many lives could be at stake.
You see, carrying a uranium, making into a weapon means you need a warhead, and then you need a carrier. Probably Iran does not have a warhead. It has carrier means
but
it has got supersonic
uranium.
missiles.
Yeah.
It has got the hypersonic missiles. Its missiles are really effective. It has got today drones. Probably a small thing can be dropped by drones.
Does it have the capacity right now to launch those missiles? You see, what happened in Operation Sindoor was that the Indian Air Force went out there and they knocked out the airfields. They knocked out, of course, some of the...
You have about 8 months back to us some degree of extent, but eventually after the 12 days of Lion Rise operation, they were not degraded sufficiently. But in this 8 months, the Iranians knew what is going to happen. They have actually surged the capacity in terms of making of drones. If you recall, the Shahed drones which you're talking of, which has got about a range of about 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers to strike with a pretty high speed, and they carry about 100 and 200 kgs of explosives on them. They can actually take out a floor of a building, of a larger building. That's the capacity.
So these are the pictures that were coming from yesterday.
They were Shahed. They were Shahed actually.
Shahed
the ones with a wing which you can see.
That's right. They look like mini aircraft.
Yeah, they look like mini aircraft. They look like mini stealth bombers actually. So they are very difficult to capture and catch. And also please understand, that there is an evolution of technology which is taking place. So while in the race, the air defense systems which have 8 months back, they were relevant. The technology has changed to beat back the air defense systems.
Can I ask you something? The US bases in these countries, and this is a map of the US bases in the Gulf, they are not being used to mount any attack on Iran. But would they be allowed to retaliate to Iranian drones?
Yeah, so what has happened is that two things which have happened. Actually, the biggest tragic mistake Iranians have done is to have actually involved the Gulf nations. Because they were the ones who were telling the Americans that don't get into it, right? And they had very clearly articulated that we will not allow our airspace, our ground space to mount any attack against Iranians. In fact, a month back, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia had called up the President of Iran and said, we will not allow. But once they have struck, they have involved and enforced an unwilling coalition, which was not willing earlier, and they have found a coalition now with Americans.
Why would they do this, sir? Some people are saying that, and I want to bring in George also. Give me a second, George. I want to bring you in because you were mentioning how your daughters are in Israel, they're in bunkers. An update from them, and I just hope that everything is okay with them. I also have a daughter about that age, and I know how the heart palpitates. And I have a son who's also overseas, so we all know how that goes as a parent. And secondly, your wife is still in Dubai. Is she in this airport or is she in a hotel? What exactly are you hearing from her? Has she told you about the situation there right now? You can see these streaks in the air. Obviously, these are drones that have been intercepted, and you can see the flak, I suppose, call it what you want, and the streak in the sky. So that's evidence there.
Yeah. So thank you for asking about my daughters. They're fine. They're with their friends. They're in the bomb shelters. They're ordering food for delivery services to the bomb shelters, which are delivering food, believe it or not. So they're fine. Thank you. In terms of my wife, she's in an apartment building downtown, and she's actually been getting. The reason I was looking at my phone a moment ago, they were just a series of alerts sent by the Dubai government to people in the area to find shelter. So she's sheltering in I believe in an interior corridor in the apartment building right now, or in the basement, perhaps in the parking garage. So they are now getting, the Dubai government is now issuing citywide alerts or emirate-wide alerts to the population when they have these attacks coming. And she says it's quite loud. They can hear the interception of the incoming drones and missiles, since Dubai does have a defensive missile capability. I don't know which system they're using. I don't know if they're using Patriot missiles or a different system. But yeah, it's quite intense in Dubai this morning as these waves of attacks come, and they are using the Shahed drones. You can see by as the general said, you can see by the look of the drone and the shape of the drone, these are the same drones that the Russians have been using to attack Ukraine for the past several years. So it's unnerving, to be sure, because those drones fly low, they fly slow, they fly in a horizontal way, so they can go into a building, as opposed to a missile, which comes from the sky down. That makes it more difficult to directly hit the side of a building. So it's terrifying. But again, as I mentioned earlier, I believe that this pan-Arabic, pan-Muslim mentality that existed 20, 30 years ago doesn't exist anymore. The general rightly said that the Iranians have made a bad calculation. They have unified the Gulf nations now against them, where they were already unified in, as I mentioned, looking at Iran as a pariah state in the region. And this, I think, will go a long way to consolidating that group in making sure that Iran, doesn't continue to do this in the future.
Even as we speak of this, there is, of course, those elements of a fight back that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps is talking about. They're saying we've carried out a 6th wave of attacks on Israel and American military bases. I would like to ask General DP Pandey, we've got MJ Vinod joining us, former fighter pilot MJ Vinod joining us. how long do you think, or how much capability do you think Iran has to continue to mount these counterattacks, particularly on Israel and US bases? I'm not talking about the drone attacks that we've been talking, but what are their real air capabilities, their jets, their missiles? How long are they going to last?
Good question. In fact, I've traveled to Dubai very often. Just a couple of days ago, I was there. And these are places very, very familiar to me, where the attacks are happening. And as we speak, a lot of my friends are currently stuck there. In fact, one of them, just before this news, I talked to him very close to Burj Khalifa. He lives. And they all, like you said, are in their car park basements, and some of them have taken refuge, believe you me, in the metro stations, where the metro station is under the ground. So it is a panic. And Dubai, since UAE is probably coming to the Emiratis coming together, and its inception has not seen such a kind of attack on its soil.
Yes.
So in the modern days, we have now, if you go back to known history, as Dubai or UAE has been this kind of an attack never. So this is something new for Dubai. That said, just taking on your question as to how, I had the opportunity of looking at the low-cost drones of Iranians given to Pakistan, which was launched against us, many of which did not reach the target and landed. So I have the opportunity of looking at it up and close, intact. So these are extremely low-cost drones, and like we make it. So I know the exact cost. The cost to cost these drones would
Okay, I'm just,
come down
Captain
to
Vinod, just give me 30 seconds
rupees.
because I'm just speaking to the PCR here. We're just going to reorient this screen. Let's do it this way. You keep the guests on the left of your screen, one above the other. So let's open a 3 window with the guests on the left, and let's keep all the visuals on the right and split the screen if we can in 4. If that can be done, I would be delighted. What we're seeing, viewers, and let's just look at these pictures for a few seconds. On the left of your screens at the bottom are visuals that came from yesterday.
Yes.
This is when Dubai was experienced the first wave, so to speak, and you had the Fairmont Hotel that was hit. Now, we don't know what exactly happened there. How is it that that particular projectile, was it an intercepted fragment that fell? And on the right, of course, is the Burj Khalifa, again from last night. But in the middle of your screens, we are being told that these are visuals that are coming from, where are these visuals in the middle of your screens coming from? Do we have an idea? From Doha. We're being told that these visuals are from Doha. What's happening? Let's blow them up here on the screen behind me. Let's see what this is. Let's see what this is. General Pandey, what do you make of these pictures that are coming in from Doha? Let's put those visuals out. Can we put those visuals out?
Yes,
there they
this
are.
one.
Look at the swarms. What are these projectiles that are coming through? There are all sorts of birds flying around. There is also, we can see some activity on the ground. There is the minaret of a mosque, and behind that there is a plume of smoke. So clearly some building, it appears, could have been targeted. I'm not quite sure. The pictures are very grainy.
Clearly,
but what are we seeing?
one drone, I think these are also drone attacks in Doha.
Right.
The one, we have not captured the drone in this one, but there is a plume of smoke, so something has landed, and there is a siren that can also be heard in one section of that.
So why Doha?
Yeah, so that is where I think the Iranians have gone wrong. I think they've ensured their isolation, and not only their isolation, in fact the isolation of the entire Shia community for some time to come in the future by carrying out strikes, while they are saying that they are carrying out strikes on the military objectives. But actually, if you've seen in last couple of hours, all the strikes are at civilian infrastructure.
But why Doha?
Airports.
Why would you suddenly choose Doha, which is pretty much at the bottom, a little out of the way?
No, it's
Qatar.
not. They need to. They made a commitment when they started. The whole thing started. Rather not whole thing started. Anywhere where the US bases are, we are going to carry out strikes. That was the commitments they made.
Yes, sir.
The point is, what does Iran want? Iran wants it to become a regional war, because it wants that America and Israel should feel a pressure. Because they cannot fight for too long. Iran has a problem. It has a stockpile of missile almost about 2,500. It won't last more than 5 to 6 days if they have to fight with the same intensity. The same Middle East countries which were by and large with Iran to some extent, Saudi, UAE, they declared they will not give their airspace. But what has happened? The Iran, while it was hitting toward basically military bases, in addition to the military bases, it has also hit the civilian targets. Now the complete Middle East countries.
So General Siraj, what we're hearing is there's an activation of air raid sirens in Kuwait and Bahrain. So these are now widespread. This is yesterday. Yesterday's entire modus operandi playing out again. So this we began to see towards about 4 or 5 in the evening India time, which was perhaps more in the afternoon. So General Siraj, why are they choosing first of all the day to do this? You had the entire night. Is there a difference between the day and night anymore? So I want to ask both the general first you. General Siraj.
See, the point is, as far as the drones are concerned, the drone technology of Iran is one of the best. The Shahid drones which were used by Russia in Ukraine, they could penetrate or they could go deep inside Ukraine and did a lot of damage. So the Shahid drones of Iran is known. Now initially Iran has only hit the military bases which are there in Middle East. But then they changed their strategy. They said that in addition to military strategy, they start hitting the civilian target. And that is the time when in Doha also it has taken place. And then you find the complete scenario changing. All, the governments in Middle East, whether it is Saudi, UAE, you can say Bahrain, Qatar, they have become negative toward Iran. So Iran, as it is, doesn't have too many friends.
So you know what we're going to do? What we're going to do is that we're going to look at some of the missile technologies. We've got graphics on that of Iran and also of Israel. So we'll pull those graphics out in just a few moments. But General Pandey, there is finite and limited stockpiles. How is Iran going to augment? Because we saw also, I mean, this also applies to Israel, by the way. The Iron Dome was also overwhelmed last time, and we saw some important targets in Tel Aviv being struck by hypersonic missiles that came out of Iran. So both countries have that problem. How do you replenish stockpiles quickly? How does Iran do it, for instance?
Rahul, it is incorrect comparison between Israel's industry and Iran industry. What has happened is that a very significant portion of ballistic missiles under storage conditions were taken out at 8 months back, right, during the land rise.
So you're talking about Iran right now?
Iran. Okay. The second is Israel and US are not targeting only Tehran or certain military bases. Their targets are entirely onto the defense infrastructure where ballistic missiles are being made. If you recall, in the last night, in the a couple of hours back, there were ordnance bases which have been struck in this thing, which are far away. They are towards the eastern side of Iran, which is at a great distance, and they have been struck and destroyed. So a very calibrated strikes are being done, which is very intelligent from US and Israel, onto the places where the manufacturing of military equipment is going to take place. In case of Israel, while Israel is a smaller nation, it has got a very close, coordinated air defense system, and the Air Force of Iran doesn't have a capacity today even to fly out of his own country. So they have to rely only on ballistic systems. Now you're saying about why is it during daytime? In technology today, day or night doesn't matter. Second is they need to carry out not sneak attacks. They will have to carry out attacks in waves. So when you look at that IRGC saying this is the sixth wave of attack, that means a large number of missiles or drones are launched, something which
let's have a look at the comparison between Israel and Iran's projectiles, their missile systems, and so on and so forth. Let's project this onto the screen.
I think a comparison of their military capacity. So the overall manpower, Israel is active personnel much lesser than what on paper would be from Iran. I think 1/5 of it, 170,000 active personnel on Israeli side, 610,000.
So there's not much in it. There's not much in it.
I don't think how much it matters whether Israel has that much active, serving personnel.
Given the fact this is not a ground operation,
and this is not a man-to-man fight in any case. These are all military fights.
So you wanted to make a point?
Ground attacks.
Ground attacks.
The point is that...
No, but this is the total aircraft number. 597 on the side of the Israelis, 551. Now, this is an interesting number. There's not much to choose.
So let's talk a little bit about
but see the air power which is there with Iran is all obsolete.
Obsolete.
The biggest problem is that
what aircraft is...
They have an old origin of a Chinese and Russian version. They are not even the fourth generation aircraft. The problem with the Iran is their air defense and air power is far inferior compared to Israel,
Effectively,
America.
they don't have an air force.
So
isn't it?
they depended on what? They depended on ballistic missile and the cruise missile.
General
So that is what they did it.
You know, countries invest, you know, based on their strength. The strength of Iranians was ballistic missile systems, right? So they have invested. They don't have the sanctions of last about 40 years has ensured that they have not been able to actually build up the technology to take on a good modern air force. The second is when you're looking at the numbers, you're comparing numbers of 14th military power with 15th or 16th military power. They are neck to neck in terms of numbers and whole numbers. But when you add
Jebel Ali port, it's not a direct hit. What we're given to understand is one of the berths there caught fire because of debris that resulted from an aerial interception. So a lot of these attacks, these ballistic missile and long-range missile attacks by Iran are also being intercepted by all of these countries, whether these countries are Qatar or the UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, a range of US allies in that region have been attacked by these long-range fire, these ballistic missiles. Look at these various visuals that have been coming in through the day, through the last 5 or 6 hours. These are retaliatory strikes by the Iranian IRGC and by the Iranian army. They are vowing to take revenge for the assassination, for the decapitation of the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. These are pictures that are being shared widely from Dubai, from Doha, from Qatar, from other parts of the Middle East, all of which have been attacked in the last 24 hours. And now Iran, like I said, is vowing an even bigger retaliation both on Israel and American interests in the wider region. Whether or not these countries will bring pressure to bear on America and Israel to try and pipe down. They've got the victory that they wanted. They've removed the man at the top, who is the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Now let's pipe down, let's try and de-escalate, let's try and salvage the situation. Whether or not America and Israel will, listen to that advice or take that bait, we don't know. But Trump is someone we know who doesn't like getting entangled in long-drawn wars. Part of the reason why his MAGA base loves him and why he came to power is because of the fact that he doesn't want to get entangled in these long-drawn foreign wars. So let's try and see if we can get some of our guests to talk about this. There are now attacks that are happening across the wider region. Much of it has been intercepted. Much of it has been stopped. There aren't much civilian fatalities, as it were, in Dubai or Doha or other places. I want to go across, though, to Sanjay Suri, who's joining us live from Tel Aviv, where, too, all through the last 24 hours or so, there have been air raid sirens that have been going off, shelter-in-place advisories that are going off, and, of course, you have a national app there, Sanjay. What's been happening over these last 3-4 hours since daybreak there in Tel Aviv? Are the streets deserted? Has economic activity come to a standstill? And what is the trajectory as the Israelis see it for this war that has now lasted a little over 24 hours?
Well, Tel Aviv has been hit. There was a missile attack on central Tel Aviv overnight. A residential block was hit. A very large number of people were injured, and we have reports, unconfirmed yet, that one person has been killed in that attack and a great deal of damage has been caused. So this is what Tel Aviv has begun to live with, and we all know that in the June war of last year, 28 people were killed in attacks on Tel Aviv by Iranian ballistic missiles that got through. So there is no foolproof defense, and the most sophisticated defense that we have in place from Israel and from the US, the Gerald Ford is here supporting protection of Israel, is not foolproof at all. So there is rising concern here about where this will lead to. People, of course, are holding their nerve. They're all practically military trained. They're prepared for this. But the danger is not over. Tel Aviv is not out of it. Israel certainly is within range of the ballistic missiles and it's been hit already. The pattern last time was that as the war progressed, more and more missiles got through, so nobody is taking this lightly. And of course, as you were saying, it suits Trump that this should end quickly rather than last long. That is not certain. The killing of Khamenei is a dramatic and instant success for this attack. But that's not to say that he will not be replaced. It will all depend upon the tenacity of the regime within Iran. And we saw in October last year, Israel killed a number of military leaders from Iran. They were just replaced. So if these people who have been killed are all replaced and a council takes over in place of Khamenei and the same policies continue, this could drag on whether Trump likes that or not.
All right, Sanjay Suri, for the moment, thank you very much for joining us. There have been multiple hits across the wider Middle East region, from Qatar to the United Arab Emirates. Now the latest that we're getting, an Iranian drone has hit an industrial area in the UAE just this morning, and that's caused a major fire. This is in the UAE. There have been multiple explosions across the Emirates since the last 6 or 7 hours in retaliation to the killing of the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. We've heard explosions happen in Doha as well. So far, though, there is no reports of any fatalities. Some people have been injured. A couple of people in the UAE is what we're given to understand, even a couple of people in Doha. But so far, no fatalities. These are the latest pictures that you're seeing of a major fire at an industrial area after a drone, an Iranian drone, hit an industrial park in the United Arab Emirates. I want to bring in our guests as well on this, because this is how the story is going to sort of transverse over the next few days. There's going to be retaliatory strikes across the wider Middle East. Let me bring in here in our studios Tom Cooper, military analyst, Adrian Fontanes, military analyst and historian. We're also joined in a special broadcast by Mr. Joe Brown from I-24 News in Israel. I'll also bring in a moment Air Marshal retired Sanjeev Kapoor and Abhijit Iyer Mitra from the IPCS. But Tom Cooper, let me start with you. What do you make of how long these retaliatory strikes will continue? And the longer they continue, the less propensity there is in Doha and Dubai to continue with this war.
Well, I would expect this Iran to continue these operations for at least a week, if not longer, as long as it has enough missiles to continue them. Which means, in turn, depending on the rate of fire, it could probably go on for some 5 or 6 weeks. The question is rather how long can US allies and Israel hope to continue wasting their own interceptors to intercept incoming Iranian missiles. So from the Iranian point of view, they are preparing themselves for 25 years for this kind of a conflict, and now they are operating along well-prepared plans.
But isn't it also a fact that Iran has a limited arsenal? I mean, conservative estimates say there's about 2,000 to 3,000 long-range ballistic missiles. If you were not putting a conservative estimate, it would go up to 10,000. At some point, they will exhaust this.
Yes, that is sure, absolutely. But the point is this limited contingent of long-range or medium-range, actually, ballistic missiles is what they are using against Israel only. On the other hand, they have many more thousands of short-range missiles, and this is what they are using against to strike, for example, Gulf Arab states and even Saudi Arabia not, but possibly also Jordan. So that means they can go on like this for quite long period of time. I'm estimating this at least some 5 or 6 weeks, because usual experience of the last 20 years is that such wars, such missile exchanges are lasting some 5 or 6 weeks. And correspondingly, this is what they were already trying to do with Hezbollah in Lebanon, to make them capable of fighting such a war for 5 or 6 weeks. And they are certainly trying to do the same with their own capability vis-a-vis Israel.
Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor is also here. I mean, everyone was expecting this. As President Trump put it, an armada was being moved to the Middle East. He had 2 aircraft carriers, dozens of fighter jets, refuelers. So this was on expected lines. They've got a big victory with the elimination of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And given Trump's propensity for not getting entangled in long-drawn foreign wars, do you reckon he will take this as a victory, claim victory, and then say, we're now giving Iran an off-ramp to stop this retaliatory strikes?
Could easily happen, yes. That he declares...
Sorry, that was the Air Marshal, sorry.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
The airstrikes must have been planned well in advance. Yes. And like I just covered a little while ago, the major damage, in my opinion, was done in October 24 when Israelis struck Iranian targets. They took out the key air defense installations, their ballistic missile dumps. The softening blow came in June 2025 when the Rising Lion, the 3 nuclear facilities which the B-2 bomber struck along with Israeli targets. So they had weakened the air defense and generally the air fighting capabilities. But the threat now came when the Chinese started to supply long-range missiles to Iranians. Now these missiles were the whole talks in Oman between as a mediator along with the nuclear was on containment of these ballistic missiles which the Iranians have and have possessed now. So the Israeli targets and the American targets were under threat if the Iranians so decided, and if they decided to put a nuclear warhead, it would have been, a conflict of a different scale.
Okay.
So preempting this, the Israelis and the Americans have stuck. And most important factor, in my opinion, which very few people are talking, is about energy control.
Okay, we'll just get to that in 1 second. I want to show on a map of the region where all in Iran the Americans and the Israelis have struck and where the Iranians have retaliated. Yes, it's these ballistic missiles, these long-range missiles. A lot of them also happen to be these drone attacks. Like, for example, this attack in Doha, it was brought about by a drone attack. And remember, the Iranians have been supplying the high-intensity, low-cost Shahid drones to the Russians, for example, during the course of this last 4 years in the Ukraine war. But look at the number of US bases in the wider region which have all been a target in the last 24 hours. From the Ali Al Salem Air Base in Kuwait, the US 5th Fleet is stationed in Bahrain. It's the largest station that they have outside of the continental United States. That too, there was a hit by one of these low-cost drones. The Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, which was struck back in June of last year as well. No damages in terms of personnel loss. Again, the Al Udeid Air Base was also struck. The Al Dhafra Air Base in the UAE, again a smaller base, but nonetheless an important one as far as the United States is concerned. We've been hearing reports of explosions as far as Riyadh as well, which is over 1,000 miles from Iran. So Iran has been targeting many of these places. Of course, Erbil, which has just recently been attacked, which is a US base in Iraq. So these are the wider sort of bases that they have. America has more than a dozen bases across the wider Middle East. And the important concern here is not just to protect the American assets, but also over the last 24 hours, we're seeing civilian targets, whether they are airports, industrial areas, all being targeted. And those countries now will have to bring some sort of pressure to bear on both Israel and the United States to wind this up quickly, because they wouldn't have bargained for retaliatory strikes by Iran on their civilian populations. I want to go across to Joe Brown of... All right, let's get one more graphic fired on who are the people, the top leadership of Iran that's been eliminated. The biggest, the head of the snake, as they put it, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, the man who's been ruling Iran with an iron fist for the last almost 40 years, eliminated. Ali Shamkhani, senior advisor for security affairs and the secretary of the Defense Council, he has been eliminated as well. Then you have the critical man, the commander of the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, Mahmoud Pakpur, he has been eliminated as well. In fact, he was having a meeting with the supreme leader. Both were eliminated in the same compound is what we are given to understand. Mohammad Shirazi, who's the head of the military bureau, he has been eliminated as well. The defense minister, the former defense minister, Aziz Nasrdai, he has also been eliminated. So the entire top leadership, the security leadership, the political leadership, the spiritual leadership of Iran have been eliminated. Abdul Rahim Musavi, the chief of the Iranian army, he has been eliminated as well. So what we are basically looking at is a almost wholesale decapitation of the top security, political and religious leadership of Iran. And now it is up to the new leadership to decide who will take over the reins of the country, the Supreme Council, the Security Council, and of course, how will they lead the country into the future. One notable exception has been the president, Masoud Pezeshkian, but there are also reports that he's been sidelined. But I want to go across to Joe Brown from I-24 News from Israel. Joe, what is the situation in Israel right now? We were talking to our colleague Sanjay Suri, who's there in Tel Aviv as well. Multiple air raid warnings, shelters in place. What's going on in Israel? What is the mood out on the street? And what's the word you're picking in from the government and from the Israeli Defense Forces? How long do they want to keep this operation going?
Well, Sanjeev, probably like a lot of people in Israel, didn't get a lot of sleep last night. Over the last 24 hours or so, people have been going to the bomb shelters, I would say more than 10 times. There's been constant barrages coming from Iran, and often you get a first warning, and that will give you 10 minutes until the first proper siren starts, after which you'll get 90 seconds in order to make it to the shelter. And for the one last night in which there was a missile that hit a building in Tel Aviv, in which one person in their 40s was killed, this was around about 15 minutes away from where I live. So I heard the building shake, I heard a loud bang. I went over to see it, and I remember in the 12-day war last June, there was a similar strike in a residential area, also in Tel Aviv. And in that case, the Iranians used cluster munitions as well as the ballistic missiles. This means that the missile will kind of like separate and hit various different targets. And I believe that was what I saw today. I haven't got that confirmed, but just going around the area, everything within a 100-yard radius had some kind of damage. There was buildings in which there was glass on the floor. There were windows that had been completely shattered. I didn't go into like the part where it was a direct hit because there was still a recovery going underway from the Israeli police and ambulance services. But the people here, they are remaining resilient. They believe that they are going to last as long as it will take, according to the Israeli government, telling I-24 News. This will last anywhere between a couple of days and a week, but this can also last even longer. The 12-day war, people didn't think that would last as long as it did, but it lasted, as the name states, 12 days.
Yeah.
And people are preparing for any eventuality. From Israel's perspective, it's great so far. The leadership has been completely destroyed, as you were showing on the graphic before, especially Ali Khamenei. But on top of that, it's worth noting that the Iranians have been preparing for this for decades now. They know Israel's capabilities. They know how quickly Israel managed to get air superiority in the conflict last year. It took even quicker this time, and people are preparing that it will be a relatively long fight, and after the leadership gets taken out, there'll be someone to replace them, and that's not what Israel wants. Israel wants the entire...
Okay, Joe, just give me a moment. We're getting more breaking news, and this is again coming from Israel. The IDF has now released the latest footage of Air Force aircraft, the Israeli Air Force aircraft taking off for an attack. More than 1,200 munitions were dropped by the fighter jets of the IDF over the last 24 hours. You can see this this footage that's been released by the IDF. Of course, the faces of the personnel have been blurred for their identity protection. You can see these pictures have been put out by the IDF. You can see them, engineers, technicians hard at work. And then, of course, in the final shots, you can see the pilot on board the fighter jet sort of taking off. Again, like I said, their identities are being blurred and hidden for security reasons. We also don't know the location of where these fighter jets have been taking off from, but at least 1,200 munitions have been dropped by the Israeli Air Force over the last 24 hours in various targets across the length and breadth of Iran. I also want to go across to Abhijit Iyer Mitra. Abhijit, just war game this for us over the next few days. The biggest prize has already been got, which is the head of the snake that has been cut off. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead. Given that and Trump's sort of lack of interest in long-drawn wars, how do you see this playing out over the next few days?
Netanyahu has said that we should be patient. I take that as a sign that this is going to be, somewhat long drawn at any rate. The second statement we've heard from the Israelis is that they are eliminating the past, present, and future leadership. That's always been a problem. If you eliminate the upper echelons of the leadership, it goes down to the, the colonel and junior level people who are usually much younger and usually much more radicalized as well. Now, unless the Americans and Israelis have a plan where, a deep mole is in the line of succession, I don't see Iran capitulating in any form or way. If anything, it will get even more regressive and revanchist. Number one. Number two, let us assume for a minute that, the regime change plan is still on. I fail to see how it's actually going to happen without boots on the ground. There have been examples of, say, getting Serbia to change course over Kosovo purely through an air campaign. There has been Libya, where a government was changed by a Western air campaign, but Libyan ground rebels. I don't see how that's going to happen out here, given, and you know this very well, Zaka, that, one AK-47 with, say, about 10 to 15 cartridges can kill hundreds of protesters when required. If you remember, the West imposed no-fly zones in northern Iraq and southern Iraq. There were limits on the number of tanks also that could be accumulated out there. And Saddam Hussein still managed to crush both the Kurdish rebellion in the north and the Shia rebellion in the south, and the Marsh Arab rebellion as well. So I'm not seeing how that plays out. My real worry is, with the civilian targeting that has happened.
Yeah.
Sure, a lot of it we can say was missiles gone wrong. But the strike on the Burj Al Arab, the Burj Khalifa, the Fairmont Palm Jumeirah, the high-rise in Mamama and things like that, notice it's a pattern. High-income group, high-rise buildings being hit. It shows desperation at some level. It's a use it or lose it kind of a dilemma that they face. Now, what if somebody then decides that they're going to put they don't have a nuclear bomb, but say a dirty bomb, lots of dirty radioactive waste into a warhead and detonate it over the interception range, right? What happens then?
Yeah.
Are you going to push them to that level of desperation? I'm cautious. We've never seen the Iranians target civilians in the Gulf. They keep targeting Israeli civilians. Let's just say I'm not as optimistic as my American and Israeli friends are on
all right.
outcomes.
Okay, I want to go into the studio, and I'd want to ask Tom Cooper to sort of walk out with us in terms of how this whole story plays out. Tom, if you could just join us here. One of the points that Abhijit was also making: we are not accustomed to civilians being attacked like this by Iran, whether it's in Bahrain, whether it is in Qatar, whether it is in the United Arab Emirates, and high-value targets are being attacked. The Burj Al Arab, the Burj Al Khalifa. This also has a lot of tourists, folks who go there. The Palm Jumeirah has been attacked. Clearly, does that show a sign of desperation by Iran, or is Iran trying to send out a signal to both America and Israel that you can't continue this forever? Your allies, your friends in the region will stop you from continuing this.
I don't think it's either. It's simply the operators of the weapons do not think about high-rise buildings, so they are trying to hit something behind them. Fail to take into account the high-rise tall buildings in between, and the weapon is simply flying into this obstacle on its way.
But civilians, you don't think are being deliberately targeted? These are all civilian targets.
No, because principal aim of Iranians is to disable the enemy military capability, not to terrorize civilians. I know that there are decades of indoctrination that Iranians are always targeting civilians and they are terrorists and so on and so on. But this is actually quite a much more complex topic, to put it diplomatically.
So how do you see countries like the UAE or Bahrain or other countries reacting to this in a way that, look, their civilians are under threat? We're seeing multiple civilian areas being targeted in the last 24 hours. What are the conversations they are having with the Trump administration or with the Netanyahu administration right now?
Well, they are probably trying on one side to restrain Trump from continuing this operation. They're trying to prevent him from launching it in the first place without success. Otherwise, they cannot really join a US-Israeli aggression on Iran. They can't do that publicly because this would cost them a lot at home.
All right. Tom, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for joining us. I want to get Rahul Shivshankar also into this conversation. So, Rahul, one of the points that one of our previous speakers was making is that the entire top leadership of Iran has now been eliminated. If it goes to a second round, which it has to now, they could end up being far more hardened and far more radical.
So, this is a great spin-off point, because I was just looking at the New York Times, and they've done a fabulous sort of, I don't want to use the word family tree, but they've done a sort of a big tree here, graphic representation. So let me just talk you through some of this. Obviously, we have right on top Ali Khamenei, who is, of course, no more. He's been killed. Then you had this inner circle, and you've just had Ali Ralujani once again issuing démarche, really, of sorts to the United States and to Israel. Ali Shamkhani, no one knows. He's the head of National Defense Council. We don't know if he's alive or dead. Israelis are claiming that he is no longer there. There's Masoud Pezeshkian, who is somebody who's playing a role in the shadows. Yeah. They've also set up this 3-person committee now that's going to look after the transition and the decision making. There's Mohammad Pakpur and Amir Nasirazeh. He's gone. This is what we've been told. The commander-in-chief of the IRGC, we don't know where he is. But if you really look down here, here is a bunch of other people. And these are the people that one sort of now is obviously looking at closer. Because some of these individuals are obviously playing a role. Now, it's a very loosely created structure. And I think it's been devolved in a way that over time, if there are kills like this, there'll be redundancy. So you can see a huge number of others. And if you look at this, article, it's very interesting because it gives you a moment by moment how the CIA helped pinpoint a gathering of Iranian leaders when Israel struck. This is really something very, very interesting because we knew this offensive was going to take place. Why would the Ayatollah be holed up in a compound which is associated with him? No one quite knows the answer to that. Was there a tip-off? Yeah. So you don't really know what led to. Maybe they were all thinking that the talks were going smoothly, that Trump was, the phrase TACO, Trump always chickens out, this is bluster. But it's quite clear they were caught off guard, and this was not a preemptive strike. So obviously something changed in the calculation where they said, let's just go for the jugular. And the point that you were making, now he's got his off-ramp. Yeah. He's got this bragging right to say that, look, I've cut off, as you were saying, the head of the serpent. But I don't know if the Iranians are going to fold. And as I said, if there is, and look at these pictures. I mean, I'm astounded by these pictures. This is, these were the tiger economies, the new economies. They had transitioned. They were moving away from fossil fuels, oil. Lots of expats were coming in. They were moving into the services sector, the financial sector. They were trying to copy the Singapore and the London model. And this whole renaissance is premised on stability.
Exactly.
And we were told that, all of that sort of radicalism and all of that doesn't come into the equation here. But these people are now going to constantly look over their shoulder because the Iranian regime might disintegrate. But what does it disintegrate into? Does it become a shadow regime that is going to continue to export terror through proxies? And if that's the case, then we know the experience because India has been bled by Pakistan for now decades altogether. If that begins to happen, this Middle East pivot that these countries were hoping would sort of take them into the next century might be stalled. I'm not saying it'll be stopped, but it'll be stalled and it could be catastrophic. And I don't know how that's going to work into the larger calculus because then over a period of time, people are going to turn around and tell Israel and the Americans that, look, you were responsible for this instability which is now left out open to restive populations who want more once the oil begins to dry up. So this is a long-term game. I think the Iranians are playing this with a view to try and embroil America and Israel into a quagmire.
Yeah, and that is, I think, exactly what Trump wants to avoid. He doesn't have propensity for getting stuck in long, endless wars. America was the main security guarantor in the Middle East, whether it's for Saudi Arabia, the UAE, tens of allies that America has, Jordan, Bahrain. America was underpinning and underwriting their security. Now, if their civilians are being targeted, unfortunately, there are no reports of any fatalities in any of these countries, but if their civilians are being targeted, you can be rest assured the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia is right now talking to Trump administration officials and saying, get the Iranians to stop doing this. Get the Iranians to stop targeting our civilians. You can be rest assured the president of the UAE is having those same conversations. India also has skin in the game, and I want to ask Siddhant, my colleague here, there are 9 million Indian expatriates who are living and working in the region. Siddhant, what are you picking up from the MEA? Is there any additional assistance that they're giving to Indian expats who are living and working there?
Well, that's right, Zaka. There are 9 million Indians living in the region, and the top priority for Indian government is safety and security of these Indians. In fact, Satish is joining us live from Kuwait right now. Satish जी, Zaka हैं यहाँ पर मेरे साथ. बताइए इस वक्त कुवैत में क्या स्थिति है? बताया जा रहा है कि कुवैत एयरपोर्ट, दोहा एयरपोर्ट सब बंद है और इंडियंस वहाँ पे फंसे हुए हैं. थोड़ा विस्तार से बताइए, हम लाइव हैं इस वक्त दर्शकों के लिए.
जी नमस्कार. जहाँ तक सूचना मिल रही है कि आज मॉर्निंग में 8 बजे एक सायरन बजे थे सालमिया रेजुलेशन एरिया में, जिससे कि लोग बैठ के, जिससे कि लोगों में थोड़ा डर का माहौल था. इसके अलावा कल 10th क्लास के CBSE के एग्जाम्स भी हैं. बच्चों में थोड़ी चिंता का है कि एग्जाम्स होंगे या नहीं होंगे, क्योंकि ऑलमोस्ट जितने स्कूल से वो आज बंद है और सीनियर क्लास का ऑनलाइन का अरेंजमेंट किया गया है. और सुपरमार्केट और फूड में तो अभी इस प्रकार प्रॉपर इन्वेंट्री है, इस प्रकार का कोई ज्यादा चिंता की बात नहीं है. पर जैसा कि आपने बताया कि माइनर सा एयरपोर्ट को डैमेज हुआ था और इसके बाद सुबह मॉर्निंग में एक फ्लाइट को ऑपरेट किया था.
अच्छा, एक फ्लाइट ऑपरेट हुई है कुवैत एयरपोर्ट से?
जी, सुबह 5 बजे कुवैत के जो ऑपरेशनल है एयरपोर्ट के वो हो चुके हैं. और जो अटैक हुआ था वो कुवैत के जो टर्मिनल T2, जो एक नया अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन टर्मिनल था, उस पर ये माइनर सा अटैक हुआ है. बाकी कुवैत के ऑलमोस्ट जो प्रॉपर्टीज है वो सिक्योर थे. और जो बेस और जो आधार बनाया गया है जो US आर्मी कैंप को, रेजिडेंशियल एरिया अभी तक सुरक्षित है.
Okay. Thank you, Satish ji. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That was an Indian expat that you were hearing live on the air from Kuwait. There have been multiple explosions heard in Kuwait as well. So the fact that these civilian areas are being targeted in these Gulf Arab allies of the United States, how much pressure will they bring to bear on the Trump administration to quickly wrap this up, to get the Iranians to come back to the negotiating table, agree to a nuclear deal, and then put an end to this war? Those conversations are happening right now, even as we speak. It's also a sign of desperation by the Iranian regime. I think Abhijit Iyer Mitra was making that point. They are absolutely sending out desperate signals to the Americans and to the Israelis also to wrap this up quickly. The question is, will Trump take that big political victory, that big political moral victory of the elimination of a man who has threatened death to America for the last almost 40 years? Will he take that as an off-ramp and say, I'm claiming victory, it's now up to the people of Iran to decide who they want to get this to be led by for the next 20, 30, 40 years. So is that a political victory that Trump is going to take? We'll try and talk about all of that in a moment. We have our guest, Air Marshal, is here with us as well. Air Marshal, again, I come back to that point that Abhijit was making, which is a very valid one, that if Arab civilians in many of America's allied countries in the Middle East are being targeted, that is not something that, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia or the President of the UAE has too much propensity to defend or to continue, because we've not seen anything of this sort in the Gulf for these last many 30, 40, 50 years.
United Arab Emirates and the complete region has been marketed in the last few years, a few decades, as one of the safest places in the world. Be it investments, be it trade, be it commerce, be it all kind of tourism and hub and spoke concepts. Dubai and the adjacent areas have been transformed by the money that has come in. But now with the strikes at these areas in last 24 hours, they are waking up to a new reality, a reality which the locals had never anticipated. Iran, in its desperation, because the Arab nations have provided safe haven and the basis to the Americans for a very long time. On the sidelines, the Iranians have conveyed their displeasure for the same to all the Gulf countries, but to no avail. Now, this is an opportunity for Iran to convey through military means that we have been telling you for years together, that we do not like your bases to be used against us. under American pressure, the Gulf countries have provided all support, and that includes Pakistan. Now look at the irony which Abhijit was saying, or Ranganathan was saying a few minutes before. The news that is coming out is that the Pakistani air bases and their support system was used by the drones for strikes last evening. And the same regime is propelling up the riots in Karachi against the consulate. So on one hand, the security that was being discussed to be provided around the
if civilian infrastructure and civilian places are targeted, there could be heavy casualties, and that is what India is the most concerned about. But because I was saying earlier, India has a huge population in the Middle East. We have a lot of people working there, a lot of people living there, and that is why India is most concerned, and that is why S. Jaishankar has been working the phone all night, calling up his counterparts in Bahrain, in Kuwait, in UAE, in Saudi Arabia, basically asking for assurances that Indian population will remain safe. That said, India has also impressed upon Israel in this call that Mr. Jaishankar had with his Israeli counterpart last night, saying that party should de-escalate. India is appealing to Israel to de-escalate. This is very important because Prime Minister Narendra Modi was just in Israel earlier this week, and shortly after his return from Israel, we have seen this conflict assuming this massive proportion. So in a way, India has a very close relationship with Israel. Both the leaders, Netanyahu and Modi, have a personal good relationship equation. Will India be able to impress upon Israel? We don't know. Right now, I think Israel is determined to eliminate the I would say the entire threat from Iran. The US has said it very clearly. They want to annihilate the Iranian Navy. They want to completely destroy any offensive capabilities that Iran has. They are looking for a new Iran. But, can you build a new Iran after demolishing and wrecking the country the way the US is bombing almost the entire nation of Iran remains to be seen. But if you see Trump's post on Truth Social, he's very clearly said Iranians need to look forward now to a new regime, to new leaders who can guide the country, who can build a new country. Well, these are big words by Trump, but how far that will be work on the ground remains to be seen, because the conflict only seems to be increasing.
And this is putting mediators in a very tricky position right now. I'm sure Sanjay can weigh in on that, because remember, you mentioned the Omani officials, Sanjay. They've also said that the talks seem to be going on to a technical level, I remember was the word that was used by the Omanians. And they said that we will be resuming these talks in Vienna next week. What happens to these peace talks now? Is there any scope for these peace talks, even more so if indeed the Ayatollah has been eliminated?
No way, Akanksha. There's no way that the government in Israel is going to be listening to any of these peace initiatives. I must say, by way of a quick aside, it's a little challenge to have this conversation. I'm getting a very loud blast of feedback in my ears. But trying to take this forward, it seems very difficult, if not impossible, that the Israelis will listen to any appeals for peace and calm at this stage. They've launched something, they're on to success, they've managed to hit Khamenei. They're not going to let go now. They're not going to now listen to any intervention from Mr. Jaishankar or anybody else, or the Omanian foreign minister or anyone else, to now pull back. There's no way that will happen. India and Israel certainly have very close relations, but which is not to say that Israel is going to listen to the Indian government and retreat or from this position.
Sanjay, there's always a lot of chatter about what is endgame Iran for the United States. But today I want to hear it from you. What is endgame Iran for Israel?
Well, for Israel, it's a question of survival now. This is not primarily the US fight. Again, a very quick aside, Akanksha, if you can please stop this feedback through this conversation, we could then take it forward.
I think you should just take cover right now. Right. You should just take cover right now, given that the situation remains extremely fragile over there. Sanjay is in fact encountering some audio issues over there. Remember, there are emergency sirens being let off every hour. Explosions continue to take place, and so he is reporting in a very, very fragile, highly volatile atmosphere. But Aman continues to stay with us. Aman, as we've been now also contemplating and observing, I want to also bring our viewers up to speed with the kind of global support that the US president is receiving. Just for the benefit of our viewers, Sir Keir Starmer has already talked about how the UK and its own military forces are now involved in this entire military operation against Iran. In fact, in that joint letter that's been issued not just by the United Kingdom, but also along with France and Germany, these three countries have united. They have sent out an appeal to Iran to give up its nuclear program and to stop targeting civilians. If European voices are now joining in the US military operation, the Israeli military operation, Aman, this certainly could mean a very, very tedious, tumultuous scenario, not at the risk of, warmongering. This could very well be the worst nightmare coming true, that is of a World War III situation.
Well, absolutely, Akanksha. I think that possibility cannot be ruled out at all now. Given the kind of strikes which are happening, and the latest we have, in fact, from the Israeli military, and I read out that statement which has come, that Israeli military says it has launched another wave of strikes against Iran's ballistic missile and air defense systems. So the counter-strike by Israel is still on Iran, and is launching a second wave of strikes. The Israeli military is saying against Iran's ballistic missile and air defense systems. Also, Iran's state agency, so we have heard about Mr. Trump saying that Khamenei has been killed. What the Iran state-linked Fars news agency, Akanksha, is now reporting is that several family members of Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei have also been killed. This include his daughter, his son-in-law, his grandchild, and his daughter-in-law. So not just Khamenei, perhaps his entire family has been killed in the US-Israel joint operation which was carried out yesterday. That is what Iran's state-linked agency is also saying. And clearly, US Defense Secretary's statement earlier saying that a massive US-Israeli strike on Iran, Washington says it killed the country's supreme leader, and it shows that those who harm Americans must pay a price. So these are the big updates which are coming, that Israel is now launching another wave of strikes on Iran's ballistic systems and its air defense systems to neutralize whatever is left of Iran's offensive capabilities. And also this news coming in that not just Khamenei, maybe his entire family, much of his entire family has been wiped out in this massive attack that has been carried out on his residential compound yesterday by the US and Israel together. So these are the big updates which are coming. Of course, a concerning situation, and what you are saying, Akanksha, about this quickly snowballing into a World War III,
right.
Well, looks much more possibility by the time, with the minutes going by, than the developments which are happening.
In fact, as we speak, we all know that the Canadian Prime Minister, along with the Canadian delegation, are very much in India. And we are getting in a statement from Canada's Foreign Minister, Anita Anand, who sent out an open letter of condemnation on these strikes against Iran. She's saying that Canada stands with the Iranian people. We strongly condemn the attacks of the Iranian regime against our partners in the Middle East, is also what she's gone on to say. These attacks must stop. We will continue to provide all possible support to Canadians throughout the region. Over the course of the past 18 hours while in India, I have spoken with my G7 counterparts regarding the evolving Iran-related hostilities in the Middle East. I have also been in touch with foreign ministers of several countries, including Israel, Qatar, UAE, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. Quickly over to Sanjay, as he's also back on the broadcast. Sanjay, you were covering the G7, and if Canada is also now reaching out to the G7 nations, do you think the global community will be able to usher in diplomacy and urge for peace at the moment, given that a very whimsical president like Donald Trump already has declared that there will be continuous bombardment in Iran for the coming week?
Well, when you say whimsical, you are clearly in a very gentle mood, Akanksha. This is a president who decides that the world should be the way he wants it to be. We see evidence of that again and again, and this is the latest round of that expression. It's almost certain that no level of pleas expressed diplomatically, whether from India or from Canada or from any other country, or Britain even, which doesn't just have diplomatic relations with the US, it almost has umbilical ties with the US. Even they will not be able to try and stop it, not that they are particularly trying to do so. So this is a momentum. It has a military logic of its own now. Given that the attack has been launched after many weeks of preparation and putting forces in place, it's very unlikely that Rubio and Trump will now have a few conversations with a few ministers and say, let's call it all off. That's not on. They're going to carry on with this, and the decision to stop this will come only if there is capitulation within Iran. That is not looking likely. Or that said, there are clear signs of unease, to put it mildly, and chaos within Iran. Just a few minutes back, we were hearing that Iranian media is putting out reports that it's not true that Khamenei has been killed. Now the same kind of media is saying it's not just Khamenei, it's his whole family that's been killed. So there is a degree of desperation about trying to issue denials of what happened, really trying to deny to themselves what has happened. It's not clear that there is a very clear substitution or leadership in place to take a view that the Iranian government can hold on to, that it is really in charge of. There is chaos, as there would be. Given this weakness, and given that this is the prime aim, this is what the first item on the American and Israeli wish list would be, that they would strike at the top, sow chaos, and then induce and provoke a crack up from within. They're on to that now, and they're not going to let go.
Absolutely. In fact, in the latest reports that we are getting in from the IDF indicating that they have begun an additional strike, which is to also dismantle the air defense systems in Iran. The word coming in is that the additional strike is meant to target the ballistic missile array and also to, in fact, put off the aerial defense systems that are belonging to the Iranian terror regime, is what they are calling it. But quickly weigh in on that, Sanjay. Do you think that Israel and the United States both have managed to completely decimate the nuclear enrichment facilities in Iran, given that many of them, including Isfahan, Natanz, they are all nuclear facilities in Iran, and they were targeted yet again a second time after the June strikes?
Well, both at Isfahan and Natanz, we had satellite imagery suggesting that the Iranians were strengthening these areas and trying to build a resistance to any further attack. How successful that may have been, we don't know yet. Certainly, these have been targeted, and these are the three targets of the US and Israeli forces: the nuclear facilities, Khamenei, as we have seen what happened there, and the third being the ballistic missiles. And these are scattered all over the country, and that's going to be the trickier one. We have seen Iran launch several ballistic missiles, and some of them have penetrated defenses and gone through and hit, not caused a great deal of damage as of now, but the Iranians are at it. And that would be really the next target now, to see that that attempt from Iran to hit back gets neutralized through the taking out of these launchers all over the place. Now, that's not going to be a quick job. That's not going to be an easy job. These have been scattered. Iran does have thousands of ballistic missiles. By some estimates, 3,000 to 4,000. And if they are scattered and if they are being launched, they certainly are going to cause a good deal of damage. If they can all be launched, the only way to prevent that is at source, if they can be hit and taken out. And we've seen imagery of this happening in a few instances. This is really now going to decide how far Iran can go, because if this capacity to hit back gets blunted, then Iran has nothing to hit anyone with.
And that basically is going to, in fact, mean a situation that's not going to really look well in terms of if you even were to look at how the markets are going to respond, how the global economy is going to be responding at the time. Now, there are more fears. Aman, if I could also bring you in on how does one speak to these concerns of energy, because remember the Strait of Hormuz has been barred by the IRGC yesterday. For how long will they be able to keep it blocked, given that the US is very much there with its own set of armament in the Middle East? That of course is a critical question, but more importantly, the energy supplies are also going to bear the brunt of this.
Well, absolutely. These are the two big concerns, Akanksha. The Straits of Hormuz being blocked right now by Iran is a big worry, because global oil prices could rise with this development. You know, India is dependent, many other countries are a lot dependent on the Straits of Hormuz, the supplies that come through that channel. And you know, if it is shut down as it is right now, and if it remains shut down for the next few days, it could have a big impact. The second big issue is the closure of flights. You know, the entire Middle East, there are no flights, airports are shut, flights are shut, people are stranded all over the Middle East and other places where they were taking connecting flights. They are all stranded at these airports now. This includes Indians. And you know, Akanksha, disturbing news in fact coming also after earlier Dubai airport was struck by a drone earlier today morning, which led to injuries to a few people. Now there is report coming from Abu Dhabi that in Abu Dhabi also there has been an incident where a drone was going to target the Zayed International Airport in Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi Airport has also been shut down since yesterday, but here the Abu Dhabi Airport is now confirming that there was an incident resulting from the interception of a drone that targeted Zayed International Airport, where the interception operation has led to the fall of shrapnel, resulting in 1 death of an Asian nationality and 7 injuries. So both the Dubai and the Abu Dhabi airports are clearly on the target of Iran. And you know, Akanksha, these two airports are the world's busiest transit airports, one of the world's busiest airports. In fact, if both these airports are shut, you can imagine how the entire world aviation, you know, seems to have been affected in a big way. So both the Straits of Hormuz and the situation in the air where your leading airports are shut down and there are no flights operating, both are becoming big concern areas, you know, for normal civilians and passengers who are supposed to travel, as well as the global oil prices. If they rise in the next few days, it could impact various countries, including India.
You know, I also want to bring in Sanjay on that note. Sanjay, the way the justification has come in by not just the US president, of course Israel as well, and Donald Trump's own advisors, one really wonders, is this about restoring democracy? Is this about regime change? Is this about eliminating the nuclear program? Or is this about oil and energy at the same time? Because remember, currently it has been established that Iran has no ICBMs at the moment. So what was the prime fear over here?
Israel where we are. The nuclear capacities of Iran, such as they may be, have not been a realistic threat to the US at all. President Trump did claim that Iran has been a threat to the US. There's no credible evidence to back that. President Trump also claimed that Iran is a threat to the whole world. There is no clear evidence of that either. It is Israel and its very existence that would appear to be threatened by the nuclear capacities or the potential nuclear capacities of Iran. It is Israel that is threatened really primarily by the ballistic missiles of Iran. Of course, we are now seeing them being fired all over the place at other countries, seen as allies of the US, seen as supporting this US-Israel attack, so are being roped in as some sort of allies of the US and Israel. But for Israel, the aim had to be the complete elimination of the ballistic missile program, which Iran had refused to do, to completely abandon nuclear enrichment, which Iran had refused to do. So for Israel, this is an existential issue. Netanyahu has been pressing for this for a long time, and it is really these concerns that have been taken on board primarily by the US.
Absolutely.
If we hear President Trump, he has spoken again and again of the nuclear issue. He has not spoken a great deal about people and their rights. Yes, a nice thing to say that he added on at the end of the last speech, but this has been about denuclearizing Iran and completely erasing its ballistic program.
Right, because a separate annual threat assessment of the US intelligence community said that if they were to continue at this rate in terms of the nuclear enrichment, by 2035 perhaps Iran could come up with its own ICBM. What stumps us at the moment is that we've not seen a similar approach being adopted towards, say, a North Korea, where the Hermit Kingdom is in fact going on to test nuclear missiles as frequently as, say, every year or every 6 months. But let me quickly bring in Aman on that note as well. Aman, if it is indeed about regime change, what happens next? Will, say, the return of Reza Shah Pahlavi in fact be able to even ensure a restoration of democracy and, most importantly, cure that cost of living crisis which is plaguing the Iranians at the moment?
Well, of course, Akanksha, Iran has a lot of problems, and Iran has also been suffering a lot of sanctions in the past, and that is why the economy of Iran is really under a lot of stress, and that is why we've also seen the kind of protests we have seen in Iran in the last few months, people coming out on the streets openly protesting against the Khamenei regime, and that is what has also been cited by the US to do this strike, because the US says it stands with the people of Iran in these tough times when their economy is collapsing, when people are protesting against what the US says in authoritarian regime, and they want a more democratic regime in Iran. That is what the US wants. The US also says that there are many other faces in Iran. There are possible options for Iran to go for a more credible and a more democratic leadership. What happens remains, I think in this situation right now, Akanksha, nothing clear, concrete is going to emerge, because right now Iran is in retaliatory mode. If its top and supreme leader has been killed, if its top defense minister has been killed, if its top other officials have been killed, if Khamenei's family has been assassinated in this strike as well, which now the Iranian news agencies are saying, then I don't think Iran is in any mood for any talks or any regime change or any future leadership right now. What is top maybe on Iran's mind, and we are seeing that play out in the Middle East, is revenge, and that is what we are seeing from Iran with their drones and their ballistic missiles targeting civilian infrastructure in the UAE, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, Kuwait. We are seeing airports being targeted, so that is also a major thing, because if the Abu Dhabi, the Kuwait airport, if the Dubai airport is being targeted, Iran's intention also seems to be to cripple completely the civilian air infrastructure in the region. That will have its own consequences, with thousands and thousands of people stranded at airports with no flight taking off. So how long can that situation continue? If as I said, Dubai and Abu Dhabi are one of the busiest airports in the world, and if these airports remain shut for the next few days, it could lead to a very, very, I would say a very totally confusing situation on the ground for the passengers. We already have examples of many Indians stranded at these airports. Indian government, of course, Indian consulates, high commissions are in touch with the Indians who are stranded at these airports in the Middle East. But the Strait of Hormuz on one hand, which is a ticking bomb for, I would say, for many countries like India, where the oil prices could rise by maybe even $100 if the Strait of Hormuz remains shut for the next few days or few weeks. So these are both concerning situations for countries like India and others who are I think also becoming entangled in this whole thing, because we have so many Indians living in the Middle East. How do we ensure their safety? How do we ensure that Indians are not suffering in these strikes as well? That is, I think, topmost on the Indian, and that is why we see Mr. S. Jaishankar working the phones all night.
Absolutely, and the phone lines have been ringing here in New Delhi as well. How soon will they be able to reach out to the Indians stranded, not just in Tehran, but in fact all over Middle East, thousands of them actually. Sanjay, as someone who's based out of London, what is the word coming in from 10 Downing Street, given that Sir Keir Starmer just yesterday issued a statement saying that the British planes are in the skies and that we will protect the interests of our people and our allies as well?
The British have a compulsion to at least symbolically join the US in just about every military action that the US undertakes. So that is a given. Given that, the word from 10 Downing Street has been somewhat muted. It is a little less assertive, it's a little less loud than it usually is. That it's a slightly guarded expression coming in from Starmer that they will join the US in defensive positions, that they are there on board with the US in this, but they are not being particularly strident on this. we've also had a slightly cautionary language coming in from President Macron. He has said that he has not minced words about the Iranian regime and its nature and the fact that it has been brutal in its dealing with protests. He has supported that, but he's also sought a UN intervention, which is something that Trump is, let's say, not very fond of. And so we have a slight spectrum of views that is not is quite supportive of this Iranian regime, but is a little limited and a little restrained in the extent of approval of the US-Israeli action and a little less fully on board with it. So we do have a somewhat limited expression of support coming in from Europe.
Absolutely. In fact, it's interesting you talk about the UN Security Council, because we are being told that they are in an emergency session in the aftermath of these major airstrikes on Iran. What will be the conclusion being drawn, we don't know. And what is the effect that multilateralism is even having at as far as all of these global conflicts are concerned, that in itself is questionable. But Aman, share the latest series of attacks, given that the IDF has already indicated that it is starting a fresh wave of strikes, looking towards dismantling the air defense systems in Iran and also targeting their nuclear sites. This is indeed going to be, it seems like these strikes are going to be unstoppable for the entire week, as have been indicated by Donald Trump.
Well, yes, Akanksha, and I think Israel is doing this because the Iranians are continuing to attack the civilian infrastructure. The latest we have now, after Kuwait, Dubai and Abu Dhabi airports, now Bahrain is saying, Bahrain Ministry of Interior in fact has put out an official statement that a drone hit the Bahrain's international airport as well. So 4 airports now targeted by the Iranian regime. First it was Kuwait yesterday, then it was Dubai, then it was Abu Dhabi targeted today morning, and now we have a report coming from Bahrain also that the Bahrain airport has also been targeted by a drone by Iran. So clearly Iran's intentions seem to be to cripple the airline infrastructure, the airport infrastructure in the entire Middle East. This is very, very concerning, because if these airports, as I was saying, get shut down for days, it could lead to complete chaos in the airline sector, because thousands and lakhs of passengers, take flights through the Middle East daily, in fact, and these airports are shut. Since yesterday, there are also reports of air sirens sounding in West Jerusalem as well. So clearly, both the sides, though Israel is mounting these strikes now on the air defense systems and the ballistic systems of Iran to cripple whatever is left of the Iran's offensive capabilities, Iran is continuing its attacks on the civilian infrastructure in the Middle East. And this is the top concern, I think, of world leaders now, that not just the Iranian strikes are not limited to just the US bases in the Middle East, which we all expected since yesterday would happen in retaliation. But Iran, in fact, is going much, much further. And this is what also seems to be uniting the world opinion against Iran. In fact, the leader of Saudi Arabia has also put out a statement condemning the Iranian strikes on the civilian infrastructure in the UAE. And so I think most nations are now coming together to condemn the Iranian regime, and this is maybe proving Mr. Donald Trump's case that Iran in fact is a rogue state. Iran in fact is in a way a terror state, and that is why you see this coalition of sorts coming together across the world against Iran right now.
All right, and quickly over to Sanjay as well. Sanjay, the very point that you were making as far as Israel's point of view on this overall joint strike is concerned has been reiterated at the UNSC session, which is just concluded, by the Israeli representative, and I want to quote him. He's saying that diplomacy was exhausted, stressing Iran was required to stop enriching uranium and to allow full inspections. Iran did none of it. They were building the means to force an irreversible reality with our backs against the wall. That is not a future Israel will accept. And that Israel has called the overall joint strike an act of necessity because the regime left no reasonable alternative. The joint efforts would continue as long as the threat remained. Sanjay, weigh in on the point that's being made. They've called it an act of necessity. So that's also a clear-cut indication that Israel and the United States will not settle for anything but complete decimation of their nuclear sites.
Well, for Israel, this is a matter of survival, it's a matter of existence. There is no nation that is more threatened or feels more threatened by Iran's ballistic missiles and its nuclear capabilities than does Israel. And if Iran were to develop a nuclear weapon and ICBMs that could deliver it, say, by 2035, well, that's around the corner, and certainly Israel will do what it can, and it has done what it could to preempt that and to nip it before that can go any further than it has already. We also had reports from the IAEA that nuclear enrichment in Iran has exceeded the threshold of about 3.7% that was set by the accord earlier, which Trump, we have to say, cancelled. And there is a further question whether that was a very wise move. But the fact is that Israel will want to finish the nuclear program of Iran, finish its missile capacity. And currently, whatever is happening at airports in the region, whatever is happening currently in the Strait of Hormuz, will depend on the relative success of Iran's missile program. As long as there's a regime in place and that has enough command over the military to keep launching these missiles, there will be a continuing shutdown. This will shut down when Israel's missile launching capacity is shut down. That may not happen in a hurry.
Also getting in the latest inputs, in fact, as we speak, there are responses coming in. All right, Raza Pahlavi has sent out a message over here. Ali Khamenei, the bloodthirsty despot of our time, the murderer of tens of thousands of Iran's bravest sons and daughters, has been erased from the face of history. With his death, the Islamic Republic has in effect reached its end and will very soon be consigned to the dustbin of history. Honorable and courageous people of Iran, this may be the beginning of our great national celebration, but it's not the end of the road. Remain vigilant and prepared. The time for a widespread and decisive presence in the streets is very near. Together, united and steadfast, we will bring out the final victory and we will celebrate Iran's freedom across our beloved homeland. Aman, is this an indication that we should now expect Pahlavi to be arriving in Tehran any time now? But how will that even happen given that the airspaces are going to be shut for quite some time?
Kanksha, it may take time, but I think the alternative voicing is in Iran are now speaking out. We have Reza Pahlavi, the advocate for a secular, democratic Iran for a long time, now putting out this big message, calling Ali Khamenei the bloodthirsty despot of our time, saying that the murderer of tens of thousands of Iran's bravest sons and daughters has been erased from the face of history. This is the big statement coming from him, in a way seconding what Donald Trump has also declared, that Khamenei is dead. He's also saying that with his death, the Islamic Republic has in effect reached its end and very well soon will be consigned to the dustbin of history. He's saying that the honorable and the courageous people of Iran, this may be the beginning of a great national celebration. He's also saying this is not the end of the road. Remain vigilant, remain prepared, and the time for a widespread and a decisive presence in the street is very, very near. Together, united and steadfast, we will bring about final victory and we will celebrate Iran's freedom across our beloved homeland. So clearly the alternative voices from Iran, the democratic secular voices, are now rising, and that is what Donald Trump has also been saying, that the people of Iran now need to take in their grip the destiny of their nation. They need to look forward to a more credible, democratic, secular leadership and the end to the Iranian Islamic regime, with this move of Khamenei being erased from the face of the planet, as Donald Trump has said. And as we speak, Akanksha, also there are big strikes happening in Tehran right now as we speak. The second wave, I would say, of the Israeli offensive in Iran is now right now happening to take out what is left of Iran's ballistic missiles and Iran's drone infrastructure, and the way they have been targeting the civilian infrastructure in the neighboring nations of the Middle East. Big strikes happening in Tehran right now as we speak, and Israel has launched what I feel is the end game towards Israel after Khamenei's assassination yesterday, and the top leaders of Iran being killed in that particular strike by US and Israel on the compound of Khamenei and his office compound as well. Now we are seeing a second wave of attacks by Israel on Iran to take out the offensive infrastructure that Iran still holds, and the next few hours, in fact, Akanksha, could be very crucial in this regard.
Absolutely. Sanjay, what one is observing right now is that Iran is finding itself in an extremely isolated position, because remember, the words that are coming in from their own Middle Eastern neighbors, including Saudi's defense minister, the Kuwait defense minister, all of these Middle Eastern neighbors who could have perhaps, ushered in some form of mediation, they are all condemning Iran for the retaliatory actions that have taken place against their own countries in the last 24 hours, which means that Iran and the Iranian regime has been brought down on to its knees.
Well, this Akanksha could have very long-term and beneficial effects for the US, because what this has done is very rapidly and very dramatically made the US and a lot of Arab countries natural allies. The US has had a long haul in finding acceptance and support in the Arab world. It's taken years and decades, and this could speed up that process hugely, because suddenly now it is the US and the Arabs nations, all of these nations that you mentioned, together against Iran. So this is an alliance that can get cemented and prove a very long-term boon for the US politically within the region. But that said, it's not going to be easy to bring about a new regime in Iran for the US and Israel. Certainly there is no plan for the US to send forces into Iran or for Israel to do so. So if Raza Pahlavi were to land in Tehran, past all these their airport issues, who is there, who will be there to support him? For that to happen, a great deal else will have to happen first. There would have to be a sufficient and convincing force within Iran, including the IRGC, a very big section of that, the Basij militia. The whole structure in place would have to cave in and surrender its ways and take over these institutions and be in place physically to welcome this kind of leader. That is not something that's looking immediately on the horizon. So there's a limit to what can be done from the air. You can take out people, you can take out missiles, but substituting them is not going to be easy without a presence in the country.
And it's interesting you talk about what kind of a presence is at the moment needed. Can democracy return to Iran? Because remember, many talk about how prior to 1979 there was the monarchy, then there has been the regime of the Ayatollah, high on morality. The youth over there are thirsting for democracy. This is the sense we get from the activists over there, especially after the recent wave of protests that, according to the United States, killed 32,000 protesters. And apart from, say, the way the human rights are being violated in Iran, you also have a cost of living crisis, one that has reached the hinterland. In fact, Sanjay, one has to also talk about how the recent wave of protests began from Tehran Bazaar. Tehran Bazaar is very important because this is the place where the merchants do business. And back in 1979, when they toppled the monarch back then, this was the very place where when the wave of protests had begun. And so this time around, the kind of, say, economic crisis that Iran is going through, apart from the international sanctions, that in itself is taking a toll. Stay with me, Sanjay. We are getting in some breaking inputs right now. America and Israel carried out the attacks. This is the news that we are coming to right now. This is, in fact, the big breaking input coming in from Reuters, actually. Let's quickly go across to Siddhant, who is bringing us that confirmation of the joint strike being conducted by America and Israel, carrying out those attacks during Khamenei's meeting with his close circle. That is the big breaking input coming in. So there's a good possibility that the Ayatollah was indeed eliminated during that strike, the satellite imagery of which we are flashing on your screen. Siddhant, share the details.
Well, that's right, Akanksha. So Reuters is reporting this, that America and Israel carried out the attacks during Khamenei's meeting with his close circle. So this is fresh input which Reuters is reporting. In fact, Akanksha, President Trump claims that Ali Khamenei has been assassinated by US and Israeli forces. Israeli media, Israeli government is also claiming the same. But what we are hearing from Tehran is contradictory reports. They have yet not come official on the assassination of Ali Khamenei. All they have confirmed is that the close relatives of Ali Khamenei and senior officials of the Iranian government have been killed in US strike. So all we are waiting for is the official confirmation from Tehran or some sort of an acknowledgement of the claims made by President Trump. Till then, suspense continues over Ali Khamenei's assassination. Now, Reuters is reporting that when US and Israeli forces hit that particular premises where Ali Khamenei was present with the other senior officials of the Iranian government, that premises was hit by the joint forces, and in which Ali Khamenei got killed. So this is what the Western media is reporting, Reuters is reporting. As I said, that let's wait for some sort of acknowledgement of these reports from Tehran or an official confirmation. Perhaps going by the chatter, many are saying that Tehran is right now looking at a succession plan. Till then, they will remain silent on the killing of Ali Khamenei. They want a successor to be put in his place, and perhaps this could be one of the reasons that why there is blanket silence from Tehran on these reports.
Will the Iranian regime be able to come up with a successor? How quickly? Or is this going to be a possibility that the US president has indicated in his Truth Social post that the IRGC and the military are looking for immunity, and the only way for them to find that immunity is going to be that they back down? Will they back down? The latest reports indicating that Khamenei could very well have been eliminated, but as we said, that without any evidence, without any official confirmation coming in from Iran per se, this is still a fairly nascent report. Siddhant, Sanjay and Aman continue to stay with us as we slip into a quick break. Stay tuned to our live and rolling coverage. Were also present over there. They've called it a blatant violation of international law. And on the other hand, you have the US and Israeli representatives in fact saying that they were left with no option and that this entire joint strike was a necessity.
Well, that's right, Akanksha. This is not for the first time that US is walking out of the mediation of taking a diplomatic route. Negotiations were on with Iran. In fact, back then in Trump's first tenure, at that point as well, ahead of Iran and United States could come to conclusion to sign a deal. United States walked out of the deal. In fact, last year in June as well, when negotiations were going on, US and Israeli forces struck nuclear sites in Iran. So Iran was very much prepared for any kind of kinetic action, and perhaps, as I said, that not for the first time, this time around again, the second round of negotiations with Iran were going on, and this operation was launched where US and Israeli forces struck targets inside Iran. Now, in fact, why this decision was taken suddenly when negotiations were going on? In fact, President Trump deployed Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff to speak to Iranian Foreign Minister Arakshi. The talks took place in Geneva, but despite that, this operation was launched, and now we're getting to know that Ali Khamenei has been assassinated. So perhaps was US looking for the right time, the coordinates of Ali Khamenei? Was it planned in such a way that when they actually got to know about his location and they decided to go after him? Was it out of sudden? Perhaps these are details which will come out in days to come. But right now we know is that US claims that Ali Khamenei is dead. Israel says that Ali Khamenei has been assassinated, but Iran is silent. Iran is not confirming the death of Ali Khamenei. Perhaps many are saying that they're looking for the succession plan. Once that succession plan will be put in place, maybe after that they could announce or officially declare the death of Ali Khamenei. So, situation is dynamic right now, and it's unfolding, and there are a lot of still there are a lot of developments taking place in the region.
Absolutely. We are yet to receive a formal confirmation with regards to Khamenei's elimination. But remember, Iran has now started confirming that indeed the family members, including the daughter and grandchild of the Ayatollah, have been eliminated in this joint strike. The key question being, did diplomacy have any scope, or was this a hogwash, given that the Israelis have confirmed that this joint strike was in the making for quite a few months. Going to slip into a quick break as we bring you all the live and breaking updates on the situation in Iran and Middle East. Stay tuned to CNN News 18. Massive operation against US and Israel. They have made this statement that they've in fact vowed revenge at the moment, and this is on expected lines. Israel, as far as Iran is concerned, it feels extremely betrayed. They vowed revenge after Khamenei's death, and perhaps this is the only face saving that they are left with. Aman, if I could bring you in, because given the timing, look at the timing of this. Not only is the holy month of Ramadan on, the peace talks were on. There were positive indications being given not just by the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, but also the Omanian officials who were involved in the peace talks. Is this IRGC its last face-saving attempt?
Maybe, Akanksha, it seems like a desperate attempt in the end, as it has been going on since yesterday with the civilian infrastructure in the Middle Eastern nations being targeted by Iran. If you attack the Dubai airport, if you attack the Abu Dhabi airport, the Kuwait airport, the Bahrain airport, what really are you trying to achieve? Is it a arm twisting tactic to make US and Israel stop their strikes? Well, clearly not. Israel is still clearly not stopping its strikes. As we know, a second wave of big attacks are right now happening inside Iran by Israel. Bombs are raining in Tehran, missiles are raining in Tehran, and here not just in Tehran, in other parts of Iran as well. Wherever their nuclear infrastructure is there and nuclear facilities are there, Israel is now targeting all of them. This is like a complete wipeout operation which is right now on, because the supreme leader has been killed.
I must say that the military tactical explanation by the expert was very interesting and instructive. I must stress that those missiles that do penetrate are, I don't have the exact numbers, of course, but they are a small percentage of what was intended to land on Israeli soil. This is one thing, and I think that the percentage is 92 to 8. A second comment I'd like to comment, you mentioned that Beit Shemesh, which suffered a huge disaster an hour ago with 6 people dead, unfortunately. Beit Shemesh is not only in what you call central Israel, it's very close to Jerusalem. It's 20 kilometers off Jerusalem. So I'm not sure it was intended to be near the capital, but this is what actually happened. And the third comment I'd like to make is that if, when you take the explanation, the instructive explanation that we've just heard into the past, knowing the efforts that the Iranians are doing, not only on the nuclear side, but also on the ballistic development side, not to speak of sponsoring terrorism, it just shows how important it was for the international community during all those years to try to solve the problem caused by Iran. And lately, in the last few weeks, the diplomatic negotiations, which failed, as we all know, with the indirect negotiations with the United States. It just shows how important it was to be sure, and I'm not talking about Israel only, I'm talking about the world, I'm talking about the region, I'm talking about the Arab moderate countries that have been attacked in the last 24 hours, how important it was to go ahead with the preemptive strike that we have witnessed 32 hours ago.
Tom Cooper has a different point of view. He would like to come in. Please join us yeah, go ahead.
If you don't mind, sir, the diplomatic efforts didn't fail. Oman was still negotiating with Iran and was on the best way of finding a solution. And just like several months ago, when there was a negotiation with Hamas leadership in Qatar, Israel decided to strike.
I have to beg to differ. The fact that Oman is saying whatever it's saying, Oman has had some very strange declarations in the last 24 hours. And guess what? Oman also was attacked by Iran.
Yes, today. Yes.
Yeah, Oman was also attacked. We'll talk about the Omani oil tanker also in the Strait of Hormuz in a bit, Ambassador Daniel. But we also now believe that the Arab nations are going to meet in a short while from now to discuss how they will retaliate, respond to the Iranian aggression. Lieutenant General K.J. Dhillon and Tara Kartaji also with us. Thank you for your patience. Please wait on. We're going to continue on this broadcast for a while. But Ambassador Kamun, how would you respond to this? What do you see happening over the next 24 hours? How do you see this going up the escalation ladder, or is there going to be a certain de-escalation soon?
Well, of course, we cannot really foresee. I think that, and it's not only Israel, it's the Israel and the US, US leading, of course. There is a name to this preemptive strike, which became a regional war. And this is to be sure that the Iranian regime, whose leadership was eliminated in the first strike, as we all know, is sort of detached from the existential threat that it is posing to Israel. And I must add now, after what we have seen in the last 24 hours, not only Israel, but the GCC countries that have suffered those attacks, those horrific pictures and reels that we've seen from almost every country in the Gulf.
Right, we've got pictures of the Zayed port in Abu Dhabi also being attacked. There are 3 people who've been killed in UAE. There is attack in Tabriz also. We'll talk about Tabriz in a bit. But in this region, Iran is taking the fight back into the opposition. That's what they're doing. And also, there's an update coming in that the Iranian president will be addressing the nation in a few moments now. Viewers, we are on a continuous rolling coverage. There'll be a lot of activity on our screens. We've got our military experts. We've got our Indian experts, we've got our international experts, we've got all of them here, and everybody is going to bring in varying perspectives, and we'll also try and gamify this for you. Possible scenarios, tactical, kinetic, local, military, and of course the strategic and diplomatic options, and who are all going to be impacted. We're also worried as Bharatiya, the safety of more than 8 million Bharatiya in these regions who would all be worrying and trying to look at flights to come back. Really flight rates have gone up. Europe has closed airspace. All of the Middle East has closed airspace. Most importantly, I think the advisory is to stay in touch with your local embassy, your local consulate, and try and be safe and remain where you are if you can for the next 48 hours before you think of moving anywhere else. This entire issue of debris also falling, General K.J.S. Dhillon, is going to be a concern because that's giving a perception to a lot of people living in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, in Bahrain, in all these regions that the Iranians are actually targeting civilian areas. Is that true? What's your assessment? Tom Cooper believes otherwise. He believes this is all interceptions and failed ballistic missile parts or missile debris that are falling. Do you agree, disagree? General Dhillon, thank you for your time, sir.
Good evening, Anand, and good evening to the fellow panelists and all your viewers. See, it can be a combination of two. One is, as was being explained by your experts, those concentric circles are actually the ranges of various weapon systems which it is capable of engaging at longer ranges, medium ranges, and short ranges. So, if a incoming missile is engaged at a longer range and over Dubai or Abu Dhabi or Bahrain, then of course the debris will fall on ground. But how is it that debris are only falling on the hotels where international tourists are staying, or debris are only falling on the airports and not in the open ground or in the open deserts? And this claim of debris falling is also a cover up for if a drone has actually come and hit an airport or a hotel. So it's easier to say that we intercepted it and the debris has fallen down. These are the words, or these are the statements which the militaries always give. To my understanding, it is the drones or the missiles have been targeted at particular airports and hotels so that bring this war to the international attention. And the international players should say, okay, let's put an end to it. We don't want ships sinking in the Strait of Hormuz or in the Persian Gulf.
Right.
And we don't want innocent civilians dying at the airport or the hotels. And let's stop it. So this is what I think Iran is trying to do. And this theory of debris falling, I somehow don't agree with that.
You don't agree with the theory of debris falling. You feel there is more to it. A lot of them. Tara Kartaji, your thoughts? Is Iran deliberately trying to rattle up and ratchet up the frenzy around this whole place, because that will put pressure on, it's like a reverse psychology. It puts pressure on the Americans to back off, pressure on the Israelis to back off.
No, that would be in the Strait of Hormuz. That is a huge pressure tactic, and we all knew they would do that. I have got people calling me from Dubai. There are people staying in those hotels. They're talking of things falling. They can see outside their window, all sorts of pieces falling. But my sense is that this is what Tom Collins said. They're firing all over.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Tom said, beg your pardon. Tom Cooper said, because even last time, if you remember, when they attacked Qatar, they were very, very careful. They didn't just go out and attack everybody. In this time, they have no advantage in hitting, say, Dubai, etc. But in a situation like this, there will be, you had I think it was a US or Israeli attack, I don't know, which hit a school. In Iran. So these things, they will be, luckily, so far as I know, there have been only 2 dead in these the other attacks across West Asia. I don't think Iran has anything to gain in hitting these countries. There's no tangible gain here. Hormuz, yes, rest of them, no.
Yeah, okay. Now we've got to try and make our viewers understand how there is a huge pileup of parking that's happening in the seas on both sides of the Strait of Hormuz, and it's been happening over the last 48 to 72 hours, viewers. We'll get you those pictures also, and we'll also tell you why the Strait of Hormuz becomes very interesting and how Iran can actually put pressure on the whole world. Economic pressure. We'll game that. We show that also to you here on our wall with Tom Cooper and Adrian Fontanellas. General Dillon is with us and Tara Kartaji also with us. We're going to take a very short break. We want to take that break and come back live on this coverage by the time the Iranian president, Mr. Pezeshkian, makes his address, because we are counting down to that also. Stay with us.
All right, so in the latest, what we can tell you is that Iranian media is in fact negating the reports that have been coming in with regards to the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The biggest information that was actually passed on was by the US President himself, as he took to Truth Social to declare that the Ayatollah is dead. Is he using this as a leverage, as is being claimed by the Iranian media? We do not know. No official confirmation coming in from Iran. In fact, the Israeli side, also from Israel's foreign ministry, in fact, as far as the Iranian foreign ministry is concerned, that is actually negating the reports. Let me quickly bring in Sanjay Suri from Tel Aviv at the moment. we'll try and reconnect with Sanjay. He's currently stationed in Tel Aviv. Also, Siddhant will be joining us in just a bit. As far as the Indians are concerned, remember, thousands of them are currently in the Middle East. That includes the UAE, you're looking at Qatar, you're looking at Saudi Arabia, you're looking at various other nations. More importantly, in Iran, several Indian students are currently stranded. Many of them, in fact, sent out those videos urging the Indian government to ensure a timely evacuation. The Ministry of External Affairs, of course, is looking into this overall situation, but at the moment, the top priority is to provide all Indians safe cover before they are eventually evacuated. Remember, even for evacuation to take place, the airspaces have to open up. Most of them have been shut down. How this will now impact the overall economy is also another concern, given that the Strait of Hormuz has been blocked by the IRGC just yesterday. This is a very key critical strait, as we know that this is a shipping route where most of the global energy supply is done. It is through this route that the energy supplies to China, to the United States, even to Europe takes place. But that has in fact been blocked. What impact this will have on the markets is another scenario that we'll be looking at. But first and foremost, the biggest question that remains unanswered at the moment is that, is Ayatollah Ali Khamenei actually dead, as is being claimed by the US president? The Iranian Foreign Ministry has indeed dismissed that claim. There is no confirmation coming in from the Iranian side. In fact, they are not just maintaining that the Ayatollah is alive, they are also maintaining that President Masoud Pezeshkian is also very much alive. That's a claim at least being made by Iran, their foreign ministry, and also by the media there. Having said that, there are now going to be other concerns as well, as Middle East remains on a geopolitical tinderbox at the moment. We've seen how Iran is retaliating. Tehran had always maintained that they will be targeting all of those US allies in the Middle East. That includes 9 of them which are housing US troops. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, UAE. They are just some of those US allies in the Middle East. UAE, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, they all have experienced strikes at the moment. Remember, as we speak, in the latest missiles have been spotted near Burj Khalifa. As we've also been highlighting, they are targeting
و مجدداً در گذشته رهبر اعظم انقلاب رو که شهادتی است بعد از سالهای طولانی مجاهدت، تلاش و فداکاری و بیداری و جنگ با ستمکاران، خداوند روح این بزرگوار رو شاد و رهروانش رو پاینده و سربلند نگه دارد. با امید پیروزی مسلمین بر کفار.
Well, it was a short address, very, very short address. We'll try and get you the translation, but viewers, as you see that video, be mindful, he's in a bunker. He's at a place which is out of his comfort zone, and he is looking very frazzled. It looks like he's not slept through the night, he's not shaven, he's looking very, very desperate, and of course distraught. Distraught, why? Because they have lost their spiritual head, their clerical head. They've also lost the seat of power at this point, and Iran is under the pump. That was President Pezeshkian and his words. There are a lot of words which are very similar because it's Farsi and it also finds its place in our own Bolchal ke Hindi or Hindustani. He talks about sitam, he talks about coming together, he talks about prayer, and he also talks about the fact that they need to fight back together. He's hinted at revenge as a duty for all those people who are faithful Muslims. We'll play that out in a bit, but a quick check of the top lines, the headlines as we are about to hit 7 p.m. this Sunday evening. Israel Defense Forces released the video of massive strike on the IRGC headquarters, which allegedly killed not just the Supreme Leader Khamenei, but other IFGC and IRGC top brass. IDF claims 40 top commanders neutralized in less than 1 minute. Iranian strikes target Dubai's iconic Burj Al Khalifa and the Burj Hotel, along with the Dubai airport and the Jebel Ali seaport. Star Indian shuttler PV Sindhu has a narrow escape at the Dubai airport. Frenzied crowd laid siege to the US consulate in Karachi, resulting in massive clashes with US security forces. Reports indicate at least 10 locals killed and many others injured. Protesters tried to storm the consulate in Lahore as well. In a first ever, Iran targets the Duqm airport in Oman, hitting the workers' accommodation area, having at least 2 people injured. Saudi Arabia slams treacherous attack, vows to support any measures Oman takes in response. Thousands take to the streets across several Bharatiya cities to mourn the death of Ayatollah Khamenei. Protesters also gather outside the US consulate in Chennai to protest the killing of Iran's supreme leader. Major Indian aircraft carriers, Indigo and Air India, cancelled scores of flights amid West Asia war. Thousands of flyers stranded at several airports. Viewers, the Middle East is now engulfed in a full-scale regional war. In a stunning development, Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been eliminated in a joint US-Israeli strike on Tehran. The operation, codenamed Epic Fury, is targeting Iran's nuclear sites, its ballistic manufacturing and also storage sites, and of course the top leadership, the supreme leadership in Iran. In retaliation, Tehran has unleashed waves of ballistic missile attacks, including use of hypersonic missiles at Tel Aviv and also parts of central Israel. American bases across the Gulf have been targeted. Ayatollah Arafi has been named the interim supreme leader. The conflict has also spilled into the heart of the Gulf, with Dubai under direct attack. Flights at Dubai International Airport halted as missile debris falls near the Palm Jumeirah and Burj Al Arab. And nations including Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia and Oman are also under fire. Now, let's try and look at some of these pictures. These are the visuals of explosion near the Burj Khalifa that's happened. Iranian missiles have been hit at the Dubai airport. Let's look at these pictures. This is last night. Now, these are aircrafts and missiles flying past the Burj and some debris falling there during the interception. There are also pictures of explosion at the Palm Jumeirah. This is after the Iranian strike. So have a look at this. This is after the Iranian strike. This is in Dubai. Again, there are people who recorded this and they thought that they are being attacked. That's not the case. Largely, it's been lots of debris as per the reports. And it's confirmed by the local entities in these nations also. Dubai's Burj Al Arab Hotel was also hit by some of this debris, and the UAVs that have been neutralized, they are landing because they are off their target. Now, that is something that Tom Cooper also explained to us, viewers, that they fly in at a particular height, at a particular a range, because they've got the geographic codes into them. But if there is a tall skyscraper in their path, they are not equipped to read that. And perhaps that's not been done because somebody has pushed these drones out in stress without thinking and then just said, let's just fire them right across the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the satellite imagery of a strike at the IRGC headquarters in Tehran, oh, this has been pounded. Look at that. And the IRGC headquarters was going to be one of the targets, along with the Buzz militia bases and headquarters, because the Buzz militia is the police internally, and they would want to target the leadership. And the IRGC, with about 150,000, is the one that is the military muscle or the might internally to control things within Iran, along with the Buzz militia that's nearly about 1 million strong. So they have targeted this, and this is heavy pounding. Also, Iran has struck Israel's Beit Shemesh, and that's where there are reports which say this is not just in a civilian area. At least 5 people have died, but this could be a hypersonic missile that's been put into play here. Now let's try and understand the Strait of Hormuz, which is currently shut, and the impact that Bharat may have because of this. There is it can fuel price-driven surge in oil prices. Brent crude prices are up from $65 a barrel. That was also up because just around $60, went up to $65. It's already gone up to $73 in the recent week. 20% of global oil and liquefied natural gas (LNG) transits through the Strait of Hormuz. Bharat imports 2 million barrels daily through the Strait of Hormuz. 50% of India's crude imports come through this route. 13% of non-oil Indian export to the Gulf is also through this route, and there is a macro pressure on the Indian economy that is likely to go up if this continues, viewers. So let's try and understand the Strait of Hormuz. We'll try and also call out that image of the parking jam that is happening around the Strait of Hormuz. Now, what is the Strait of Hormuz? Tom and Adrian, I want to request you to come back on. We have our guests. I'm just going to check. Lieutenant General KJS Dhillon, Tara Karta still with us. Please jump in. We may not be able to see you from here, but you can hear us. So if you want to add, please say that I'd like to say something, and please jump in. Now, viewers, let's try and understand what is the Strait of Hormuz. Where is this? This is the Strait of Hormuz. Tom is explaining. Adrian, you can jump in from there whenever. You can come and take this chair here, and you can sit with us, and then you can add on. Okay, and then I'll bring you on here. So this is the Strait of Hormuz. You want to take this because you're going to have you're going to work the.
I'm going to move to this.
Yeah. Okay. Now.
So Strait of Hormuz is 150 kilometers long. In the north is Iran. This is Oman. This is United Arab Emirates. This is Oman as well.
Okay.
So what is the point about the Strait of Hormuz? It is very shallow, 25 to 50 meters deep. This means if something the size of a tanker, super tanker, or ultra large crude carrier is sunk inside the Strait of Hormuz, it's very easy to block. Another point is, I'm trying to resize it, just a second.
Yeah.
So, the inboard line, the line leading into the Persian Gulf, is leading along its northern side, along the Iranian coast.
That out?
I draw it, yes, good idea. So, just a second.
Yeah.
So, it's leading like this.
So, this is the inbound line?
Yes.
Okay.
Just a second to delete this. A second try, and then like this.
Okay.
So, this is the inbound line.
And the inbound, sorry, you can write it as inbound. Okay, yes. Inbound, and this is Iran.
This is Iran.
So that's the Iranian side. So whatever goes in goes from via the Iranian side.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Part here, this line is leading through the Iranian territorial waters. So Iranian territorial waters is something. Just a second. Are going like this.
Okay.
There are two important islands here, Greater and Lesser Thumb, which are disputed between Iran and the United Arab Emirates. But the IRGC has missile batteries on them, anti-ship missile batteries.
Anti-ship missile batteries here.
Yes.
These, you can see, viewers, you see these two small islands here, this one and this one. So this is now with Iran. Exactly. And there are anti-ship missile batteries here.
Anti-ship and SAM batteries as well.
And SAMs also, that is surface-to-air missiles.
Yes.
So they are also here in this region. Exactly. So that means any ship coming here, Iran has the ability to pound them immediately.
Immediately, yes. They see them. They can see them. They can watch also US Navy warships moving along this line, along the inboard line. And they can watch them from the coast, from the island of Kashmir. They see them. Except it's very foggy, which is quite often the case in the Persian Gulf, but nevertheless. So it is also so that the American warships, every time they are passing by through these waters into the Persian Gulf, they are engaging electronic warfare systems. So strong that then all of this area in Iran is losing, for example, capability to watch TV.
Right. Okay.
Because such strong electronic warfare systems.
Right.
In turn, there is also the way out, which is leading south of this lane. It's going like approximately like this. Point is the following. Everything closer to Omani and United Arab Emirates coast is too shallow for most of huge big tankers.
So this is shallow.
Yes.
Okay, this part is shallow. Okay, and this is the outbound. This is the outbound region. This is out. Yeah. So this is the shallow waters. The big tankers can't go from here, so they will have to move out a little more.
They have to move approximately north of this line.
So they're going to stay out of that
because
line.
Because of this heavy traffic. We are talking about hundreds of ships every
Right.
day. There are very strict regulations about the movement of ships into the Persian Gulf and out of the Persian Gulf through the Hormuz Straits.
Through the Hormuz Straits. The other thing is, and Adrian, Adrian, come.
Okay.
Yeah, stand. You can stand here, next to me. Stand here, right?
Okay.
Yeah, come here right next to me. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
So Adrian is an academic. So it's the first time doing so much of reality or real TV, live TV. So bear with them, viewers. Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely. So if I simply must add to what Tom said, it's even more problematic to defend these straits or to protect the maritime flow traffic, because what is more, the Iranians have also hundreds of speedboats, some equipped with anti-ship missiles, which can dash out of the coastlines and attack ships passing by. And what is more, they even have midget submarines.
Midget submarines. Midget submarines, the small ones.
With 2 or 3 men aboard.
So you have a giant tanker going above the sea level, and there may be a submarine right below.
Absolutely, with perhaps a crew of 5 and 2 torpedoes. And of course, it is extremely easy for them to mine the entire area, and it is almost impossible to prevent them to do so.
To prevent them from doing so, they can actually put on mines in the shallow region here.
Foremost here. This is very easy to block. This
area. You block this, and the whole strait is blocked because of the horseshoe thing.
Because it's so shallow, you need just a few. Because it's so shallow, you need just a few mines, and that's it. You sunk, for example, one ship in the Hormuz, and it's blocked.
Now we've got news coming through. Lieutenant General KJS Dhillon, Tara Kartaji, the news that's coming through at this point, viewers, is that the former president of Iran, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, is dead. That's the update that's coming through. He's also killed in the Israeli strikes. What is the impact of this, General Dhillon, even as we bring this conversation back to the Strait of Hormuz? Because currently, we'll get you that picture also by the time General Dhillon makes his comment of the whole lot of ships that are parked on either side. We'll get you that image here on the wall in a bit. Yes, but General Dhillon, yes. Tara Kartaji, yes, please.
In overall, when we look at our research, right, decapitation, whether it's on terrorists or whether it's on political leaders, has had a very poor success even in the medium term. I'm not talking of long term. Usually you wind up with a guy much worse than you had to begin with, or you have a kind of blowback effect. Keeping in mind, in this case, Shias are not just restricted to Iran, not even Pakistan where they've gone crazy. They are all over the world, and Khamenei is a leader for all of them. He's not just an Iranian leader. So there is a lot of, this decapitation strategy, therefore, I think is very problematic. Kudos to Israel for its precise intelligence, for the ability that it has been, the ability it has shown. But I am looking ahead at a very, very dangerous time ahead. They're there in the US also. All the Shias there will look at him and say, our leader is gone.
Yeah. Your thoughts? What is going to be the fallout of this?
Fallout of this massive...
Ahmadinejad in the past, we know the history.
Look, the point is following. Ahmadinejad is foremost a representative of a group of interests in Iran which were in control of banks and insurance sector. So IRGC members, former officers, former troops, who now controlled the banks and insurance sector in Iran. So it might cause us troubles in this regards. We are going to see in the coming days.
Money flows. But you say something, you shared something interesting about how Iran has ensured that the money continues to flow. They seem to have moved millions of barrels of oil already out of Iran and parked it elsewhere.
In the weeks before this attack on Iran, the Iranians have pumped extra oil down the pipeline to Chabahar, loaded tankers and parked them somewhere well away from Iran, so they are not attacked. And they have enough. They have filled enough tankers to continue exporting at the normal rate for at least a month, if not 2.
Month, if not 2. So that's about how many million barrels per day?
I don't know exact figures, but I remember that it was estimate was that they have pumped enough or stored enough oil in tankers for around 2 months. Perhaps 2 months.
Okay, viewers, note this. So the Iranians, you'd think that you would crunch their finances, but they have already extracted so many millions of oil that on a daily basis they can continue to sell it to nations that need it in the dark market at the current rates and still continue to fund this war for themselves for at least a month, 30 days, if not for 60 days. That's what Tom Cooper is telling us. Adrian, you agree with him? It's possible?
Absolutely, yes, absolutely.
It's possible. Let's just come back to the Strait of Hormuz and Tarak Kartaji, watch this. Now, this is the image that we've got. Look at this is that entire hub. On the wall, you can see this. On the wall, you see this corner here. This is Khasab. It says Khasab here. Arpit, just come over here and then you can see. This is Khasab here, right? You see Khasab. Now, let's look at this. This is the Khasab area. Okay, look at that. And this is that arc, viewers. Look at the number of ships which are parked here, away. And they're waiting to enter. And then there again, at the Bandar Abbas port also there are a lot of, and then there are ships which are here. And this is where one of the tankers which is trying to enter was bombed today. We'll put out those visuals of the Omani tanker that was bombed also. Somewhere here, it was trying to enter and they bombed. Now, what does that mean? Oman was the one that was trying to negotiate peace. Oman was the one that was trying to help. Now, they bombed the Omanis also.
But Oman is also housing one of the bases for the American and British troops in the Middle East. And therefore, Iranians are striking all such bases and they are sending a clear signal, either you are with us or you are against us. And since they have permitted such a base, sorry guys.
Right. Can we just have the visuals of the Omani tanker also on the screen? That was, we had the picture of the tanker ablaze. If you come back here, Adrian, Tom. Now, if this entire place is blocked, so let's say this entire place now stands blocked because the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Okay, this is where the bombing happened?
Yes, this area.
This is where tanker was bombed? Okay, let's say this tanker is bombed here. Now what's going to happen? What's the pinch that the Chinese, the Russians, India, the rest of the world is going to feel because this strait is currently blocked?
Now the question, who has bought oil from whom?
Okay.
Because for their part, Iranians have an oil pipeline leading down to Chabahar, sorry.
Chabahar is here.
Not here.
So the entire pipeline comes all the way up to Chabahar. So the Iranians have, this is a pipeline. So this is a pipeline all the way up to Chabahar.
Precisely on basis of experiences from war with Iraq in the 1980s, when there were also such discussions about closing the Strait of Hormuz, they have decided, okay, we have to build a pipeline which is connecting our oil fields in the north, not actually, this is western Iran, down all the way to the coast of the Oman Gulf, sorry. And therefore, they have built this pipeline and they can continue exporting. But oil producers here in the Persian Gulf, now they can't export.
Right. Now, so if oil producers in the Persian Gulf, so that is, if we were to reduce this, I'm going to delete all the images and let's try and reduce this. And we'll see which are the countries which are going to get affected all around the Persian Gulf. So we've got UAE, UAE doesn't have oil, but Qatar has, Bahrain has, Kuwait has, and they all have natural gas. Iraq has. There is, and of course, then you will have Oman, which will also get impacted because of this.
Absolutely.
I'm marking them.
Yeah. So he's marking them, and
and foremost, it is enough to generate immense global pressure because if a few tankers are burned in this area, then you can expect the price of oil worldwide to grow up drastically. And imagine the impact if you have a doubling of the price of the oil at the pump within a span of a few days in India, in Switzerland, in Austria, everywhere. And this, of course, will entice a lot of governments to try to pressure the American and Israeli to stop this war as soon as they can.
Is it going to pressure the Americans and the Israeli, or is it going to get all of these nations to gang up against the Iranians and say, just wipe them out?
They can do,
when I say the regime, not the Iranians.
They can do much more because they have no solution to be certain to clear the situation fast enough, quickly enough.
Well, MJ Vinod and also Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey join us. Good evening, gentlemen, along with Taraji. Yes, Tom, and then we'll go after that.
Just a short one. One shouldn't forget that the majority of population of Bahrain are Shia. One shouldn't forget that the eastern province of Saudi Arabia is majority population is Shia. So Iran has a leverage over here. They can also subvert the countries, cause troubles at home, cause sabotage at the facilities.
So let's say this entire belt is largely Shia.
Bahrain used to be under Iranian control until the 19th century. So, but it still has
they've
influence.
attacked Mamama. The Iranians have bombed Mamama.
Yes, that's it. But what have they bombed? A U.S. base in Mamama.
But is that going to shift? What's going to happen? Gentlemen, let's come back and let's take our seats as we get General Pandey.
Pleasure.
General Pandey, please weigh in. The Strait of Hormuz blocked, and we also now have, we're trying to understand the scenario. The nations are going to meet. Mahmoud Ahmadinejad is dead. Pezeshkian has just released a statement. The Arab countries are going to look at Iran's retaliation and then react to that. Is there going to be growing pressure on the Americans to back off, Americans and the Israelis? Or should we lead what the Saudis have written very carefully, where the Saudis say, whatever Oman decides, whatever UAE decides, whatever Kuwait decides, whatever Bahrain decides, we will give you our full and unhindered support. Does that mean more than what the Israelis are saying? Because there is talk, General Pandey, that the Saudis also implored the Americans to go ahead and stop this regime. The Israelis now claim that we have stopped the Iranians from making nearly a possible 8,000 ballistics by 2027, which would have become an existential concern not just for Israel but for the entire region. Ji, sir.
Yeah, Anand, so there are three major issues you have talked of, and I'll just try and cover all three. 8,000 ballistic missiles. The whole issue was not only rolling back of nuclear umbrella weapons program, which I think in discussion in Oman, Iranians have virtually agreed to majority of the things which Americans wanted. But they said, and I think Khamenei said about 24 hours back very clearly, that ballistics missile program I'm not going back. So who was under threat of it? You, America, with the hypersonic missile systems, they still had a warning before their continent could be struck. They could have taken care of it. But the people who were under threat were the Saudis, right? So that is a concern. Now, second is this issue which you just mentioned about Saudis imploring Americans to take out Iran. I don't think so that may be appropriate, because about a month back, the Saudis had said that we will not allow, and all the Gulf countries had said very clearly, and they reached out to the Iranian president and said that we will not allow Americans to use their territory for any efforts against Iran.
Right.
But yet Iran has got a strategy in place which is flawed, and which I can talk about it later. But the fact is that they started opening fire not on Israel first, but rather on the Gulf countries, the first targets. Who, and you trust, imagine Oman, which is the neutralist of all countries forever since its creation, ever in this region, right? Everybody is polarized to one side or other. But Omanis are possibly one of the most simplest people. But then you go out and strike them who were actually helping them out in this whole effort. So there's one part. Now coming on to the energy issue. Is everybody going to go back to Americans and say stop? No, I don't think so. Everybody is going to now say that this cancer, okay, it may not be appropriate. I'm not talking the Iranian people. I'm talking the regime.
Yeah.
This cancer which has been sucking us out and dry. And there's a large section of Iranian population also which will come out and possibly implore that, okay, 40 years of sanctions, the Americans are bad guys. But please understand, the world has gone beyond to a development phase in which all the targets in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi are not military targets which this regime is targeting. They are targeting which Palm Islands or
Palm Jumeirah.
Palm Jumeirah, and they are targeting Burj Khalifa. You are targeting exactly those structures which are towards modernity, right? And therefore, rather than going towards the current contemporary world environment where everybody is living in different era, you continue to live in a world or environment where destroy America, destroy Israel, destroy this regime, where everybody is trying to engage with Israel and start trying to get some peace in this area. You want to continue the path, and therefore I think everybody is going to say, and again, just remember the majority of the population is Sunnis. So they will like this whole problem to go away once for all.
Right.
Because you can't keep on pushing this problem for tomorrow when it's going to be bigger and bigger thing to be cut. I think, is there an energy crisis? I don't think so. For next 1 or 2 months, there's a major issue. Right? Why so? But I think one answer is given, and I'll just ask, which Tom has not spoken about. There is a land pipeline route to Red Sea, right? It may not have the enough capacity to pump, but then there are alternatives. There is an alternative which now India and other countries can now push Americans that we now need to diversify. By the way, you are doing business with Russia. If this is going to be prolonged affair, let's start pumping oil from Russia. And do you think that Russia is now going to stop selling oil? No, it is in this geopolitical game, no country is indispensable. And today, a lot of people are talking, is Russia going to side with Iran? Is China going to be siding with Iran? Look at Syria, what happened. Look at Afghanistan, what happened. Iran will fall in place in the same manner through the Chinese and through the Russians. So I have just given you a broad geopolitical environment. Today, and let me talk to you something else, and Taraji to think about, and I have to think about.
Right.
A major issue is, do you think this war is only related to this issue, or is it putting Chinese into place?
Right. We're just going to save the China angle because it's a larger, longer conversation. Dan Pfefferman is also with us. Taraji, coming to you in a bit. We've got lots to cover, lots of ground to cover. We've got fresh visuals also coming through, viewers. That's a drone. That's not an aircraft. That's a drone. That's a UAV. I think that's the...
Israeli Hermes 900.
Yeah, it's a Israeli Hermes 900. That's the visuals coming in. That's being downed. The Iranians also claim that they have fired 4 ballistic missiles against at the USS Gerald, USS Abraham Lincoln. We are given to understand. Yes, the USS Abraham Lincoln has been attacked by 4 ballistic missiles. And Iran claims to have downed an American MQ-9 Reaper drone also. The Reapers actually hang very high in the sky, and then they have got great potency. But Dan Pfefferman, thank you for your patience, and thank you for joining us. Now, how do you see this? The Iranians don't seem to be backing down. The Israelis claim that they have actually preempted what could have turned out to be catastrophic sometime in 2027. And before it became a behemoth of ballistics, the Iranians, they have actually pushed them back, pegged them back. But there will be pressure, because if the Strait of Hormuz is closed, if there are civilians who are stranded, airspace is closed, there will be pressure building on Israel and America to back off, to try and announce a ceasefire so that people can either get out or go back home.
Yeah, this is a broad, multi-decade attack that Iran has been building and then launched on October 7th. Against Israel, and as you can see, against all of the moderate states in the region. And so from Israel's point of view, of course, we're not privy to what the CIA or the Mossad or decision makers have, but they saw this as a preemptive strike to ward off bigger offensives, bigger onslaughts by Iran and its various proxies around the region. And it was determined by the leadership, again, with information we're not all privy to, that this is the right time to strike while Iran is weak, while Iran is backed up. The Iranian proxy arrays have been all but dismantled around the region. And of course, after the June series of attacks by the United States and Israel. But this is a bigger American play that Israel is just a part of. There are bigger global geopolitical and regional issues at play here. And it was decided, I don't think a ceasefire is going to be on the table here. It was decided by the Americans, by Donald Trump, the leader of the free world, whether people like that or not, that this is time now to take down this Iranian regime. And so the scenarios that we can most likely expect, of course, I think with this American president, we've been all surprised time and again. But what we can expect and what he's said from his statements is that those in the IRGC, those in the military, can lay down their arms. New leadership, if was not already identified and appointed, can step up, and maybe the Americans and others have worked to prepare some kind of alternative leadership similar to what happened in Venezuela. And the idea is to get some kind of leadership in Iran that would work with the international community, with the West, and would stop being a constant strategic and existential threat to the region, to the international community.
All right. We've got Dr. Ranganathan joining us. We've got MJ Vinod with us. Dan, I'm going to request you to stay on. And to all our guests and to our viewers, just stay with us. It's a compulsion. We've got to take a very short break. When we come back, we get our perspectives from all our other panelists and also expand the scope of this conversation. It's not just this area. You got to move up about 30,000 feet like a Reaper drone and look at the larger picture and say the nations that are going to be impacted and who's the actual end game here. Is it China? Is there more to it than meets the eye, as General Pandey asked? We'll try and answer all those questions. Stay with us, please. Well, sorry, Zaka, I missed you out there. What we're going to do to our viewers, bear with us. I've got Tom Cooper here with me. We've got the wall and we've got the map. Let's try and understand how this entire strikes. How did 200 Israeli aircraft fly over the Tehran airspace, drop those bombs and then come back? So let's game this and understand, does Tehran have no air defense system? And that too, you had the Israeli aircrafts take off from here, Tom, correct? So tell us, and how did this happen? How does this work?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. It's like this. You have the Iranian air defense system is approximately here, around Tabriz, around Tehran, and you have Qom and Esfahan and Karaj. So this is the principal area that, sorry, I forgot further south here, another one. This is the principal areas that are covered by Iranian air defense system. The Israelis now come up from Israel, fly over Syria and Iraq.
Right.
Like this.
So that's how they cleared the airspaces in these regions so that these planes could fly.
Exactly. This is why no airliners are currently permitted to fly over Iraq and over Syria.
Right.
So over the border between Iraq and Syria, there are US and Israeli tankers waiting for them, and they are refueling them in the air.
In the air. So
yes.
The on-air tankers. Okay, because this is more than a 2,000 kilometer journey that they have to fly.
It is over 1,000 kilometers, 1,700 kilometers to the border, so 1,500 kilometers. But the point is this, in order to release their missiles, they have to fly high and fast, which is spending lots of fuel. Therefore, here, either the Israeli or the US tankers from bases in Saudi Arabia come up here and they are waiting for them here in this area.
So that's where the on-air refueling happens over Syria and Iraq airspace?
Over Iraq.
About how many thousand feet high?
Well, 30,000 feet.
30,000 feet plus.
Okay. So more, that depends on the weather.
Right.
Generally, tanker aircraft is flying higher. It lowers its boom, and then comes the combat aircraft and refuels from that boom.
Right.
So they connect and they download the fuel.
Right.
So once this has happened, they accelerate, come up to, this is one of the principal launch zones, the other is up here, and they are shooting their air-launched ballistic missiles into Iran, like this, into central Iran. So actually, the Israelis barely need to enter the Iranian airspace in order to hit targets deep inside Iran, approximately to the line Tehran, Esfahan, Bushehr. So that is this part of the story.
Okay. Now, so let's erase this. Do you want to erase this? Okay. So we're going to erase all of this. And we're going to dive deeper into what's happening in Tehran. Why is it that when they are seeing so many ballistic missiles coming into Tehran, and yesterday over the Tehran airspace, these aircrafts actually flew over the Iranian airspace. So what happens there? Let's deep dive first.
What happens when they are closer in? Just a second. Sorry. So here we have a zoom in to Iran. I said we have...
You got to draw. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So, for example, let's say Qom, air defense system of Qom. You have short range, you have medium range, and you have long range. And
Back live, viewers, and we've just got update that Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, the former president of Iran, has also been killed in the Israeli strikes, US-Israeli strikes under Operation Lion's Roar or Epic Fury, irrespective of which name you'd like to say. But Fateh Khyber is not something that they're willing to let up on, the Iranians. They're going to come back, and they said revenge is now our duty. So Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, is dead. The interim leader is Ali Reza, Ayatollah Ali Reza. He's been named the interim leader. But Ali Shamkhani, the advisor for security affairs and secretary of defense council, has also been eliminated. Then the next one is Mohammad Pakpor. Mohammad Pakpor is the commander of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC. In fact, the top 35-40 commanders have been killed. But Iran has democratized its leadership so much after Iraq and what happened in Iraq that they are replacing them by the minute. It's like a line assembly there for leadership to next in line to come and take charge. Mohammad Shirazi, head of the military bureau, he's dead. Aziz Nazirdeh is also the minister of defense. He's also Nazirzadeh, he's also dead. Abdul Rahim Mossavi, he's also now dead. Armed Forces Chief, the Tehran command, totally leadership that's been wiped out. So that's the one. Now we are also given to understand that there is a Tehran command, this entire summit camp. This is what General Pandey had helped us gain and understand how these nuclear sites, have they been decimated and how they did. So the northern front, there was a Camp Alpha, that's the active ground. General Pandey, you want to take us through this entire command and how this whole thing operated? How did they enter the areas of Qom and come back? And how is it that this entire operation was gamed? It was multi-pronged. There was a lot of decades of intelligence that was also used. There are also these UAVs and satellites that were hovering around constantly over Iran to identify the sites, even as the ballistics were being fired from their silos, or even if there was movement of certain vehicles and people as to where they were moving. The Israelis, the Americans, they worked very hard with their neighbors to do this. So can you explain this, please?
So Anand, I'll just go back about 8 months back when Lion Rise happened. And if you recall, when we were discussing this, there are two things which came on very clearly. Why did they stop when the Iranians were down? And second was, why was Khamenei and the top leadership spared when everything else could have been taken out? They had all the intelligence, right? So that point of time, the jus ad ballum, which I talk of, very, very important facet, when you go for a larger conflict with a certain degree of confidence that in the international environment, you will be accepted what you have done is right. So therefore, that is the time, if you recall, a lot of movement, a lot of communication happened, and thereafter, the process of protecting the entire chain of command was happening. And then is the whole process of discussion which started, of talks and this thing. Eventually, I think in last about 2 months or 3 months, we have been talking on your channel as well, that the process of centering, it was only when the strike was to go, because eventually Khamenei had to shut the door, and Khamenei shut the door on the talks on 27th when he said the ballistic program, missile program will go on, and I am not going to close it. So possibly the nuclear weapons program will go on, while people are having other communication which is coming on the social media, which I don't agree. I think there is no way this regime, till the time Khamenei was alive or the top leadership was alive, would have done it. Now, these talks were getting extended. You know, at the last minute, something will happen and they were getting postponed. They were waiting for a very right, opportune time. And please understand, the Israelis and Americans have not hit at the civilian target, while people are talking of a school being hit. I will not like to talk about it right now. But the fact is, they had enough intelligence to know where the entire command control structure was coming for a conference. The first strike which happened, actually, if you recall, there were 3 places hit at the same time on the same place in the same moment at 8:15 or something. It was, again, generally the strikes have happened in the night. But this is the first time it happened in the morning hours, because this is a time when the conference was happening and nearly entire command structure was sitting all together, including the son, who was supposed to be the next
possible this thing. So
Spiritual head, yeah. Supreme
right.
leader.
Yeah. So this one is the command control centers has been first hit. The second was they needed to take out that was in Tehran. Then they needed to take out all the ballistic missile systems and the storage systems which were there for carrying out targets, which happened to Tabriz, Qom, Kermanshah and these areas. But when you look at Natanz and Isfahan, this is the place, even last time also, when Lion Rise and Midnight Hammer happened, these were the 2 out of the 4 prominent locations of nuclear enrichment sites and the holding areas and the storage sites with the labs and everything is there. They got hit. Last time when they carried out the strikes in Midnight Hammer, they were not able to penetrate enough to reach that depth of 300 because when you carry out the bunker busters which go down, the second one has to actually go right on top of the head, follow through, and yet they were able to achieve not more than about 240 or 250 feet. The majority, while they were collapsing, which happened, but a large amount of structures continuing to remain in the tunnels which were formed to protect themselves. And that is why, while the program got delayed by few months, and when you say few months, and that is time, if you recall, we're talking about 7 to 8 months, and the figure which I had given was about 10 months. Today, 8 months have happened, right? So the next step, which is very important for them to strike, was a nuclear command. So again, I'll go ballistics, nuclear, and before that, the command control, and that is how this all strikes have taken. The third element which they are striking now, the fourth one, are the ordnance locations, the factories, the places where manufacturing, the defense industry which is there, which is the holding areas of all this ammunition of ballistic missiles, the drone systems, and Israel, what Iran today, the second rung leadership or third rung leadership which is going to come, because the second one is going to get wiped off. The third one has to start looking who is one telling them about their details to Israelis and Americans. It is not pure technology. Right? A lot of people, even in India, feel that technology is superior. You can achieve everything with technology, but there are human assets which are ensuring the timeline of activity. I'm told that in the last stages, even when he had to meet Larzani, who was closest to Khamenei in terms of state security management, even when he had to go, he used to be blindfolded. So that was a level of secrecy. They were moving time and again, Khamenei from one place to another, and they was always living into bunkers and tunnels, and yet they were able to hit. So therefore, there are intelligence assets which are in place, which are giving time to time information. I will just wind up very quickly back to a talk or point which Tom Cooper was mentioning, and Tom and both of you, I really admire. You guys have been there since 2 o'clock in the studio, and I think they are totally now into the game. The fact is, when you talk about the Shia community, right, in Saudi Arabia and other places, I can tell you that they aren't truly with now Iran. There will be some elements, right? But today the Saudis have been able to actually control, not as a regime, but a quasi modern state which has transitioned from petro-dollar economy to actually looking at a future which is different than what Crown Prince's father was having. Times have changed, right? Unfortunately, in Iran, the regime did not change. So I hope I have been able to answer your question.
Yes, you have. And the other fact is that let's not forget 50% of Iran should be happy that this has happened. That's the women, because the regime was very, very strict. There are differences within the IRGC also. There are differences, and it's not just the Shia. What about the Zoroastrians? What about the Avesta? What about the Baloch? What about the Kurds? The Kurds, they're all there, and they are all part of Iran, and they all now should decide which is the direction that they want to actually go ahead and take. Dr. Ranganathan with us, but Anandji, before you, I'll have to go across to Vinod, because Group Captain MJ Vinod has been patiently listening for the last 40 minutes and we've not had the time or the space to go across to him. Yes, Group Captain, this is all standoffish. What are soldiers going to do when it's all loitering munitions and air defense systems? It's all being fought in the air.
The age of the drone is here. Probably the age of the machine is here. AI is taking a lot of decisions, both in terms of the route to take or the route to take, and the targets to engage and when to engage and what is the opportune moment to engage. That said, Anand, I forwarded an article to you which I wrote on 5th of February, and that is the image I put behind me, is how important is the Hormuz. It is more important than probably to Iranians, more than probably having a nuclear weapon, because they can completely decimate the economy of smaller nations, except probably UAE, because UAE has a pipeline, Fujairah pipeline, which is not dependent on this Hormuz. Qatar is the largest producer of liquefied natural gas, the LNG. The LNG of the world comes from Qatar, and those come on very large gas carriers. Those gas balloons that you see on a ship. None of them can pass through these narrow 3x3 lane.
Right. I'm just going to come back here as you're explaining. Yeah, please go ahead and talk. Go ahead. Continue, please.
So, that becomes, if this issue is not addressed, a lot of economies will get affected in the Middle East, and subsequently the noise or the hardships will be felt to Far East, right up to Korea, right up to Philippines. These are the countries which do not have any oil at all, and they are completely, totally dependent on oil coming out of Hormuz. 80-90% of their oil of the country, oil is and gas is dependent on this region. So, like General said, all of us have to weigh in to remove this particular, or at least bring this particular regime to some kind of an understanding to say, okay, I will ensure peace and not progress on obliterating Israel, but the name of the operation is based on Ali ibn Talib's battle, in which they completely erased the Jews at that time. So I don't know how much of the new regime is going to listen to saner words.
Now, viewers, actually, what's also happened is that they bombed Dukh. Now, the Iranians have targeted Dukh. Now, for Iran, what happens is they can train their guns across this narrow strait, across all these Arab nations. And they can fire at will. If they can go all the way over Jordan and all the way to Israel, these are all accessible, very accessible. The two questions, and Dr. Ranganathan, as you come in, and then I'll bring in Adrian and Tom back, is one, the China aspect that Dan Pfefferman spoke about and General Pandey also spoke about. China. One is China. We are given to understand they have given missiles to the Iranians. How much will it cost for them? Okay, that's one part. The other thing is, what is Iran's nuke threat? The end question. So the nuclear threat for all these regions. Why is it that the Saudis were trying to speak with the Pakistanis and say, let's do a nuclear tech transfer? Yes, Dr. Ranganathan.
Yeah, very briefly, good evening, Anand, and good evening to my fellow panelists. Always, as a layman, very informative discussion amongst experts. But can I just differ with General Pandey when he is sympathetic to Tom and Adrian? They've been in the studio for 6 hours gorging on samosas and dhokla, so I'm not at all sympathetic.
No, they haven't. So they haven't. They haven't. The samosas and dhoklas are only when you are here.
Okay, but a couple of points out here. Number one, let's get one thing straight. Israel is not the aggressor. The aggressor was Iran and its proxies, Hezbollah and Hamas, that perpetrated genocide on Israel on October 7, 2023. Let's get the other thing straight. The fact of the matter is that now the war, the conclusion of it or the prolonging of it, is completely independent on the decision by Iran. It is wholly and completely on America, because America does not want a war that is dragged on and on. It always loses such wars because of the domestic compulsions that it has, body bags, etc. Vietnam being one example, Afghanistan being another, unlike Russia that can carry on a war interminably, as we've seen already 3 years in Ukraine. That's point number 2. Point number 3, I'm expecting President Trump to slap 25% tariffs on any country that refuses to buy Russian oil in order to stabilize the world prices to counter the Hormuz blockade. But the fact is, out here, it is going to end very soon for Iran. There is no other choice for America. I'll keep that short.
Well, you're saying that there is no other choice for America except for taking down Iran. But more importantly, Tom and Adrian, we are looking at the oil prices also go up. It's gone up from about $60 a barrel to about $73. So it's gone up $13 in the last 15 days. That's that's how the numbers are showing. How far can it go up? Because for viewers here, 1.5 billion people, petrol, oil, liquefied natural gas is going to cost us a lot. It's going to pinch our pockets. So inflation is something that governments will have to worry about. It also fuels the economies of these countries, which are now going to be locked. Kuwait can't sell its energy. Bahrain can't sell its energy. Qatar can't. Saudi Arabia can't. So they're all going to be worried about what's going to happen. How long is this going to last? And then, of course, the biggest consumer is China. Even if it buys all the oil over the next 30 days, what's it going to do after the next 30 days, Tom and Adrian?
Well, as far as we have checked this morning, how far could the oil price go? And there was even a talk about $120 per barrel. So
that's double. That's double. So it can go
currently
straight up up to $120 per barrel, viewers. That's a lot of money, a lot of pain for a lot of governments, because governments can be toppled because of these oil prices.
Absolutely, because this could cause really widespread recession and economic troubles of unimaginable scale. So again, this is why we both are expecting actually that in the coming days the pressure upon the United States and Israel is going to increase.
I've just got news coming through. The news is that the Iran foreign minister has said no intention of closing the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay.
And
if I may, IRGC said communicated yesterday that it was closing the Strait of Hormuz.
So clearly, since yesterday and today, there's a change. The foreign minister has said, "I've climbed there. There's a big climb down that's happening. We are not closing the Strait of Hormuz because somewhere Iran now realizes the import or the impact of making a statement or doing something so drastic. What's going to happen?" I've got CNN's Matt Egan, who's explaining this entire war in the Middle East and the correlation with oil. Let's just quickly have a look at that.
Anytime there's war in the Middle East, there's a risk of an energy price spike that crushes the economy. The Middle East is the most important region in the world for the supply of energy. Saudi Arabia is the world's leading oil exporter. Now, one of the big concerns is always whether or not there's going to be some sort of a disruption of the flow of oil through the Strait of Hormuz. That's the narrow waterway right off the coast of Iran, where about 1/5 of the world's oil consumption flows through each day. And a sustained shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz, that would certainly drive up oil prices, and that would make prices, gasoline in the US and around the world, skyrocket. There's also always the risk of an attack on oil production facilities, especially the ones in Saudi Arabia. But as always, the question is, how long would any supply disruption last? And what, if anything, can be done to offset it? But look, the cost of living is way too high right now. And the last thing the economy needs is an energy crisis.
Well, sorry, Zaka, I missed you out there. What we're going to do to our viewers, bear with us. I've got Tom Cooper here with me. We've got the wall and we've got the map. Let's try and understand how this entire strikes, how did 200 Israeli aircraft fly over the Tehran airspace, drop those bombs and then come back? So let's game this and understand, does Tehran have no air defense system? And that too, you had the Israeli aircrafts take off from here, Tom, correct? So tell us, and how did this happen? How does this work?
Yes. Thank you. It's like this. You have the Iranian air defense system is approximately here, around Tabriz, around Tehran, and you have Qom and Esfahan and Karaj. So this is the principal area that, sorry, I forgot further south here, another one. This is the principal areas that are covered by Iranian air defense system. The Israelis now come up from Israel, fly over Syria and Iraq.
Right.
Like this.
So that's how they cleared the airspaces in these regions so that these planes could fly.
Exactly. This is why no airliners are currently permitted to fly over Iraq and over Syria.
Right.
So over the border between Iraq and Syria, there are US and Israeli tankers waiting for them, and they are refueling them in the air.
In the air. So
Yes.
the on-air, mid-air tankers. Okay, because this is more than a 2,000-kilometer journey that they have to
It
fly.
is over 1,000 kilometers, 1,700 kilometers to the border, so 1,500 kilometers. But the point is this, in order to release their missiles, they have to fly high and fast, which is spending lots of fuel. Therefore, here, either the Israeli or the US tankers from bases in Saudi Arabia come up here and they are waiting for them here in this area.
So that's where the on-air refueling happens over Syria and Iraq airspace?
Over Iraq.
About how many thousand feet high?
Well, 30,000 feet.
30,000 feet plus. Okay.
So more, that depends on the weather.
Right.
Generally, tanker aircraft is flying higher. It lowers its boom, and then comes the combat aircraft and refuels from that boom.
Right.
So they connect and they download the fuel.
Right.
So once this has happened, they accelerate, come up to, this is one of the principal launch zones, the other is up here, and they are shooting their air-launched ballistic missiles into Iran, like this, into central Iran. So actually, the Israelis barely need to enter the Iranian airspace in order to hit targets deep inside Iran, approximately to the line Tehran, Esfahan, Bushehr. So that is this part of the story.
Okay. Now, so let's erase this. Do you want to erase this? Okay. So we're going to erase all of this. And we're going to dive deeper into what's happening in Tehran. Why is it that when they are seeing so many ballistic missiles coming into Tehran? Back live on our continuous coverage on this entire war in the Middle East with Iran going head-to-head with America and Israel together. There are plenty of fast-paced developments, and we've got on a rolling coverage through this Sunday, viewers. Israel Defense Forces have released the video of a massive strike on the IRGC headquarters. We begin the headlines at the top of 8 p.m. with this. The IRGC headquarters, which allegedly killed not just the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, but also IRGC top brass. IDF claims 40 top commanders neutralized in less than 1 minute. Iranian strikes target Dubai's iconic Burj Al Khalifa and the Burj Hotel, along with Dubai Airport and Jebel Ali Seaport. Star Indian shuttler PV Sindhu has a narrow escape at the Dubai Airport, but thanks the authorities and the embassy. Iranian media reports US carrier USS Abraham Lincoln hit by 4 ballistic missiles shortly after IRGC releases video claiming to have downed an American MQ-9 Reaper drone, vows to intensify attacks. Revenge is our duty, Iranian officials say. Amid soaring tensions in West Asia and Iran's closure of the Strait of Hormuz, oil prices surged beyond $75 a barrel, mark up by almost 10% in a single day. Analysts say prices could soon touch the $100 mark, but Iran now says there is no plan to close the Strait of Hormuz. 3 people killed, over 50 injured, including Indian workers in Iranian strikes on the UAE country's defense ministry says it has intercepted 165 ballistic missiles from Iran. Iran's missiles still penetrate the Iron Dome. Central Israel's Beit Shemesh has been pounded, leaving at least 5 people dead and several others injured. Israel claims deliberate attack on civilian areas, a hypersonic missile used, reportedly. Frenzied crowd lays siege to the U.S. consulate in Karachi, resulting in massive clashes with U.S. security forces. Reports indicate at least 10 locals killed and many others injured. Protesters also tried to storm the consulate in Lahore. Thousands take to the streets across several Indian cities to mourn the death of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Protesters also gather outside the U.S. consulate in Chennai to protest the killing of Iran's supreme leader. Thank you for staying with us. The Middle East is now engulfed in a full-scale regional war. In a stunning development, Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been eliminated in a joint US-Israeli strike on Tehran. The operation, codenamed Epic Fury, is targeting Iran's nuclear sites. In retaliation, Tehran has unleashed a Fateh Khyber. And with that, the pledge that revenge is their duty. Waves of ballistic missiles at Tel Aviv and American bases across the Gulf. U.S. aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln has also been attacked by Iran as part of its response against Washington. And for now, Ayatollah Arafi has been named the interim supreme leader. The conflict has spilled into the heart of the Gulf, with Dubai under direct attack. Flights from Dubai International Airport are halted as missile debris falls near the Palm Jumeirah and Burj Al Arab. Other Gulf nations, including Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia and Oman, are also under fire. Now, let's try and take a look at the areas targeted by Iran. There is Tel Aviv that's been targeted in Israel, the Israel financial center. There is also Ali Al Salem, that's the airbase in Kuwait, the US 5th Fleet stationed in Bahrain, and that's why there has been sightings and drops at Mamama. Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, and that's why Doha. Al Dhafra Air Base, this is in the UAE, that's where Dubai and Abu Dhabi have come under the radar. And of course, Riyadh in Saudi Arabia has also been targeted. There is also the Erbil Air Base in Iraq. So there are pictures. Clearly, they've been targeted. The Iranian point of view or claim has been that what was targeted was just the American air bases, not civilian areas in these countries. But there has been a lot of debris, explosions, and of course UAVs misdirected that have all come there and landed in civilian areas, causing damage, causing a certain level of alarm and panic in some of these areas, and residents then questioning, where do we go, how safe are we? Now, US bases in the Middle East have been struck. We've got big news coming through. The Al Salem naval base in Abu Dhabi has also been targeted by Iranian UAVs. No casualties have been reported, but pictures and update coming through at this point is that the Al Salem base in Abu Dhabi, naval base, has also now been targeted. There you go. These are pictures of an Omani tanker, oil tanker, that was pounded by Iranians as it tried to enter and cross the Strait of Hormuz. Sanjay Suri now joins us live. Sanjay, are you safe and well? It's been a long, tiring night for you too. But more importantly, your safety matters. How are the locals on ground? Whereabouts are you? What's the Israeli sentiment currently?
Well, I'm here in Tel Aviv, and Tel Aviv was hit last night. We know that one woman in her 40s was killed in a raid on an apartment block. A number of people were injured, and that entire block was razed. It was destroyed quite massively. Since then, there's been another attack on Beit Shemesh that you referred to, and the death toll there has risen from 5 to 8, and a number of the others injured are in quite critical condition. And there are some reports that the Fatah hypersonic missile was used here, as you were suggesting. So Israel is very much under fire. There are sirens sounding here from time to time. People are advised to take shelter. And given that the civilian population of Israel is in effect also a military population, people are rather disciplined in obeying those commands and directives. So Israel very much under fire as expected. What is not expected is what countries like the UAE are going through, or Bahrain, Oman as well now, Kuwait. That is the surprise. they are quite unprepared for this kind of thing in all sorts of ways. They don't have matching air defenses in place. What is more, the civilian population is not mentally prepared for that kind of thing. In Israel, everyone is ready for this kind of thing. This is a country with people who seem to have nerves of steel. They can take anything. They can do it with their chin up and with a smile. This is not a shock here, although the problem is serious. But the shock and the fear is very much more across the Gulf region.
True, and they're showing lot of character, lot of courage, and that's also because, Sanjay, quickly before we go across to our guest, that's also because they've been dealing with this entire regime for nearly 5 decades now. A regime that has always called for death to Israel, wiping out of the Jews, along with calling for death to America, and has built so many proxies that has wanted the end of Jews and Israel. And Israel has borne all that. But on the other hand, there are also questions being raised, the truth behind the Israeli intention, that this entire greater Israel narrative is being talked about. And did Israel really want this for larger peace or for trying to expand its footprint in and around this entire region?
At the moment, Anand, this is not about regional expansion. This is about Iran. And, you know, for Israel, Iran has appeared an existential threat. And there were 3 aims in sight for the Israelis, naturally working and fighting this together with the Americans.
Right.
Number 1, a regime change. And of course, we've seen the Khamenei has been killed, as have been a lot of top people within the regime and at the top level of the military. Second, to seek to neutralize the nuclear capacities of Iran. And again, we have seen bombing at Isfahan and at other locations. The third is logistically the trickiest, which is to seek to neutralize the ballistic missiles. Of these, Iran has several thousand. They're scattered all over the place. They are being fired, and they are managing to get past defenses, even past Israel's 3-layered defense of the arrow, then the David sling, and then the Iron Dome. So these have got through and have breached these defenses quite successfully, and we are just into the second day of this war yet.
Right, because they, as our military experts said, they are using a very, very smart strategy. The Iranians, they are no pushovers, and they are quite intelligent and advanced in their military technology, because they have also been gaming scenarios and perpetually been in conflict mode. It turns it, when you're constantly in war mode, you think perhaps differently. Sanjay Suri, stay safe. It was good to see you outdoors, and let's hope that it's a quieter day, quieter evening as we this Sunday for you too. Stay safe, and great work done on ground. Great work done on ground. The only Bharatiya reporter on ground in Israel right now is part of the News 18 family, and so proud of you, Sanjay. Thank you. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Let's go straight across to General VP Malik. General Saab, Jai Hind, Namaste. We also have Lieutenant General KJ Dhillon and also KJS Dhillon and also Sushant Sareen with us. Just an update coming through from the US Central Command. CENTCOM is saying that an Iranian Jamaran-class corvette was struck by US forces during the start of Operation Epic Fury. The ship is currently sinking to the bottom of the Gulf of Oman at a Chabahar port. And Iranian army members of the Revolutionary Guard and police must lay down their weapons. That's the call that's coming from the US Army. So, ye regime palat ke satta badal ke rahenge is something that the Americans are very, very determined on. But Iran are no pushovers, General Malik. What should Bharat do? What should this region do? How do you see this escalating in the coming days? Your wisdom.
Jai Hind, Anand, and thank you for getting me on your panel. I see another soldier also with me on the panel with his yellow turban, very smart man. Yes, you know, the fact is that it has been an Israeli insecurity has been the major cause of whatever has been going on now for the last 50 years. And Iran has been causing that, and they have been using Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis, etc. Not only to Israel, but also to some other countries like the Saudi Arabia who these are fighting there. Now, Israel and USA have, for the last 1 year, they have been indulging earlier in the coercive diplomacy, and now they have got involved in the armed coercion since the June 25 strikes last year. Earlier, the objective was nuclear facilities, but now it's quite obvious, and they are openly saying it is for regime change. My own feeling is that regime change is not so easy. You know, and regime change, particularly a regime which has been there for the last 45 years and well entrenched, they have their own layers of command and control. They also have their own layers of armed forces. So as you notice that within about 36 hours now they have changed their supreme leader, somebody else has taken over. So, and that gives you an impression that this regime change is not going to be, despite the fact that some public in Iran is unhappy and they are suffering because of the economic struggle that they are having, but yet regime change doesn't come about so easily. And therefore, we may see for the next few days that this whole thing will get intensified, the war will get intensified, and we will have more casualties on both sides. And we will also have, of course, the economic losses and the economic suffering in all these countries.
But we have the Iranian... General, sorry, I'm interrupting you because the latest update is that the Iranians have come out and said, the Iranian foreign minister has said that they don't have any plans to block the Strait of Hormuz. So this is different or variant to the IRGC's claim that they will close the Hormuz. But this just happened about 10-15 minutes back. We got this update. Yes, please continue.
Noted on it. But noted, the fact is that, as you know, notice most of the shipping on their own, they have stopped going in that area. And in any case, all the airlines have stopped going into the Gulf region altogether. So it's going to be an economic loss for most people. After all, we know that almost 40%, 22%, sorry, of the oil in the world is going through this area, and 40% of the Indian energy also comes through this area. But I was talking to you, the other major thing that is going to happen and is going to affect for a long time, the Shia-Sunni divide.
Yeah.
That would definitely increase, as you notice from the kind of things that are happening in
General Malik
in West Asia. And so therefore, this is one, as far as India is concerned, of course, it's keeping itself away and trying to talk to both parties. But the fact is that the kind of things that are happening in Pakistan, we have to be careful within our own country. And the next worry would be how to save or how to bring back our people from this. We have a very large number of people, 9 million people in this area. Even Iran has about 1,200 students from J&K. So that is a large number that we have got, and they would naturally be crying for evacuation. I think how long it will continue? I think it will continue for some time, but it may come to an end when Iran may have the intention but may not have the capacity to take it further. So that is what we have to see. Somewhere. How soon and how long will they continue with the kind of capacity that they have with them at the moment.
Is there a greater intent? General Malik, my final question to you, sir, and then I'll bring in Lieutenant General KJ Dhillon and Sushant Sareen also. Is there a larger intent here? Not just wiping out Iran's nuclear program or ballistic manufacturing capacity and bring them down and peg them back and hold them there. But is there a larger US game that has China on its radar?
That will be effect, but at the moment, I think their major aim is to change of regime. You know, and once the regime is changed, that will result into some kind of another advantage that they may have as far as China is concerned. But at the moment, I am quite sure it is only regime change. And also, mind you, the USA has already declared that after the regime change, they do not want to step into it, and they want people of Iran to take over the situation.
Right. Now the OPEC nations have come out and said, General Dhillon, that they are going to additionally produce an additional 206,000 barrels a day. The OPEC nations includes Russia, includes Algeria, includes Saudi Arabia. So these are all nations. So Russian oil comes back into play now. What happens here? Then what happens to the war against Ukraine and trying to curb Russian impact there?
See, these are the booties of the war. You know, everyone will try and make the best out of the worst situation, and OPEC nations are not going to be left out. So they will produce more on the pretext that more the oil is not coming through the Persian Gulf or Strait of Hormuz, as General Malik very rightly said. So they will try and produce more so that they can make a quick buck out of it. Now, one or two points. I totally agree with General Malik about the regime change and the intentions of the USA. And also, we very rightly said that regime change don't happen like this. Unless you have the boots on ground, unless you have the people on ground, controlling the countryside, it is very difficult to exercise the regime change. What will happen in this particular case is, for the sake of it, somebody will be brought in and put in the place as a person who is control of the government. The whole of countryside, the IRGC people, the fighters will be on all over the country, and there is going to be a civil war. The civil war is the worst thing which will happen, and we've seen in the past also, Americans leave the country in the lurch for themselves to find for themselves. So I'm afraid that type of situation will happen, and Iranians have a stomach for long haul. We have seen Iran-Iraq war, they fought for 10 years. So if the civil war happens, they will. It's in the DNA of the Israeli soldier, Israeli man, to face the hardships and fight for what he feels is right. But there are enough people in Iran who have been wronged by the present regime, who are keeping quiet as of now. They would raise their voice once they realize the present regime is falling. But that does not give them any command and control. There is no structure, there is no hierarchy, there are no commanders, there are no leaders. Individual people raising their voice will not bring in the regime change. For regime change, you need a network, you need a commander, you need a leader, you need a vision. And unfortunately, that is not in the near future.
Will someone beyond the son of the Shah emerge? Shah Raza Pahlavi doesn't evoke so much of confidence, but someone within the IRGC, someone within this entire leadership who's a little more pliant. They still have a religious clerical head who's restored, is there, but perhaps is a little more pliant. Like Maduro's next in line was the one who's now become very pliant with the Americans, and all is well in Venezuela, perceptively. But I'm just saying something like that. Is it possible in Iran? Then that means, all right, you still have a clerical head, but that clerical head is not so far gone or anti-US like the other. He will perhaps wave a little bit of a rhetorical wand for some time, but then back off slowly. We have to wait and watch what actually comes about as this. But I'm also alarmed, viewers, irrespective of both sides are going to hurt. And heart goes out to what's happening in Iran and to a lot of people to whom the Khamenei meant a lot. Despite others believing that he was a radical dictator who denied women their rights, etc., etc. But there are those who thought that he's the spiritual head of the Shias. So there's there. But what allows a nation like America to decide, oh, I don't like you guys, I'm going to come and pound you, and I'm going to get away with it? Now, where's the rule and where's the sanctity in that? The same Americans tend to be sanctimonious when a Bharat or a China would do the same and say, oh, I don't like this country, I want to bomb it because to secure my own interests. The same thing Russia is doing, saying I'm doing this because I want to secure my interests, but Russia is the villain of the world. So it's quite ironical that one nation gets away with doing all that and becomes a hero while the others are all villains. How is that possible? The same question to also we have with us Major General Yaakov Amidror with us. Many people are saying Israel was itching for this because Israel has always wanted this fight and they wanted the Khamenei gone, and they finally got the Americans to bite after 3 decades of pleading and pleading with them. Would you agree with this, that this entire greater Israel that is also embedded on the Israeli defense forces, that's the larger agenda of Israel?
Not at all. Israel didn't attack Jordan. Israel didn't attack Egypt. Israel didn't attack other countries which are closer to Israel. It is Iran that in the last 45 years, talking, speaking, planning, investing, and build around Israel ring of fire. Who financed Hezbollah, which controlled Lebanon till the last war? Who financed Hamas, which initiated the 7th of October barbarian attack? Who financed Islamic Jihad, which was part of this attack? Who financed the Houthis in Yemen, which attacked Israel? We didn't know who the Houthis are. And they decided to attack us on behalf of Iran. Who brought the militias into Syria and to Iraq? Iran, not Israel. And it is not in Tel Aviv, and not in Jerusalem, but in Tehran. There was a big clock calling for the destruction of Israel before 27. And the Khamenei spoke about it all the time, that Israel should be destroyed totally because of religious and dreams of Iran to be the superpower of the Middle East. And yes, we had an open account with the Iranians since they built the ring of fire around Israel, since they made all the terror operations inside Israel and outside Israel. Remember, even in India, I remember myself traveling to India to speak with the Indian authorities when the Iranians succeeded to recruit an Iranian citizen to put a bomb in a car which belongs to the Israeli embassy in Delhi. So, all due respect, it was not initiated by Israel. Israel reacted to the huge plan of the Iranians in the last 45 years to destroy Israel. The fact that we are successfully now succeeding to kill those leaders, to kill these commanders of the Iranian military forces, it's something that we worked many years to achieve because we understood that if they will not be stopped, the existence of Israel will be under a threat. Remember, we brought the archive of the nuclear project of Iran from Tehran. It's a very clear project to produce at first stage 5 nuclear bombs. That's what they prepared to do.
Right.
So from our point of view, the fact that we are acting against the regime in Tehran is a self-defense action that we are doing because they said, no, it's not that we are saying about them, they said that their goal is to destroy Israel. That is not going to happen, and for that you have to fight.
True. Major General Amit Roy, please stay with us. We've got the Deputy Foreign Minister of Iran speaking, Syed Khatibzadeh, speaking with CNN. And he has said that President Trump crossed a very dangerous red line after US-Israeli attacks killed the country's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. He's also said, and I'm quoting him, if President Trump didn't want to see Iran hitting back, President Trump should not have started this war. So this is what they are saying. So they are not backing off. They are going to give it their all. And in the past, they have said this, Burzin Wagmar, that Iran, if the Khamenei regime has to go, if you're going to push us out militarily, we will destroy Iran and everybody around us. So do you see that happening? And I'm asking you this, Burzin, because your ancestors have roots in Persia. And this is one of those persecuted groups in Iran who never had a voice for the last 5 decades. And their sacred flame is safe in Bharat, in Udwara. Burzin.
Iran's bluster is all of a piece with its beleaguered, embattled paranoia. Sheer paranoia, which we see playing out in these scattergun approach attacks on civilians, including Oman. And I just wonder what Badr al-Busaidi, the Omani foreign minister, who was practically rehearsing from a Iran script, never mind an Omani script, was giving out that CBS Evening News interview that there is light at the end of the tunnel and that somehow within 3 months everything could be sorted out, including inspection sites undertaken and the rest of it. So that would be my immediate response to that. Another qualifier, please. Russia is not an OPEC member. It's a non-OPEC trading partner.
Yeah.
And since, just a little levity, if you will permit me, since we've been going through a lot in the last few days,
Yes.
there is talk of India claiming refunds for, well, tariffs from DC. I just wonder if I could bring the attention of Indians coming from Iranian studies to the 20,000 crore scam, which in independent Indian history is practically second after the Telgi Papers scam, which took place with UCO Bank Calcutta and the Indo-Iran Real Rupee trade scam, and which is still undergoing investigation from your enforcement directorate in New Delhi. So maybe it's time to garner funds on both fronts as such. So I'll leave it at that for the moment.
True. And you make, it's not just levity, it makes practical sense. Everybody wants their pound of flesh, we just want our money back. So, so some wry humor there in a serious conversation, viewers, please pardon that, but we couldn't resist. 3 US service members have been killed, 5 seriously injured during an operation against Iran. The Pentagon has now confirmed. The Israeli Defense Forces have now come out and said that they have just taken out, this is what the bus militia, or they've said the interim regime's general staff headquarters for internal security. So now they're now going after the bus militia and the police, because that's about 1 million strong. That's the one that polices the streets. That's the one that keeps these protesters at bay. And that's the ones who Trump has also blamed, has shot down nearly 32,000 protesters to cull down this entire protest, wave of protests that started brewing about 2.5 weeks ago. Sushant Sareen, thank you for your patience. How do you see this situation? From which perspective would you see? Would you want to look at it tactically in this region? What's going to happen in the next 10-15 days? Or what's the larger end game here? Thank you for your patience.
No, not at all. Yeah, I understand. It's but Anand, look, let me just start by pushing back something you asked earlier. Why are the Americans doing what they are doing? And, you quoted all the laws and the rules. There's a simple answer. The Americans are doing it because they can do it. Now, if you had bought into the propaganda, then it's a you problem, not an American problem. So I think we need to be realistic about how the real world works and, live according to the reality of life rather than what it should be. It's never what it should be. Second, I think from purely from this regime change thing, look, I think I'm now quite convinced that even if you cannot effect a complete regime change, even within the regime you can't make a change. I think Israel, the United States, and perhaps even the Gulf states who have been targeted, Iran, I think they will want to emasculate Iran to a point where it is no longer any kind of a threat to any of these countries. So I don't see this campaign stop anytime soon, unless Iran capitulates, because I don't think any of these countries is going to tolerate, Iran, which can target them the way it has been targeting them. Third, I think there are some serious lessons for India. In the sense we have been, and I'm sitting in the presence of 2 very distinguished generals, and I'm going to shoot my mouth off. They can challenge me later on. Both of them are very respected people. But look, I think we really need to rethink our defense planning. I think some changes are being made, but the nature of warfare has changed. If I'm not mistaken, both of these gentlemen are infantry officers. And I'm going to say that, look, the day of the infantry is over. It's only after you have won a war, the infantry has to go and capture a place. Otherwise, wars are going to be fought the way they have been fought in most parts of the world nowadays.
Largely standoff positions, yeah.
Yeah, there are some very, very serious lessons for us. Third, on this whole evacuation bid, I think General Malik was talking about. Look, frankly speaking, if the Indian government had issued advisories weeks in advance, people should take those advisories seriously. Now, you cannot bloody expect the government of India in the middle of war, when missiles are flying, airspaces are closed, that you are now going to send ships or aircraft to evacuate people. You can't do it. So either people take these advisories seriously and evacuate in time, and then it's the government's responsibility. But in the middle of a conflict, which everybody was seeing coming, and you were staying out there because let me stay for another few days, then too bad. Now you please wait until this damn war ends, right? It is not the, why should Indian soldiers and Indian security personnel put their lives at risk because you did not follow instructions in time? Then I'll just make a couple of more points, right? Just allow me. You know, the Shia-Sunni divide which General Malik is worried about, frankly, it doesn't worry me. That divide has been there for 1500 years. It'll carry on for another 500 for all we care, and it might not be a bad thing. But I suspect
General, they will coming to you after Sushant completes. Yeah,
there is a possibility of something good coming out of this conflict. And let me try and explain to you how. One, if Iran gets a more reasonable kind of a regime, which is at peace with its neighbors and with the rest of the world, which is ready to march in step with the rest of the world, and does not do the kind of stuff which the current regime has been doing, I think that opens up a lot of space for India. If sanctions are lifted on Iran, the Iranian oil comes on the market, it cools down the global oil markets, it opens up avenues for India to build its connectivity projects in Iran. Second, I think if the Arab states were to now become more amenable to the Abraham Accords, I think that would usher in an era of peace in the Middle East.
Right.
And in an Indian perspective, it will be really good because then some of the other very ambitious connectivity projects that we are thinking about, in particular IMEC, which requires the Saudis to be on board, which requires Jordan and UAE already is on board. The Saudis are, vacillating on that. I think those projects come through, which are good for everybody in the region.
Right.
And
so
I think, one country which really suffers the final outcome, apart from Iran, Iran might still recover. I hope it's the Turks, who have been the biggest troublemakers in the region. And I think if the Turks were to receive their comeuppance as a result of the new realignments which are going to take place in this region, I think it will be good for India, it will be good for Israel.
Now, Shahid 136 drone, just big development coming through. General Dhillon, your comments after that. The Saudi Arabian prince has come out and said, and the government has said they are readying a response. If there are any more attacks by the Iranians in this region, they will respond militarily. And we're given to understand the Crown Prince has spoken to President Donald Trump. But this is another big news coming through. We're going to take that. An Iranian Shahid 136 drone has targeted an Emirati oil rig in the Persian Gulf. Now, this is in the Persian Gulf. This is not in the Strait of Hormuz necessarily. So, Adrian and Tom Cooper are with us in the studio. I'm just going to walk up here and you gentlemen can sit there. I'll just mark this out and what this actually means. I'll just see if I can. All right, let's just cancel this, delete that and come here and explore this. Now, this is the Persian Gulf, viewers. It's not the Strait of Hormuz. So, this is where it becomes, this is the Strait of Hormuz. So, this is Hormuz. But when it is targeted something in the Persian Gulf, what does that mean? Does this now mean the Iranians are itching for escalation? If this is in this region, if it is in this region, does that mean it becomes an escalation? Will the NATO nations now also move in because USS Abraham Lincoln has been targeted with ballistic missiles? Tom and Adrian, your thoughts?
Well, NATO is not going to become involved. NATO has its hands full with Russia and Ukraine already, at least the European part of the NATO. In regards of this attack on oil rigs, within the IGC, there are two streams. One is for militarization of such rigs and of islands in the Persian Gulf. The other is against it. Back in the 1980s, they have learned the lesson that that arming or striking such facilities is a bad idea. Now it could be. This could be two things. One is that somebody in the chain of command has lost control, or that the unit in question has no idea what is going on, so they have used this UAV on their own. The other is that there is an order from Tehran to do so, to strike the rig in question. Now we do not have the details about who is ordering what.
Yes. We don't have those details, but it's an Emirati. So the UAE have now been dragged into it. General Dhillon, your thoughts?
Yeah, Anand, first about this Emirati oil rig being attacked by a drone or something. In the previous part of your program, about an hour ago, it was being told that whatever is hitting the Gulf countries, these are all debris of the drones or the missiles which have been intercepted. And I was of the opinion, debris not always fall on the airports or the five-star hotels. And now in this case on the oil rig, they fall everywhere, including the sea and the deserts. These are not the debris. These are very well targeted attacks on the installations to bring in the Gulf countries in the conflict. Now, having said this, I want to go back to a point which Mr. Sushant Sreen, a great friend, who made about infantry probably no more required. Yes, looking at the way things are happening in Gulf, he is right in saying that. But if you look at Indian borders, starting from Jammu, going right up to Siachen, and then turning eastwards along the Great Himalayas, going right up to Arunachal, then turning south against, right across opposite Myanmar, everywhere, wherever we have a dispute, is a hilly terrain, is a high altitude terrain, is a jungle terrain. And those are the places where holders are keepers, and those are the places which are active live borders.
Right.
So infantry is very much required in Indian context. Let your viewers not get away with the idea that infantry is a thing of the past. Infantry was there in the past, infantry there is today. Infantry will remain relevant in Indian context, especially in the mountainous and jungle terrains where we have the live borders and live disputes with two nuclear neighbors who are not our friends.
Absolutely, absolutely. Point well made, General Saab. And like I said, Sushant Sareen has this habit of tickling the generals and the soldiers with comments. So please don't take it.
He's a very good friend. He's a very good friend.
So that's one. The other part is change the dynamics. Major General Amit Roar, your thoughts, the fact that an Emirati tanker has now been stuck in the Persian Gulf. It's not just even the Strait of Hormuz. It's happened in the Persian Gulf. What does this then do? Because in the recent past, Saudi Arabia and the UAE have had a little bit of a run-in. Will this now bring them together? And if Saudi Arabia says it's backing Bahrain, UAE and all the other countries for whatever response, including Oman, and with its full might, how do the dynamics in this region change?
We are now in the middle of this change. You heard the MBS from Saudi Arabia saying something about warning the Iranians not to continue. I hope that will bring them together, MBS and MBZ, to speak about the future of the Gulf countries. It's the interest of the Gulf countries, and indirectly or indirectly, it's the interest of India and Israel as well. The more they will be united, it will be easier to deal with the Iranian threat in the future, if it be a threat, and to bring the economy into the scene by uniting both the Emirates and Saudi Arabia is part of an economic line going from India into the Mediterranean through Israel. But I want to say something about the situation now in Iran.
Yes, please.
Because from this reaction of Iran, I believe that the Iranians understand that they are facing a huge problem. And I don't believe that this is a mistake, that someone took the initiative. It was done by those who are controlling the Iranian forces, and it was an Iranian decision.
Right.
And I think that they slowly will have to understand that they don't have answer to the united capabilities of Israel and the United States of America, or better to say, America and the State of Israel. And they will have to make decision. Are they ready to continue, and we will continue to kill and to destroy part of their capabilities, or they will come to a conclusion that it is better to compromise and to understand that in the present situation they cannot win the war. They can continue the war, they can make many harm to countries around them, like what they did into the rig of the Emirates in the Gulf, but they cannot win the war.
Right. We've just got more updates. Viewers, if I'm looking down on our phone and laptop just to get more updates. There are 2-3 updates. We'll try and give it to you. Burzine Wagmar coming to you, and General Malik, thank you for your patience, sir. Coming back to you across. The IDF has just now said that they've initiated a wave of strikes in the heart of Tehran. So it's fresh strikes. Again, it's a night of, pounding that the Iranians are going to get, and there is... the Israel Air Force has initiated a wave of strikes in Tehran. Interception attempts are ongoing. That means they are now going after the internal infrastructure and to ensure a total breakdown of the regime hold, even internally within Iran. And they're going to stretch Iran thin. That's what it looks like in terms of the might of the assault. Meanwhile, US Army is saying that the USS Lincoln was not hit by Iranian missiles. The Lincoln continues. In fact, the missiles didn't even come close. So calling out each other's bluff is also happening now. So 4 ballistic missiles fired, etc. Sorry, it's not happening. Lincoln continues to launch aircraft in support of CENTCOM's relentless air campaign to defend American people by eliminating threats from the Iranian regime. Clearly, they're not going to allow their aircraft carrier to be hit, because if that's hit, then it will be a huge victory for the Iranians and a loss of face perhaps for the most powerful military in the world. But General Malik, are the Iranians running out of time? When I say Iranians, the Khamenei and the IRGC, are they running out of time, sir, here? And is this something which other nations will look at in terms of uncharted territory in wargaming, what the Americans and the Israelis have done this time?
Well, there is no doubt that as the events are showing that the whole war is getting intensified for the next few days, at least one can see that. And the Arab countries are more likely to get together. You know, you were mentioning about the Saudi Arabia and the UAE, which have some kind of a divide in the area of Yemen. But I think they will get over that, and they will sooner or later, they will all fight unitedly. At the moment, they're all dependent on the USA as well as Israel for doing all the damage that is being done to Iran.
Right.
But if required, as it is, they are giving their basis for them to operate, and if required, they will probably get into the war themselves. But let's hope that it doesn't happen.
Right.
I just want to mention one point about Shia-Sunni divide. And Sushant, friend that he is, he's always trying to tickle the soldiers, as you said correctly. You know, the point is that Shia-Sunni divide in countries like South Asia and all can be a headache for us, because it can cause internal security problems. And it is happening in Pakistan. It can easily happen in India. You know, the areas where they are in majority, like Kargil itself, they are a huge majority they are in. And similarly in the area of Leh Ladakh also. And so these can cause, after all, they're all emotional people. At the moment, they're all united because their spiritual head has been assassinated.
Yeah.
And that can cause internal security problems, as it is happening in the in Pakistan.
Right.
But coming back to the war, yes, as I said earlier, sooner or later, I believe, and that's what I feel, that Iran will run out of capacity to continue with the war.
Right.
And that is what we have to see, how long will it take. And that, of course, would be a great advantage for the people who are fighting against them.
Right. Burzine Wagmar had a comment to make. I'm going to get up and then just refocus our focus when we come back after a break. But Burzine, after your comment. Yes, Burzine.
Yeah. You mentioned about a victory for the Iranians. Has anyone factored in, should the IRGC Navy, which is manning the Persian Gulf waters and Strait of Hormuz, and very adept since the Iran-Iraq war days at laying mines or driving kamikaze boats towards US naval destroyers, were to undertake a hit, they will bring on Trump's full wrath. It'll be all gloves off. Not that any of the gloves are even on just now as we speak, but I do not see it as a victory for the Iranians, not even a Pyrrhic one, but it will be the beginning of the end of this regime in more ways than one. That's point number one. And point number two, which leads in a way from my point number one, because we have factored this in as Iran analysts, Anand, the bunkers theory. You see, these attacks, wanton attacks here, there, everywhere, Dubai airport, Bahrain hotels, so on and so forth, is to sensationalize and be audacious and to make GCC allies quiver nervously because they know Iran is a regional heavyweight. And this is what the regime has thought out, which we have worked out too.
Right.
Based on this bizarre, perverse notion they have. Just think, Anand, they feel that by attacking the GCC would put pressure on Trump to save our skins and therefore come back to the talks and resume the talks, and therefore Tehran would walk into the room this time for talks a bit more triumphantly, making stronger demands and digging their heels in. I mean, I don't know which planet the Iranians are on, but I do know then again, because they are apocalyptic, millenarian-minded Shias who will go down, which is precisely what happened to Khamenei. Maddeningly indecisive and ineffectual as a ruler, he could never compromise the raison d'etre of the regime to which he was wedded since 1979, and therefore this is why the talks have forestalled also at Geneva and elsewhere, because it questions the very core identity and sovereignty and pride of the Islamic Revolution on which everything has been built, and it would unravel. This is the bonkers theory that they have been proposing and which we have worked out, and they actually still believe that they can bring Trump back to talks by throwing a few bombs here, there in Dubai and Kuwait and elsewhere. Fat chance that is happening.
Right. This time around, I think somewhere Trump had tried to delay they've come with a plan. There's a plan and it's a 10-day blueprint. In 10 days, want something that could happen. And somewhere, if you look at Shah Raza Pahlavi, he seems to be outing the plan farther and faster than anybody else, because he keeps telling the people in Iran, get ready. I'll tell you when to start moving. Then he turns around and says, do this, because now this is going to happen. So he's as good as outing the entire blueprint for the common person. But is that, but there's a larger game too. Viewers, being very honest with you, was asked to take a break about 15 minutes ago. We just have about 7-8 minutes left here on this broadcast before we hit top of 9 p.m. I thank all our guests joining from outside of the studio. Before we take a break, this is what we're going to do now. We're going to now start to broaden the focus. You see, this is where the activity is happening. But these are nations who are watching closely. Turkey, there is China here, and Russia here. These are the ones who are going to look at what's going to happen here, and these developments here are going to impact them very, very strongly. Why? How? We'll tell you along with our ears to the ground with Sanjay Suri when we come back. Stay with us.
Viewers, the war is on. The war is on in the Middle East, and it is only widening by the minute. And it was expected that the Iranian regime would fold, but it hasn't. It has decided to dig its heels deep into the ground, and it is fighting with its back to the wall. Unprecedented visuals coming out from the Middle East, viewers, today. We will first begin with the most emblematic picture that we were expecting to see, or we would have expected to see, but perhaps not today, in the next few days. But viewers, unfortunately for Ayatollah Khamenei, the first visuals that are coming out from Iran are of his own decapitation. These, viewers, are the IRGC headquarters. This is where somehow, God knows how, Ayatollah was present in the most expected location. He was not supposed to be there, viewers. Anyone else would have decided not to be at the most obvious site, the site where perhaps the Americans and the Israelis would target first. Why he was there, we don't know. Did someone give him away? We don't know. But the fact is, viewers, in the first wave, in what was being called the preemptory attack by the United States and Israel, Ayatollah Khamenei's end came. For about 8 hours, Iran refused to confirm. It took President Trump on Truth Social to come out and say that Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei had been decapitated in a strike that had been conducted by Israeli and American forces. 40 bunker busters pummeled this headquarters. It's in the heart of Tehran. As I said, viewers, it was the most obvious sight. Why the Ayatollah chose to be there, we don't know. But we do know that with him went a number of other senior leaders. And you can see these buildings basically being reduced to rubble within seconds. The impact was so devastating that for a mile around this building, viewers, you can see that road there. All those cars zipping past, but within minutes, seconds, entire area was covered in a pall of smoke. Nothing was left, viewers, of that site. And with him went Ayatollah Khamenei. 40 years he had been ruling Iran. His hold was a stranglehold. The people of Iran feared him. 50% of the population hated him. But he hung on there, viewers. He hung on only to be removed in this unseemly fashion by multiple strikes that were conducted in what was described as a preemptive.
Yeah, this is a really new and big step by the Crown Prince here to authorize the possibility of Saudi response if Iran attacks Saudi Arabia again. He called their attacks yesterday and in the early hours of today cowardly. He said that these attacks by Iran were cowardly because Iran knew, the Crown Prince said, Iran knew that Saudi airspace was not being used to attack Iran, and this has incensed him. There have been attacks around the capital here that have been intercepted. There was an attack near a military airfield in the north of the country. There have been attacks further east, much closer to the Persian Gulf, much closer to Iran. They've been repelled so far, but the Crown Prince has said that because of Iran's actions, he is putting the country, Saudi Arabia's security first, the safety of its territory, the safety of its citizens, the safety of its residents. He's putting those things first. And for that reason, he says, he is authorizing the right and the military here to respond if they are attacked by Iran. And also we heard from the Foreign Ministry here on their Twitter feed last night that the Crown Prince had a telephone conversation with President Trump, and in that conversation the Crown Prince had full support from President Trump. This is how the Saudis were reporting it. Full support from President Trump for how they should respond. And this is yet another example of how Iran has turned these Gulf states here, these very powerful, militarily strong Gulf states, from being bystanders in Israel and the United States attacks on Iran into now potential participants. It ratchets up the fluidity of the situation here, the dynamic of what is happening. People here in Saudi Arabia are concerned about what happens next, but not as worried and not as under as much threat as some of the Gulf neighbours that are closer to Iran. And the Crown Prince has spoken with them and promised those countries like Qatar, like Bahrain, like the United Arab Emirates of support as they go through, all these countries go through this together.
Viewers, the war is on. The war is on in the Middle East, and it is only widening by the minute. And it was expected that the Iranian regime would fold, but it hasn't. It has decided to dig its heels deep into the ground, and it is fighting with its back to the wall. Unprecedented visuals coming out from the Middle East, viewers, today. We will first begin with the most emblematic picture that we were expecting to see, or we would have expected to see, but perhaps not today, in the next few days. But viewers, unfortunately for Ayatollah Khamenei, the first visuals that are coming out from Iran are of his own decapitation. These, viewers, are the IRGC headquarters. This is where somehow, God knows how, Ayatollah was present in the most expected location. He was not supposed to be there, viewers. Anyone else would have decided not to be at the most obvious site, the site where perhaps the Americans and the Israelis would target first. Why he was there, we don't know. Did someone give him away? We don't know. But the fact is, viewers, in the first wave, in what was being called the preemptory attack by the United States and Israel, Ayatollah Khamenei's end came. For about 8 hours, Iran refused to confirm. It took President Trump on Truth Social to come out and say that Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, had been decapitated in a strike that had been conducted by Israeli and American forces. 40 bunker busters pummeled this headquarters. It's in the heart of Tehran. As I said, viewers, it was the most obvious site. Why the Ayatollah chose to be there, we don't know. But we do know that with him went a number of other senior leaders. And you can see these buildings basically being reduced to rubble within seconds. The impact was so devastating that for a mile around this building, viewers, you can see that road there. All those cars zipping past, but within minutes, seconds, entire area was covered in a pall of smoke. Nothing was left, viewers, of that site. And with him went Ayatollah Khamenei. 40 years he had been ruling Iran. His hold was a stranglehold. The people of Iran feared him. 50% of the population hated him. But he hung on there, viewers. He hung on only to be removed in this unseemly fashion by multiple strikes that were conducted in what was described as a preemptory strike, but it could turn out to be, viewers, the end strike. Because now Trump can legitimately go back to the people. He gets an off-ramp and he says, I've done what no other US president since Jimmy Carter could do, which is to eliminate and sever the head of the snake, the Ayatollah. Of course, viewers, Ayatollah Khamenei's predecessor was the founder of the Islamic Republic of Iran. He died a natural death, succession happens, and in that succession, it took 40 years, viewers. 40 years. Ayatollah Khamenei held on. No more, viewers. He's been reduced to ashes, dust to dust, ashes to ashes, as they say. That story, that chapter closes. We now know that others have begun to succeed him, viewers, and there is a whole succession plan. It's going to be run, the country is going to be run by an interim authority of 3 leaders, and over a period of time, these leaders are expected to either give shape to a turn in Iran or, viewers, continue down the radical path and continue down the paths to war. Now, viewers, what we didn't expect were these scenes. Right after that attack, which took out the Iranian leadership, the Iranians, as I said, battened down the hatches and they hit back. And they have hit back, viewers, across the
Namaste and thank you for staying with us here at CNN News 18 as we have been on a rolling coverage right since America and Israel decided to launch Operation Epic Fury or Operation Lion's Roar against Iran, and Iran decided that revenge is their duty after their supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was assassinated. The Middle East is now engulfed in a full-scale regional war. In a stunning development, Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been eliminated in a joint US-Israeli strike on Tehran. The operation, codenamed Epic Fury by America is targeting Iran's nuclear sites and also their ballistics missiles and manufacturing stations. In retaliation, Tehran has unleashed waves of ballistic missiles launched at Tel Aviv and also American bases across the Gulf. US has rejected Iranian claims that US aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln was attacked by Iran. Meanwhile, the conflict has also spilled on into the heart of the Gulf, with Dubai under direct attack. Flights at the Dubai International Airport are halted as missile debris has fallen near the Palm Jumeirah area and also Burj Al Arab. And also other Gulf nations including Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia and Oman are also under fire. And more importantly, viewers, there is activity in the Strait of Hormuz, despite Iran saying they have no intent to close the Strait of Hormuz. But a tanker belonging to Oman and an Emirati ship has also been, merchant vessel, has also been bombed by the Iranians. One in the Strait of Hormuz, whilst it was trying to enter it, the other one in the Persian Gulf. Saudi Arabia is very, very upset and it's warned Iran. UAE is now coming together. The Omanis, the Bahrainis, all of them are looking at Iran and saying, what are you trying to do? Because we may now just combine ranks and push all our might against you. When we say you, the IRGC and of course the remaining leadership of the current regime. Regime change is what everybody is asking for. Let's try and understand how the top leadership of Iran has been eliminated so far. And that's the full list. It's all from the top. The Americans and the Israelis seem to have planned it, that this is how they're going to create a leadership vacuum or a hole for the people of Iran to finally perhaps come back and take control. Let's look at this. The Supreme Leadership, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. In the defense sector, National Head of Defense Council, Ali Shamkhani, very close to Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the Supreme Leader. Ali Larjiani, Secretary of Supreme National Council. Masoud Pezeshkian, the President, he is now holed up in a bunker. There is Cholam Hussein Mohseni, the Head of the Judiciary. Aziz Nazardeh, the Defense Minister. Then you have the Abdul Rahim Musavi, Chief of Staff of Iran's Armed Forces, Mohammad Pakpor, and then you have Ghalibaf, the Parliament Speaker. In fact, this entire straight line has been wiped out. He is still alive, the Parliament Speaker. That's what they are coming out and saying. Masoud Pezeshkian is still alive, and the Head of Judiciary and Head of the National Security Council. So the sides, the wings are still alive. But the center, the core of their entire defense command and leadership has been wiped out, has been eliminated. That's what we are given to understand. And now let's try and also tell you how this was choreographed or orchestrated by the Americans and the Israelis. Let's try and understand this. Let's tell you how Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed. The inside story of the entire decapitation strike, that's what the USS Israeli Combine is calling it. There was a strategic build-up. There was weeks of US force mobilization in the Middle East that signaled imminent escalation. June 2025, there was a precursor because there were strikes that were conducted earlier, and they tried to see how deep and how well established are the Iranian installations, establishment. And after that, it's been continuous painstaking intelligence gathering on ground and also from the skies. Earlier Israeli attacks they actually degraded Iran's air defenses. Key IRGC commanders and also their nuclear scientists were systematically eliminated. Then, as part of the entire decapitation doctrine, Israel's operations also, organized its overall long hair, operationalizing its long-held strategy against Israel. It actually went ahead and dismantled the command and control before a broader regime as destabilization. Joint targeting grid was created. US-Israeli grid was the Intel actually fused satellite, cyber and human intelligence. That's how it was done. Then to map the hardened, several joint resources to map hardened leadership bunkers. Where were they being moved? Which were the bunkers? And of course, the opening salvo, dozens of precision strikes hitting the nuclear facilities, missile depots, IRGC command nodes also were hit. Air defense suppression was done. Iranian radar and SAMS batteries were neutralized in the first wave. And then, after the first wave of strikes blinded Tehran's response capability, communications blackout came into play. Cyber ops were also conducted to disrupt secure military communications and internal channels. Internet was blocked and disrupted so that there could be no communication or dissemination of information. And the moment you have communication breaks, there is darkness. In terms of darkness and communication, you have the opportunity to move in for the kill in terms of the kinetic action. Target lock, Supreme Leader's compound, and of course then intel pinpointing Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's location with the family. There was a conference, and within a fortified command complex, precision strikes. There was bunker busters were used, but deep underground. So the first one blows, creates a hole, another one comes, creates a deeper hole, and the final one goes right through and then causes maximum damage. So they targeted subterranean structures, the structures designed to withstand conventional assault, hit, and also command collapse. Of course, the entire senior military leadership has already been weakened. The moment there's a leadership vacuum, then you know that the foot soldiers don't know what to do, and there will be absolute chaos and confusion. This created a vacuum at the apex of power, despite Iran trying to democratize the leadership and create at least 3-4 shadow leaders, so that one goes, the other one comes in, that goes, another one comes in. They've still tried to put somebody there, but beyond how many layers can you create? And if I wipe out all the layers, then there is a rookie and somebody who does not know who's there, or there may be somebody who's pliant and does not actually hold the kind of anti-US, anti-Israeli sentiment like the top three and the top leadership did. So we have to wait and watch if that's been achieved. US President Trump publicly announcing Ali Khamenei's death after multiple indications from Bibi Netanyahu and also from other sources. Finally, President Trump confirming that that's what's happened, and then Iranian state media later confirmed Khamenei's death. Psychological shockwave that was sent across, and then of course there is anger. There is this promise that revenge is now our duty. You've killed the supreme leader, we'll not let this lying down. But it may take us a few days, a few months, a few years, but be rest assured that that radical group that believed that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is the one who's a supreme leader, they will be eyeing revenge. So that's what they would do. And finally, the Iranians coming back and saying, we are going to fight back. Emily Francis, host of I-24 News, is with us. Emily, and you are Shemesh. So can we ask you, what's the situation on ground, and is it true that the Iranians did fire a hypersonic missile there? Thank you.
Hi. Thank you, Anas. Thanks for having us. Listen, this is a very mountainous area that is very hard to get to. It has been a very, very difficult scene with a lot of moving parts. Yes, it was a direct ballistic missile hit shot from Iran. It happened in the late morning hours today. This after overnight direct missile hit in Tel Aviv, where a woman who was actually a caretaker, not from Israel, was taking care of an elderly woman. She passed away. But here in broad daylight, Bet Shemesh was rocked by a missile with a warhead said to be about 500 kilograms. The area is behind me. I can try to move this. I hope not to have a technical issue. But up on this hill is a big crater. But because there were other potential incoming missiles, they had to ask us to leave. But there are hundreds of people there on the scene. There are 9 that are confirmed dead, reports of more, also more than a dozen are unaccounted for. And what we understand, even though you see high rises here with some damage, this was residual ricocheting damage from the missile itself. That is how neighbors describe what happened. But the small houses on the hill is where the direct hit was, because everybody was sheltering in a synagogue in the shelters people go to. But because these buildings and shelters are old, it's not enough to withstand a ballistic missile. So that is what happened. It's quite tragic. Also, a 4-year-old was in pretty severe condition, but we're told now that he has undergone surgery and is expected to be okay. But a very grisly scene here right now in Bet Shemesh.
We're told that at least 8 people are dead, and condolences. Now, what's happened is civilians being targeted is never good, either ways, whichever side faces the brunt of war or conflict. But Emily, what was the epicenter of this target? Was it an electronics facility? Was it a civilian area? What was the intended target?
This is a civilian area. Yes, they are. They are, pointing directly to civilian areas. I mean, the ones that hit in Tel Aviv was next to Habima, which is the cultural center and the famous Rothschild Avenue. I have a friend that lives there, and all of her windows broke. So they are targeting areas where civilians live. Here in Bet Shemesh, actually, is a very popular neighborhood for Anglos that moved to Israel, make Aliyah to Israel. There's a large English-speaking community here with English schools. Most people tend to be more observant. So this children, parks, kids' activities. I mean, this is what they're doing. They're not targeting, special intelligence facilities. They're targeting human beings, including myself. I spent the weekend yesterday with my own kids going up and down about 10 times. You could hear Air Force jet. Could you hear that?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear jets flying overhead. You can't see because it's cloudy. But, aside from the tragedy that's happening here, it is, it's something, unfortunately, that those of us here in Israel have gotten used to in the past 2.5 years. But they're purposely, every 15 minutes, you have children. If you don't have a safe room in your home, which the more modern apartments have, everybody, all your neighbors are in a basement, kids, dogs, waking children up in the middle of the night. It's quite disturbing. But we're just hoping that this doesn't continue to happen. I don't know how to answer what that is. It does sound like an Air Force plane. We are in we're near Jerusalem, so we're in the middle of the country, southern middle. Yes.
But, do they sound like aircraft?
Very unfortunate.
Do they sound like aircraft? Do they sound like missiles?
It sounds like, it's a military aircraft. No, it's a military aircraft. It sounds like an Israeli aircraft, not a missile.
Okay.
Famous last words.
No, not last words, and we wish you good health, to you and your family. But let me ask you, Emily, and before we go across to other guests, Bibi Netanyahu has also now reacted, saying that there's going to be more in the coming days. What is Israel's expectation here? Because the world is also looking at Israel as a warmonger. Would you agree with that? Would you agree with the position that's been taken by US, Israel and Saudi Arabia vis-a-vis the Khamenei regime in Iran?
No, Israel is not. Listen, the people are divided in the country, about the prime minister and the way of handling the war. But I think that the world, as we've seen, likes to blame, everything on Israel. This is the United States. This is a threat on the United States. The world, we know how the narrative has been framed. Clearly, not everything is perfect here, and the country itself is divided. But what I think everybody agrees, I imagine those of you in India as well, whether you're political, you're right or left, we don't want to have to live in fear of having to continue to go into bomb shelters and continue to send our children to fight in the army. Everybody wants to have peace here, and I think that the people of Iran, no one, a lot of times you see more focus on what Israel's doing. Versus you don't see the alarms of people in many parts of the world about all of the Iranians that want their country back as well, that are being killed. So we can't forget about how the people on the ground, who have been very supportive, the Iranian people reach out to me. Somehow they're able to see I-24, many of them, and they say, we're with you. And I think that's civilians on both sides wish to have a relationship again without this regime.
Well, if regime changes the intent, will that be achieved as a goal? We'll have to say. Emily, thank you very much, Emily. Stay safe, and thank you for joining us here. Good to have you with us.
Thank you. And we love you. We love India, and your prime minister came to see us.
Well, the sentiment is very, very mutual, Emily. So, and you could see that the warmth was flowing on both ends, both between the leaders and also its people. May these bonds only strengthen further. We've just got more news. Have to move on to that quickly. Viewers, Prime Minister Netanyahu on the rooftop of the IDF headquarters in Tel Aviv. And he's come out and said that the strikes on Iran will only intensify in the coming days. And he's further said, we are in a battle in which we are mobilizing every force of the Israeli army as never before to ensure our existence and our future. So, Tom Cooper, Adrian Fontanella is with me in the studio, and they've been tirelessly working with us. We just perhaps understood how a newsroom in Bharat actually functions round the clock, spending the whole day with us. Very different from YouTube, very different from writing, Tom, but thank you for your time. We also introduce our other guest before I get your comments in. Professor Danny Orbach, author and military historian from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, is also with us. Ambassador Ashok Sajjana are with us, and Sushant Sareen stays on. Thank you, gents. Namaste. But Tom, you heard what Emily had to say. They're saying civilian establishments, and Netanyahu has come out and said this is going to only intensify in the coming days. Just as we have confirmation from the Americans that the B-52 bombers did a full round trip and they dropped a heavy payload at a ballistic missile manufacturing site and storage site not so long ago. Yes, your thoughts?
Well, on one side I must, for example, observe Beit Shemesh is right next to Sdot Micha, which is the main Israeli base for ballistic missiles and nuclear weapons.
Oh, is that the case? So let's look at this. Let's put it in perspective. I'm going to bring up the mic. Let's understand. So there is more to it than meets the eye, viewers. So let's just shake things up, wake things up a little, and also, and then dive in here. Okay, so this is Iraq, Iran, and then you go up to Sana. And there you go. That's Israel.
Just a second to turn it around.
Yes. Okay. Just some patience. Yeah. Okay. This is Beit Shemesh. Yes. Okay. We got now the pen. And now we can write.
Sorry.
Oh, you want to increase the size? Yeah. Okay. Delete it. Yeah.
Right here is Dot Micha.
Okay. Should we just open it a little?
Yeah.
Yeah. We open it. That's Beit Shemesh.
And this complex here.
Okay. Now you can draw.
So this complex here is Dot Micha.
Dot Micha. It's called DOT?
SDOT.
SDOT.
Yes.
And MI?
MICH.
CH.
Yes. A.
So Dot Micha. Dot Micha, what is this? This is there?
This is
their ballistic
missile base, 140th Squadron of the Israeli Air Force with nuclear warheads and similar equipment.
So 140th
Squadron.
140 Squadron. Okay.
Yes.
This is the space. And this is where the ballistic missile the Iranians have tried to launch.
I guess that they were trying either to hit electronic industry in the town or arrow batteries, anti-ballistic missile battery protecting Beit Shemesh and Dot Micha or the base itself.
Okay, because what they said is that it was on top of a hilly area. That's where. So, this is S. Dot Micha. This is where it is. You've got S. Dot Micha.
This is the complex. I'm pointing at the complex. This is the place called S. Dot Micha.
S. Dot Micha.
But it is known outside of Israel. It is known as Dot Micha.
Dot Micha. So that's the place. So that's what was being targeted. And there's a reason why I asked Tom Cooper this, because when Emily said it's a civilian area that's being targeted, Tom Cooper had a wry smile on his face, and I said there's more to it than meets the eye. So the Israelis are targeting the ballistic missile facilities of the Iranians.
And the Americans as well.
And the Americans as well.
Yes.
The Americans of the Iranians. So the Iranians are saying, hey, we also know where your depots are, so we're going to start this. So this is the real dimension of war. It's not that Iran is targeting civilian facilities. It's targeting, or its aim is to try and hit those facilities that are actually, viewers, very close to military installations, which are also close to civilian establishments, and that's where sometimes on both sides there is collateral damage. But you have to understand what's the real point of view, the real inside story, and that's why we're getting you the details from inside the bunker with Tom Cooper. But Adrian, let's just play out Bibi Netanyahu and then bring in our other guests. Let's listen into what the Israel Prime Minister had to say.
Just finished a meeting with the defense minister, the chief of staff, and the head of the Mossad. I have given instructions for the continuation of the campaign. Yesterday, we eliminated the tyrant Khamenei. Along with him, we eliminated dozens of senior officials of the oppressive regime. Our forces are now striking in the heart of Tehran with increasing intensity, and this will only continue to intensify even more over the coming days. And yet, these are painful days. Yesterday here in Tel Aviv and now in Beit Shemesh, we have lost dear people. My heart goes out to the families, and I send, on behalf of all of you, citizens of Israel, wishes for a speedy recovery to the wounded. We are in a campaign in which we are bringing the full force of the IDF as never before to this campaign to ensure our existence and our future. But we are also bringing to this campaign the assistance of the United States, my friend, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, the United States military, and this combination of forces allows us to do what I have been wishing to do for 40 years. To strike the terror regime hip and thigh. This is what I promised, and this is what we will do.
So, Bibi Netanyahu says, I've been wanting to do this for 40 years. And finally, I'm able to do that, to hit this regime hip and thigh. And the regime, now, Donald Trump turns around and says that 48 Iranian leaders are gone in one shot. That's what President Trump is saying. America knows how many targets are left. But the Iranians are saying, we also know where your weak points are and where we want to hit you. And no matter what happens to us, we will hit you too. That's what they are saying, Fatah Khabar, the Iranians. We've got one more thing. German Chancellor has come out and said Iran's mullah regime is coming to an end. Germany's Chancellor is saying after the killing of the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. Now, is this going to escalate further, or if there is a leadership vacuum in the Iranian leadership, the regime, will the people now want a turn? Now, if that turn happens, who's next? Because there is nobody, no other alternative. Or will America say, oh, listen, our job was just to move the regime. We've moved them out. Now you decide what you want to do. And then we have a whole new mess in Iran. Adrian.
I think it is absolutely the weak point of the American and Israeli strategy, because it is roughly hoping for the best. So if they manage to weaken the regime, and if the population revolt, it is two big ifs. But even so, there is no one who can predict what will happen after a while, because the Islamic Republic was a dictatorship, so there was no organized opposition political party. So you are basically not knowing what you are going into. And we have precedents about such circumstances. It was Syria and it was Libya. Let's say it didn't end very well.
Yeah.
Or at least not before a decade of civil war. So normally, and it is what the Indians did during Operation Sindoor. The political leadership has to set clear political goals, and then the armed forces are operating on the operational tactical level, and they use violence, they use force to pursue this political strategic objective. But in these circumstances, I'm sorry, but the political objective is unclear. And if the political objective is unclear, there is no way the use of force can give precise and determined results.
So you're comparing this with Op Sindoor, and viewers, this is very interesting. Let's get Professor Danny Obak to respond on this, and then we'll bring in Ambassador Sajjan Har and also Sushant Sareen, Tom Cooper too. But Professor Danny Obak, the comparison with Op Sindoor is that Bharat knew exactly what the objective was, what the goal was. When that goal was achieved, the pause button was pressed. We backed off. In this case, there is no clarity what is the political objective. And when that happens, there is no defining the military activity behind it. Professor Obak.
You know, I'd like to challenge your assumptions and the assumptions of my colleague here. Usually the imagination that every war is a close-knitted strategy and political plan behind it for the day after, this is nonsense. This is the illusion and the myth of armchair strategists. Usually wars are being conducted under a lot of uncertainty. Give you one example. In the Second World War, nobody knew what the day after would be until 44, 45. I'm making a complicated story simple. In this case, though, what the operation is set to achieve is A, to weaken the regime enough that there will be an option for a popular uprising. The popular uprising is not the goal. Maybe it will be, maybe it will not be. But the main goal is to destroy the assets of the Iranian regime, the navy, the remnants of the nuclear program and the ballistic missiles program that threaten the region. That's the main issue. Revolution in Iran, who knows?
So the idea is to wipe out the nuclear capabilities and also the ballistic missile capability.
In the navy, the Iranian navy.
And the Iranian navy. So that's why the corvette has been sunk. But armchair strategists will not understand this, Tom Cooper. That you cannot have a political objective
during the Second World War,
things are evolving.
Perfectly clear. During the Second World War, things were perfectly clear as early as 1941, when Roosevelt and Churchill sat down together and started building up the future United Nations. And there was never a discussion about the beyond the fact that they are aiming to destroy the Nazi regime in Germany and remove the one in Italy, but especially to destroy the one in Germany and to replace it with one which is then peaceful. In this case, there is no such clarity.
In this case, there is no such clarity. Let's bring in our other guests and ask them. Ambassador Sajanhar, which side are you on? Adrian and Tom Cooper or Professor Orbach?
Thank you very much, Anand. I have always been saying that the game plan, the strategy for the day after is very unclear, is very unknown. And that is very critical, that is very crucial, because you have to know, how do you end it? There is the comparison that was given with Op Sindoor. We were completely dominating the escalation ladder. We knew how it was going, we were controlling it. And we knew when to stop it, when our objectives have been achieved. But as far as this is concerned, the idea that was given was regime change. Okay, fine, if you get this regime out, what comes in its place? It has not been articulated. We have heard Mr. Trump saying, I know exactly, who is going to take over. But the only person who has been on the scene, on the horizon, who has said, that I would like to come back and take over the reins, that is Reza Pahlavi. But he has received no endorsement whatsoever from the American side or from any of the others. The second point is, maybe what the Americans and the Israelis thought that there would be a huge upsurge of support for removing this regime from there, the Islamic regime from there. But that doesn't seem to have come. And the reason, if you permit, I'll say in 2 words. Number one, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been killed. He's a religious leader, so all there is this uprising in terms of the religious support for him. The opposition to this regime is economic, is much more economic because of the hardships that they have been subjected to. Of course, it's been political also. But as far as religious aspect is concerned, that is where you see all these people coming out. And the last point here is any people, and the Iranian are proud people, if you try to engineer something from the outside, then it will be difficult to get people to subscribe to that point of view. That is why maybe to an extent what the Americans and the Israelis are saying, let them decide what they want to do. But without a leader, it becomes very, very difficult, if not absolutely impossible, to see where things are going.
True, but the fact is that there is no internal leadership. What are you going to leave Iran back with and for the rest of the people in Iran? Sushant Sareen, which side are you on? Is there a clear objective? End the regime, finish the nuclear weapons program, damage the entire ballistics missile program, job done? Or should there be a larger, clearer objective? Ji, you're on mute.
I would imagine that's a very clear objective. If those are your 3 objectives, even if you don't get regime change, but you denuclearize Iran and you, like I said earlier, you emasculate it so that it's not a threat to any of the other countries around, then I think the purpose of this conflict has been served.
Right.
And if in the process you can also effect a regime change, then yes, that's the icing on the cake. But I think we should be careful when we say about the role of the supreme leader as the religious head. Look, there are many surveys from Iran which claim that 30 to 40, maybe even a larger number of people are actually atheists. They don't subscribe to the mullahs in Iran. They, in fact, they despise them, they abhor them. Among the rest of the people, I think there would again be a split of people who might be religious but do not subscribe to the mullahcracy in Iran. And then, of course, there would be a substantial number of people who would be entirely with the current regime and back it and actually benefit from it and support it wholeheartedly. So, in that sense, would be a split society. For anyone to claim that Khamenei was some kind of an imam and that everybody will genuflect before him, even in the Shia in the Shia hierarchy of spiritual leaders, he doesn't really stack up to the guy from Iraq, Ali Sistani.
Yeah.
So I think we need to be careful on that count. Secondly, I agree that there is no visible leadership, alternate leadership available outside the current regime. Now, frankly, I think anybody who thinks that you are going to bring in Raza Pahlavi and install him out there, he will be as big a disaster as that fly-by-night operator that the Americans had got convinced by and who took them for a royal ride in Iraq, a man by the name of Ahmed Chalabi.
Yeah.
Right? You want to repeat that kind of a thing? Yeah, go ahead, be my guest. But I don't think Raza Pahlavi is a credible figure. And we saw even in Afghanistan, after the Taliban had been deposed in 2001, the king came back, but the king never became the king. Right? The world had moved on, the country had moved on. The king might have been a very respected person, but he was not acceptable as king. I would imagine something similar would happen in Iran, where yes, a bunch of people who would be royalists, but I think by and large, I don't see the acceptability of Raza Pahlavi.
So if there are perhaps a situation where there will be free and fair elections, why did you say that you agreed with Sushant there, Tom, when he talked about the clerical leadership not being the supreme leader, not having the kind of position?
Because there were significant doubts about qualification of late Ayatollah, Grand Ayatollah Khamenei, his religious qualifications. And several of his opponents within the clergy landed in a, well, not directly in a prison, but under similar circumstances because they were opposing him.
Right.
And he de facto capped himself to power.
Right. We're just getting to understand there's a fresh wave of airstrikes. There's a larger, this one, of course. Okay, now there is some welcome news to those who are stuck in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai. The Emirati government has come out and said the Department of Culture and Tourism has directed hotels to extend the stay of guests unable to travel due to current restrictions. The authority has said the cost of extended stays will be covered by the Department of Culture and Tourism Abu Dhabi, and hotels have been asked to send related invoices to the department. So that is something which is critical, imperative, and for us to put out. We put that out. I've just read out because it's just come into the system, viewers. I've read it even before our team at the back end has been ready to even put that out. They will put it out. You'll see the notice. We'll also call out the notice here on our screens if we can, on the big screen, and I'll go across and read it just as when they're ready. Quickly, just taking 30 seconds to thank our team at the back end. There are people behind the cameras, behind the scenes, who've been working non-stop for 14 to 16 hours, if not more, ever since this development happened to get you this kind of coverage. So I'm proud to be part of a team that is News 18, and we got two fresh additions through the day who've seen what we are going through when a situation like this. That's in Adrian and Tom. But coming back to this, there is a fresh wave of strikes in Tehran. So that means there's going to be much more activity that's going to happen. Let's just broad base this conversation if we can, and I'll read out the news, the Abu Dhabi update in a bit. Let's go back to what we said, viewers, a short while ago. We are going to look at the larger picture. So let's zoom out a little more, and look at this entire region and understand from a strategic point of view what this activity means to, let's say, an Ankara. And further down, I'm just going to come back and just roll this back and roll this out a little more and let's bring out some of the other countries that we wanted to speak about. There you go. All right. This is Google, the Google map. Yeah, Russia and this entire region. So I wanted to bring in Russia. There had to be Ankara. There is China. Now let's look at this region and what's happening here, and then try and understand from everybody, each of our guests, starting with them in the studio, what does it mean for Turkey? What does it mean for Afghanistan, Pakistan, all that's happening here, this entire construct? And then there is Beijing, that's China, and then of course there is Moscow or Russia here. So what does it mean for this entire region and the developments here based on what is happening in this region? This is the fight and what's happening in Iran. How do things change the dynamics? So let's start with Turkey, which is offered. So there is this Turkey, Iran, China, Pakistan kind of an axis that's been developing. What happens to that axis? Tom? You're welcome to join me here.
If you don't
so
mind.
let's just get this mic. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Let's start with Turkey.
So the pen is on.
This was
all right.
To understand the Turkish position, we have to take a look over here.
Right.
This is the African Horn.
Yeah.
Lately, Turkey was concerned, together with Egypt and Algeria and Saudi Arabia, that Israel and the United Arab Emirates have a sort of alliance and are working on destroying all of these countries, breaking them up into small, ungovernable entities, parastates, and so on. For example, they have
Djibouti.
No, just a second. Next to Djibouti is area called Somaliland. It is a part of Somalia which has declared its independence from the rest of Somalia. Correspondingly, this was recognized by Israel and it was recognized by United Arab Emirates. And they have started moving or developing diplomatic relations and with the idea to sometimes deploy their armed forces there as well.
Correct.
Then in Sudan,
there is that South Sudan.
This is Sudan, just a second. This is Sudan. This part of the country is controlled by RSF, Rapid Support Forces, which is an ally or paid by United Arab Emirates and by Russia.
Okay.
So then we have, in Ethiopia, there is a civil war going on in this area, in Tigray, which is government of Ethiopia is supported by United Arab Emirates and by Eritrea, used to be supported by Eritrea. So now what happened was that Egypt and Turkey have launched a military intervention in Somalia, supposedly in support of the internationally recognized government, but actually they had built up bases from here, from which they are striking the parts of Sudan, RSF in Sudan. So in order to counter this Israeli Emirati alliance, this was one part of the game. Before this has happened, the Saudis grew fed up of United Arab Emirates support for the Southern Transitional Council in Yemen, which is controlling approximately this part of the country. And when the forces of this council reached the border to Saudi Arabia, they not only bombed an armed shipment in Mukalla, but also told the United Arab Emirates to get out. They have really packed, and within 24 hours, all the United Arab Emirates troops were back to their country, out of Yemen. So we have seen also something similar happening in Libya. There Turkey is supporting the internationally recognized government in Tripoli, which is fighting against Emirati, Russian, and Israel-supported Haftar forces, so Libyan down forces.
Right.
So this is all becoming extremely complex, and Ankara has an eye on all of these situations and is very concerned about the outlooks. Similarly, now what is, of course, walking into Israeli hands is that Iran has now hit the countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council, and then the Saudis said, okay, now if you are striking us, then we are going to strike you if this goes on like this. So this is playing now into Israeli, into Emirati hands.
Okay.
So we now have to wait for tomorrow when there is going to be a meeting of the Gulf Cooperation Council. What are they going to decide? Are they really going to turn against Iran and join the US-Israeli war against Iran, or shall they, well,
just
remain reluctant and stay there and wait what happens?
Wait and watch what happens. Tom, stay around here.
Yes.
Adrian, I'm just going to come to you here and ask you quickly, what happens with China here? Where does China come into play here? And then we'll take it out to our guests before I read out the Abu Dhabi story also. Yeah.
China will be incensed by this situation, especially as it is a major customer of Iran oil, if only for that reason. So they do have several options to react. The first is relatively low-key, but it is providing targeting intelligence to Iran.
So China is helping, just like it helped Pakistan against India in Op Sindoor, it is giving intelligence inputs to Iran.
Yeah. Why not? It is invisible, but it tremendously helps the Iranians to strike specific targets, or even more importantly, to do battle damage assessments. It might be very useful in the PR warfare, because usually the Israelis are never speaking about any hits in their military installations, but if there is some, and if the Chinese began to prove that they were hidden, it is also changing the narrative warfare. The same goes for the US bases, of course, and so forth. So this is the first tier escalation. They also can try to provide to supply some specific kind of weapons, for example, anti-aircraft weapons.
Right.
Although it is a much bigger commitment, and if they go to the extreme, but I think it is not plausible or not probable, they could also send symbolic army detachments in Iran as a human shields.
The other part is that the Chinese will try and use and buy all the oil from the Iranians, which they seem to have kept somewhere closed away, somewhere away. What's going to happen to that? Ambassador Sajanhar, your assessment, because Tom Cooper believes that the Chinese will be able to, the Iranians have actually carted away millions of barrels, which they've already mined or pulled out, extracted, and they've moved it away from Iran. And they're going to use that money to try and fuel and fund this war, or their retaliation and their response for at least 30 days, if not 60. That's what Tom Cooper believes. That's what Adrian believes. What's your thought?
You see, my thought on this subject is, number one, that, all the countries that you have mentioned, particularly Russia, China, etc., they have very strong ties with Iran. As far as Israel is concerned, they have been sort of, pushing back against Israel, particularly after October 7, 2023, and, whatever the action that Israel has been taking on that. So they are quite averse to the manner in which Americans and Israelis have come and they have pummeled Iran. And that is what you can see in the statements that have come out from them. Secondly, Iran, we know, has been unhappy with what China has been doing. What Pezeshkian said just a couple of days ago, that, we are very disappointed. China was supposed to come $400 billion and all these sort of things, putting in infrastructure. They have not really been able to deliver. So, on that aspect, there is disappointment as far as Iran is concerned. Covertly, China might be able to do something. Russia can't even do that. Whatever they had to do, I think they did between June of last year and today. But otherwise, overtly, not even in terms of supplies, not even in terms of human detachment, I don't think anything of that nature can happen.
Right.
As far as,
Jay, no, I just got the update. We've got that Abu Dhabi Department of Culture and Tourism, the DCT, that has directed hotels to extend of guests unable to travel due to current restrictions. We've got, we'll try and put that notice out if we can. Do we? Yeah. So let's go. Let's call it up. It's. I'll read this out, viewers, and this is important. See, this is what is. It says. This is in English, and then of course it's there in Arabic on the other side. It says extension of guest stay due to travel restrictions. Now this is for Abu Dhabi. Whether this will be extended by Dubai also, within the Emirate, anywhere and everywhere within the Emirate. We'll have to wait and see. But this is what it says: pursuant to Law Number 8 of 2018, establishing the Department of Culture and Tourism Abu Dhabi, DCT Abu Dhabi, with a mandate to develop the tourism industry in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi. In light of the current circumstances, and given that some guests have reached their checkout date but are unable to travel for reasons beyond their control, you are kindly requested to extend their stay until they are able to depart. The cost of the extended stay will be covered by the DCT Abu Dhabi. Kindly send all related invoices to the following email address. For further inquiries, please contact the business continuity team and at the following number. So they've also put this. More importantly, viewers, anybody who's currently in Abu Dhabi and you are worried about your hotel stay, extension, etc., the government has said, don't worry, we'll take care. I think that's a big step that's come from the Emirate of Abu Dhabi, from the Sheikh itself, and kudos to MBZ for doing what he is doing. Now we got one more news coming through. 2 Jordanian F-16s hunting the Iranian drones. That's what's happening. We got pictures of that. There you go. On your screens, viewers, on your screens, the two Jordanian F-16s that are now hunting Iranian drones. So somewhere within the military industrial complex, the famed F-16s are back, which they believe are indestructible, virtually the heroes as far as American air warfare is concerned. And the F-16s, they have now been pictured hunting Iranian drones. But this is a costly hunt. If we were to say that you have to fly F-16s to hunt Iranian drones, unless these drones are something as potent as the Shahid 136 or some of the other bigger drones, which can really cause big damage. And that's why these the F-16s have been put into service there. We're going to take a very short break. Stay with us.
Viewers, the war is on. The war is on in the Middle East, and it is only widening by the minute. And it was expected that the Iranian regime would fold, but it hasn't. It has decided to dig its heels deep into the ground, and it is fighting with its back to the wall. Unprecedented visuals coming out from the Middle East, viewers, today. We will first begin with the most emblematic picture that we were expecting to see, or we would have expected to see, but perhaps not today, in the next few days. But viewers, unfortunately for Ayatollah Khamenei, the first visuals that are coming out from Iran are of his own decapitation. These, viewers, are the IRGC headquarters. This is where somehow, God knows how, Ayatollah was present in the most expected location. He was not supposed to be there, viewers. Anyone else would have decided not to be at the most obvious site, the site where perhaps the Americans and the Israelis would target first. Why he was there, we don't know. Did someone give him away? We don't know. But the fact is, viewers, in the first wave, in what was being called the preemptory attack by the United States and Israel, Ayatollah Khamenei's end came. For about 8 hours, Iran refused to confirm. It took President on Truth Social to come out and say that Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, had been decapitated in a strike that had been conducted by Israeli and American forces. 40 bunker buses pummeled this headquarters. It's in the heart of Tehran. As I said, viewers, it was the most obvious site. Why the Ayatollah chose to be there, we don't know. But we do know that with him went a number of other senior leaders. And you can see these buildings basically being reduced to rubble within seconds. The impact was so devastating that for a mile around this building, viewers, you can see that road there. All those cars zipping past, but within minutes, seconds, entire area was covered in a pall of smoke. Nothing was left, viewers, of that site. And with him went Ayatollah Khamenei. 40 years he had been ruling Iran. His hold was a stranglehold. The people of Iran feared him. 50% of the population hated him. But he hung on there, viewers. He hung on only to be removed in this unseemly fashion by multiple strikes that were conducted in what was described as a preemptory strike, but it could turn out to be, viewers, the end strike. Because now Trump can legitimately go back to the people. He gets an off-ramp and he says, I've done what no other US president since Jimmy Carter could do, which is to eliminate and sever the head of the snake, the Ayatollah. Of course, viewers, Ayatollah Khamenei's predecessor was the founder of the Islamic Republic of Iran. He died a natural death, succession happens, and in that succession, it took 40 years, viewers. 40 years. Ayatollah Khamenei held on. No more, viewers. He's been reduced to ashes, dust to dust, ashes to ashes, as they say. That story, that chapter closes. We now know that others have begun to succeed him, viewers, and there is a whole succession plan.
So viewers, even as Air India has extended the cancellation of all flights, suspension of all flights, even on the 2nd of March, Foreign Minister Jaishankar has just now tweeted, and he's said that I had a chat with my Omani counterpart. The EAM has said, had a telecon this evening with the Oman FM, Badr al-Busaidi, and he has said appreciated his assessments and insights on the ongoing conflict. So Siddhant Mishra joins us with more on this. So it's being still called a conflict. Its assessment or the wording has not moved to a war. It's still being called a conflict. But what's the assessment by the Foreign Ministry?
Well, yes, that's right, Anand. It is still being called a conflict, and this particular conversation is very, very significant because given that, in fact, we also reported this evening that how Iran has attacked the Palau flag oil tanker skyline as it was passing through the Strait of Hormuz, right off the coast of Oman. In fact, 4 sailors were wounded in this attack. There were many Indians also who were the part of the crew. Now all have been safely evacuated. Now, the Strait of Hormuz is very, very critical for the oil trade, Anand, and 20% of Burj oil passes through this route, and this was first attack by the Iranian forces on this vessel, in which the Indians were also the part of the crew. All have been evacuated, and now this telephonic conversation is taking place between EMS Jaishankar and Oman's foreign minister, perhaps sharing perspective and insights on the conflict.
Right. Thank you for that, Siddhant. Clearly, the foreign minister not revealing much, but was happy with the assessments, and he appreciates the assessments that's been provided by the Omani. So quietly, work is happening at the background in trying to secure the safety of Bharatiya citizens, while also working towards measures that could perhaps de-escalate the current situation. Meanwhile, Tehran has launched fresh retaliatory attacks. The Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. CNN International, or CNN's Michael Yoshida, is getting us this report from Washington, D.C. on the latest, and this is soon after President Trump's comments.
A missile intercept heard over the suburbs of Dubai as Iran launches a fresh wave of strikes across the Middle East Sunday morning. Retaliation continuing after the death of its supreme leader during a U.S.-Israeli strike on the country.
The Iranian regime clearly feels that they are on their death ground. They are going to fight to the bitter end at this point.
U.S. President Donald Trump warning Iran against continued retaliation, saying in a social media post that they would be met with unprecedented force from the U.S. The FBI's counterterrorism and counterintelligence teams are on elevated alert across the U.S., according to a bureau official. Meanwhile, concerns are rising that retaliations could disrupt the oil trade.
I think at risk is the Strait of Hormuz. 20% of the world's oil goes through there. Terrorism, attacks against American citizens, American diplomats.
President Trump has indicated the military operation is aimed at overturning Tehran's government, following failed diplomatic negotiations over Iran's nuclear program.
Whoever takes power is going to have to fight the remnants of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and any of the supporters of the previous Ayatollah.
Across the U.S., people took to the streets, some in celebration.
We want democracy, the end of terrorism, and we want the world to pay attention and be with us.
Others in protest.
We had, felt the need to come out and oppose any kind of U.S. intervention or war in the Middle East.
I'm Michael Yoshida reporting.
Viewers, the war is on. The war is on in the Middle East, and it is only widening by the minute. And it was expected that the Iranian regime would fold, but it hasn't. It has decided to dig its heels deep into the ground, and it is fighting with its back to the wall. Unprecedented visuals coming out from the Middle East, viewers, today. We will first begin with the most emblematic picture that we were expecting to see, or we would have expected to see, but perhaps not today, in the next few days. But viewers, unfortunately for Ayatollah Khamenei, the first visuals that are coming out from Iran are of his own decapitation. These, viewers, are the IRGC headquarters. This is where somehow, God knows how, Ayatollah was present in the most expected location. He was not supposed to be there, viewers. Anyone else would have decided not to be at the most obvious site, the site where perhaps the Americans and the Israelis would target first. Why he was there, we don't know. Did someone give him away? We don't know. But the fact is, viewers, in the first wave, in what was being called the preemptory attack by the United States and Israel, Ayatollah Khamenei's end. For about 8 hours, Iran refused to confirm. It took Trump on Truth Social to come out and say that Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, had been decapitated in a strike that had been conducted by Israeli and American forces. 40 bunker busters pummeled this headquarters. It's in the heart of Tehran. As I said, viewers, it was the most obvious site. Why the Ayatollah chose to be there, we don't know. But we do know that with him went a number of other senior leaders. And you can see these buildings basically being reduced to rubble within seconds. The impact was so devastating that for a mile around this building, viewers, you can see that road there. All those cars zipping past, but within minutes, seconds, entire area was covered in a pall of smoke. Nothing was left, viewers, of that site. And with him went Ayatollah Khamenei. 40 years he had been ruling Iran. His hold was a stranglehold. The people of Iran feared him. 50% of the population hated him. But he hung on there, viewers. He hung on only to be removed in this unseemly fashion by multiple strikes that were conducted in what was this a preemptory strike, but it could turn out to be, viewers, the end strike.
Iran's supreme leader is dead. It's the biggest blow to the Iranian regime in decades, a blow that America and Israel hope will topple the regime. Though right now the opposite is happening. Iran is hitting back hard. They have intensified the ballistic missile attacks on Israeli cities and Arab Gulf states. Iran has also inflicted the first casualties on America. They have killed 3 US soldiers and wounded 5 others. So it's been a day of rapid escalation in this war. We'll bring you all the latest updates tonight. And like all modern day wars, this one is also being streamed across social media. We'll bring you the top 5 dramatic videos from the fighting. Also on the show, after Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's death, who will be the new supreme leader of Iran? How much longer can Iran's regime keep fighting? Did the US military use Anthropic's Claude to launch strikes on Iran? Did Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince MBS secretly ask Donald Trump to attack Iran? And what do these repeated missile and drone incursions mean for West Asia's model city, Dubai? All this and more coming up. The headlines first. Pro-Iranian protesters try to storm US consulates in Pakistan and Iraq. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif cancels his trip to Russia, cites regional and internal situation for this decision. Since last Thursday, fresh cross-border clashes have also erupted between Islamabad and Kabul. Hezbollah vows to confront the US and Israel over their strikes on Iran and the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. So far, the Tehran-backed group has not taken any action. Last June, Hezbollah did not intervene in Iran's 12-day war with Israel after being battered in its own conflict with Tel Aviv. The OPEC Plus group hikes oil production by more than expected. The adjustment will be implemented in April. Top oil producers like Saudi Arabia and Russia are part of this alliance. The decision comes as tensions across West Asia continue to escalate. Iran's retaliatory strikes have targeted key members of this oil cartel. Belgium special forces board and seize an oil tanker from Russia's shadow fleet. The vessel was intercepted in the North Sea. Brussels says the tanker was sailing under the false flag of Guinea. The West has often accused Russia of using tankers of dubious ownership to evade sanctions over the Ukraine war. And at least 2 people killed in a shooting in the US state of Texas. 14 others have been injured in this incident, which took place in a popular bar in Austin. The suspected gunman was fatally shot by the police. It's day 2 of the war in West Asia and things are only intensifying. Missiles continue to hit Arab cities and Israel. Israeli jets continue to strike Iran. It's the ultimate battle of firepower versus endurance. And it's not stopping. A new wave is unleashed every few hours. Neither side is willing to back down right now. Despite taking severe hits, Iran is retaliating hard. They now claim to have struck America's USS Abraham Lincoln carrier in the region. This is an aircraft carrier. Iran says, we attacked it, we struck it. That too with 4 ballistic missiles. The US says the warship was not hit and that the missiles did not even come close. But the fact is, things are escalating fast. And there's a reason why. Today began with a shocking announcement. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, had been killed. Reports say the CIA and Mossad had triangulated his position. On Saturday morning, he was holding a meeting in Tehran. In that meeting, top military leaders of Iran were present. So the Israeli Air Force decided to act on this input. Their initial plan was to begin attacking at night. But after this input, they waited until Saturday morning. And in the first wave, Khamenei was taken out. He was holed up at a military compound in the capital. Look at the aftermath of the strike. You can see the images before and after the impact. The compound was completely destroyed. Iran did not immediately confirm Khamenei's death. It was Donald Trump who made the first announcement. Listen to what he said, and I'm quoting. Khamenei, one of The most evil people in history is dead. Hopefully, the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness it deserves. Well, that was wishful thinking. Yes, Khamenei's death was a huge blow to the regime. This is a man who's led Iran since the year 1989. He has dominated the country's religion and politics for decades. As his death was announced, even reporters broke down on air.
بعد از عمری مجاهدت حسینی و دائمی و خستگی ناپذیر روح بلند و ملکوتی کوه نستوه ولایت پدر مهربان امت.
Well, the regime did not disintegrate despite everything. Surviving officials spoke to the nation. They said that Khamenei's killing had burnt the country's heart. And in response, they vowed to make Israel pay.
This incident is a very bitter incident for us, for the entire nation of Iran. America and the Zionists, with this move, have effectively created conditions for Iran and for the Iranian nation that they have burned the heart of the Iranian nation. We will burn their hearts. They must understand that it is not like they can strike and then get away.
The attack did not just kill Khamenei, it killed many others who were present in the same compound. Khamenei's grandchild, his daughter-in-law and his son-in-law. Plus, several top Iranian military leaders were present. And they've been killed. The defense minister was killed, for instance. The armed forces chief was killed. The Iranian Revolutionary Guards chief was also killed. And so was the secretary of Iran's Defense Council. Reports say former President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad was also killed in a separate strike. And remember, we're talking about the most important men in Iran. All of them were wiped out in one go. Yet Iran was striking back in no time. Yesterday, they'd focused their firepower on the Gulf states. Today, the focus was on Israel. Dozens of ballistic missiles and drones were fired at Israel. Millions of citizens were forced to take cover. As always, Israel's air defenses intercepted some of them, but a handful of missiles did land directly. Reports say around 40 buildings in Tel Aviv were damaged. We also saw fires break out in high rises. Take a look at this. Iran is also hitting US bases. Washington has announced that 3 of their soldiers have been killed so far, plus 5 others have been injured. These are the first US casualties in the ongoing war. As things stand, we do not know when, where or how this happened. But the US statement does talk about shrapnel injuries and concussions. Israel was not sitting idle either. Their military also carried out attacks through the day. Operationally, the Israelis seem to have 3 goals. The first is to establish complete aerial superiority. Earlier this morning, Israel hit more than 30 targets in western and central Iran, and this included air defenses, missile launchers, and command centers. Hours later, Israel went deeper. They claim to have hit the heart of Tehran. This is basically the nerve center of the Iranian capital. It's home to the airport and key regime offices. And on day 2, Israel has started attacking these sites. Their end goal is to create an air corridor to Tehran. And we saw that last June. Israel used short bursts to take out Iran's air defenses. Once air superiority was achieved, the attacks became relentless, sort of like a train of jets constantly attacking. That's what Israel is eyeing again. They want to freely operate over the skies of Tehran, and for that, their first stop is Western Iran. You cannot reach Tehran without flying over Western Iran, and Israel knows this. They're taking out Iranian jets in the region, that too right on the tarmac before takeoff. So that's the first goal, air superiority. The second goal is to decapitate the military leadership. Israel has killed dozens of senior leaders, including 40 commanders, in 1 minute.
In the opening strike of the operation, the IDF eliminated 40 commanders and seniors from the Iranian regime in 1 minute. The Air Force's fighter jets are operating around the clock to locate and strike missile-array targets of the terrorist Iranian regime.
Now the third goal, take out Iran's offensive capabilities. We're talking about the missiles and the launchers here. They want to demolish them. Israeli jets are targeting launchers in the west of Iran. Some of them are being blown up while being loaded. Casualties are slowly starting to rise. In Iran, more than 200 people have been killed so far, including more than 100 girls at a school. While in Israel, 9 people have been killed and dozens injured. Now remember, these are just the opening salvos of a massive war. Both sides will soon get desperate, and that's when civilians will feel the pinch. Now here's the thing about wars like this. They don't just play out on the ground, they play out on our screens. A missile tearing through the night sky, an explosion flashing before the camera can focus, a shaky phone clip filmed by someone who never meant to become a war correspondent. This is not just war as it happens, this is war as it is witnessed, recorded, uploaded and replayed. So we looked at the videos, and we've compiled 6 such videos from the conflict, moments that capture the war and define it. Video number 1 takes us to Iran. This morning, the confirmation came in, the supreme leader was dead, and then thousands of people poured out on the streets. Some in black, some beating their chests, some weeping openly. Men and women holding up portraits of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Some of them said that they'd lost a father. But here's the other side of the frame. Not everyone was in mourning, because not everyone loved this regime. This was a leadership that crushed dissent, that jailed protesters, that oversaw years of sanctions, isolation and economic pain. So in many corners of the country, there were also celebrations. Some people were even dancing on the streets. Some videos even show a big crowd toppling a monument built in Khamenei's honor. So 2 very different Irans playing out on camera. Which brings us to video number 2. Wars may be fought on the battlefield, but they are won or lost on the screen, it seems. And that's where the curated strike videos come in. Both the United States and Israel have released such videos. Israel is showing targeted strikes on Iranian targets, and Washington is displaying its firepower. Video number 3 is from Dubai. It has long been known as one of the safest cities in the world, a safe haven for business, tourism, global finance, but it now finds itself on the front line of a widening regional war. Yesterday, a hotel came under attack in Dubai, the upscale Palm Jumeirah. It was struck by an Iranian drone. There was a massive fire. 4 people were injured. Officials say that it did not cause much damage. Some 137 missiles and 209 drones were fired at the UAE. Most of them were intercepted. Today, too, there were multiple strikes. The Dubai International Airport was also attacked. This is one of the busiest airports in the world. We'll tell you about other such attacks in a bit. But this is not so much about the physical damage alone. It's more about the shock value. For many people, Dubai is no longer the safe haven they once knew.
Holy mother.
And it's not just Dubai. Iran's retaliation has rattled other Gulf states too. In Doha, for instance, flashes lit up the night sky as they intercepted Iran's missiles. Loud explosions were heard in the Qatari capital, leaving residents worried about the impact. And that's video number 4 for us. In Bahrain, things were even more grave. There were multiple airstrikes, missiles heading towards them. Bahrain intercepted most of them, but some struck buildings and led to massive fires. That's video number 5. It shows flames engulfing the upper levels of a skyscraper with dense plumes of smoke rising above the Bahraini capital, Mamama. Next is Kuwait, and our last video. A reported drone strike hit the airport, sending passengers scrambling for cover. Videos from inside the terminal show thick smoke filling the hall, travelers running in fear, children crying, and security forces rushing to lock down the area. Kuwaiti state television called it a drone strike targeting the airport. So far, officials have not confirmed the extent of the damage or whether there are any casualties. But of course, this is not happening in isolation. Across the Gulf, emergency aviation measures are now in place. The United Arab Emirates temporarily shut its air force. Qatar suspended air traffic, and Kuwait has cancelled all flights to Iran until further notice. Right now, the airspace over West Asia is completely empty. So those were our top videos, a window into a war that is fast spreading across West Asia. It's not limited to 1 or 2 countries. It's across the region. It is the perfect storm. Iran is facing a crisis on 3 fronts. There is a power vacuum, a succession crisis, and an active war. Can the regime survive this? Are there any leaders left in their top ranks? And who will lead the country now? As we speak, a transition is underway. Within hours of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's death, there was an announcement. It came from Iran's security chief Ali Larijani. We've told you about him. Larijani is a key figure in the country's political setup. He was a key confidant of Khamenei, a trusted lieutenant. According to many observers, he could play a key role in the transition of power. Although Larijani will not become the supreme leader himself because he is not a cleric, but he will be kingmaker. Now, Larijani says that an interim leadership council has been created. This council has 3 members: Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, the head of Iran's judiciary, Gholam Hossein Mohseni Ezesi, and a senior cleric from the Guardian Council. Now, what is the Guardian Council? Think of it as Iran's constitutional watchdog. It does not make laws, but it decides who is allowed to run in important elections. They can block any candidate that they do not approve of. Effectively, this council controls who appears on the ballot in Iran. And that makes them one of the most powerful bodies in Iran. One of the council's senior members is now part of this 3-member power transition team. This team will handle the supreme leader's duties, but this is an interim arrangement until the next supreme leader is elected. Now, how will he be elected? That decision rests with a different institution. It's called the Assembly of Experts. It had 88 senior clerics as members. They are elected by Iranian citizens every 8 years. This assembly of 88 clerics, 88 experts, will pick the next supreme leader. But it may not happen in a hurry because, as you can see, Iran is still fighting a war. Iranian cities, including the capital Tehran, are still being bombarded. Senior clerics are either hiding or on the move. So convening all 88 of them is going to be a challenge at this point. Observers say the work would already have begun. It is possible that senior clerics are holding discussions in secret. Which brings us to the next question. Who are the potential candidates? And this is where it gets complicated because there is no obvious successor. For years, the frontrunner was former President Ibrahim Raisi. He was seen as the natural heir to Khamenei. But Raisi died in a helicopter crash in 2024. Since then, the field has been wide open. Khamenei did plan for a scenario like this. Last year, during the 12-day war with Israel, he made a list. Reports say that he picked 3 potential successors, 3 potential leaders who could replace him, but their names were never made public. That list of 3 leaders could decide Iran's future. It is also possible that the people who knew this list, who knew the names of Khamenei's potential successors, might also be dead. Because, like we've been telling you, Israel's strikes did not just kill Khamenei, they decimated the command structure around him. More than 30 top military and civilian leaders were targeted. At least 7 are confirmed dead. Despite all the ambiguity, some names are still doing the rounds. The names of potential successors. Names like Mojtaba Khamenei. He is one of Ayatollah Khamenei's 4 sons. Now, Mojtaba is not a public figure. He operates entirely in the shadows. Reports say he manages much of his father's wealth and influence. But he has no formal position in the state. So he could take over. That's one possibility. Another possibility is the IRGC taking over. That's the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. It is Iran's elite military force, not their regular army. This one is in charge of protecting the regime. It controls significant portions of Iran's economy as well as key power centers. So it is possible that the IRGC could step in to this vacuum. What about Donald Trump? He's not taking over, but will he try to install a leader of his choice? Trump has said publicly that he wants regime change in Iran, and there is only already one man, angling for the job. I'm sure there are many, but this one is very, very prominent. Reza Pahlavi, the son of Iran's last Shah. He praised the attack on Iran within hours of the first strikes. He called the strikes a humanitarian intervention. Pahlavi is a man in exile, but he's making a serious play for power. The problem is, Iranians are sharply divided over him. So even if he were installed, the government would be deeply unstable. The other thing is this. No regime has been changed by aerial strikes alone. Ground invasions have been tried in Iraq and Afghanistan, but neither produced a stable outcome. Because you see, bombs can remove leadership. They cannot build one. So Trump might not be able to dictate an outcome here. He may have been successful with that in Venezuela, but Iran is not Venezuela. Venezuela collapsed because power lived in one place at the very top, in the president's office. Iran is different. In Iran, power does not live in one office alone. It is distributed across multiple institutions. The Supreme Leader, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the Guardian Council, the Assembly of Experts, the judiciary, each institution holds a piece of the system. The question is, how many of these power structures have survived? Can the chain of command be re-established? More importantly, can the regime sustain itself in the current form? amid relentless attacks from Trump and Israel and a fragile economy? The world will find out in the days ahead.
Viewers, the war is on. The war is on in the Middle East, and it is only widening by the minute. And it was expected that the Iranian regime would fold, but it hasn't. It has decided to dig its heels deep into the ground, and it is fighting with its back to the wall. Unprecedented visuals coming out from the Middle East, viewers, today. We will first begin with the most emblematic picture that we were expecting to see, or we would have expected to see, but perhaps not today, in the next few days. But viewers, unfortunately for Ayatollah Khamenei, the first visuals that are coming out from Iran are of his own decapitation. These, viewers, are the IRGC headquarters. This is where somehow, God knows how, Ayatollah was present in the most expected location. He was not supposed to be there, viewers. Anyone else would have decided not to be at the most obvious site, the site where perhaps the Americans and the Israelis would target first. Why he was there, we don't know. Did someone give him away? We don't know. But the fact is, viewers, in the first wave, in what was being called the preemptory attack by the United States and Israel, Ayatollah Khamenei's end came. For about 8 hours, Iran refused to confirm. It took President Trump on Truth Social to come out and say that Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, had been decapitated in a strike that had been conducted by Israeli and American forces. 40 bunker busters pummeled this headquarters. It's in the heart of Tehran. As I said, viewers, it was the most obvious site. Why the Ayatollah chose to be there, we don't know. But we do know that with him went a number of other senior leaders. And you can see these buildings basically being reduced to rubble within seconds. The impact was so devastating that for a mile around this building, viewers, you can see that road there. All those cars zipping past.
Iran's hand is significantly weak, their top leadership is gone, their air defenses are obliterated, and they stand alone without allies or proxies. So here's the question: how long can this regime keep fighting? It depends on 5 factors. The first factor is geography. Iran is a vast country with deserts, mountains, and rugged hills. Not to mention, it's a massive country. Iran's size is around 1.6 million square kilometers. 1.6 million square kilometers, that's more than 3 times the size of Iraq and more than 2 times the size of Afghanistan. Remember, the US tried regime change in both these countries, Iraq and Afghanistan, and both times the Americans lost. So chances are the US will not put soldiers in Iran. And without soldiers on the ground, it will be hard to install and protect a new regime. And this is just one benefit of the geography. The vast landmass allows Iran to absorb more attacks. Just compare it to Israel. Israel's area is only 22,000 square kilometers. It's basically a packed strip of people. So any Iranian attack will cause massive damage in Israel, and we saw that last year in June. Israel landed 379 attacks on Iran. They hit 28 out of Iran's 31 provinces, and yet Iran kept firing back. In response, the Iranians landed around 50 missile hits on Israel. And 50 hits was enough to force a ceasefire. You see the difference. 379 attacks from Israel versus 50 attacks from Iran. In geopolitics, we call this strategic depth. When you're attacked, you can fall back deeper into your vast land. Iran has the depth, Israel does not. Then you have the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is located on this key waterway. It carries around 20% of global oil shipments. Iran's navy can easily block this waterway and choke oil supplies. Again, it's a blessing of geography. But geography alone cannot protect them forever. The second factor is their missile stockpile. This is the regime's offensive trump card. So far, the Iranians have fired more than 150 ballistic missiles at Israel and US targets. Last June, they'd fired 500. And how many do they have? Reports say Iran has some 3,000 missiles. Not all of these missiles can reach Israel. Some of them can only reach neighboring US bases. So Iran will have to make some crucial calculations. Do they fire endlessly? Do they fire in waves? How many missiles in each wave? Which missiles for different targets and so on? They will have to optimize all of that. Plus, it's not enough to have missiles. You also need launchers to fire those missiles. Both Israel and the US are taking out those launchers. They're attacking Iranian launchers. So while the missiles are a key weapon, Iran will have to use it strategically. Then we come to the third factor, the role of the Iranian people. It is no secret that the regime is unpopular in Iran. A lot of Iranians are fed up with the brutal clerical rule. The question is, will that force them to hit the streets? Will they mobilize to take on the regime's forces? Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump are betting on this, but the problem is there is no organized opposition in Iran. There is no nationwide democracy movement. Plus, right now the people are scared. Israeli and American bombs are streaking over their heads. In this atmosphere of fear, people may hesitate to go out and protest. Which brings us to the fourth factor. Will the regime crack? We saw this happen in Venezuela. President Nicolas Maduro's deputy tacitly sided with the US. She agreed to take over after Maduro's capture. If that happens in Iran, the regime may collapse or transform itself. But as of now, that has not happened. Unlike Venezuela, Iran's regime is a hardened ideological theocracy. It is bound together by religion, personality, cults, and ideological rigidity. Those are extremely hard to break apart. So if the regime does not crack, you will need even more power to overthrow it. Basically, take out more and more senior leaders. And now the final factor. Can the US allies take strong punches? Say the Gulf Arab economies take a huge hit. Say Arab citizens are killed or injured in this crossfire. Will these countries absorb the punches like Iran or Israel? Will their rulers show the appetite to hit back? Iran is hoping they won't. Iran is hoping that these attacks will force the Gulf states to push Trump for peace. So far it has not worked, but it's a strategy that Iran is betting on. Even if the regime is toppled, an orderly transition appears unlikely. History is proof of that. If Iraq did not work, if Afghanistan did not work, if Libya did not work, why would it work in a larger, more complex and powerful country like Iran? Some people may ask, what if it does work? Well, yes, there is always an outside chance that something works. But to test out your hunch, you're putting 90 million lives at risk. And that is why regime changes are universally condemned. Not because people like oppressive regimes, but because the cost of failure is way too high. A new weapon is part of the battlefield in West Asia. It's not a missile or a drone. Artificial intelligence, specifically Anthropic's Claude platform. The US used Claude to strike Iran. Claude was used to map targets, identify patterns from the intelligence inputs, and create military simulations. Now, this is very significant and interesting because just days before the attack on Iran, US President Donald Trump had declared war on Anthropic. He virtually banned Anthropic's tools from the US military setup. They were labeled as a national security threat. Trump ordered American agencies to stop using Anthropic's Claude. The Pentagon called Anthropic a risk to America's supply chains. This is a kind of designation reserved only for rivals like Russia and China. They used it for Anthropic. And barely days later, Anthropic's Claude is helping the US strike Iran. The US may still stop using Claude, but not immediately. The military establishment says it could take up to 6 months for them to change platforms. Meanwhile, details of this operation are also revealing. They demonstrate how AI is changing the battlefield. The US military began using Claude in 2024, and since then, its role has grown quietly but significantly.
Massive operation against US and Israel. They have made this statement that they've in fact vowed revenge at the moment, and this is on expected lines. Israel, as far as him fit, he's now the president of Syria. Look at the case in Venezuela. You have Delcy Rodriguez. Again, she's trying to keep the US administration happy. So the US also trying to find a middle ground over here because they know the kind of power that the Islamic clergy also is wielding. So even as far as Mustafa Khamenei is concerned, this is going to be somebody who will be able to sort of do that balancing act between the IRGC, between the Islamic Council in Iran, and perhaps also be able to ensure the return of democracy. Maybe if the US wants it, the youth would want that as far as the cost of living crisis is concerned, that is addressed. But it is the Transition Council that is going to now play a very important role.
Where is it going to be based, viewers? Of course, that remains to be seen, but there are really two power centers. There is the one where obviously administrative power lies, which is Tehran, and then there is Qom, which is the spiritual center, and this is where those protests that we just showed you are taking place. This is where the pro-regime protesters are out in those mosques chanting deaths to America, deaths to Satan, deaths to Zion, deaths to Israel. So that's where that is happening, and that's, if you were to draw a line between Qom and Tehran, they're roughly on the same latitude, just that Qom is more west than Tehran, but it's in that northwest part where, of course, some of the attacks have been concentrated over the last few days. And you can see some of these attacks on Urmia and Kermanshah. Isfahan here is where one of the prime nuclear research facilities, this is right in the center really of Iran, is located. So this is really the geography, if you can see. This is Qom here, this is Tehran, and this is Isfahan. This triangle really, at one level, is where things are or manifest themselves in a way that keeps this regime in power. This is the grid. This is the grid. And let me just go straight across to George Birnbaum, who joins us. Good morning from India, Mr. Birnbaum. Thank you for joining us here. We're talking of now potential regime change. When does America and Israel decide this operation is over, that the objectives have been met? There's been a decapitation strike. It's been confirmed now by Iran. What do you think is that point?
So there are two objectives that one of your guests previously mentioned. There are military targets, missile launchers, warehouses of drones, those kinds of things. And then there are political targets. And regime change is not as simple as just cutting off the head of the snake. As your colleague said regarding Venezuela, we got rid of Maduro and Delcy Rodriguez is there, and you still have the head of the army. And in a country like Iran, you have the Republican Guard, you have the internal security forces, you have the military, the police forces, many of which at the higher levels of leadership have been a big part of the crackdown on the civilian population. So regime change is not just about removing the Ayatollah. It's also about removing enough of that next tier of leadership in such a way that when the people do try to take back the country, they have the ability to do so without the threat of violence and the crackdown. So it's a process, and that process is not as easy as dropping a bomb on a bunker of a leader. That requires a little more, let's call it human boots on the ground, if you will, and other means by which to decapitate that level of leadership such that you can have regime change. That's not a quick process. That takes time. Is that weeks? Is that months? Time will tell. But I am sure we'll see an effort over the coming days and weeks to remove that next level of leadership in Iran in order to allow for the regime change to take place.
George Birnbaum is former chief of staff of Prime Minister Netanyahu. And I do want to ask you, we've already seen some quick announcements from the Iranian regime. A new commander who was the deputy commander so far to be the new commander of the IRGC. A leadership council announced with the President Pezeshkian part of it. Till last evening, there were doubts about his safety and well-being as well. We don't really know. But the Iranian regime has announced he's part of this council. So they're suggesting he's well and alive and can take this forward. And now Mojtaba Khamenei to be taking over as the new supreme leader. He's the second eldest son of Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran. I want your thoughts on this because they're already announcing a lot of their leadership, the transitional leadership.
Yeah, well, your viewers might recall after October 7th happened, every time a leader of Hamas was removed and they announced a new leader within a day or two or three, that leader was also eliminated. I'm not suggesting necessarily there's going to be a series of Ayatollahs, of spiritual leaders day after day, but I am suggesting that, as I think your colleague mentioned, depending on the tone and depending on the approach that the new spiritual leader takes towards the United States and Israel, we'll see whether or not they become targets or they become partners in moving Iran forward towards a more democratic process.
So you're suggesting that the US and Israel will kind of adopt a wait and watch approach to see where the leadership, what tone and tenor they're adopting. But George, the US has already announced that this entire operation would be at least a week-long operation. So I want to understand this timeline that they have set already. What all is still in store according to you?
Their primary, secondary, tertiary military targets, as I mentioned, they go a little deeper than just actual missile launchers or factories. I think that goes to command and control centers around the country. As your host had shown, there is home. There are other cities in which we have to focus attention where the Iranians have hid weapons, hidden capabilities. So the primary targets were really what you take out in the first 24, 48 hours. And then you get to your secondary and tertiary list of targets. Once you have air superiority, which has been established in the past 24 hours, the Americans, the Israelis can fly over the skies freely without the threat of surface-to-air missiles, without the threat of any other air-to-air combat. So now you can really focus on those harder-to-get targets and use your military might in ways that you couldn't in the first 24 to 48 hours.
So let's just very quickly open this up because there's a lot of news
repeatedly, and Trump was already inclined to confront Iran. So the lobbying from Israel and Saudi Arabia only added to his resolve. He was already leaning towards the attack. They may have given the final push because this aligns with everyone's interest. Israel sees Iran as a mortal enemy. Saudi Arabia sees Iran as a regional threat, and Trump sees Iran as a long-standing adversary. So attacking Iran makes sense for all three of them. I must repeat here, these are just reports. And in cases like these, official confirmation or proof is hard to come by, so we go with reports. If these reports are true, MBS won without firing a shot. He did not have to mobilize troops or make speeches. All he needed was access to Donald Trump. Now, when you hear West Asia, what is it that comes to mind? In our circles, it's usually something not encouraging, maybe sirens in Tel Aviv or explosions in Beirut or long and bloody civil wars. Unfortunately, that's been the media stereotype about West Asia. But even in this gloom, one city has always stood out, sort of like an oasis, far removed from wars or proxies or missiles. The city of gleaming towers and artificial beaches, a city of foreign businessmen, influencers and sports icons. A picture of calm amid chaos. I'm talking about the city of Dubai. But in the last 2 days, that calm has been shattered. Hotels in Dubai have been hit by Iran. Even the airport and the iconic Burj Khalifa have been damaged. The question is, will this permanently hurt the city's global ambitions? And what is the UAE government doing about it?
There's a meme floating around on social media. Came to Dubai for the tax shelter, now stuck in a bomb shelter. In peacetime, it may have elicited a few laughs. But now, in the middle of booming drone interceptions and burning hotels, there are few laughs. Dubai is sitting in the middle of a war zone, and the next Iranian strike could land anywhere. This footage probably sums it up best. An Iranian projectile flying dangerously close to the iconic Burj Khalifa. Thankfully, it's blown up before impact. Other sites were not so lucky. On Palm Island, the Fairmont Hotel was targeted by Iranian Shahed drones. Tourists rushed out in panic as a fire broke out. The Burj Al Arab Hotel met the same fate. This high-rise, along with the Khalifa, is the poster child of Dubai's glittering skyline. Overnight, it was hit by Iranian drone debris. Dubai's ports were not safe either. Both the airport and the seaport were hit by projectiles. Such scenes were unthinkable until yesterday. A war in West Asia may not shake you up as much, but strikes and drones in Dubai, that's enough to shake up anyone. Because Dubai wasn't just a city, it was an exception and an inspiration in a region known for instability. The city's history goes back centuries. Dubai began its journey as a small fishing village. In the 20th century, it was developed as a trading and transport hub. After all, here was a city located on the Persian Gulf near the mouth of the Strait of Hormuz. Then, in the 1960s, came the oil boom. Dubai did not squander its oil revenue. The ruling family invested all that money into infrastructure. By the 2000s, the city was home to global icons, like the Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world, and the Palm Island, an artificial archipelago, home to luxury residences and hotels. Even now, trade and transit remain crucial for Dubai's success. The city's airport handles 95 million passengers annually. The Jebel Ali seaport handles 15.5 million 20-foot equivalent units of cargo. As a safe, swanky, and prosperous city, Dubai is home to a cosmopolitan population. Only 10% of the population is Emirati. The remaining 90% are from outside, from dozens of nationalities. This booming success of Dubai was based on the stability and peace that it offered. Other cities like Jeddah and Doha tried to replicate its success. But if you cannot guarantee that stability and peace, will these cities flourish? Will tourism or trade thrive? Only time will tell.
As the crisis continues to unfold, its impact is becoming global. Airports across the world, in fact, are facing disruption. Flights have been cancelled, routes diverted, and thousands of passengers stranded over the past 2 days. Much of the airspace over West Asia remains closed or restricted, and major hubs like Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and Doha have all come to a halt. For many travelers, there is still no clear timeline of when they can fly. So how extensive is this travel disruption? And if you are planning to fly soon, what should you be doing? Here's our report.
Across airports from Asia to Europe, the scene is the same. Passengers are stranded beneath flickering departure boards. The word cancelled flashes in red. Gates that should be boarding long-haul flights stand still. And no one is able to tell the travellers when that will change. Above West Asia, Flight paths that normally link continents have gone quiet. The disruption followed a sudden military escalation. The United States and Israel carried out strikes on Iran on Saturday. Iran responded with missile and drone attacks across the region. Within hours, the skies began to close. Large stretches over Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Israel, Bahrain, Qatar, and the UAE were closed or heavily restricted. Flight tracking data then showed those corridors almost empty of commercial aviation traffic. The consequences were immediate. Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and Doha are not just any destinations. They are the engine rooms of global long-haul travel, handling millions of connecting passengers every week. When those hubs slow or shut down, the disruption does not stay local. It spreads. Reports indicates that thousands of flights planned to West Asia have been cancelled or diverted over the past 2 days. And the number is still rising. The uncertainty is now adding to the chaos inside terminals. In Bali, travelers crowded around airline counters serving Gulf routes. Departure screens showed flights to Doha and Abu Dhabi marked cancelled or postponed. At least 1,000 passengers were affected after 5 services were disrupted. I asked, is the airspace closed? Yes. But anyway, it doesn't matter. We're waiting here. We slept at the airport. We've been here since 10 p.m. yesterday, and now it's almost 1 p.m. Still no news, so we're waiting. In Paris, flights to the Gulf disappeared from departure screens.
I had a flight this morning to Thailand with a layover in Doha, and unfortunately the flight was cancelled due to the tensions in Iran. So now we're trying to find a solution to still make our trip to Thailand.
Then the situation worsened further. Reports emerged of Iranian strikes damaging facilities in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and Kuwait. That deepened concerns about the safety of airports across the region. In fact, the chaos has not stayed contained to the Gulf. Tensions between Afghanistan and Pakistan have added further strain as airlines navigate narrower corridors. And the ripple effects of that have reached India too. Air India cancelled multiple departures from Delhi, Mumbai, and Amritsar to London, New York, Chicago, Toronto, Frankfurt, and Paris. Indigo extended the suspension of several international routes that pass through West Asia airspace. At several airports in India, passengers faced long queues and abrupt itinerary changes.
The flight has been cancelled and they have no information of when the aerospace will be open. They are not giving us to rebook. They are not giving us any options as of now.
Airlines across Europe, Asia, and North America have grounded services or diverted aircraft along longer routes. This is to avoid the closed skies. Some carriers have paused operations entirely until authorities confirm conditions are safe. Others are operating reduced schedules with extended flying times. For passengers caught up in this, the situation is still changing rapidly. Here is what you need to do right now. Do not travel unless your journey is urgent. Check your flight status directly with your airline before leaving for the airport. Make sure your contact details with your carrier are up to date. Know what refund and rebooking options are available to you. And expect last-minute changes and factor in extra time. Above all, keep monitoring your government's official travel advisory. For now, flights across one of the world's busiest air corridors remain severely disrupted, and there is no clear timeline yet for a full return to normal operations.
He's now now the president of Syria. Look at the case in Venezuela. You have Delcy Rodriguez. Again, she's trying to keep the US administration happy. So the US also trying to find a middle ground over here, because they know the kind of power that the Islamic clergy also is wielding. So even as far as Mustafa Khamenei is concerned, this is going to be somebody who will be able to sort of do that balancing act between the IRGC, between the Islamic Council in Iran, and perhaps also be able to ensure the return of democracy. Maybe if the US wants it, the youth would want that. As far as the cost of living crisis is concerned, that is addressed, but it is the transition council that is going to now play a very important role.
Where is it going to be based, viewers? Of course, that remains to be seen, but there are really two power centers. There is the one where obviously administrative power lies, which is Tehran, and then there is Qom, which is the spiritual center, and this is where those protests that we just showed you are taking place. This is where the pro-regime protesters are out in those mosques chanting deaths to America, deaths to Satan, deaths to Zion, deaths to Israel. So that's where that is happening, and that's, if you were to draw a line between Qom and Tehran, they're roughly on the same latitude, just that Qom is more west than Tehran, but it's in that northwest part where, of course, some of the attacks have been concentrated over the last few days. And you can see some of these attacks on Urmia and Kermanshah. Isfahan here is where one of the prime nuclear research facilities, this is right in the center really of Iran, is located. So this is really the geography, if you can see. This is Qom here, this is Tehran, and this is Isfahan. This triangle really at one level is where things are or manifest themselves in a way that keeps this regime in power. This is the grid. This is the grid. And let me just go straight across to George Birnbaum, who joins us. Good morning from India, Mr. Birnbaum. Thank you for joining us here. We're talking of now potential regime change. When does America and Israel decide this operation is over, that the objectives have been met? There's been a decapitation strike. It's been confirmed now by Iran. What do you think is that point?
So there are two objectives, as one of your guests previously mentioned. There are military targets, missile launchers, warehouses of drones, those kinds of things. And then there are political targets. And regime change is not as simple as just cutting off the head of the snake. As your colleague said regarding Venezuela, we got rid of Maduro and Delcy Rodriguez is there, and you still have the head of the army. And in a country like Iran, you have the Republican Guard, you have the internal security forces, you have the military, the police forces, many of which at the higher levels of leadership have been a big part of the crackdown on the civilian population. So regime change is not just about removing the Ayatollah. It's also about removing enough of that next tier of leadership in such a way that when the people do try to take back the country, they have the ability to do so without the threat of violence and the crackdown. So it's a process, and that process is not as easy as dropping a bomb on a bunker of a leader. That requires a little more, let's call it human boots on the ground, if you will, and other means by which to decapitate that level of leadership such that you can have regime change. That's not a quick process. That takes time. Is that weeks? Is that months? Time will tell. But I am sure we'll see an effort over the coming days and weeks to remove that next level of leadership in Iran in order to allow for the regime change to take place.
George Birnbaum is former chief of staff of Prime Minister Netanyahu. And I do want to ask you, we've already seen some quick announcements from the Iranian regime. A new commander who was the deputy commander so far to be the new commander of the IRGC. A leadership council announced with the President Pezeshkian part of it. Till last evening, there were doubts about his safety and well-being as well. We don't really know. But the Iranian regime has announced he's part of this council. So they're suggesting he's well and alive and can take this forward. And now Mojtaba Khamenei to be taking over as the new supreme leader. He's the second eldest son of Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran. I want your thoughts on this because they're already announcing a lot of their leadership, the transitional leadership.
Yeah, well, your viewers might recall after October 7th happened, every time a leader of Hamas was removed and they announced a new leader within a day or 2 or 3, that leader was also eliminated. I'm not suggesting necessarily there's going to be a series of Ayatollahs, of spiritual leaders day after day, but I am suggesting that, as I think your colleague mentioned, depending on the tone and depending on the approach that the new spiritual leader takes towards the United States and Israel, that we'll see whether or not they become targets or they become partners in moving Iran forward towards a more democratic process.
So you're suggesting that the US and Israel will kind of adopt a wait and watch approach to see where the leadership, what tone and tenor they're adopting. But George, the US has already announced that this entire operation would be at least a week-long operation. So I want to understand this timeline that they have set already. What all is still in store according to you?
Their primary, secondary, tertiary.
I forgot further south here, another one. This is the principal areas that are covered by Iranian air defense system. The Israelis now come up from Israel, fly over Syria and Iraq.
Right.
Like this.
So that's how they cleared the airspaces in these regions so that these planes could fly.
Exactly. This is why no airliners are currently permitted to fly over Iraq and over Syria.
Right.
So over the border between Iraq and Syria, there are US and Israeli tankers waiting for them, and they are refueling them in the air.
In the air. So
yes.
the on-air, mid-air tankers. Okay, because this is more than a 2,000-kilometer journey that they have to
It
fly,
is over 1,000 kilometers, 1,700 kilometers to the border, so 1,500 kilometers. But the point is this: in order to release their missiles, they have to fly high and fast, which is spending lots of fuel. Therefore, here, either the Israeli or the US tankers from bases in Saudi Arabia come up here and they are waiting for them here in this area.
So that's where the on-air refueling happens over Syria and Iraq airspace?
Over Iraq.
About how many thousand feet high?
Well, 30,000 feet.
30,000 feet plus. Okay.
So more, that depends on the weather.
Right.
Generally, tanker aircraft is flying higher. It lowers its boom and then...
Here, this is the Strait of Hormuz, which extends, and this is where all the oil comes out of. Now, this Strait of Hormuz, this is blocked, isn't it?
Yes, and it's very critical. 20 to 25% of all global oil supply passes through this strait. So there are going to be global consequences. Of course, India is part of this because India already imports 90% of its crude oil requirement. And there are 20 million barrels that are supposed to cross this very narrow part of 21 miles. That's it. And it's also a very shallow strait, which is why it makes it militarily very susceptible to, for example, naval mines, etc.
And look how close this is, this area, to the Gulf countries. So you have Dubai, etc., all of that here, the UAE, you have other Gulf states here. And all of this is within easy target range from Iran. And that's why you're seeing so many of those targets being hit in these Gulf nations. On this side, of course, is Israel.
Yeah.
And this is where some elements of the US fleet are. That's where they all are. This is Israel. And it is from here that this targeting is happening. So it is this expanse, which is Syria, Iraq, Syria, and then, of course, Israel, where all of this is happening. That's the airspace that is being used. It's over this airspace that there is all these projectiles that are going back and forth. Most of these targets that are being hit are now pretty much all across Iran because, and I want to bring in JJ Saab here. JJ Saab, the munitions that are being used by the US warships that are stationed here, I want you to tell us a little bit about them because they seem to have all that reach. They can go all the way across to almost this entire part of Iran, even eastern Iran. Could you talk us through this a little bit? Tell us a little bit about the munitions that the US is deploying.
Well, now you have displayed a very good map, and this gives a very good perception to the viewers. You see, the Gazelle and the one of the carrier groups is in the Mediterranean and very close to the Israeli coastline. So the projectiles which are being used basically are Tomahawk missiles, which can hit all the targets. Then they have the air-launched missiles from the F-35 and other air platforms. So they are using combination. And also, don't forget, from the ships, lot of the missiles are being launched. But the airspace that is being used is the Iraqi and Syrian airspace. This is about 1600 kilometers. So therefore, whether you are using the air platforms or you are using the ship-based platforms, these missiles are able to hit most of the targets. And please remember, like missile like Tomahawk, they have a very close circular error of probability, means they can almost hit the target within meters. So this is exactly where the major effort is going on. And don't forget, on the other side, the carrier group Lincoln is also there. So they are complementing from the both sides. So it is the two-sided, missile warfare or the aerial warfare that is going on. One from the, from the Arabian Sea, and second, of course, from the Mediterranean, very close to the Israelis. This is where the pounding is going on. So
what
it
we're
is
being
two.
Told, sir, and General Dayal, I want to come out to you. What we are being told is Pakistan has said that no one is going to use our airspace. So basically, there's not going to be an outflanking, so to speak, of Iran. Most of the, and if not all of, the munitions that are going to come into Iran are going to come over this airspace, which is Iraq, and of course Syria. And they're going to land into Iran and knock out some of these targets. We're going to, of course, discuss some of these targets and its importance. But why is the US fleet here? And why hasn't it moved, for example, here into the Arabian Sea so that there's a pincer? Why hasn't that happened? Why is it hiding behind Israeli defenses, so to speak?
See, I mean, in the naval concept, Abraham Lincoln will move to Arabian Sea, right? But presently, it is all air warfare, right? It's a air and a missile warfare. So in the air and missile warfare, Rahul, we must understand that America and Israel are not planning a major land offensive. They have not mobilized their airborne divisions. They have not mobilized, like in Iraq, they mobilized everything. So it's the CENTCOM operation which will take place. They do not need Pakistan actually. They have got enough airspace available of Iraq, even the bases which are there. The Gulf countries, they have said we will not allow our bases to be used for operations against Iran. But since Iran has already violated that and started firing, I'm sure soon these bases will also start firing on Iran.
Okay, so give me a sense of why some of these areas have been struck. And right after that, we're going to pull out the other map. That is Iran's response and where they have been hitting. So that second map we're going to come to. But yes, sir.
These are the important known places
What
in
is
Iran.
Kerman Shah about?
Why
is Kerman Shah being attacked?
Where the Revolutionary Guards, where the military headquarters establishment, where the missile forces, they have got a rocket and missile force, where these are located, and also where they feel that there is some uranium enrichment, whatever they've been calling till now. So these are those places, identified military objectives.
So I'm going to bring Shivani into this. Shivani, come up to the map.
Yes. So
let's talk about these
Rahul, the IDF spokespersons have already told us that these are initially, in the first 1 day of strikes, these are predominantly military and political sites that have been attacked. So in Tehran itself, the presidential office was attacked, which is exactly the compound where Khamenei is believed to be killed. Now, of course, it has become a matter of great discussion why Khamenei was in his compound. We can come to that later. But this is also the Ministry of Intelligence in Tehran, and also a neighborhood where the former president, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, lives, is suspected to have been hit in Tehran itself.
Do we have any status updates on
Mahmoud Ahmadinejad? No. On current President Pezeshkian, no, but he has been announced as part of the Leadership Transitional Council, so I believe the Iranians are suggesting he's much
And what about the family members of the Ayatollah?
Yes, so there are many family members of the Ayatollah in the presidential office. It's bizarre that they were all there, knowing that he was the target and he was the first target, but they have been killed, his daughter and a grandchild. At least these two we know that have perished as far as these strikes are concerned. Natanz is one of those strikes that was hit last year as well. Fordo, Natanz, etc., were the uranium or the nuclear sites.
So the enrichment.
Is that or the nuclear facilities.
Is that enrichment? Let's just bring in Mr. Dayal. Yeah, General Dayal. Yes.
See, Rahul, the problem is that last time also, about 6 months back, on 22 June, you said B-2 bombers fired.
Yes.
And you destroyed it.
Yeah.
But if still there are some elements, I think the foreign minister of Iran, only few days back, with the Vice President of America, had very categorically confirmed that you are willing to visit. We are allowing you to visit, see everything,
Okay.
and we are